Congratulations, survivor, you are the first lucky person to enter the game and awaken SSS-level plant talent. I was walking on my way home when suddenly a white light flashed before my eyes. A desolate world appeared before me. Where is this? This is definitely not the blue planet. The air was icy cold and I shivered. As far as the eye can see, a dilapidated wooden house stands in the middle of the wasteland. SSS-level plant talent, what the hell is this? I whispered to myself, confused. Suddenly, an illusory curtain of light unfolded before me. 1. Welcome to the Universal Lord game, which is filled with billions of zombies. To survive, you have to rely on yourself. 2. Each survivor will have an exclusive territory. Kill or cooperate, it's up to you to choose. 3. Improve your combat power and expand your territory to have a chance of survival. 4. There are many types of zombies in the wild, ranging from level 1 to level 18. Their heads may contain crystal cores, which are hard currency. 5. Treasure chests are everywhere. The more dangerous the area, the higher the level of the treasure chest. 6. Every 7 days, a wave of zombies attacks the territory, and the difficulty gradually increases. 7. Every once in a while, the environment will change, desert, blood rain, tsunami, the game difficulty will continue to increase. 8. Everyone has only one life, and death is the end. My heart sank. It turned out that this was a hellish survival game. Buzz buzz buzz. The light curtain kept vibrating, and 999999 plus unread messages poured in. I opened the World channel and saw all kinds of news. Fuck. I haven't even finished get off work yet, why am I suddenly in this survival game? Great, I can live with a zombie girlfriend. I am a retired soldier king, and this time I want to be the king of the game. In an instant, I realized the cruelty of this game. This is not just a game, but a trial of life and death. We need to look at my initial talent first. SSS-level plant talent, any plant seed can be infused with life essence, causing it to grow dozens of times and be controlled by the host. I was delighted. Plants have such strong vitality. Perhaps I can gain a foothold in this world with this talent. Start the lottery. With a harsh prompt sound, the iron-grade hydralisk vine appeared in the prize column. My eyes lit up. This is a powerful weapon. Hydralisk vine can grow in any wooden environment and has powerful thorns that are enough to tear zombies apart. I took a deep breath and held the seed tightly. But this little equipment and supplies alone won't last long. Food is limited, the temperature is extremely low, and the threat of zombies is ever present. There were zombies howling outside. With the spear in hand, I rushed out of the cabin. Come on, try the good stuff I just drew. I threw the hydralisk seeds onto the wooden roof, silently reciting the gift. I saw green light flashing, the seeds growing rapidly, and hydralis vines covering the entire cabin. 5 or 6 thick vines are ready to strike, piercing like knives. I'll show you how powerful SSS-level plant talent is. I moved my mind and the vines attacked like snakes. The spikes rushed forward, piercing through the zombie's body, and blood flowed everywhere. The zombie struggled desperately, but the vines kept tightening, binding it tightly. In an instant, the ground was covered with zombie remains. I breathed a sigh of relief. This talent is indeed powerful. After cleaning up the battlefield, I picked up a few crystal cores. Every crystal core is a hope for survival. Not daring to waste time, I immediately started the daily lottery. The goddess of luck seems to be on my side. Bite. Along with the piercing sound, an extra line of small words appeared in the daily lottery column. Black iron hardwood camp blueprint, upgradable, includes solid hardwood fences, wells, warehouses, lord halls, and dozens of camp tents. Marvelous. Lin Xia smiled happily. Could it be that she had the talent to make her dreams come true? She actually drew a building blueprint. Without further ado, quickly summon human farmers to build the hardwood camp. Lin Xia took out the human farmer's blueprint and tore it into pieces. The blueprint was not damaged, but instead turned into white spots of light, which gathered into a portal in front of Lin Xia. Soon, a tall adult male in rough cloth came out with a curious look on his face, followed by 19 men of the same physique. Respected Lord Lin Xia, hello. We are the most loyal farmers, hard-working and willing to serve you. Please give us your instructions. The leading men bowed respectfully and saluted Lin Xia. Very well, what's your name? In reply to my lord, I don't have a name, sorry. The man was stunned and spoke. Hearing this, Lin Xia pondered for a moment and said, well, from now on, your name will be Lin Yi. You will lead these peasants for me. All you need is to absolutely submit to me. No problem, Lord, it is a great honor for me that you are willing to give me a name. I will serve you with all my strength. Lin Yi was shaking with excitement. He fell to his knees and kowtowed repeatedly. Lin Xia had never expected that Lin Yi would be so excited just by being given a name, so she waved her hand and motioned him to stand up. Congratulations, Lord, you have started to build your own territory and officially activated the exchange store. Hardwood camp, the materials required are as follows: 500 wood, 50 stone. Because the entire building is made mainly of hardwood, only a small amount of stone and a large amount of wood are needed. Lin Xia opened the exchange shop and saw that it was filled with a wide variety of goods, but most of them were gray. Some of them require the Lord's personal level to unlock. Some require the territory level to reach a certain level before they can be successfully unlocked. Only stone and wood can be exchanged, not food. 1 crystal core equals wood * 100, 1 crystal core equals 20 * stone. Lin Xia has 8 crystal cores in his hand, which are enough to exchange for building materials, and there are still 10 stones left. Lin Xia did not hesitate and made the exchange decisively. With a flash of white light, a large pile of construction materials appeared on the open space in front. The farmers standing nearby suddenly exclaimed in surprise, apparently it was the first time they had seen such a miracle. Lin Yi, you are to use these materials to build the hardwood camp. Here are the blueprints. You have half a day to complete it as soon as possible. Lin Xia said in a deep voice. The bronze-level human farmer blueprint summons farmers who are all highly skilled construction soldiers. They are proficient in construction, farming, and grazing, so there is no need to worry about their skills. As you command, Lord. Lin Yi clasped his fists, picked up the blueprint, and immediately led the peasants to arrange tasks, move materials, and get busy in the territory. The sun was setting, the sunlight was no longer scorching, and the long slanted shadows of the houses were cast on the ground. Lin Xia stood on a high rock in the territory, looking down at the busy human workers below. It has to be said that although these human males are called farmers, they are not at all unfamiliar with construction work and are very skilled. Bang bang bang. 20 strong adult men, shirtless, were sweating profusely in the territory, their whole bodies as if they had fallen into water. In front of Lin Xia, a 5-meter-high Lord's Hall rose from the ground. It was built entirely of hardwood, and the foundation was paved with hard granite stones. Wells, warehouses, and simple camp tents are scattered next to the Lord's Hall. The outermost area is tightly surrounded by a 3-meter-high hardwood fence. The top of the hardwood is sharpened, and any creature that dares to cross it will be pierced. The construction work entered the final stage. Looking at the workers who were tired and panting in front of him, Lin Xia suddenly realized that if he wanted to feed these people, his 2 packs of compressed biscuits would be far from enough. My lord, the hardwood camp has been completed. Please come and inspect it. Lin Yim said respectfully as he came up to Lin Xia. Lin Xia touched the back of his head and nodded slightly. Not bad, Lin Yi, you did a great job, leading your people to complete the construction work of the camp ahead of schedule. I must reward you. As soon as these words came out, Lin Xia immediately found that more than 20 fiery gazes were focused on her. As the lowest level of labor, they have long been accustomed to hard work day after day, and their only hope is to have enough food and clothing. Now, the Lord has personally said that he will reward them. How can they not be full of expectations? Driven by their inner excitement, everyone worked together and soon built the final camp gate. Just after the hardwood camp was completed, 2 voices sounded in Lin Xia's mind. Congratulations, Lord. Your initial territory has been built. The initial level is LV1, and the highest level is LV18. The territory panel has been officially unlocked. Congratulations, Lord. The initial territory gift package has arrived. Lin Xia's heart moved and she quickly opened the gift package. 200 bags of self-heating rice, 3 flavors, shredded pork with green pepper, spicy chicken, and vegetarian 3 fresh. 300 bottles of pure water. 20 improvised spears. Lin Xia was very satisfied with the initial rewards given by the game. He was currently lacking sufficient food resources, but he didn't have to worry about that for the time being. However, these human farmers are generally tall, with the shortest being around 180 centimeters tall, and they are muscular. They must have a large appetite, and the resources they consume every day are not a small amount. Don't think that there are hundreds of bags of self-heating rice, as it is a lot. In fact, it can only sustain their consumption for 5 days at most. During these 5 days, Lin Xia must try his best to obtain more resources and not relax. Lin Xia cleared his throat and waved his hand. Self-heating rice and purified water were piled on the ground, stunning everyone. This, Lord, are you using space magic? Lin Yi swallowed and spoke in a more respectful tone. Space magic? Lin Yi, is the world you live in a magical world? Lin Xia became interested and asked curiously. Lin nodded and said, yes, Lord, our world is a huge continent with constant wars and rampant magic. It is difficult for ordinary people to survive. Therefore, it is our honor to be chosen by the gods and come to your territory. Lin Yi sighed, with a sad look in his eyes. Lin Xia hummed, patted Lin Yi on the shoulder, and said, since you are here, make the best of it. Lin Yi, since you have come to me, put aside the pain of the past and live in peace. As the Lord, I will definitely protect your safety as much as possible. Okay, please distribute these foods reasonably. The rest should be stored in the warehouse and kept under strict guard. After Lin Xia finished speaking, he walked into the Lord's hall. Yes, my lord. Lin Yi looked at Lin Xia's departing back, bowed with gratitude. Although he didn't know what world this mysterious lord came from, based on his years of life experience, he could feel that Lin Xia was not a bad person and did not deceive him. It is definitely a blessing for ordinary peasants like them to be able to become a vassal of the fair and gentle lord. Lin Yi, with loyalty to Lin Xia in his heart, turned around, looked serious, and said loudly, Dear brothers, the Lord has given us generous rewards. Next, I will distribute the supplies according to everyone's contribution. As soon as these words were spoken, the other farmers immediately became agitated. They had been busy all day and were already starving, with green light in their eyes. If it weren't for the last bit of rationality left in their hearts. These hungry men have long wanted to rush forward and loot. Humph, everyone, be obedient, don't make any noise, and line up to receive food. If anyone dares to act recklessly, the spear in my hand will not recognize anyone. Lin Yi pulled out a spear from somewhere, the tip of the spear shining brightly, and held it tightly in his hand. Seeing that Lin Yi was holding a weapon in his hand, the unarmed farmers were dumbfounded and had to line up in an orderly manner to receive food. This scene that happened in the territory was seen clearly by Lin Xia, who was in the Lord's hall. He was naturally very satisfied with it. Of course, he was the one who gave the spear to Lin Yi. As the person whom he trusted the most at present, Lin Xia was willing to give Lin Yi the weapon to intimidate others. Lin Xia turned around and looked at the simple hall in front of her and smiled. This building was divided into 2 floors. The first floor is the meeting hall, which can accommodate more than 50 people, where meetings are held around a rectangular wooden table. The second floor is the living area, which has a warehouse, bathroom, weapons room, bedroom, cloakroom, and even a dressing room, which is filled with many beautifully packaged cosmetics. Lin Xia shook her head helplessly, walked into the bedroom, sat on the soft and comfortable mattress, and her tense nerves finally relaxed a little. Since entering the game yesterday, Lin Xia has been living in tension. Until today, the hardwood camp was built, which also means that he has a certain defensive capability. It is enough to survive in the cruel gaming environment without having to live a precarious life. Lin Xia opened the floating light curtain, and the territory status column was no longer gray but lit up. Territory status. Type, hardwood camp, black iron. Level, LV1. Function, none. Material level, general. Subject loyalty, 90%. Evaluation, a territory with certain defensive capabilities, but it is very difficult to survive the zombie tide. It actually displays the loyalty of its subjects. At 90%, it's not bad, but it's not very stable yet. It needs to be strengthened. Lin Xia frowned and muttered to herself. He was not sure about the loyalty of his subjects and how they ranked among the other lords, so he felt a little worried. What if in this game, everyone can reach 90%, or in other words, the initial loyalty is 90%, wouldn't that be embarrassing? With this mentality, Lin Xia opened the world channel again. This time, the number of messages was much less. At the same time, there were not many people chatting. Most of them were discussing practical issues. Li Ping, boss, please tell me, after the territory is built, should I hide inside, or go out with my goblins to hunt zombies? Winston, haha, there are really stupid people who choose a weak species like goblins. Apart from having the advantage of numbers, there is no use at all. Musilla, guy up there, watch your words. What's wrong with the goblins? I have 300 goblins under my command, and there are a lot of armor and weapons that will definitely kill you. Takeda Kuro, damn it, the number of subjects in my territory has reached 300. The territory rewards are not enough to support so many people. What should I do? Zhao Lily, the above person, I am in a similar situation to you. There are more than 200 goblins in my territory, and they are very greedy. Now there are only 30 bags of instant noodles left, and the loyalty of the subjects has dropped to 39%. Woohoo, what should I do? Jean Daxia, damn it, I took the initiative and killed a few disobedient subjects, but my loyalty has dropped to 10%. The subjects have surrounded me and I am about to die. Lin Xia closed the world channel with a smile on his face. Due to poor management, many lords caused the loyalty of their subjects to drop to an extremely low level in a short period of time. Generally speaking, once the loyalty of the subjects falls below 50%, there will be a chance of riots, and if it falls below 30%, riots will inevitably occur. Below 10%, the subjects will directly attack the lord until he is completely killed. In other words, although the loyalty of Lin Xia's subjects is relatively good, we cannot take it lightly, and we cannot manage our subjects as we please. At night, strong winds blew outside, making the bedroom glass creak and the temperature dropped even lower. Lin Xia was so sleepy that she wrapped herself tightly in the quilt and soon fell asleep. The next morning, Lin Xia was awakened by a loud noise, as if a lot of people were talking outside. Oh no! Are my subjects rebelling? Lin Xia jumped out of bed and checked the loyalty of his subjects. 70%. Lin Xia's mind was buzzing. In just one night, her loyalty had dropped by 20%. What happened? Walking out of the Lord's Hall, Lin Xia looked at the scene in front of him and felt heavy-hearted. There were at least 6 peasants lying flat on the ground, their faces pale and full of pain. Lin Yi walked over quickly, and without saying a word, he half knelt on the ground. Lord, I didn't take good care of my men. This is my fault. Please punish me. Lin Yi, get up first and tell me what happened. Lin Xia said in a deep voice. My lord, it was a strong wind that hit the territory last night. Our tents couldn't withstand the drop in temperature, and several people have fainted from the cold. Lin Yi spoke truthfully with sadness flashing in his eyes. It is true. It seems that I am still inexperienced and have not thought it through. I live in the Lord's Hall, which has much better wine protection than a tent. Lin Xia shook his head. Although these camp tents are made of canvas and fixed with steel nails, they have a strong grip on the ground, but their cold-proof performance is poor. A sudden strong wind caused the temperature to drop significantly. Even the strongest body could not withstand this evil wind. Lin Yi, this is not your fault. As the Lord, I did not foresee this situation. The most urgent thing is to go out and cut down enough trees to make a fire for warmth. Lin Xia waved her hand and said. In order to exchange for wood and stone, Lin Xia has exchanged all the crystal cores on him and can only go out to collect them. Okay, Lord, I'll let the others prepare. Lin Yi nodded heavily and immediately went down to convey Lin Xia's order. Soon, the remaining dozen or so human farmers, holding spears and simple iron axes, gathered in front of Lin Xia, waiting for orders. Very good, everyone follow me for a while, pay attention to your surroundings, and don't be alone. Lin Xia also held a spear in his hand. The shaft was made of cork and the tip was made of steel. Compared with the previous one, it was of better quality. At Lin Xia's command, everyone immediately left the camp and stepped into the wilderness to look for the woods. Of course, before leaving, Lin Xia moved the hydralisk vines to the gate of the territory, which served as an effective layer of defense to resist foreign invasion. Outside the territory is a vast wilderness. Of course, this world is not completely desolate. There are forests, rivers, and mountains. However, these places are not occupied by humans, but emotionless zombies. Report to the Lord, there is a pine forest ahead with only a few zombies scattered inside. We can easily deal with them. After the people who went out to gather intelligence came back, Lin Yi said respectfully to Lin Xia. Lin Xia hummed, looked around vigilantly, and said in a deep voice, Lin Yi, you take 5 people with you, keep your hands nearby and guard the surroundings. I will lead the others in to cut down the trees. Understood, Lord. Lin led his men to disperse, with each person standing several dozen meters apart, observing whether there were any zombies coming over. Lin Xia seized the opportunity and led the remaining people into the pine forest. Holding iron axes, they frantically chopped down trees and branches. The climate here is very dry and the trees have almost no moisture, which is very suitable for making fires for heating. Everyone, work harder. There's no need to cut down too much. We only need to prepare enough for 3 days. Lin Xia shouted. As time went by, half an hour later, everyone had cut enough wood, tied it up with hemp ropes, and carried it on their backs. Evacuate. Lin Xia waved his hand and shouted. Everyone quickly evacuated outside, and suddenly, bursts of roars were heard outside. Lin Yi and his men rushed in with nervous looks and came to meet them. Oh no, sir, suddenly 50 or 60 zombies rushed in from all directions and blocked the exit. Hearing this, Lin Xia's face changed and he cursed inwardly, damn it, these zombies are actually trying to catch turtles in a jar. Didn't we agree that zombies have no IQ? Roar. Soon, the roar of the zombies reached everyone's ears through the woods. Lin Xia looked carefully and saw that there were indeed more than 50 zombies gathered at the entrance, blocking the road, making it difficult to break out. What's worse is that the sky is getting darker and darker. Once night falls, the temperature drops rapidly and visibility decreases. This place becomes a paradise for zombies and it is difficult for humans to survive. The farmers standing behind Lin Xia looked terrified and their bodies trembled slightly. They had just arrived in this world and it was their first time seeing zombies, so it was normal for them to have this reaction. Lin Xia took a breath and shouted, "Don't panic, everyone. Immediately pile all the wood you carry on the ground, build a few large fires around the team, and temporarily block the zombies' advance." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone immediately followed the order and piled all the firewood on their backs into 5 half-person high bonfires. Bang! As the flames rose from the pile of firewood, the bright yellow flames scorched the air and distorted the airflow. The warmth brought by the fire calmed everyone's mood a little, and they were no longer as panicked as before. Everyone line up and stand behind the fire with spears facing outward. Once the zombies rush over, just start the fire and kill them. Lin Xia said in a deep voice. Yes, everyone said in unison. Fortunately, the zombies not far away seemed to be extremely afraid of fire and did not rush in directly. Instead, they kept gathering. Hundreds of pairs of dark green eyes stared at the humans in the woods, and their throats kept rolling. They could no longer hold back and were eager to rush in and devour human flesh and blood. But it seems that there is a mysterious force controlling them, making them obey orders and unite together. Lin Xia stood behind the crowd and quietly opened the attribute panel. The daily lottery column showed that there was still one chance. Before, Lin Xia always felt that the time had not come and there was no need to use the lottery opportunity. Now it seems that disaster is unavoidable and he can only pray that he can draw a weapon that can help him escape. Bite. Along with the piercing sound, an extra line of small words appeared in the daily lottery column. Bronze-level shotgun double gun, a pair of short-barreled shotguns, wooden grip, two-handed holding, 6 rounds of ammunition. The spike-shaped steel bullets ejected at close range can effectively kill any organism. Note, can be processed and upgraded on the construction platform. A white light flashed, and 2 high-quality short-barreled shotguns appeared in Lin Xia's hands. In addition to the 6 rounds of ammunition that had been loaded, there were still 30 rounds of spare ammunition, enough for 5 attacks. My lord, the zombies are charging. Suddenly, Lin Yi turned around, his face pale, and shouted. Don't be afraid, everyone follow me and fight to the end. With a sharp weapon in hand, Lin Xia naturally had nothing to worry about. With a slight smile on his lips, he came to the front of the crowd. Lord, you actually own a musket. It looks like it is very well made. Lin Yi noticed the short-barreled shotgun in Lin Xia's hand. In his original world, the dwarves were very good at making all kinds of muskets and cannons, which were sold at high prices. Many aristocratic families would often give their children exquisitely crafted muskets for self-defense. Just as Lin Yi was daydreaming, the group of zombies rushed over with roars. Bang bang bang. The farmers holding spears immediately fanned the fire and threw a large amount of burning firewood into the group of zombies. The zombies with ulcerated skin have insufficient defense to begin with, and they are completely defenseless against flames. The tattered clothes on their bodies will burn as soon as they come into contact with fire. There were about 6 zombies charging in the first team. Under the continuous fire attack, they were covered in flames from head to toe, their bodies were charred, and they fell heavily to the ground. Very good, the first step of the offensive consumed a certain number of zombies. Next, it depends on close combat among everyone. Lin Xia shouted loudly and jumped directly to the front of the team. He fired left and right, using the short-barreled shotgun's powerful close-range damage to catch them off guard. Bang bang. 2 flashes of fire burst out from the barrel, and thick smoke drifted out. The lethality of the spiked steel bullets was even more powerful than Lin Xia had imagined. They caused area damage. The 3 zombies had their skin covered with spiked steel bullets, and their chests were pierced with fist-sized holes. The impact force caused by the explosion of gunpowder directly caused them to lose their balance and fall to the ground, knocking down the zombies following closely behind. The situation suddenly became chaotic, with a large number of zombies trampling on each other and squeezed into a ball. Now, Lin Yi, go and kill him immediately, straight to the head. Lin Xia shouted in delight. Lin Yi was not stupid, so he naturally saw that the current situation was really favorable for them. Without hesitation, he led the farmers, armed with spears, jumped into the pile of zombies and started killing them. The steel spear tip pierced into the zombie's brain effortlessly, and black blood gushed out. Of course, Lin Xia would not just stand by and watch the show. Now is the time for him to establish himself as a lord, a brave and people-friendly image. He cannot hide in the back but must fight in person. For a moment, flames, gunshots, and roars were intertwined together. Most of the zombies were killed, and the remaining zombies became even more brutal. Their foot-long green nails were like daggers, scraping off the flesh and blood of a farmer. Ah! The man screamed, and his cloth clothes were easily cut open, his chest was covered in blood, and then he fell down in despair. The bright red blood immediately aroused the zombies' ferocity. Dozens of zombies pounced forward, grabbed 3 humans, and dragged them into the zombie group. Damn it, it's getting dark, we must retreat to our territory. Lin Xia gritted his teeth, fired up the remaining ammunition, and quickly reloaded enough ammunition again. All 30 rounds of spare ammunition have been used up. It was already dark, and the zombies' attack power had doubled. If they didn't retreat, they would be lost. And most importantly, human physical strength is ultimately limited, but zombies do not feel pain and only know how to attack, and are not afraid of injury or death. Just now, 4 humans have died at the hands of zombies, and the remaining humans have developed a fear. They were just farmers, not well-trained soldiers, and they would be easily defeated. If they didn't withdraw, it would be too late. What's more, the zombies have been almost killed, with only 7 or 8 left, creating a loophole in the encirclement and allowing them to break through. Everyone, follow me to break out. Lin Xia, holding a shotgun, smashed the heads of the 2 zombies in front of him and rushed out first. Lin Yi and the others, covered in blood, hurried to catch up, running very fast, fearing that they would be left alone. Roar! The zombies that were busy snatching flesh and blood suddenly stopped moving, turned stiffly, and turned to chase Lin Xia and others as if they were commanded by radio. Lin Xia led the remaining dozen or so humans, covered in blood, and took advantage of the last ray of afterglow that fell on the ground before the sun set, desperately running towards the hardwood camp. Behind them, there were only dozens of zombies following. The darker it got, the stronger the zombies' eyesight and the faster they were. They kept biting at Lin Xia and the others, refusing to give up. Damn it, there are more and more zombies. It seems that we can only defeat them completely in front of the camp gate. Lin Xia cursed loudly, and his speed increased a lot. More than 10 minutes later, the exhausted crowd finally escaped to the gate of Hardwood Camp, where it was pitch dark. Lin Xia opened the door and said in a deep voice, "Everyone go in first, take these woods, and light as many bonfires as possible to make the territory as bright as possible." As he spoke, Lin Xia opened the exchange shop and used 5 crystal cores to exchange for 500 pieces of wood. These resources were enough to illuminate the entire territory for a whole night. In the fight just now, Lin Xia picked up 28 level 1 crystal cores, and when using them, he was no longer stingy and was very generous. Bang! A large number of neatly cut logs rolled down in the territory. People were no longer surprised by this. No matter what happened to this mysterious lord, they would not be shocked. "My lord, please be careful. We will wait for your safe return." Lin Yi knew that Lin Xia was going to block the gate and kill the zombies with the musket in his hand. At this moment, he was deeply moved. This seemingly young lord actually possessed such a fearless spirit and selfless will. It was truly admirable. Lin Xia naturally had no idea what the psychological state of his subject was, but seeing the tragic and helpless look on his face, he could tell. This guy really thought he was going out to die. How was that possible? Lin Xia was the one who valued his life the most, that was why he stood outside the door. The first is to establish an excellent image of a lord and greatly enhance the loyalty of his subjects, and the second is to better control the hydralisk vines to ensure that the zombies can be killed accurately. Lin Xia closed the door and stood outside, facing the zombies rushing towards him alone. In the dark night, Lin Xia had a blank expression on his face, holding the short-barreled shotgun in both hands, standing ready, watching the number of zombies gradually increase. 15. 20. 30. 50. 80. In less than 5 minutes, the number of zombies gathered outside the hardwood camp reached 80. They stared at Lin Xia coldly and roared in a low voice. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the bonfire in the territory was lit, and 12 flames lit up and rushed into the air, illuminating the entire territory like daylight. Lin Yi was not idle either. He took the people who were frostbitten last night and put them next to the fire, prepared hot food, and fed them. Most people's complexion improved a lot, but some people didn't make it and died before Lin Xia returned to the territory. Lin Yi's face was gloomy and he sighed deeply. He led his men to wrap his dead brothers in straw mats and wait for burial after dawn. At this time, Lin Xia was also ready. The hydralis vine clinging to the camp gate stopped dormancy and slowly spread out several thick vines, aiming at the group of zombies in the distance. Lin Yi quickly led people holding torches and climbed to the top of the fence to provide light for Lin Xia. It was not until now that they truly saw the horrific plant before them. It was covered with thorns and looked hideous and ferocious. They couldn't help but feel terrified. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Lin Xia no longer hesitated and launched an attack first, skill, spike assault. 17 centimeters long spikes, shaped like crossbow arrows, accumulated force, broke away from the hydralisk vines, made a series of breaking sounds in midair, and soon arrived in the zombie group. The heads of a dozen zombies standing in the first row exploded instantly, their bodies shook, and then they fell to the side powerlessly. The first strike easily eliminated dozens of zombies. Lin Yi and others standing by were dumbfounded with their mouths wide open. Although they had no doubt about the mystery of Lord Lin Xia, such magic-like means were still very complicated. Could it be that Lord Lin Xia is not a human being, but the legendary elf? Lin Yi looked at Lin Xia in doubt. He had naturally heard of the legend of elves. These powerful creatures rarely show up. Legend has it that they can control plants. But don't elves have pointy ears? Lin Xia succeeded in his attack, and the panic in his heart was completely calmed down. These ordinary level 1 zombies were not difficult to deal with. He had the hydralisk vines, and harvesting them was as easy as mowing the grass. After the first row of zombies in the front fell, the zombie group fell into silence and did not continue to charge, as if they were watching something. Haha, this time I have a crystal core in my hand, which is enough to replenish the energy of the hydralisk vines. If you are not afraid of death, just charge at me. Lin Xia sneered. Roar. Not long after, the second row of zombies, about 20 or so in number, suddenly moved and rushed forward frantically. Continue, second round, spike attack. Lin Xia waved his hand. Hiss, hiss, hiss. This time, dozens of spikes shot out again, accurately piercing the zombies' heads without missing a single one. Come on, keep coming to die. The closer you get, the faster you will die. Lin Xia couldn't help laughing. After 2 rounds of attacks, he killed more than 30 zombies without even moving. It was so satisfying. Amid Lin Xia's ridicule, the remaining zombies stopped moving forward and began to slowly retreat, getting farther and farther away from the camp gate until they disappeared into the night. At first, Lin Xia thought that these zombies were pretending to retreat. After waiting for a long time and seeing nothing happening, she was sure that these zombies had really evacuated. Looking at the crystal cores sparkling on the ground, Lin Xia naturally no longer hesitated and walked forward to collect them all. 30 crystal cores. Lin Xia won a great victory and successfully returned to the territory. Lin Yi and others stood in the territory, standing straight, looking at Lin Xia with respect and awe in their eyes. If they only mechanically obeyed Lin Xia's orders before tonight, then after this battle, Lin Xia used his strength to prove his power as a lord. I believe everyone is tired today. Have a good rest. We will deal with the aftermath tomorrow. Lin Xia looked at the corpses on the ground, a trace of grief on her face, and sighed. In his opinion, these people were not so-called game data but real human lives. However, in this cruel world, they still could not survive the next day. Yes, Lord. Lin Yi nodded silently. As the door closed, Lin Xia walked into her bedroom, and waves of sleepiness began to come over her like a tide. His physical fitness was not very strong to begin with, and after experiencing continuous battles, he could no longer hold on. Of course, before going to bed, Lin Xia still checked the attribute panel. Host, Lin Xia. Level 2, 0/5000. Talent, SSS-level plants. Attributes, Strength 10/Agility 11/Constitution 10/Spirit 16. Note, the basic attributes of ordinary adult men are all 10. Skill, / Crystal Core, 53. Daily Draw, 2. Lin Xia suddenly noticed that as his level was upgraded to the second level, his physical attributes finally reached or exceeded the level of ordinary human males. The most important thing is that the daily lottery column has become 2 chances. Of course, since it is not the second day yet, Lin Xia cannot draw the lottery. At this moment, he was already looking forward to what kind of generous reward he could draw, whether it was an advantage in quantity or an improvement in level. Call. Lin Xia let out a long breath and lay down on the bed. He had just closed his eyes and had been sleeping in a daze for an unknown period of time when he heard shouting outside the window. Something is happening. Lin Xia jumped up from the bed reflexively, grabbed the double shotguns beside the bed, ran downstairs, opened the door and rushed out. As soon as he went out, Lin Xia saw several zombies, which made roars in their throats and scratched Lin Yi. Other humans were holding spears and desperately attacking the zombies' vital parts. It's a pity that the zombies in the middle of the night were not afraid of death. Even though their heads were pierced, their claws still held Lin Yi tightly. Impossible, there is absolutely no way that zombies can break through the camp gate and the hardwood fence. With such doubts in his mind, Lin Xia stepped forward and shot the zombies to death one by one. After the panic, Lin Xia briefly checked Lin Yi's injuries. His chest was scratched by zombies, with dozens of bloody marks and black mucus constantly oozing out. Something was wrong. My lord, don't worry about me. Soon, I will end up like them and become a zombie, cough cough. Lin Yi leaned against the wall, his face pale and he smiled bitterly. Don't be afraid, Lin Yi, I have a way to save you. Lin Xia said in a deep voice. Of course he had no way to cure the zombie virus, but in order to temporarily appease Lin Yi, he could only say this. Lin Xia came to the side of the killed zombie and found that it was indeed a human who had frozen to death not long ago. After a night of mutation, it turned into a zombie. It seems that in this game, dead organisms will be resurrected and continue to live as zombies. Everyone, clean up this place. Throw the zombie corpses outside the territory and burn them with fire. Lin Xia said, looking at the frightened people. After arranging all this, Lin Xia sat quietly on the ground, waiting for the next day to come. Of course, during this time, Lin Xia paid close attention to Lin Yi's condition, and if there were any signs of abnormality, he would kill him immediately. As time passed, Lin Yi's breath became weaker and weaker. He almost fell asleep several times, but was still forcibly woken up by Lin Xia. Finally, when the first ray of sunlight shone on Lin Xia's face, he immediately opened the daily lottery. Bite. As the piercing sound rang out, Lin Xia hurriedly looked over and saw 2 more lines of small words in the daily lottery column. Primary zombie serum formula, can cure organisms that have been bitten by zombies below level 3. Above level 3, the efficacy is reduced by 80%. Flame stump seeds. Quality, black iron. Introduction, a thick tree stump burning with flames, highest level LV5, can be enchanted, survival rate, 5%. Attributes, toughness 20/attack power 0/speed 0/enchantment 8. Energy, 30/30. Talent, blazing fire. Level, LV0, 0/20. Skill, incineration. Finally, Lin Xia got new plant seeds again. The level was still black iron level. But in his opinion, although the seed had no actual attack ability, it could add fire damage to other plants. In addition, Lin Xia noticed that the enchantment attribute of the flame stump reached 8 points. This means that Lin Xia can add enchantments to the flame stump to enhance its properties. Very good, I will place the flaming tree stumps on the fence soon. Lin Xia thought secretly. However, before that, saving Lin Yi is the most important thing. The basic zombie serum formula comes with 3 ingredients, which require zombie blood, water of life, and detoxification grass. Zombie blood is easy to obtain. You can kill zombies and collect their blood at any time. The water of life is relatively scarce and can only be obtained from springs of life distributed throughout the world. Detoxification grass is distributed in large quantities deep in the mountains. Although it is not uncommon, one must pass through a forest filled with zombies to reach it. Lin Xia quickly prepared an antidote serum and gave it to Lin Yi, who was about to lose consciousness. The cool green liquid entered Lin Yi's stomach, quickly dissolving the zombie virus in his body and restoring it to normal. Seeing this, the other human farmers also gave thumbs up. Look, Lord, this is amazing. The food that we fed Brother Lin can actually cure the zombie virus. Yeah, I thought Brother Lin Yi couldn't hold on, so I had the spear ready. You are such a heartless person. Brother Lin is usually the best to you, and you actually want to kill him first. After a while, Lin Yi's condition completely calmed down and stabilized. The blood stain on his chest completely solidified and no longer oozed black blood. He opened his eyes and said gratefully, "My lord, you really took the trouble for me. Stop talking nonsense and save your energy. You guys, quickly help Lin Yi and go to the tent to rest." Lin Xia said in a deep voice. Yes. 2 humans supported Lin Yi and walked into the tent to recuperate. Roar. Oh no, Lord, a large number of zombies suddenly appeared outside, and they are very close to the camp gate. A human ran over in panic, panting. Lin Xia snorted coldly, put the double shotguns with exhausted bullets into the attribute panel, and came to the gate again. Sure enough, hundreds of zombies were charging forward frantically, and at the front of the team, there was a very fast zombie with disheveled hair and 4 limbs on the ground. With each jump, it could move dozens of meters. Agile zombies. Lin Xia spat out these words coldly. In the previous World Channel, Lin Xia saw someone mention several common types of zombies that are now distributed around the world. Ordinary zombies, slower, average defense, only have claws and fangs to attack, weak spots are in the head, the largest in number, and most widely distributed. Agile zombies, very fast, poor defense, and use their claws to attack, which are particularly sharp. The head is the weakest part, and their number is second only to the normal type. In addition, there are zombies called heavy armored types, which have strong defenses. Of course, Lin Xia has never seen them before. Bang! Just as Lin Xia was distracted, the agile zombie had already arrived under the hardwood fence and grabbed it fiercely. There was a tooth-grinding friction sound on the hardwood fence, and 5 claw marks deeply embedded in the wood, indicating that the attack power of the agile zombie was really not simple. This zombie has an attack power at least twice as strong as that of an ordinary zombie, and is extremely fast. It is difficult to deal with it with ordinary melee weapons alone. "My lord, the large group of zombies is about to rush to the gate of the camp," someone shouted. Lin Xia licked her lips, took out the flame stump seeds and scattered them on the hardwood fence. Flame stumps have no restrictions on terrain and can be planted on concrete, grass, or steel, but the chance of survival is very low. Of course, this was not too difficult for him who possessed SSS-level plant talent. SSS-level plant talent stimulation, flame stump seeds, survival rate, 96%. The seed fell to the ground and grew rapidly in the wind. In 3 to 5 seconds, it grew into a sturdy tree stump more than half a meter high. A red flame continued to burn on the stump. Very good, the thorns of the hydralisk have the added fire attribute, and the damage will be even stronger. Lin Xia smiled slightly. Under Lin Xia's control of his mind, the hydralisk vine stabbed out branches like lightning, tied around the body of the agile zombie, and tied it up tightly. But to his surprise, the agile zombie was able to flexibly escape from the coiled vines with a whoosh. Lin Xia's face was gloomy, and he continued to control more vines to surround it from all directions, intending to lock it up completely. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The agile zombie suddenly retreated dozens of steps to avoid the attack of the hydralisk vines, but more vines rushed over. "Now is the time, spike attack!" Lin Xia shouted in a low voice. The spikes that shot out did not rush out directly, but changed direction in the air in a very tricky trajectory and passed through the flaming tree stump. The spikes with a large amount of flames attached to them were like flaming arrows, dragging a long tail of flame in the air and being thrown out. Ding ding ding. The agile zombie dodged quickly and avoided the attacks of 3 spikes in a row, but don't forget that the hydralisk vines are still watching closely. Lin Xia seized the opportunity and directly controlled several vines to violently tie up the head and torso of the 4 agile zombies, completely locking them in place. It was the first time that Lin Xia encountered such a difficult zombie. A few drops of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. It seemed that the difficulty of this game was much harder than he had imagined. Who knows how many strange zombies will appear later. Crack! Therefore, Lin Xia did not hold back and directly ordered the hydralisk vines to exert pressure frantically, causing the zombie's body to explode directly. Lin Xia quickly replenished a crystal core for the hydralisk vine and launched another spike attack. For a moment, a large number of flaming spikes were seen shooting out from the air and falling into the group of zombies. The scene was quite spectacular. The flame burning on the flaming tree stump is a very sticky flame. It cannot be extinguished by water or rolling around. You can only watch it continue to burn until everything in existence is burned to ashes. The open space in front of Lin Xia's territory was suddenly filled with fire, and hundreds of zombies were trapped in the flames, unable to escape. This kind of area of effect fire damage is best used to deal with large numbers of zombies, and it is effortless to eliminate them. It's over. Lin Xia took a deep breath and waited for a moment until the fire in front of him was completely extinguished. "Everyone bring your weapons and follow me out to collect the spoils." Lin Xia saw a lot of crystal cores and several red treasure chests on the ground. In addition, Lin Xia did not forget to collect zombie blood and store it in the warehouse for future use in making zombie serum. Carrying a lot of spoils, Lin Xia returned to the territory. 2 red treasure chests and 1 orange treasure chest. Turn on. 500 bags of instant beef noodles, 300 bags of instant chicken, 1,000 bags of rice, and 2 tons of easily storable vegetables. Iron grade M1911 pistol, magazine capacity is 15 rounds after installation, special ammunition, attached high explosive gunpowder for zombie virus, 500 rounds of spare ammunition. Bronze Goblin Archer Blueprint, recruit 100 Goblin Archers, equip them with short bows, and can carry out long-range attacks on enemies. The first 2 rewards were pretty good, but when Lin Xia saw the third reward, her brows furrowed. It was a goblin again. I clearly didn't want a goblin, but he actually pulled out another blueprint. Lin Xia originally planned to throw the blueprint into the warehouse to collect dust, but then he changed his mind and thought that since goblins were so cheap and there were quite a few that could be summoned, he might as well just use them. Having made up his mind, Lin Xia tore the blueprint into pieces, and the fragments turned into a large number of white light spots, which gathered into a portal in front of Lin Xia. A large group of short green-skinned orcs, only about 1 meter tall, came out, with long pointed ears and cunning little eyes rolling around. Behind these goblins, there are short bows and quivers containing more than 10 arrows. Goblins, it's actually goblins, these dwarf idiots. A human clenched his fists and cursed angrily. Lin Xia was a little curious, so she stepped forward and asked, "Do you know a lot about goblins?" "In reply to your lordship, these goblins are very active in our original world. They reproduce very quickly and are cunning by nature. They like to steal and murder lone humans." The men bowed and quickly replied, "Okay, I understand. Go get an extra portion of meat and have a good sleep." Lin Xia patted his shoulder and said with a smile, thank you, Lord, you are so generous." The men smiled and thanked repeatedly. Lin Xia put the M1911 pistol on his waist, came to the front of the goblin archers, and said in a deep voice, "Whoever is the leader here, stand up." The goblins fell into a commotion, and then the strongest goblin slowly walked out. He said in a poor human tone, "Lord, I am the leader of these goblins. If you have any instructions, you can tell me." "Oh. You goblins can speak human language." Lin Xia paced back and forth around the goblins, jokingly. The goblin leader's eyes flashed with disdain, and he said in a deep voice, "Lord, we were chosen by the gods to come to this world. We can learn human language in an instant." Lin Xia's eyes moved. The so-called god should be the mastermind behind this national survival game. It seems that his methods are very powerful. He can not only force all humans on Blue Star into the game. It can also control other planets and continents, and turn the creatures on them into vassals of human overlords. It's just that different creatures have very different levels of loyalty to their lords. Lin Xia clicked on the territory panel. Type, Hardwood Camp, Black Iron. Level, LV1. Function, none. Supplies, adequate. Subject loyalty, humans, 95%, goblin archers, 60%. Comment, a territory with some defensive capabilities, but it is very difficult to survive a wave of zombies. Seeing this, Lin Xia sneered repeatedly. As expected, the loyalty of goblins was much lower than that of humans at the beginning. Once it falls below 50%, there is a risk of riots. Lin Xia didn't dare to take this risk. He didn't have any qualified human soldiers around him. Once the goblin archers turned against him, he would be in great danger. At this point, we can only use these goblin archers as cannon fodder and take them out to kill zombies as soon as possible. If the goblins' loyalty can be improved by fighting side by side, Lin Xia will temporarily accept them. If not, Lin Xia will consume them immediately. You go over there first, someone will distribute food to you. Eat and drink your fill, then follow me out. Lin Xia narrowed her eyes, pointed to the open space next to them, and said. The goblin leader looked at Lin Xia hesitantly, then waved his hand and led the rest of the goblin archers to gather in the open space. Although the humans could not hide their disgust for the goblins in their hearts, they still opened the instant noodles, added chicken, and cooked several large pots of fragrant food because of Lin Xia's authority. The goblins' eyes widened. In their original world, they were the most despised species, not only rejected by humans. Moreover, they are the lowest level existence in the orc race, and have even become food and slaves of some powerful orcs. They never imagined that when they came to this strange world, they would be able to eat such delicious food, which was 100 times better than insects, berries, and bloody animal meat. The goblins looked at the food in the pot greedily and rushed forward to scramble for it. The scene was very chaotic. Bang! Suddenly, a sharp gunshot whizzed out. Lin Xia held an M1911 in his hand, his face cold as he looked at the goblins. Behave yourself, line up one by one. If you dare to rob again, don't blame me for being rude. A hint of fear flashed across the goblin leader's face, and he quickly used the goblin's own language to loudly rebuke, punching and kicking the goblins who were snatching food, beating them until they were bruised and swollen, and only then did he stabilize the situation. These beasts have no discipline at all. Someone muttered. Lin Xia entered the Lord's hall and rested in the bedroom for a while. When he woke up, 2 hours had passed. During this time, the goblins had eaten and drunk their fill and lay on the ground to sleep. Lin Xia checked the goblins' loyalty again, 65%, an improvement, but still far from enough. Okay, goblins, I believe you have rested enough. Get up, I will take you out on patrol. Lin Xia walked down the stairs, clapped his hands and shouted. After being awakened, many goblins showed reluctant expressions, dragged their feet and refused to get up, pretending to sleep on the ground. Lin Xia snorted coldly and said, "Hurry up and get up. If you are willing to go out on patrol with me, I will reward you with a pack of chicken and 2 bags of instant noodles." As soon as these words were spoken, the goblins jumped up, put on their short bows, and were eager to go out. "Lord, is the reward you mentioned real?" The goblin leader came to Lin Xia and asked. "Of course it's true. What? Do you suspect that I would deceive you?" Lin Xia asked back without emotion. The goblin leader shook his head, rolled his eyes, and whispered, "No, no, Lord, I won't doubt you. I just have a suggestion. Can you give us some of the shiny gems in the heads of those zombie monsters after they die?" Hearing this, Lin Xia suddenly felt a surge of anger in his heart. These greedy creatures were going even further and even dared to ask him for crystal cores. This was the first time that Lin Xia heard such a request. His subjects were actually bargaining with him. At this moment, Lin Xia already had murderous intent in his heart. This group of goblin archers must not be allowed to live and must be eliminated. Anyone who dares to compete with him for the most important resource in the game, the crystal core, will end up dead. Okay. As you are my subjects, I will naturally treat you well. If we encounter zombies, after killing them, we will split the crystal cores 50-50. Lin Xia said with a wry smile. The goblin leader was overjoyed and nodded repeatedly. "Thank you so much, Lord, let's set off now." Before setting off, Lin Xia selected 6 humans who were the strongest and smartest and could temporarily serve as guards. To this end, Lin Xia opened the exchange store and exchanged some standard equipment, leather armor, rough iron helmets, as well as bronze shields and long swords. This is the characteristic of the exchange shop. It can only exchange the most common items and basic supplies, or extremely expensive diamond-level equipment that costs millions of crystal cores. The rest of the medium-level equipment and items can only be obtained by opening treasure chests or making them yourself. Okay, let's go. Lin Xia, protected by 6 human soldiers, followed the large group of goblin archers and left the hardwood camp. The team patrolled around the territory and then entered the uninhabited wilderness, where a large number of ordinary zombies roamed. Many goblin archers saw zombies for the first time. For a moment, they fell into panic and only thought about escaping. In response, the greedy goblin leader immediately forced them to shoot arrows without waiting for Lin Xia to give any orders. Sparse arrows fell on the zombies. It must be said that the archery skills of these goblins were extremely poor. On average, they had to shoot dozens of arrows to kill a zombie. After discovering the crystal core, the goblins dropped their weapons, rushed forward to scramble for it, and even fought each other. The goblin leader saw Lin Xia's face behind him and felt it was very ugly, so he took some effort to pull them all apart and regroup the team. Gradually, Lin Xia's patience wore away, and he completely gave up hope on these goblins who had no discipline at all and were not even as good as 10-year-old children. So, under his order, the goblin team went into the mountains. A path runs through the dense woods, leading to an unknown area. Lin Xia walked at the end of the team, with 6 humans holding bronze shields beside him, looking around vigilantly. A large group of goblin archers walked in front in a disorderly manner. Many of them were already hungry and kept complaining of being tired. Suddenly, the goblin leader who was walking in front of the team turned around with a cunning smile on his face and looked at Lin Xia. "Human, you've been fooled. Today this is where you will be buried." After a while of gibberish, all the goblin archers turned around and distanced themselves from Lin Xia, aiming their arrows at them. The goblin's sudden rebellion was beyond Lin Xia's expectations, but it did not shock him too much. This group of fickle low-level orcs will definitely rebel, it is only a matter of time. But Lin Xia still didn't expect that in less than half a day, the goblins turned against him one after another. Goblin Archer Loyalty, 8%. As expected, after experiencing a bloody massacre, the goblins' fear of the unknown far exceeded Lin Xia's expectations. In a very short period of time, loyalty dropped by 52%. They believed that only by killing Lin Xia could they be safe and save their lives. Lin Xia's eyes were cold. Although things were somewhat beyond his expectations, he was prepared. Form a defensive formation and slowly exit the woods. Don't panic. Lin Xia shouted in a low voice. Hearing this, 6 guards holding bronze shields surrounded Lin Xia tightly and protected him. At this moment, Lin Xia's whole body and even the area above his head were covered by the bronze shield, leaving only some narrow gaps through which he could see the situation outside. Seeing this, bursts of laughter broke out in the goblin team. They looked at Lin Xia and other humans cruelly, revealing their sharp little fangs. In fact, goblins eat humans, and humans are also considered food in their diet. However, under normal circumstances, due to their small size, goblins rarely attack humans on their own initiative and can only kill lone humans. Now, there are more than 100 goblins in this group. Facing only 6 humans, they are filled with murderous intent. They want to kill this so-called human lord, take away all the crystal cores in his hands, then occupy the territory and turn it into the goblin's new home. The goblin leader's eyes flickered, and then he shouted, "Shoot! Don't let these humans get away, especially the human lord. I want to capture them alive." Hiss, hiss, hiss. A large number of arrows flew out and hit the bronze shield, making a clanging sound of metal colliding. Lin Xia pulled out an M1911 pistol from his waist, loaded it with bullets, and waited for the rain of arrows to pass before immediately counterattacking. "Damn it, how can the shields in these humans' hands block our arrows?" said the goblin leader angrily. After a round of arrow rain attacks, the bronze shield formation was not affected at all, and everyone continued to retreat steadily. The only difference is that there are a lot more white dots on the bronze shield, indicating that it has just been attacked. Seeing this, Lin Xia was stunned for a moment, and then he realized that this group of goblins were just the most rubbish soldiers. They had never received rigorous training. The bows in their hands had extremely low power, and the arrows were also crudely made. Such arrows can kill small animals, but they can't cause any harm to human soldiers holding shields. "Shoot arrows quickly, those humans are about to escape." The goblin leader kicked a goblin standing in front of him and shouted. Under the frantic urging of the goblin leader, the goblins said nothing, quickly drew out their arrows, put on the bowstrings, and prepared to shoot again. "It's my turn." Lin Xia would not give the goblins any more chances. He immediately moved the shield in front of him and aimed at the densely packed group of goblins standing not far away. Bang bang bang. Lin Xia held the M1911 tightly, concentrated to the extreme, and fired 7 or 8 shots in a row. A burst of white smoke floated out from the barrel, and the lightning-fast and powerful ammunition rushed into the dense formation of the goblins. Accompanied by continuous pitiful cries, at least a dozen goblins fell down, and their heads exploded. What's more, huge holes were penetrated in their chests, leaving only half of their bodies. A large amount of bright red blood drizzled on the bodies of many goblins like light rain. Boom. The next moment, the goblins screamed, dropped their weapons, ran away, trampled on each other, and killed many of their kind. The goblin leader also had a look of fear on his face, staring blankly at the M1911 pistol in Lin Xia's hand, his body shaking like chaff. "Impossible, human, the weapon in your hand is much more powerful than the muskets forged by the dwarves. It's too terrible. Stop talking too much nonsense. Go die." Lin Xia continued shooting decisively. Bang. The goblin leader's body was blown into pieces of flesh and blood, floating in the air. "Follow me to chase the remaining goblins. Remember, don't leave any alive. Kill them all." Lin Xia waved his hand with a cold look, and put the M1911 on his waist. There is no need to continue wasting precious ammunition on the remaining goblins. It is a good opportunity for the human soldiers under his command to hone their combat skills. Yes, Lord. 6 human guards, with ferocious faces and long swords in hand, chased after the frightened goblin and chopped off his head with one blow. The goblins, having lost the will to resist, could do nothing but wait for the butcher's knife to fall. Suddenly, a shrill scream came from the woods, which immediately made everyone's hearts tremble, as if their hearts had been scratched with a knife. Lin Xia also frowned. Such a scream made even him feel hairy in his heart. Get back quickly, let's leave here immediately. Lin Xia led the soldiers and quickly ran towards the territory. In an hour at most, it will get dark again, and we must not continue fighting. As for the remaining goblins, living in the cruel environment of the Dark Night, there is absolutely no way they can escape from the zombies. Just after Lin Xia and others left this place, a slender black body dragged a goblin with a broken body out of the woods. This is a mutated zombie wolf with gray eyes and a body that has doubled in size. The most terrifying change is that its claws are filled with a faint green poisonous mist, which is obviously accompanied by poisonous damage. The mutated poison-clawed wolf was extremely fast and quickly took care of the remaining goblins. A large number of broken goblin corpses remained on the road in the woods. The strong smell of blood attracted hundreds of zombies, who rushed in and snatched the meat. Of course, these ordinary level 1 zombies did not dare to approach the mutated poisonous claw wolf, but stayed far away from it. Obviously, this mutated wolf was most likely a level 2 zombie. After filling its stomach, the mutant poisonous claw wolf did not return to its nest. Instead, it sniffed carefully on the ground, detected a faint human scent, and followed it all the way. In the dark night, the mutant poisonous claw wolf looked at a hardwood camp not far away, and foul-smelling saliva kept flowing out of its mouth. To it, the meat of goblins is rough and hard, while the human body is a delicacy and relatively tender. Boo-hoo. The mutant poison claw wolf took a deep look at the human territory, howled miserably for a while, and then turned and left. After returning to the territory, Lin Xia and others were still in shock. They heard the wolf howl clearly, and a creepy feeling emanated from the bottom of their hearts. Mutant beast. The fire in the room was crackling and the flames flickered. Lin Xia sat on the bed in the bedroom with a serious expression. The beast that killed the goblin in the woods was definitely a mutant. This was the first time he had encountered one. Although he had not seen its true appearance with his own eyes, Lin Xia felt a little scared. With only the few weapons and manpower in my hands, I would definitely not be able to deal with any mutant beasts if I encountered them. You know, in this survival game, the lowest level of mutant beasts is level 2, and their combat power is equivalent to that of hundreds of ordinary zombies. No, we must expand our strength quickly and develop an army of at least several hundred people before the zombie tide arrives. Lin Xia muttered to himself. The next morning, after Lin Xia got up, she immediately opened the attribute panel and started the lottery. Bite. As the piercing sound rang out, Lin Xia hurriedly looked over and saw 2 more lines of small words in the daily lottery column. Bronze level human farmer blueprint, recruit 500 human farmers, who can engage in planting, animal husbandry, gathering, construction and other work, or they can be transformed into warriors in the military camp. Black Iron Hero Altar Blueprint, recruit a highly intelligent hero-level unit. Humans, elves, orcs, dragons and other races are randomly summoned, with 100% initial loyalty. The first type of human peasant blueprint is very common and Lin Xia is familiar with it, but the second type of hero altar blueprint is the first time he has seen it. Building materials, stone *5000, wood *3000. Of course, these are just the resources needed to build the hero altar. If you want to summon a hero, you must spend a large amount of crystal cores and water of life. To summon a hero for the first time, you will need 1000 first-level crystal cores and 100 bronze-level water of life. Such conditions are rather harsh. It is difficult for ordinary lords to possess so many crystal cores. They can only hide in their territories and hope that the zombies will not attack their territories. But this is not what Lin Xia wants. For him, he would rather more and more zombies come to attack his territory. Forget it. We must first form an army before we have the courage to go out and look for the water of life. Lin Xia sighed. Walking out of the Lord's Hall, Lin Xia discovered that 6 guards were standing upright at the gate, holding swords and bronze shields to protect Lin Xia's safety. What's going on? Didn't I tell you last night to go back and have a good rest? Have you been standing here all night? Lin Xia asked with a stern face. Your Majesty, we are worried that the goblins will attack our territory at night, so we volunteer to guard your residence here, a guard said in a deep voice. Stop kidding. I'm not a 3-year-old kid who can't protect myself. Remember, from now on, you have to do whatever I tell you to do. Don't act on your own. Do you understand? Lin Xia shouted without being polite. All the guards immediately lowered their heads and accepted Lin Xia's reprimand. Did you understand? Lin Xia asked. Got it, everyone shouted. Lin Xia's expression eased a little, and he said in a deep voice, now, go get a meal immediately, and rest immediately after eating. Don't let me see you again, disobeying orders. The 6 guards left with grateful looks on their faces. After standing in front of the gate for a whole night, their limbs had already become stiff and they felt cold all over. They really needed to eat and rest. Lin Xia came to a tent where someone was responsible for taking care of Lin Yi's daily life. How is Lin Yi doing now? Lin Xia asked. Before the person in charge of taking care of the child could say anything, Lin Yi lifted the door curtain and walked out with a normal look on his face. My lord, thank you for your concern. Since I drank your potion, I feel my vitality has filled my body again. I have almost recovered. Lin Yi touched the back of his head, smiling, and said. Hearing this, Lin Xia was finally relieved. As Lin Yi was his only reliable subordinate, nothing must happen to him. There were still many affairs in the territory that needed his command and coordination. Okay, Lin Yi, I have another very important task for you to handle. Lin Xia patted his shoulder. My lord, please give me your orders. I will do my best. Lin Yi immediately said respectfully. Lin Xia took out the blueprint and handed it to Lin Yi. This is the blueprint of human farmers. As long as you tear it up, you can summon 500 human farmers. I need you to arrange them properly and don't make any trouble. Lin Yi was flattered to take the drawing. Looking at the cool and smooth drawing in his hand, he understood very well in his heart that since Lin Xia had given this task to him, that means that he is now trusted by Lin Xia to a great extent. Thank you, Lord, for giving a chance to a small peasant like me. Lin Yi's eyes were red and he was about to cry. Lin Xia smiled helplessly and waved her hand. Okay, there's no need to do this. Lin Yi, go get ready first. When it's night, listen to my orders. Lin Yi solemnly put away the drawings and retreated. Lin Xia was not idle either. He was recuperating in the Lord's Hall, waiting for the night to come. According to his plan, tonight is the best time to hunt zombies. Not only can he collect enough crystal cores, but he can also show his power as a lord in front of newcomers. 500 human farmers have definitely reached the carrying limit of the hardwood camp, and the camp must be upgraded as soon as possible. To do this, you can only upgrade by using territory fragments, and all of this requires you to constantly kill zombies to obtain it. Take the current hardwood camp for example. To upgrade it to level 2, 10 territory fragments are needed. So far, Lin Xia has not obtained even one. It can be seen that territory fragments are very rare and difficult to obtain. Time passed quickly, and the sky became completely dark. Lin Xia went straight to the gate and piled all the crystal cores on his body on the ground. The crystal core emits a unique luster and flickers in the dark. For zombies, they can easily feel the breath of their own kind from the crystal core. Roar! Zombies continued to gather from all directions, ferociously, and began to attack the hardwood camp. Although the zombies' physical performance has been enhanced at night, they have almost lost their remaining intelligence and are only left with the instinct to attack. In response to this, Lin Xia naturally responded calmly, controlling the hydralisk vines, continuously shooting out spikes tainted with fire damage, and attacking the zombie charge from a distance. As waves of zombies fell one after another, Lin Xia saw that the time was right and shouted, Lin Yi, tear up the blueprints. Swish! Lin Yi stood behind him and tore the blueprint into pieces, which turned into white dots of light and gathered into a portal. The portal flashed with light, and a large number of tall men lined up in a row, coming from another world to Lin Xia's territory. The looks of these people were filled with curiosity, fear, and uneasiness, even though they had already been taught by the gods and knew that they would become subjects of the Lord. But what kind of Lord he will meet is still unknown. Welcome, you are lucky to come to Lord Lin Xia's territory. From today on, you need to completely obey Lord Lin Xia's command and never disobey. Lin Yi stood on a high place, looking at the dense crowd below, and said in a deep voice. Hearing this, the new humans all turned their eyes to Lin Xia outside the door. What surprised them was that Lin Xia was alone, facing the charging horde of zombies. Go on, spike attack. Lin Xia knew that the time for him to show off had come, and he immediately waved his hand. A large number of spikes passed through the flaming tree stumps and turned into flaming spikes burning with blazing flames, piercing heavily into the zombie cluster. Traces of flames extended irregularly on the ground, like plowed land. Accompanied by the sharp howls of zombies, corpses covered in flames lay on the ground, showing the cruelty of the battlefield. This scene completely stunned the newcomers. Although magic existed on the continent where they used to live, there were definitely not many people who could use it as casually as this lord. I believe you have all seen that the Lord's strength is beyond your imagination, so never have any second thoughts and must be loyal. Lin Yi smiled complacently, a sense of pride rising in his heart. Being able to serve under Lord Lin Xia, my life has not been lived in vain. My lord, I am willing to serve you and will absolutely obey your orders. Suddenly, a man knelt down and shouted. Yes, Lord, we can do anything for you, including planting, raising livestock, and construction. Long live Lord Lin Xia, long live Lord. After the first person started speaking, many people expressed their loyalty to Lin Xia. Lin nodded and simply went with the flow, saying, very good, the Lord knows about your loyalty. Now, line up in 4 rows and go get the food. This is your first meal. As long as you work hard, the Lord will never treat you unfairly. On the other side, the aroma of food has already drifted over the entire territory. Beef stew, chicken instant noodles, grilled mushrooms, beef skewers. These ordinary human farmers usually make a living by farming and are satisfied with having some coarse rice. They only eat meat 2 or 3 times a year. When they saw the various delicious meats prepared by Lin Yi, the roundworms in their stomachs had already started to growl. At this time, the guards holding weapons lined up in a team and stood coldly in front of the team to intimidate everyone. Don't have any bad ideas. Just line up honestly and everyone will have food. If any chaos happens, we will all starve together. Lin Yi's indifferent voice sounded slowly. Upon hearing this, some people who couldn't hold back their excitement suddenly wilted and had to endure their hunger and queue up obediently. At this moment, the battlefield that Lin Xia was facing was basically over. The zombie group fled after leaving behind at least 300 corpses. These zombies are definitely controlled, otherwise with their intelligence, they would never have known how to escape. Lin Xia pocketed all the spoils and took a deep look into the darkness. After returning to the territory, Lin Xia looked at the human farmers gathered neatly in the open space and nodded with satisfaction. Lin Yi's leadership is pretty good. He can calm these people's emotions in the shortest time possible and avoid too much chaos. Lin Xia gave Lin Yi a few simple instructions and then returned to the Lord's Hall to check the spoils. A total of 3,000 bags of vegetables, 5,000 bags of instant noodles, 5,000 bags of beef, and 10,000 bottles of mineral water were opened from all the red treasure chests. Because there are wells in the territory, Lin Xia does not need bottled mineral water very much. It is a good choice to keep these resources as backup or trade. At present, grain, vegetables, and meat are the resources that Lin Xia needs most, as they are related to the food problem of the people in the territory. Before he was able to build a systematic logistical supply system, the survival resources in the treasure chest were still very valuable. Next are the orange treasure chests. There are not many of them, but the resources they contain are quite valuable. Black Iron Level Infantry Camp, can train up to level 3 light armored infantry, requires human peasants to enter the barracks, production time, 1 infantryman/30 seconds. Note, weapons cannot be produced by oneself, the Lord needs to establish a foundry association. Bronze level skill Whirlwind Slash, basic skill, no attribute requirements, can condense wind elements, increase attack speed by 20%, increase attack power by 15%. Note, if you have wind attribute talent, increase attack speed by 30%, increase attack power by 20%. Ordinary firearms ammunition formula, ammunition of average power, can be used in a large number of weapons. Note, requires forests, mines, and foundries. Black iron level crocodile leather soft armor, made from the skin of a mutant iron-armored crocodile. It is extremely hard and can defend against any attack from bronze-level weapons and withstand the full force of black iron-level weapons. Territory fragments *15. The equipment and drawings that open from the orange treasure chest perfectly meet Lin Xia's actual needs and can greatly improve the strength of the territory. Apart from that, the territory fragments were also an unexpected surprise. Lin Xia did not hesitate and immediately took out the territory fragments and chose to upgrade the territory. Invisibly, an inexplicable force was rapidly transforming the hardwood camp. The first was the outer hardwood fence protecting the camp, which was raised by 1/3 and its thickness increased by half. Secondly, the camp tents were upgraded from the original dozen or so to 3-story wooden buildings that can accommodate more people. The area of warehouses and wells has also increased significantly, ensuring that more people can use them. Finally, there is the Lord's Hall. The main door has been changed into an iron door, and a layer of black paint has been applied to the outer wooden wall to defend against fire attacks. Lin Xia checked the status of the territory. Territory status. Type, hardwood camp, black iron. Level, LV2. Function, automatic repair. Material level, normal. Subject loyalty, 91%. Evaluation, a territory with certain defensive capabilities, but it is difficult to survive the zombie tide. After upgrading to LV2, Lin Xia discovered 2 obvious changes. First, there is an automatic repair function, which means that the territory can be automatically repaired unless it suffers serious damage. Second, the territory evaluation has changed from being very difficult to being quite difficult. Lin Xia felt a little heavy-hearted, as the first zombie wave was about to come soon. The strength of his territory should not be able to withstand the zombie tide, so he must collect territory fragments as soon as possible and upgrade the territory. To upgrade the territory to level 3, he needs 50 territory fragments. Lin Xia has decided to train soldiers as soon as possible and lead them out to encircle and suppress zombies. Thinking of this, Lin Xia didn't bother to rest, and walked directly out of the Lord's Hall and found Lin Yi. "Lord, aren't you going to rest at night?" Lin Yi was allocating houses so that the newcomers could settle down as quickly as possible. When he saw Lin Xia coming, he immediately said respectfully, "It's okay. I have something on my mind. If I don't resolve it, I won't be able to sleep." Lin Xia waved her hand. Lin Yi quickly said, "My lord, if you have anything to say, please tell me as soon as possible. I will do my best to do it." "It's nothing. I want you to investigate as soon as possible what kinds of jobs these 500 new people are good at," Lin Xia said loudly. Hearing this, Lin Yi smiled and said, "Lord, don't worry about this. I have just completed the registration work. Among these newcomers, there are 300 farmers, 100 skilled construction workers, and 100 foundry masters." Lin Xia's heart moved, and her opinion of Lin Yi became much better. This guy was quite thoughtful, and there was no problem for him to be a manager. "Okay, Lin Yi, please ask those blacksmiths to come into the Lord's Hall now. I have something to ask them," Lin Xia said in a deep voice. "No problem, Lord, I'll do it right away." Lin nodded and turned to leave. Lin Xia walked into the first floor of the Lord's Hall, sat at the head of the conference table, and waited for everyone to arrive. After a while, hundreds of casters in cloth clothes walked in slowly with respect on their faces. The upgraded conference hall could accommodate hundreds of people, so they were able to stand in the hall without being crowded. The scene was very quiet and no one dared to speak carelessly. Lin Xia looked at the people in front of him and nodded secretly. These people were indeed casters. They were big and strong, and their exposed arms were full of solid muscles like boulders. "Everyone, you worked as casters in your previous world, so after coming to my territory, continue to exert your strength." Lin Xia cleared his throat and spoke. "Lord, don't worry. Although our skills are not as good as those of the dwarves, they are still pretty good in the human world. It is not difficult to create some high-quality weapons." A burly man who was nearly 2 meters tall and spoke in a muffled voice took 2 steps forward and clasped his fists. Lin Xia looked at this person and asked in confusion, "Are you the president of the Foundry Association?" That's right, Lord, you also know the existence of the Foundry Association. The burly man scratched his head, his eyes full of disbelief. In his opinion, Lin Xia's dress and appearance were completely different from the world he used to live in. She must be from another world. He didn't expect that she knew them so well. "I know a little bit, right? What's your name?" Lin Xia asked after pondering for a moment. "My lord, my name is Arthur, and I am a 3-star Foundry Master." Lin Xia became interested and asked, 3-star Foundry Master? Arthur, is there also a level division in your foundry industry?" "That's right, Lord. Forgers are divided into 9-star levels. Above these, there are legendary and epic forgers, as well as mythical forgers that haven't been seen for 1,000 years. Lin Xia nodded slightly. It seemed that being a foundry engineer was a profession with a very deep foundation. It required decades of accumulation and constant trial and error to make progress. "My lord, with my status as a 3-star blacksmith, as long as there are enough raw materials, I can create top-notch black iron-grade equipment for you." Arthur patted his chest and made a promise to Lin Xia. Lin Xia smiled and said, "Arthur, in your opinion, what are the conditions for establishing a foundry association in the territory?" Arthur's eyes suddenly lit up, and he asked excitedly, "My lord, are you really going to set up a foundry association in your territory?" "Of course. Next, I want to form an army. How can I do that without someone to provide weapons and equipment?" Lin Xia said sternly. Arthur nodded heavily. "No problem, Lord. We only need some wood and stone to build the foundry facilities needed to establish the association. But the problem is that I don't have any architectural drawings." After hearing this, Lin Xia was in a dilemma. He had killed so many zombies and opened many treasure chests, but he had never seen any architectural drawings related to the foundry industry. "How about this, Arthur, you go back and prepare first, and I will find the architectural drawings as soon as possible." Lin Xia pondered for a moment and asked them to go back first. "Yes, my lord. We await your good news." Arthur stepped back and led everyone out of the Lord's Hall. The conference hall was suddenly empty. Lin Xia kept massaging her temples with her hands to relieve stress. The most urgent task is to find new construction drawings as soon as possible. If that doesn't work, we can only take people and go out for adventure tomorrow. Lin Xia had something on her mind. She lay in bed for a while but couldn't fall asleep. She had to open the world channel to see what the other lords were doing. "Beryl, is there anyone who wants to save me? I only have a few dozen goblin infantrymen in my territory right now, and there are hundreds of zombies outside. I can't hold on any longer. I'm willing to take 10 bags of compressed biscuits as a reward." "Zhao Li, ha 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 ha, the people above, you must be kidding me. You want people to risk their lives for 10 bags of compressed biscuits? Are you crazy?" Yamashita Masaru, damn, I never thought that there are still people recruiting goblins. These lowly guys tried to attack me at night. Fortunately, I had bronze-level double swords in my hands, so I was able to save my life. Wang Li, the wells in my territory are polluted and I need water resources urgently. Is anyone willing to exchange mineral water for resources? I have a lot of drawings in my hand. If you are willing, please send me a private message. No idle chat. Thank you. Lin Xia noticed a key piece of information. Someone actually posted a notice wanting to exchange resources. After fiddling with it for a while, Lin Xia discovered that transaction information kept appearing in the lower right corner of the world channel. Some people put their idle resources on the world channel to sell them in exchange for crystal cores, or to barter. Others post information, looking to buy different types of resources, crystal cores, equipment, food, weapons. Lord Wang Dan is selling a bronze-grade chain mail in exchange for 100 crystal cores. Lord Angus wants to buy 1,000 baguettes and is willing to offer 59 crystal cores. Lin Xia immediately clicked on Lord Wang Li's avatar, and a black chat interface appeared. "Hello, I have 1,000 bottles of mineral water. Can I exchange them for the blueprints in your hand?" Lin Xia tapped the air with his fingers and typed this sentence. After a while, there was a ding sound and Wang Li replied, "Sure. I have blueprints for arms, buildings, and equipment. Which one do you want to exchange? Excuse me, do you have the blueprints for the Foundry Association? Yes, they are priced at 800 bottles of mineral water. Okay, I'll take it, thank you. You're welcome. Can I have another 200 bottles of mineral water? I can sell you a bronze-level weapon blueprint at a low price. Lin Xia looked at Wang Li's request and agreed without hesitation. Anyway, he had plenty of mineral water, which was useless just sitting in the warehouse, so he might as well take it out and exchange it for resources. Okay. After Lin Xia entered these two words, Wang Li sent a transaction message. After Lin Xia clicked it, he saw two flashes of white light, and the Foundry Association drawings and bronze weapon drawings fell into his hands. This transaction method is countless times more advanced than so-called online shopping. Lin Xia immediately came to the warehouse and covered the mineral water piled on the ground with his palm. A white light flashed, and 1,000 bottles of mineral water disappeared on the spot. Let's add each other as friends. If we need each other in the future, we can keep in touch. Wang Li's friend request appeared in front of Lin Xia. Lin Xia clicked to agree. This female lord was indeed very efficient and decisive. Who knows, they might continue to cooperate in the future. The news of the transaction between the two people immediately appeared in the transaction information column in the lower right corner of the World Channel. Lord Wang Li sold 2 blueprints, and Lord Lin Xia bought them with 1,000 bottles of mineral water. Ding ding ding. Message alerts rang one after another, and many people expressed their shock directly using exaggerated language. Wow, 1,000 bottles of mineral water, just traded it. Who is this Lin Xia, and why does he have so many resources? Who says it's not true? My territory has been attacked by zombies twice so far. The zombies' blood has polluted my land. If it happens again, the water in the well will be completely undrinkable. Boss, please take me with you. I am willing to exchange 100 bags of spicy noodles for 1,000 bottles of mineral water. Please save the child. Stupid dog up there, how dare you say that? What kind of world is this? Can your spicy noodles be compared with precious water resources? Boss Lin Xia, don't listen to him. I'm willing to trade you 10 live cows. All of you shut up. If you keep making so much noise, Boss Lin Xia will find it troublesome and will block all of you. Haha, what a bunch of idiots. It's just 1,000 bottles of mineral water. I don't even want them for free. You're all just licking my boots. Yeah, people who don't know would think that Lin Xia is amazing. Maybe she was just lucky to get so much mineral water. Lin Xia herself did not expect that the transaction with Wang Li would attract so many discussions and arguments. Of course, there were also some people who secretly belittled and mocked Lin Xia, but he would not let it go and put all those who were unfriendly to him on the blacklist. Lin Xia was too lazy to pay attention to the private message bombardment caused by the casual transaction. After closing the World Channel, she went directly to the room where Arthur was. Arthur was sleeping soundly when he heard a knock on the door. He was immediately woken up. He was so angry that he was about to open the door and scold the person who knocked on the door. But when he saw that the person in front of him was Lin Xia, he immediately closed his mouth and all sleepiness disappeared. My lord, is there something urgent that brings you to see me so late at night? Arthur was very nervous. He was wondering if he had accidentally said something wrong today and angered the Lord, so he came to cause trouble for him in the middle of the night. Arthur, I'm a little sorry to come to see you so late. Lin Xia sat on the chair and smiled. Arthur waved his hand. No, my lord, you came to see me so late, it must be something very important, please tell me clearly. Well, I won't be polite with you. This is the drawing from the Foundry Association. Take a look and see if there are any problems. Lin Xia spread out a large architectural drawing with rich details on the table. Arthur wiped his eyes, unable to believe it. It had only been a short time, and Lin Xia had already obtained the drawings from the Foundry Association. This was too amazing. He quickly leaned over the table and carefully examined every detail of the building, comparing it with the memory in his mind. Lin Xia was not in a hurry either. She just sat aside and waited patiently for Arthur. Half an hour later, Arthur nodded slowly and said with some surprise, My lord, This architectural blueprint is much more complete than any foundry association I've seen before. It can accommodate hundreds of foundry masters to work in it. Very good, Arthur. I have another question to ask you. Can you make the ammunition above? Lin Xia handed the formula of ordinary firearms ammunition to Arthur and asked. After taking the blueprint, Arthur first showed a puzzled look, as if he had never seen such a new thing, but soon, he slapped his forehead. My lord, I have to be frank. I have never come across such drawings in my forging career, but I know who can forge these ammunitions. Lin Xia narrowed her eyes and asked tentatively, are you talking about dwarves? That's right, lord. It seems that you are also familiar with the volcano dwarves. They are proficient in casting gunpowder weapons and should be able to help you produce ammunition in large quantities. Volcano dwarves, are the dwarves divided into different camps? Lin Xia felt more and more that his understanding of the alien world was far from enough. Arthur explained patiently, yes, my lord, the dwarves are widely distributed and are divided into 3 larger groups, volcanic dwarves, ocean dwarves, and plateau dwarves. Of course, in addition to these, there are many small dwarf tribes, such as magic dwarves, jungle dwarves, warcraft dwarves, etc. Among them, the plateau dwarves are good at making various weapons, siege engines, and equipment. They built huge cities underground and have relatively gentle temperaments. Volcano dwarves live next to volcanoes and use lava to make gunpowder weapons. Ocean dwarves, as the name suggests, sail in the vast ocean to conduct trade or become pirates and plunder ships. After Arthur's explanation, Lin Xia's understanding of the dwarves seemed less unfamiliar. Well, let's put the manufacturing of ammunition aside for now. Starting tomorrow, I will have the construction workers quickly build the foundry association and try to finish it within 1 day. Lin Xia stood up and said in a deep voice. That's great, my lord. As long as the foundry association is in place, we can immediately start the foundry work. Arthur nodded repeatedly and waved his fist. Lin Xia then remembered that Wang Li had sold her a bronze-level weapon blueprint at a low price, but she hadn't had time to see what weapon it was. Bronze-grade standard longsword, a relatively common longsword weapon. Its biggest feature is that fine iron is added during the casting process, which greatly increases the attack power. It is indeed a very ordinary weapon blueprint, but it is better to have it than not. At least it is better than the common goods in the exchange shop. Lin Xia handed the weapon blueprint to Arthur, encouraged him with a few words, and then left. Lin Xia found that before she knew it, several hours had passed since her conversation with Arthur, and the sky in the distance had already begun to brighten slightly. In this way, the construction work can start faster. Lin Xia simply went straight to Lin Yi's room and explained to him the main task for today. 100 skilled construction workers must work twice as hard to complete the foundry association in 1 day. After doing all this, Lin Xia yawned repeatedly. He was busy all night without sleep and was already very sleepy. After returning to the bedroom on the 2nd floor of the Lord's Hall, Lin Xia didn't think much and soon fell into a deep sleep. I don't know how much time had passed before Lin Xia gradually woke up from the sound of tinkling knocks. Worried about the matters of the Foundry Association, Lin Xia quickly got out of bed and went to the window, only to find that a hall 10 meters high and covering thousands of square meters had been built right next to his Lord's Hall. Lin Xia smiled with satisfaction. Yes, these construction workers were indeed skilled. After a simple meal, Lin Xia walked out of the Lord's Hall. Lin Yi was standing outside the door, waiting for him. My lord, please look, the project of the Foundry Association has been completed by 70%. It will be completed by noon today at the latest. Lin Yi stretched out his hand and introduced towards the construction site. Very good, Lin Yi. Without your command, this project would not have been able to proceed so quickly. Lin Xia did not hide her praise for Lin Yi. Lin Yi was flattered and lowered his head. My lord, you are too kind. We, as your subjects, will definitely serve you and will never be lazy. Taking advantage of the time when the Foundry Association was not completed, Lin Xia took his guards and took a quick walk around the territory. He unexpectedly discovered that there were more than a dozen zombies, all of which had lost their heads and were lying in the wilderness. Lin Xia checked and found that the wounds on the zombies' necks were smooth, and did not look like they were bitten by mutant beasts. That means there was probably a human overlord who used weapons to kill these zombies. This was a bad signal for Lin Xia. There must be other territories not far from him, and their strength was not weak, and they were able to move near Lin Xia's territory. Considering the impending wave of loss, Lin Xia couldn't help but feel a little worried and hurriedly led his men back to the territory. It was noon, and with the final construction work completed, the brand new Foundry Association finally stood on Lin Xia's territory. Amid the cheers of the crowd, Arthur held his head high and walked into the foundry hall with hundreds of foundries behind him. Workbench, foundry furnace, stone, wood, foundry tools. Arthur looked at everything around him that was so familiar, feeling deeply moved. Although he had left the world he once lived in, he could now continue to do his old job. This was probably a kind of luck. Just as Arthur was about to start work, he was faced with an embarrassing scene. There was no iron ore in the territory, which meant that it was impossible to mine iron ore and cast weapons. Faced with this problem, Lin Xia thought for a moment and came up with a compromise. He directly used the crystal core to buy hundreds of ordinary long swords in the exchange store. Although these ordinary swords cannot even reach the bronze level, they can be handed over to Arthur to be melted into iron slurry and made into weapons. As for the refined iron needed to cast weapons, Lin Xia once again used thousands of bottles of mineral water to trade for 10 kilograms, and added it to the weapons during the casting process to increase their strength and power. Arthur and his men were shirtless, forging weapons in the foundry hall, sweating profusely. At the same time, Lin Xia was not idle either. He selected 100 people from the 300 farmers and planned to train them into the first batch of troops. Lin Xia handed the blueprints of the Black Iron class infantry camp to Lin Yi and ordered him to continue supervising the construction project, while he gave a lecture to everyone. Everyone, I know that you were all hard-working farmers in your original world, but now, the situation has changed. This world is dozens of times more cruel and terrifying than your hometown. Don't look at our territory, it is safe and sound now. But soon, the first zombie wave will come. No one will be spared from the impact of tens of thousands of zombies. Therefore, if we want to protect our territory, we must have powerful military force. Lin Xia put his hands behind his back and said in a deep voice. Hearing this, the people standing below had different expressions: excitement, fear, uneasiness, and Lin Xia saw all these emotions. Now, I officially announce that you have all been selected by me as reserve soldiers. When the infantry camp is completed, I will send you there to receive formal military training. It won't take long. Of course, after you become soldiers protecting the territory, you can enjoy richer food and ensure adequate nutrition. If someone performs well, you can also get my rewards, equipment, weapons, food, everything you need. After these words were spoken, the farmers who had been hesitant completely put aside their resistance and participated enthusiastically. For them, being able to have enough food to eat in this crisis-ridden world is the greatest luxury. Now, the Lord has promised them that not only can they eat enough, but they can also eat well. How can this not stir the hearts of these people? Lin Xia looked down and saw the people whose fighting spirit was inspired by his few words, and she smiled with satisfaction. Report to the Lord, the infantry camp is officially completed. Lin Yi walked over quickly, bowed, and said in a deep voice. Lin Xia looked up and saw a 3-meter-high small barracks on the open space next to the Foundry Association, which could train about 20 soldiers at a time. It takes 30 seconds to train one infantryman, 600 seconds for 20 infantrymen, or 10 minutes, and 100 soldiers only need to wait 50 minutes. Lin Xia clapped her hands and shouted, "After everyone has finished eating, you can enter the infantry camp. Lin Yi, you will be fully responsible for the rest." "I understand, Lord." Lin Yi nodded respectfully. Lin Xia returned to the Lord's hall again. This day was the busiest day since he entered the game. Lying on the bed, Lin Xia took a breath, opened the attribute panel, and started the lottery. Bite. As the piercing sound rang out, Lin Xia hurriedly looked over and saw 2 more lines of small words in the daily lottery column. Black iron grade hydralisk vine seeds *3. Black iron grade flame tree stump seed *1. There was nothing rare in this draw. He drew the same plant seeds that he had already obtained. The hydralisk vine seeds and flame tree stump seeds were all what Lin Xia had now, plus the ones he had drawn this time. Lin Xia currently has 4 thorn vine seeds and 2 flame stump seeds, which have more than doubled the territory's defense and combat capabilities. He was very confident that even if 700 or 800 zombies attacked the territory, he would be able to stop them and protect the safety of the territory. After all, there is not only him in the territory at the moment, but hundreds of lives, all of which depend on his decision as the Lord. Lin Xia rested for an hour, then stood up, holding an ordinary long sword, and practiced the bronze-level skill whirlwind slash that he had acquired not long ago in the weapons room. In the spacious weapons room, there are wooden dolls of various sizes, covered with a layer of iron sheets, which are used for training. Lin Xia held the sword in one hand and slowly walked to a puppet. He gathered strength in his arm, raised the sword, and smashed it hard on the puppet's chest. Bang! Since his level was upgraded to level 2, Lin Xia's strength has fully reached the standard of a normal adult man. With this sword strike, the wooden puppet was immediately knocked back 2 steps, and a sword mark of more than 10 centimeters in length appeared on the chest. Seeing this, Lin Xia shook his head. With such strength, it would be no problem to deal with 2 or 3 zombies, but once the number of zombies exceeded 10 or so, or if they were facing agile zombies, it would be very dangerous. Then let me try the power of the whirlwind strike. Lin Xia said silently in his heart. I saw blue veins bulging on his right arm, and the strength in his body suddenly reached an intensity never seen before. At the same time, an inexplicable sound of wind whistled in the weapons room, circling around Lin Xia. Come on. Lin Xia ran forward a few steps, jumped up, and smashed the sword in his hand towards the head of the wooden puppet. Crack! Lin Xia poked the wooden puppet's eye socket with a sword, directly flipping the puppet's skull and sending it flying. The next moment, his figure seemed to be wrapped in a gust of wind and moved quickly behind the wooden puppet. All this happened within 1 second, which was incredibly fast. Bang! Lin Xia raised the corner of his mouth slightly, raised his hand and swung another sword, which directly pierced through the chest of the wooden puppet and knocked it away. This time, the wooden puppet flew dozens of meters away, hit the door hard, and then fell heavily to the ground. Lin Xia let out a long breath and walked closer to take a look. The wooden puppet's head was smashed and its chest was pierced with a gap of nearly half a meter. It died in a very tragic way. It's worthy of being a bronze-level skill. The power bonus is quite good. It is definitely no problem to deal with a dozen ordinary zombies. Lin Xia put the sword in his hand behind his back and left the weapons room. At this moment, the territory was bustling with activity. Brand new long swords were being transported to the infantry camp. Hundreds of infantrymen, holding long swords and wearing light armor, stood in line in the open space with firm eyes. Although it only takes 30 seconds to train a level 1 infantryman, the buildings in this world all have a certain degree of acceleration effect. Even though only 30 seconds had passed, in fact, these infantrymen had all undergone several years of military training. As Lin Xia stepped out of the Lord's Hall, he heard a group of infantrymen shouting loudly. Long live the Lord, long live the Lord, long live the Lord. Lin Xia nodded slightly, and the attributes of the level 1 infantry were displayed above their heads. Arms, infantry. Level, first level, 0/100. Talent, none. Attributes, strength 11/agility 10/constitution 11/spirit 10. Note, the basic attributes of ordinary adult men are all 10. Skill, /. Such attributes are very common, but after all, it is the lowest level of troops, so Lin Xia did not care. Very good, you have undergone rigorous military training and mastered certain combat skills. The next step is actual combat. Lin Xia said loudly with his hands behind his back. From now on, in my territory, 10 people will form a team, 100 people will form a brigade, 1,000 people will form a battalion, 10,000 people will form a regiment, and 100,000 people will form a legion. You 100 people are the first unit I am organizing. From now on, you will be called the 1st Infantry Brigade. Lin Xia thought about it briefly and decided to divide the troops into different groups in order to better manage them. Understood, Lord, everyone shouted in unison. Lin Xia said expressionlessly, very good, set off immediately. I want to test your training results to see if they are up to standard. A moment later, Lin Xia led an infantry brigade, opened the gate, and marched out in a mighty force, hunting zombies nearby. Faced with hundreds of well-trained infantrymen, the large number of aimlessly wandering ordinary level 1 zombies were no match at all and were all killed in an instant. Of course, Lin Xia's purpose was not that simple. He still remembered all the strange phenomena he had encountered in the past few days. First, while cutting wood, he was purposefully surrounded by a group of zombies. Then, when he was betrayed by the goblins, he seemed to have encountered traces of mutant beasts. Of course, there was also this morning when I was out on patrol and encountered zombies that were killed by humans. All these signs indicate that Lin Xia's area is not safe, and there are at least 3 active forces ready to make moves. Considering the impending zombie wave, Lin Xia must eliminate at least one force as soon as possible to relieve his own pressure. Reporting to the Lord, there is a small hill ahead. At the top of the hill, there are several zombie bodies. There seem to be crystal cores in their bodies. An infantryman in charge of scouts finished reconnaissance and came back to report to Lin Xia. Hearing this, Lin Xia pondered for a moment, his heart full of doubts. Something is wrong. If another lord killed the zombie, he would definitely take the crystal core. It is impossible for him to leave such a precious currency behind. Then, there is only one obvious possibility. These zombies are a trap, luring outsiders to touch them. Lin Xia said with a cold expression. Who on earth would set such a flawed trap? It's simply deceiving others' IQ. Well, since you want to fool people, I'll give it a try and see what you're up to. Lin Xia said with a sneer on her face. Come on, shoot arrows at those zombie bodies. Don't be stingy. And the rest of you, don't just sit there. Form a formation and sneak past from both ends of the hillside, avoiding the middle. Lin Xia issued a military order. The exchange store sold a large number of the lowest level common equipment, including bows and arrows. Lin Xia exchanged 100 short bows and 10,000 arrows to equip an infantry brigade. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The rain of arrows fell on the bodies of the zombies, but naturally had no effect on these dead guys. At the same time, the left and right teams, each with 50 infantrymen, formed a defensive formation and slowly walked up from both ends of the hillside. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, wind blades suddenly rushed out from the woods beside the hillside and hit the infantry's armor. The sudden attack caused the soldiers of the 1st Infantry Brigade to fall into a brief surprise. But soon, after long training, they quickly put up the iron shields in their hands to resist the attack of the wind blade. Hoo-ho-ho! Continuous wind blades, as if in an endless stream, shot out from the woods and attacked the formation formed by the infantry brigade. Sure enough, there is a sneak attack. You ungrateful villain, watch me completely expose your mask. Lin Xia shouted loudly, and directly used the skill whirlwind to rush into the woods. In the dense forest with heavy tree shadows, Lin Xia spotted the green wooden stakes arranged on the ground at a glance. The whole body was emitting a faint green light, and on the top of the tree stump, there was a scroll made of sheepskin. The wind blades shot out came from the sheepskin scrolls, generating a wind blade every 3 seconds to attack the soldiers of the 1st Infantry Brigade. What the hell? Lin Xia stepped forward and came to the front of the wooden pile. He held a long sword and struck hard at the lower end. Bang! The wooden stake was not strong enough and was broken into 2 pieces by the whirlwind attack. The parchment scroll on the top also lost its support and fell to the ground. The green light disappeared in an instant. There were 3 more such wooden stakes. Lin Xia destroyed them one by one and also obtained 4 parchment scrolls. Unfortunately, they belonged to other lords and he could not use them. In this world, there is only one way to obtain the lord's belongings, that is to kill the lord. After the lord's death, all buildings, subjects, and property in the territory will become ownerless. Subjects who have lost the control of their lord can raise their own troops and build their own forces until they are defeated by a stronger person, at which time they can be taken as subjects again. Another situation is that if other lords kill it, they can directly absorb the lord's spirit and gain control of the territory. Of course, this process is not always smooth. If the new lord cannot convince the people, causing loyalty to decline rapidly, the subjects will still rebel. Lin Xia took a brief rest and without stopping, he led 50 infantrymen to rush into the woods on the other side and destroyed the wooden stakes one by one. The 8 parchment scrolls were dull and seemed to have lost the source of their power. Lin Xia put away the sheepskin scrolls and ordered a brigade of infantry to protect him as he crossed the hillside and moved forward. Sure enough, on the flat ground not far away, there stood a small territory surrounded by low stone walls. If I'm not mistaken, the lord of this territory should be the one who set up the wind blade stakes. Lin Xia sneered a few times, then led his men to rush forward and stopped about 100 meters away from the stone gate of the territory. The soldiers of the 1st Infantry Brigade slowly formed a battle formation, holding long swords and iron shields, looking at the stone gate and stone wall in front of them with murderous intent. As long as Lin Xia gave the order, they would rush forward without hesitation and capture this unprepossessing territory. Who is the lord inside? Come out immediately and surrender. There is still a chance to survive. Otherwise, as long as I forcefully attack the city, these low stone walls won't be able to stop my army. Lin Xia stood at the front of the team, with his hands behind his back, and shouted loudly. Get out here! Get out here! Get out here! The infantrymen behind Lin Xia also gathered all their strength and shouted loudly. These powerful waves of sound rushed directly into the territory in front of them, scaring the farmers and construction workers inside so much that they all hid themselves. In response to Lin Xia's provocation, the door of the Lord's Hall was pushed open, and a fat middle-aged man with a short beard on his chin walked out angrily. In the room behind him, there was a large bed, on which lay several naked female goblins, their faces flushed, as if they had just finished some tiring exercise. Come here, follow me to fight. The middle-aged man was named Bearer, and he was the lord of this territory. He used to be a drunkard wandering the streets of the United States. All he did every day was drink. He spent all the homeless relief money issued by the government on liquor. He was completely disappointed with this life of eating and waiting to die, and one night, he harmed an innocent girl, satisfied his shameful desire, and then prepared to commit suicide by jumping into the river. But what he didn't expect was that a white light flashed, and he was taken to another world and became a lord. What is even more incredible is that a homeless man like him actually awakened an A-level talent, and it is a very practical talent. Baylor used this talent to build a territory of 300 people in just a few days. Of course, most of these 300 people are goblins, and only the dozens of guards responsible for Baylor's safety are humans. After all, Baylor was not stupid. He had seen many cases of goblins betraying their lords on the World Channel, so he came up with a plan and made a lot of chains. Baylor put sleeping pills in the goblins' food and knocked them all down. He then led the human guards to tie chains around the goblins' legs, restricting their movements and allowing them to move only within the territory. From then on, Baylor drank heavily every day, picked out a few female goblins who looked decent, and had fun with them every day. In order to prevent anyone from attacking the territory, Baylor placed the bronze wind blade scroll he obtained from opening a treasure chest on the road leading to the territory, specifically to ambush passers-by. Unexpectedly, he failed this time, allowing an army to approach the city and threaten his safety. Beryl stood on the stone wall, looking at the hundreds of infantrymen below, fear rising in his heart. He had been enjoying himself these days and had not upgraded his troops at all. How could he defeat the invading army with only the dozens of untrained peasant soldiers under his command and common goods from the exchange shop? There is no other way. I have to fight hard, or I will lose my life. Baylor looked at the goblins working hard in the territory. They were exposed to the scorching sun all day long, their green skin had long been dry and cracked, and they ate the coarsest bread and dirty water. In just 3 days, dozens of goblins had died, and the remaining goblins were just living numbly. Come here, untie the chains on the goblins and distribute weapons to them. Baylor waved his hand and roared. Bang! Soon, the iron chains were cut by the swords, and the tortured goblins finally gained their freedom and weapons. The goblins held rough bronze swords and looked sick. They couldn't even walk, so how could they have the strength to fight for Baylor? A goblin with a relatively strong physique and a gleam of wisdom in his eyes took a few steps forward and said timidly, Lord Baylor, my brothers have not eaten anything today. They can't even drink water. They have no strength at all. I now ask you to give us some bread and water. Once we have enough food, we will surely help you drive away the invading enemies. This goblin's request is quite humble, but anyone with a little compassion will satisfy his request. Baylor was of course no exception. Although he did not trust the goblins at all, He was facing external enemies and could not stop the attack with only dozens of simply armed human peasants under his command without mobilizing hundreds of goblins. Okay, you can go to the warehouse inside and take any bread and fresh water you want. You must finish eating within 5 minutes, and then take your weapons to the stone wall for defense. As long as you can help me and drive away the enemy, I will reward you with barbecue, remove the chains on your legs, and restore your freedom. Baylor did not forget to encourage the goblins' fighting spirit and said hypocritically, "Thank you so much, Lord Baylor. We will go and fill our stomachs and then serve you." The goblins immediately ran to the food warehouse, snatched the food from it, and feasted on it. As slave laborers in the territory, the bread and fresh water they were allocated daily could only ensure that they would not starve to death. It was impossible for them to have enough to eat. Thanks to the army that came to attack Baylor, it gave us the opportunity to have a full meal. Thank him. A thin goblin raised his hand and said happily. The other goblins, after eating so much that their stomachs burst, also collapsed on the ground, their eyes filled with endless anger. Goblins are a very vengeful race. Baylor tortured them so much that every goblin hated him to the core. Why don't we take up arms, kill Baylor directly and occupy this territory? Suddenly, a goblin sitting in the corner whispered. These words immediately aroused the anger of the goblins. Yes, you are right. We will rebel against Baylor, kill him, skewer him, and roast him. No, no, no. We can't just kill him like this. Instead, we have to put him in chains and make him serve us every day until he starves to death. Haha, you guys are so kind-hearted. If it were me, I would just chop that stupid pig Baylor into pieces. The goblins were arguing among themselves, but the wisest goblin leader remained silent. Shut up, you bunch of idiots, the leader shouted suddenly. The atmosphere suddenly became quiet, and the goblins looked at their leader, knowing that he already had an idea in mind. We can't take any risks. Let's all go up to the city wall and try to stay as close to Baylor as possible. Once the enemy attacks, we will kill Baylor immediately and present him to the enemy leader in exchange for his trust. When the new lord takes over the territory, we can take advantage of him not paying attention and launch a surprise attack to kill him. But if Baylor blocks the enemy, we can't just sit there and wait for death. We have to fight hard. Anyway, I don't believe Baylor will give us freedom. The goblin leader looked fierce and spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, the goblins fell silent. The leader was right. Only by killing the humans who controlled them could they gain freedom. A moment later, the goblins, with ulterior motives in mind, climbed up the stone wall with weapons in hand to defend their territory. Baylor looked at the goblin beside him with suspicion, then looked at Lin Xia in front of him. Who are you? Why are you attacking my territory? If you know what's good for you, leave here quickly. Baylor said in a deep voice, suppressing his anger. Lin Xia did not answer. She glanced at the goblins on the stone wall and couldn't help but smile with contempt. Your name is Beryl, right? Listen, I can give you a chance to live. Give up your lord's spirit immediately and hand over your territory to me for free. Then I will be merciful and will not kill your subjects. Instead, I will treat them generously. Lin Xia's words revealed her intention to divide and disintegrate the subjects of Baylor, and these words reached everyone's ears. A look of surprise immediately appeared on the goblins' faces, even though they were not familiar with the human lord in front of them. But the fact that he could say such words still won him the favor of many goblins. Boy, don't try to sow discord between me and my subjects. Come on, shoot arrows and roll all the stones down. Bearer shouted angrily in exasperation. He knew very well that once he handed over the Lord's spirit, although he would not lose his life, he would become a fool and lose all his intelligence, basically becoming no different from a useless person. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Boom, boom, boom. Arrows and rolling stones continuously poured down from the stone wall, attacking Lin Xia's 1st Infantry Brigade. Everyone listen up, form a formation immediately and defend against attacks. Under Lin Xia's command, the soldiers of the 1st Infantry Brigade raised their iron shields and formed a tortoise-shell formation. Of course, such a formation can withstand a rain of arrows, but it is basically impossible to withstand rolling stones. Lin Xia was not idle either. He launched a whirlwind attack again. His figure was like a phantom, dodging the rain of arrows shot at him, and soon arrived in front of the rolling stone. Bang bang bang. Lin Xia swung his sword and hit the rolling boulder hard, forcing it to stop in place. Of course, facing the rolling stones alone, Lin Xia's physical strength was a little insufficient. Without even taking a breath, he continued to move forward, forcing all the boulders closest to the 1st Infantry Brigade to stop. Shoot, shoot, kill this guy. Baylor was sweating coldly. Who was this guy and why was he so fast? Hiss, hiss, hiss. This time, all the arrows were focused on Lin Xia, shooting towards him, trying to shoot Lin Xia into a hedgehog. Lin Xia suddenly dodged the rain of arrows and came to a place 5 meters away. The place where he had just been was full of arrows. No, my strength is almost exhausted. As the saying goes, to catch a thief, you must catch the leader first. We must get rid of Baylor as soon as possible. Lin Xia gritted his teeth and took a very risky action. He came to the bottom of the stone wall. The height of the stone wall was only 2.5 meters. Lin Xia stepped hard on the stone wall and with the help of the protruding stones, he appeared directly in front of Baylor. Quick, someone come and stop him. Baylor was so scared that he sat down on the ground and wet his pants. It's too late. Lin Xia yelled, directly scaring the peasant guards around Baylor. Bang. With the sound of the M1911 gunshot, Barrel's head shattered, like a big watermelon exploding, blood splattering everywhere. Lin Xia's process of killing Barrel, from beginning to end, only took about 10 seconds, which caught everyone by surprise. Such a result obviously surprised everyone, especially the peasant guards who were responsible for protecting Baylor, although they had not received military training. But as he watched his lord die, he could not suppress the anger in his heart, and he swung his sword and killed Lin Xia. You intruder, die. Lin Xia chuckled and looked at the peasant guards who surrounded her. She raised the M1911 in her hand, with the black muzzle pointing at their foreheads. If you know what's best for you, get out of here. Otherwise, my bullets don't recognize anyone. Why would you risk your lives for a dead man? I guess you don't want to end up like Barrel, right? Lin Xia's voice seemed to have magic, which penetrated into these people's heads and dispelled their will to resist. This. The person who was pointed at by M1911 also swallowed his saliva with a frightened expression. They saw with their own eyes that Bearer died tragically in front of them, and of course they did not doubt the power of this strangely shaped musket. They also knew very well that the young man standing in front of them was a murderer without blinking an eye. If you anger him, he might really start a massacre without leaving anyone alive. What are you still standing there for? Put down your weapons quickly and surrender to this human lord. The goblin leader was anxious. He rolled his eyes, threw down the weapon in his hand and urged. Yes, boss, Baylor is dead. We should live well and not be so stupid as to joke with our lives. Someone dropped his weapon first and shouted loudly. Yes, the fourth one is right. Baylor was not a good person anyway. He should have died long ago. I agree. Didn't you hear what the new lord said? As long as we surrender, we will be treated preferentially. Everyone was talking at once, and dropped their weapons at their feet. Well, since you are all willing to surrender, I will not be stubborn. My lord, I am willing to lead the remaining people to surrender to you. The leader of the guard knelt on his knees and said in a deep voice. Seeing this, Lin Xia finally felt relieved. With his strength, it would not be difficult to kill everyone here. But the problem is that instead of killing, it is better to recruit as many people as possible who can be used by him and strengthen his own power. This is the goal. However, humans can accept it, as for those goblins. Lin Xia looked at the goblins on the other side of the stone wall expressionlessly, her eyes flickering. Lord, please don't hurt us. We goblins are willing to surrender to you and your powerful army. It's our honor. The goblin leader blinked, a flattering smile on his face. The group of goblins standing behind him also looked submissive, as if they had completely obeyed Lin Xia. Okay, let's do this. You guys wait in the open space below first. I will arrange the aftermath work here. Lin Xia said slowly. Upon hearing this, the two groups of humans and goblins walked down the stone wall and gathered in the open space in front of the Lord's Hall, waiting for Lin Xia's arrangements. Squeak. Lin Xia directly opened the gate and led the infantry brigade outside into the territory. Faced with hundreds of soldiers full of murderous intent, the people who had just surrendered became uneasy again. Could it be that Lin Xia wants to go back on his word and kill them all? Don't be afraid, everyone. I, Lin Xia, will keep my word and will never go back on my word. I just need some time to test your loyalty. Lin Xia stood in front of everyone and said with a smile. Then, Lin Xia gave a few brief instructions to the soldiers of the 1st Infantry Brigade and walked into the Lord's Hall. After Lin Xia left, the soldiers of the 1st Infantry Brigade immediately surrounded all the humans and goblins. What are you doing? I want to see the Lord. Why did he send troops to surround us? Yes, how can you go back on your word and regret it so openly? Let me out, I want to get out. Humans and goblins protested and shouted. Shut up, everyone. The Lord has told you to stay here tonight. We will bring you food and water. You can only leave this circle and regain your freedom tomorrow morning. The soldier from the 1st Infantry Brigade spoke coldly. Seeing this, the goblin leader's face turned completely dark. He was actually deceived by this human lord. Sending troops to surround them was clearly an attempt to kill them all in the dead of night when everyone was asleep. What a good tactic. This young human being has such a cruel heart. I really made a mistake. Lin Xia's actions were beyond the goblin leader's expectations. He originally wanted to obey temporarily and then wait for the right opportunity to launch a rebellion. Unexpectedly, Lin Xia would be so ruthless right from the start, wanting to kill them all and completely cut off the goblins' chances. We must act now. We can't just sit there and wait for death. The goblin leader clenched his fists and said secretly. Lin Xia stood in the Lord's Hall, looking at the body of Balor in front of him, thought for a moment, and waved his hand. I saw a milky white ball of light, surrounded by countless transparent rays of light, flashing dazzling light, floating out from Balor's chest and moving to Lin Xia's palm. Lord Spirit. This is the most important thing for every lord and the key to ruling the territory. Once the Lord's Spirit is lost, the territory will automatically become ownerless until the next lord comes to take over. Lin Xia looked at the ball of light on her palm and swallowed it directly into her mouth. There was a warm touch in the throat, and the Lord's essence slid into Lin Xia's stomach and was completely absorbed by her. Lin Xia not only inherited Balor's territory, but also absorbed his talents. Of course, this is because Lin Xia himself has SSS-level talent and can absorb talents lower than his own level. The opposite is very difficult. A-level prompt talent can search for all treasure chests, minerals, resources, and zombie distribution within 30 kilometers, and provide detailed prompts. Lin Xia couldn't help but curse. Why did he feel that this talent was much more practical than his own? Being able to know the distribution of various resources is like having a third eye, and you can choose the right time to avoid zombies and find valuable resources without risking your life. It's a pity that Balor, this idiot, has such a great talent, but after achieving a little success, he became proud and complacent. He just played around all day long, completely wasting the potential of this A-level talent. Now that Lin Xia has mastered this talent, she can make full use of it without any waste. Then, Lin Xia briefly checked the detailed information of the Balor territory, including resources, population, buildings, etc. Type, Stonewall Camp, Bronze. Level, LV1. Function, None. Supplies, Lack. Subject loyalty, 30%. Comment, it is impossible for a territory with almost no defense capabilities to survive the zombie tide. Balor's territory is relatively poor. A 2.5-meter high stone wall alone cannot stop the charge of the zombie tide. Don't forget that agile zombies have such speed and jumping ability that they can easily jump 3 meters high and jump directly into the territory to kill people wantonly. Forget it. This is the first time I'm annexing a territory, so I shouldn't be too picky. There weren't any casualties anyway, so this deal isn't a loss. Lin Xia let out a long sigh. At this moment, in his mind, the two territories had completely merged together and were completely under his perception. Something's wrong. Lin Xia unexpectedly discovered that the food and fresh water stored in the barrel warehouse were indeed very small. There were only less than 100 bags of flour, 200 bottles of mineral water, and a small amount of beef jerky. But there are iron mines in several locations in this territory. Take Lin Xia's initial territory for example. There was no iron mine distributed there, but there was a grassland that could be used to graze cattle and sheep and develop animal husbandry. Having iron ore means that Lin Xia can collect iron ore on a large scale and forge weapons without having to worry about iron ore. Barrel really helped Lin Xia a lot. "Dear Lord, do you need us to rest with you?" At this moment, several disheveled female goblins appeared in front of Lin Xia. They were wearing red lipstick and blinking their big eyes, looking quite weird. Lin Xia immediately felt a sour liquid surging in her throat, about to erupt. "No, thank you. You can go out first. Your kind are waiting for you outside." Lin Xia coughed a few times and waved his hand. After the female goblins left, Lin Xia finally breathed a sigh of relief. She randomly found a clean room that no one had ever lived in and lay down to rest for a while. Night falls. In the open space outside the Lord's Hall, the human camp was exhausted after a whole day of fighting, so they lay down on the ground and took a rest. As for the goblins, they gathered together, their forest green eyes flashing fiercely, making them particularly conspicuous in the darkness. "We can't wait any longer. By the next morning at the latest, that human lord will definitely attack us and kill us all." The goblin leader called a few stronger companions and whispered, "Chief, we all listen to you. These humans should have died long ago. I will pull out their intestines and eat them. If we can successfully escape this time, we will kill humans whenever we see them in the future. We will never reconcile with them. Haha, those human women are so pretty. I've been eyeing them for a long time." Seeing that his companions were full of hatred and eager to fight, the goblin leader smiled and waved his hand for them to get ready. "Human, could you please come over here for a moment? I have something urgent to report to the Lord." A few minutes later, the goblin leader waved to a human infantryman who was on night watch with an earnest look on his face. Seeing this, the human infantryman, with a vigilant look on his face and an iron shield in his hand, slowly walked over, but did not get too close. His face was icy as he said, "What's the matter? If you have anything to say, fart now." The goblin leader looked hesitant and stammered, Well, sir, I really can't say this. I'm a little embarrassed." "Tell me quickly, don't waste time," the human soldier shouted angrily. What he didn't notice was that several agile goblins, holding daggers, quietly came up behind him. The goblin leader was still deliberately delaying time to attract the attention of human soldiers. "You green-skinned beast, die. How dare you make fun of me here?" The human soldier was furious. He stepped forward and drew out a standard long sword from his waist. "Everyone, charge!" the goblin leader roared, and the goblins behind him took out daggers from their waists and crotches and rushed forward. The human soldier's expression changed and he shouted, "Help! The goblins are rebelling. Help!" Phew! As soon as he shouted, two goblins' daggers stabbed into his legs, aiming at the gap between his armor. Ah! With a cry of pain, he suddenly drew out his sword and killed the goblin beside him. In the darkness, the shrill screams were particularly obvious. The soldiers of the 1st Infantry Brigade immediately rushed out with weapons to suppress the goblins' rebellion. Kill, kill, kill. In front of the well-trained army, the goblins, who were short in stature and poorly armed, were no match at all and were quickly defeated. Soon, Lin Xia walked out of the Lord's Hall with a gloomy face, looking at the goblins who were forced into the corner. "You are a bunch of green-skinned beasts. I wanted to use tonight's opportunity to test your loyalty. As I expected, you really rebelled." Lin Xia originally planned to observe for one night. If the goblins behaved well, he would release them all the next day to let them fend for themselves. But the worst situation happened. The goblins betrayed Lin Xia again and injured an infantryman. Lin Xia could no longer tolerate this situation. It seemed that the goblin race could not be trusted at all. "Someone, come here, chop off the limbs of these goblins and throw them outside to feed the zombies," Lin Xia said indifferently. "Yes, my lord." The soldiers of the 1st Infantry Brigade were already furious and wanted to kill all the goblins. They stepped forward and brandished their swords. Click, click, click. The goblins had no ability to resist and could only be slaughtered. After a while, all of their limbs were chopped off, bleeding profusely, and they fainted. The soldiers of the 1st Infantry Brigade naturally had no mercy and threw these goblins into the wilderness. The strong smell of blood would soon attract a large number of zombies. After doing all this, Lin Xia instructed everyone to properly treat the injured infantrymen, and then turned his attention to the remaining surrendered humans. They saw with their own eyes Lin Xia slaughtering goblins in such a bloody way, and the fear in their hearts reached its peak. "My lord, please spare our lives. We are willing to serve you." Everyone knelt on the ground and kowtowed continuously. "Okay, everyone, get up. As long as you remain loyal to me, I won't kill you," Lin Xia said speechlessly. After all the goblins were wiped out, there were still 100 humans left in the territory, including 50 farmers, 20 construction workers, and 30 militiamen. Bite. Congratulations, Lord Lin Xia, for becoming the 5,609,874th person to achieve the achievement of killing 100 goblins and unlocking the title of Goblin Slayer. The mechanical voice that suddenly sounded in his mind startled Lin Xia, and he had no idea what was going on. It was not until he opened the property panel that he realized that as time went on, the progress of the game was also changing, and various unopened functions were gradually unlocked. Host, Lin Xia. Level, Tier 2, 300/5000. Talents, SSS-level plants, A-level tips. Attributes, Strength 10/Agility 11/Constitution 10/Spirit 16. Note, the basic attributes of ordinary adult men are all 10. Skill, Bronze level Whirlwind. Crystal Core, 526. Achievement, Goblin Slayer. Daily Draw, 0. Goblin Slayer, kill 100 goblins to gain this trophy. Increases attack power against goblins by 10%, mental deterrence by 8%, and experience bonus by 5%. Note, this will attract the hatred and pursuit of the goblin tribe. According to the description of the achievement function, the title of Goblin Slayer will continue to evolve as the number of goblins killed increases. Goblin Slayer, Goblin Super Slayer, Goblin Slayer, Goblin's Nightmare, Goblin Evil God. Lin Xia was happy. She didn't expect that killing a goblin would give her such a useful title. She would have to kill more goblins in the future. After all, it would add experience points, so it would be a waste not to kill them. Lin Xia closed the attribute panel, waved his hand, and with invisible force, all the buildings in this territory were wiped out. Everyone was surprised to find themselves in the wilderness again. Without the support of any buildings, the place was empty all around. This is the Lord's powerful ability, he can erase or create any food in the territory at will. At present, Lin Xia does not have enough strength to take care of 2 locations at once, so he can only choose to eliminate one and move his hardwood camp to the center of the territory. Congratulations, Lord Lin Xia, you have successfully merged Lord Baylor's territory. The area of the territory has reached 150 square kilometers, and it has been successfully upgraded to a 3rd-level territory. Lin Xia's mind moved. It turned out that the way to upgrade the territory was not only to use territory fragments, but also to upgrade by integrating other territories. Lin Xia opened the territory panel. Territory status. Type, Hardwood Camp, Black Iron. Level, LV3. Function, Automatic Repair, Moat. Material level, Rich. Subject loyalty, 85%. Evaluation, with a strengthened defense capability, it is less difficult to survive a zombie wave in a territory. After the territory was upgraded, it gained a moat function. A river more than 5 meters wide surrounded the hardwood fence, becoming the first line of defense for the territory. Infrastructure such as warehouses, wells, and housing have also evolved again, increasing supply capacity and allowing thousands of people to use them. In addition, the loyalty of the territory has decreased. This is because Lin Xia has just conquered a group of subjects, and their trust in Lin Xia is not yet sufficient, so the loyalty of the territory has been reduced. However, Lin Xia is confident that he can rebuild his subjects' trust in him through his future performance. Lin Yi stood there, touching the back of his head, with a puzzled look on his face. He was clearly handling matters just now, but the next moment, he came to this completely unfamiliar place. Lin Xia walked over and chuckled, "How is it?" "Lin Yi, nothing happened in the territory during the time I was away, right?" "My lord, thank God, it seems that all this is your doing. I thought I was attacked by magic." Lin Yi wiped the sweat from his forehead and breathed a sigh of relief. "Lin Yi, don't panic. I have annexed a territory. If you want to rule effectively, you must move the territory to the middle. You can't stay in a remote location any longer." Lin Xia explained patiently. "So that's how it is, Lord. I knew that you had been away for such a long time and hadn't come back for almost a day. You must have gone to do something big." Lin Yi also learned to flatter Lin Xia and kept praising her. Lin Xia shook his head and said, "Lin Yi, I have conquered 100 subjects this time. After you settle them down, send them all to the infantry camp and train them as infantry. Arthur also needs to forge enough weapons." As he spoke, Lin Xia exchanged a large number of low-level weapons and gave them to Lin Yi to use to smelt molten iron. "No problem, Lord, I'll take care of it." Lin nodded. After arranging these matters, Lin Xia did not take time to rest. He selected dozens of infantrymen with outstanding performance to follow him out to search for the water of life. The first wave of zombies will officially arrive tomorrow evening. All lords will face a real test after 7 days of development. Only those who survive are qualified to continue to survive and compete for greater benefits. At present, the number of soldiers under Lin Xia has reached 200. With the addition of hydralisk vines and flaming stumps, it is not a problem for him to keep the territory. But to be on the safe side, Lin Xia seized the last opportunity and used his A-level prompt talent to search for the distribution of nearby resources. An unexpected surprise appeared. In the woods 1,000 meters away from the territory, there was a bronze-level spring of life hidden. Around the spring, thousands of ordinary zombies gathered. In addition to the majority of ordinary level 1 zombies, Lin Xia discovered 3 agile level 1 zombies and hundreds of ordinary level 2 zombies. The improvement of the ordinary level 2 zombie over the level 1 lies in the defensibility and speed. After reaching level 2, the zombie's skin hardens, similar to fish scales. The common weapons in the exchange store can no longer hurt ordinary level 2 zombies. Even if you chop them hundreds of times, they can only cause slight damage. Of course, Lin Xia would not choose to confront the zombies head-on. Instead, he would take advantage of some of the zombies' weaknesses, lure away their main force, and lead his men to quickly take away the water of life. In the dark woods, a light blue spring is flowing slowly, exuding a vibrant breath. Suddenly, bursts of gunfire were heard in the distance, accompanied by the roars of zombies. The zombies guarding the fountain of life rushed out one after another, looking for any trace of humans. Lin Xia divided the people he brought into 2 teams. One team was responsible for guarding the exit to prevent the road from being blocked. He led the rest of the people, holding M1911, and used bullets to clear a path, shooting and running, attracting the attention of most of the zombies. The fountain of life is just ahead. Lin Xia ran quickly towards the woods. Hearing the gurgling sound of the spring water, he could see the scene inside at a glance. "You stay here and be responsible for sniping the zombies. I will be done soon." Lin Xia held 2 large water bags in his hands, half knelt on the ground, and quickly filled them with water of life. Roar, roar, roar. Soon, just when Lin Xia had just filled a water bag, the zombies rushed over and engaged in a battle with the soldiers in charge of sniping. The soldiers who could act with Lin Xia were naturally very good at fighting. Facing zombies that were several times their number, they were very calm. Bang bang bang. The soldiers suddenly thrust the iron shields in their hands into the soil beneath their feet, lined up in a line, formed a defense, and blocked the zombies in front of them. Of course, simple defense cannot stop the zombies from advancing. The soldiers shouted in unison, swung their standard long swords, and thrust them fiercely through the gaps between the shields. The long sword pierced through the zombies' eyebrows with a swish sound. The zombies in the first row had their heads pierced to pieces and fell to the ground. But soon, the zombies in the back row continued to charge forward, increasing in number and crowding in front of the shield formation. After all, the number of human soldiers is small, and their physical strength will eventually be exhausted. After killing the third row of zombies rushing up, the infantry responsible for shield defense finally turned pale and retreated repeatedly. "My lord, we can't hold them back any longer. Please evacuate first." A young infantryman with short hair was surrounded by 4 zombies at the same time. His arms holding the long sword had already become limp and powerless. He could only yell, trying to scare away the zombies. Ah! Soon, 4 zombies pounced on him together, grabbed the short-haired infantryman's head and arms, and bit them viciously. The short-haired infantryman's face was covered in blood and he fell to the ground in pain. He was then torn apart by the rushing horde of zombies, leaving only a pile of bones. Damn it! Lin Xia hung the water bag filled with water of life around his waist, directly pulled out the M1911, and greeted him rudely. "Everyone, follow me, and break out quickly. Don't take the main road, rush out of the woods." Even with the A-level reminder talent, Lin Xia still underestimated the number of zombies in the woods. To zombies, the sound of gunfire and the scent of human beings are like bright street lights in the dark night, and they can be easily detected. Lin Xia led the remaining infantrymen, threw away all the heavy shields to reduce the weight, and held the standard long swords to kill a few scattered zombies. Soon, everyone broke through to the entrance of the woods they had entered before. However, the scene before them made everyone's heart beat violently, and they held their breath, almost unable to breathe. The infantrymen in charge of guarding the entrance were all covered in wounds and fell to the ground with pale faces. Some had lost their arms, some had lost their heads, and each one died more tragically than the other. "Whoever did it, I'll kill it," someone shouted at the top of his lungs, almost going crazy. Among the dead was his own brother. "I thought the 2 brothers could start their lives anew in this strange world, but I didn't expect that they would be separated by life and death after only half an hour." Lin Xia's face also changed suddenly. The 1st Infantry Brigade had only been formed for a few days, but it suffered heavy casualties in this operation and lost dozens of excellent soldiers at one time. This shouldn't be the case. There aren't any very strong zombies in this forest. It's impossible for more than a dozen fully armed infantrymen to all be killed in such a short time. Lin Xia swallowed and cold sweat appeared on her forehead for the first time. It must be a more ferocious zombie, hiding in the dark and attacking his soldiers unexpectedly. Moreover, its attack power must be very strong, its temperament must be vicious, and it specializes in attacking human weaknesses. Mutant beast. These 3 words suddenly flashed through Lin Xia's mind. He thought again of the strange roar that had attacked the goblin rebels before. The source of the sound must be a mutant beast. Could it be that he was really unlucky today and ran into a mutant beast? "Everyone stay calm and don't panic. We must go back alive," Lin Xia said in a deep voice after calming himself down. After hearing Lin Xia's words, everyone nodded slightly. After all, they were soldiers who had undergone rigorous training. Even after experiencing the shock of the tragic death of their comrades, they were able to quickly calm down. The most important thing is that they are very loyal to Lin Xia and are deeply committed to protecting her safety. The remaining infantrymen protected Lin Xia in the center and escorted him slowly out of the woods and away from this terrible place. Boom. Suddenly, a big tree beside the road was split in half by a huge force and fell heavily to the ground, blocking everyone's way. For a moment, dust filled the air, blocking everyone's vision. When the dust entered their noses, they all started coughing loudly. Lin Xia secretly thought that something was not good. The only thing that could break such a thick tree trunk could be a powerful zombie or mutant beast. Facts soon confirmed Lin Xia's guess. As the dust gradually dissipated, a tall, fat zombie about 3 meters tall appeared in front of everyone with heavy steps. The surface of this zombie's body was covered with messy silk threads sewn onto the flesh, as if this zombie was sewn directly out of a pile of rotten meat. Looking up at the zombie's head, it was even more horrible. Under the huge bald head, there were 2 pale white small eyes, staring at Lin Xia and others. Giant zombie. Lin Xia's eyes darkened, he took a deep breath, and his right arm holding the M1911 began to tremble slightly. This kind of zombie is rarely mentioned in the World Channel, which shows that not many people have seen it, or in other words, anyone who encounters it will have no chance of surviving. Naturally, he would not be able to post news on the World Channel. Although there is not much information describing the characteristics of this zombie, just by hearing its name of super powerful, you can tell that this zombie must be very difficult to deal with. The two sides confronted each other for more than 10 seconds, and no one made any rash moves. In the end, it was Lin Xia who spoke. "Run, run now, everyone, spread out and run. It's lucky if a few of you can return to the territory alive." Lin Xia shouted. "No, Lord, your safety is the most important thing. We can't abandon you," someone said in a trembling voice. Lin Xia slowly closed her eyes. "Don't worry about me, I have a gun in my hand, and my ability to protect myself is much stronger than yours. If you stay here, you will only die in vain. Hurry up, don't you even listen to my orders." Lin Xia roared loudly when he saw that no one moved. "This is a military order, understand? Get out." After these words were spoken, everyone finally dispersed and broke out from all directions. We have left the woods and are still 1,000 meters away from the territory. Fortunately, it is already daybreak and the zombies' fanaticism is not very high. Seeing the human who was about to be eaten by the giant zombies escaping under their noses, they took steps angrily and wanted to give chase. Bang! Lin Xia fired suddenly, hitting its head. The bullet embedded deeply into the flesh and blood, causing no actual damage. "Come on, this time, I have time to waste with you," Lin Xia shouted, and with determination, he fired frantically, aiming at the vital parts of the giant zombies. Puff puff puff. The high-powered ammunition ejected from the M1911 could easily smash the head of an ordinary zombie, but when it hit the body of a giant zombie, it made a soft, weak sound. The bullet completely penetrated the skin surface of the giant zombie and could not break its defense at all. It was almost like a tickle. Lin Xia's face looked grim. She used her skill Whirlwind Slash to bypass the main road and tried to escape from the woods to avoid the attack range of the giant zombies. "If I can just hold on a little longer, I'll be able to go back. I hope this game didn't deceive me." Lin Xia ran through the steep mountain forest, made a big circle, and rushed towards the territory. Seeing that Lin Xia was about to run, the giant zombie let out a series of low roars, moved its huge feet, and charged forward at an incredible speed. Crack, crack. The trees standing in front of it fell down one after another as fragile as saplings, and were crushed into powder by the feet of the giant zombie. This is unreasonable. A zombie with such an exaggerated weight can be so fast. It's too abnormal. Lin Xia suddenly realized that in just a few seconds, a giant zombie was chasing after him. The distance between the two is only a dozen steps. Lin Xia could even clearly smell the strong stench coming from the giant zombies, which was simply dizzying. "No, I have to run at least another 800 meters to get back to the territory, but the beast behind me is chasing me so fiercely, I can't escape at all. I can only deal with it for a while." Lin Xia gritted his teeth, stepped on the tree beside him, and used the force to turn around suddenly. At the same time, holding the M1911 in his left hand and the standard long sword in his right hand, he rushed towards the eye socket of the giant zombie. No matter how strong this thing's defense is, its eye should be a weakness. As long as its eyes can be blinded, half of its combat effectiveness can be destroyed. Then, what Lin Xia did not expect was that as soon as the sword tip touched the skin of the giant zombie, it seemed to be stuck on a piece of elastic rubber and could not penetrate at all. No matter how great the power is, it will be completely useless if it cannot be exerted. Lin Xia groaned, quickly retracted the sword, and pulled the trigger again. Bang! After 2 gunshots, 2 egg-sized bullet holes appeared on the edges of the giant zombie's eyes, and black and smelly blood flowed out. Haha, the edge of the eye is indeed the weakness of this thing. Watch me blow your eyeballs apart. Lin Xia fell to the ground with a thud. He casually glanced at the weapon in his hand and frowned slightly. The blade of the standard long sword was actually shattered in the previous collision. Without the blade, the weapon was completely useless. Lin Xia threw the sword in his hand aside and continued to pull the trigger, firing wildly. Under Lin Xia's continuous attacks, the giant zombie became completely angry. It felt the long-lost pain from this human. Although the 2 egg-sized holes did not really hurt its roots, they did cause some damage and ignited its vicious instincts. Boom! The next moment, the giant zombie held a tree stump as thick as a bucket in both hands and smashed it towards Lin Xia as if he was holding a toy. Lin Xia quickly rushed backwards, narrowly avoiding the attack range of the tree stump, but even so, the force from the tree stump breaking through the air still pushed him several meters away, hitting him heavily against a stone wall. Lin Xia's blood and energy surged, and he almost vomited blood, but fortunately he held it back at the last moment. However, Lin Xia did not show any fear. Instead, he smiled contemptuously, looked at the giant zombie in front of him, and raised his middle finger. Because, time is almost up. Although the giant zombie could not understand the human's contemptuous gesture, it could vaguely sense that this weak human did not intend to give up resistance. The huge and extremely angry body shook the ground, and with murderous intent, it ran towards Lin Xia, with its feet raised high, ready to step on Lin Xia to death. Ha 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 ha. Time is up. Lin Xia raised his head and laughed. Then, his figure flickered and finally turned into a phantom, completely disappearing from the spot. The giant zombie couldn't control its body and slammed hard into the stone wall. The huge force caused the stone wall to fall to the ground. Roar. In the dusk, an extremely angry howl of zombies rang out in the woods. A large number of ordinary zombies moved away from the giant zombies and hid far away. In the territory, everyone had a solemn look on their faces. They held weapons in their hands, stood on the wooden walls, and looked at the large number of zombies gathering in the distance. Although they did not know the rules of the game in this world, they also sensed many things were wrong. Normally, dusk would last for 2 hours at most before it was completely dark, but today, dusk lasted for a full 5 hours. The sky seemed to have frozen, the surroundings were quiet, there was no movement, the only thing that appeared was the zombie army in the distance. Oh my God, I've never seen such a large number of zombies. It's so scary. Is this the end of the world? Lin Yi, wearing armor and holding a standard sword tightly in both hands, muttered to himself. There were so many zombies, so densely packed that it was impossible to see the end, crowded at the end of the plain. In the tens of thousands of pale white eyes, there was only the desire for flesh and blood. We are already in the end of the world. This world itself is the end of the world. How can the end of the world come? Arthur on the side was also wearing armor, but unlike Lin Yi, he was holding a giant iron hammer and said in a deep voice. Lin Yi was speechless. After a moment, he said anxiously, "Did the Lord escape? I'm really worried to death." Hey! Just half an hour ago, 7 or 8 blood-stained soldiers escaped back and brought shocking news. Lord Lin Xia was trapped in the woods and encountered a terrifying zombie he had never seen before. After hearing the news, Lin Yi felt like he was struck by lightning and almost fainted. Fortunately, Arthur was a calm person and blocked the news and did not allow it to spread. After that, the soldiers in charge of reconnaissance issued warnings one after another, discovering a large number of zombies appearing in front of the territory. Lin Yi and Arthur immediately mobilized all the people in the territory, all the able-bodied men, put on armor, held weapons, and defended the wooden wall. Lin Yi, don't worry, I believe in the Lord and will definitely return safely. Arthur patted Lin Yi on the shoulder and said a few words to comfort him. Suddenly, a white beam of light penetrated the center of the territory, and Lin Xia slowly walked out of the beam of light. My lord, it's the Lord who is back. That's great. Yes, I told you, the Lord will definitely lead us to defeat the zombies. Long live the Lord. Although Lin Xia was covered in dust and tattered clothes, he maintained the dignity of a lord, looked at the expectant eyes of the crowd, and smiled calmly. Lin Xia's appearance undoubtedly injected a shot of confidence into the panicked subjects of the territory. Now they all believed that their lord had not abandoned them, but chose to face the zombies and fight together with them. Don't be afraid, everyone. Stay at your posts. It will be difficult for the zombies to break through the moat of the territory. Even if they do, we must hold on to the wooden wall and defend the safety of the territory to the death. Lin Xia encouraged everyone with a few words, and then called Arthur and Lin Yi to his lord's hall. Arthur, look at this architectural drawing. With your ability as a 3-star foundry engineer, can you understand it? Lin Xia spread the drawing flat on the conference table and said with a smile. Well, Lord, I am a foundry craftsman. I don't know much about architecture. I just know the basics. Arthur waved his hand quickly and said. Lin Xia shook her head. Of course I know this. The reason I asked you to take a look is just to ask, does such a hero altar exist in your original world? My lord, I'm sorry. I have lived for more than 30 years and have never heard of the words hero's altar. Arthur said embarrassedly. Hearing this, Lin Xia sighed. Okay, I was overthinking it. Lin Yi, immediately mobilize all the construction workers and tell them to complete this hero altar as quickly as possible. No problem, Lord. We will just withdraw hundreds of construction workers to guard the wooden wall, which will weaken the defense line. Lin Yi took the drawing, hesitated for a while, and said. There's no need to worry about that. They were just recruited temporarily anyway. Their combat effectiveness is not as good as that of infantrymen who have received military training. It's better for them to concentrate on their work. Lin Xia waved her hand and said. My lord, I understand. Lin Yi thought about it and felt that what Lin Xia said made sense, so he quickly gathered all the construction workers to study the construction of the hero altar. Arthur, as a blacksmith, you can choose not to participate in the war. Lin Xia looked up at Arthur standing aside and said in a deep voice. Unexpectedly, Arthur's will to fight was very strong. He shook his head and said firmly, My lord, don't underestimate us architects. Although we have not received formal military training, ordinary soldiers cannot compare to us in terms of strength. Lin Xia was silent for a moment. Arthur's words made sense. These foundries were muscular and had been engaged in foundry work for many years. They could probably smash an ordinary zombie into meat paste with just one hammer. Well, take care of your people and stay safe. I'll reward you after this wave of zombies is over. Yes, my lord. Arthur was delighted and stepped out. And just after the two left, Lin Xia sat in the lord's luxurious seat, closed her eyes, and rested for a while. This outing is really too dangerous. If it wasn't for the first zombie wave, which forcibly recalled lords who were not in the territory, he would probably have been killed by the giant strength zombies. It was precisely because of this lesson that Lin Xia could not wait to order Lin Yi to supervise the construction of the hero altar. As long as he can successfully summon a hero-level unit to follow Lin Xia, his safety can be guaranteed. Ding ding ding. Suddenly, the sound of iron bells ringing continuously echoed in the sky above the territory. The zombie tide officially launches its charge. Lin Xia opened the world channel and the ding 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 message alert sounds kept ringing. Countless lords were complaining, asking for help, and showing off their situations. Li Pinger, oh my god, I was still sleeping, and the zombie wave has already arrived. This is unbelievable. It's only been 7 days. This crappy game really thinks we can be so developed that we can stop the large-scale zombie charge. Roderick, Xia people above, you are too stupid. You can't do it on your own, and you don't know how to form an alliance. How can you survive in this cruel apocalypse if you fight alone? If you are willing to offer all your resources and subjects, I don't mind rescuing you once. Iwakawa Masaru, don't be afraid, everyone. Most of the zombies in the zombie wave are ordinary level 1 zombies. They are not difficult to deal with. Wait, what is that fat zombie that is over 3 meters tall? Gao Hongshi, haha, you little devil, you're doomed. I've reminded you long ago that you should develop dwarf musketeers as soon as possible. It's an era now, and you're still using cold weapons. You're doomed now. Yasasi, God, please save me, I only have a D-level fireball talent, and now my stamina is exhausted, and the zombies have already broken through the city gate. That giant strength zombie, that guy from Plaster Country, is definitely in danger. Lin Xia closed the world channel and said helplessly. Unless you have extremely powerful talents or skills, you can cause greater damage to the giant zombies. Any attack other than this is just a tickle. Those lords who were unlucky and only drew weak D-level talents will have a high probability of dying in this wave of zombies, with a rate of more than 70%. The remaining lords will only become more vicious and profit-driven in this doomsday game. Lin Xia walked out of the Lord's Hall holding an M1911, and saw people on the wooden wall using bows and arrows to continuously shoot rounds of arrows, killing the slowly approaching zombies from a distance. The bows and arrows in the exchange store, as the lowest level weapons, have limited lethality and can only cause damage to ordinary level 1 zombies. As a large number of ordinary zombies fell, the agile zombies and level 2 ordinary zombies following behind them were exposed. Lin Xia climbed to a high place and looked into the distance, then he breathed a sigh of relief. For the time being, he did not see any giant zombies. It seemed that not every lord would be attacked by giant zombies. On the other side, hundreds of construction workers led by Lin Yi were concentrating their attention, not paying any attention to the roars of the zombies outside and the shouts of the crowd. The only thing they cared about was the pure black altar that was being built in front of them. It was constructed entirely of huge black stones, and on the top of the altar were a large number of crystal cores inlaid. Invisibly, waves of powerful energy gathered around the altar, even the air began to ripple slightly. Lin Xia took a deep breath and placed the 3 hydralis vine seeds and 1 flame stump seed that he had won in the lottery on the wooden wall. For hydralisk vines and 2 flame stumps form the territory's strongest defense system. In each round of attack, hundreds of spikes, wrapped in flames, would burst into the zombie army, reaping the lives of hundreds of zombies. At the same time, Lin Xia has not used today's lottery opportunity. Now that the battle is imminent, it is time to draw. Bite. As the harsh sound rang out, Lin Xia hurriedly looked over and saw 2 more lines of small words in the daily lottery column. Facing a powerful enemy, Lin Xia was looking forward to being able to draw a real killing weapon, equipment, weapons, plant seeds, everything. Apple bomb tree seeds. Quality, silver. Description: this seemingly ordinary apple tree actually produces apple bombs. Survival rate, 1%. Attributes: toughness 20/attack power 30/speed 1/enchantment 28. Energy, 25/25. Talent, / Level, LV 0, 0/50. Skill, spiral bombing. Black Iron Miner Blueprint: recruit 300 experienced miners who can go deep into the dungeons to mine iron ore, gold ore, diamond ore, and other minerals. The fact was just as Lin Xia expected, the 2 rewards were in line with his actual needs. The so-called apple bomb, as the name suggests, is a thing that can produce something shaped like an apple, but can actually be used as a grenade. And according to the instructions, as the apple bomb tree continues to evolve, the number of apple bombs formed will increase, and the lethality and attack range will also increase. As for the skills of the apple bomb tree, they are even more ferocious. Once used, the apple bomb tree will rotate its branches on the spot and throw out all the apple bombs on them, causing devastating casualties. Lin Xia couldn't help but smack her lips. Damn, it was worthy of being a silver-grade plant seed. Its killing power was a qualitative improvement compared to that of the hydralis vines and the flame stumps. If the hydralis vine and the flaming stump were still plants at the level of cold weapons, then the bomb apple had directly entered the era of hot weapons. The second reward, the Black Iron Level Miner's Blueprint, also met Lin Xia's inner thoughts. After annexing Baylor's territory, Lin Xia took control of 3 mineral veins. There are 2 fine iron ore veins and 1 mithril ore vein. If you want to open a mine, you must recruit professional miners. Farmers, as the most universal type of soldier, can theoretically also play the role of miners, but they will never be able to master it. For this reason, Lin Xia still hopes to let professionals do professional things and perform their respective duties in the future. My lord, several fast zombies have dodged our attack and come to the moat. Lin Yi rushed over immediately and informed Lin Xia of the emergency. Lin Xia's expression changed slightly, and she immediately looked over. Sure enough, 3 agile zombies had actually rushed over despite the heavy rain of arrows and flaming spikes. With their jumping ability, it is not a problem for them to cross a moat that is more than 5 meters wide. Unexpectedly, just after extracting new plant seeds, zombies took the initiative to serve as experimental subjects to test the power for Lin Xia. SSS-level plant talent stimulation, apple bomb tree seeds, survival rate, 92%. Lin Xia threw the seeds into the soil outside the gate. Soon, the seeds took root in the soil and grew rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Sprout, sapling, small apple tree, fully mature. This process took less than a minute and happened right under everyone's eyes. Of course, Lin Yi and others were no longer surprised by this. It was enough for them to know that the Lord had endless methods. It would take another 3 minutes to wait for the apple bomb to fully take effect. In order to prevent the agile zombies from suddenly attacking, Lin Xia controlled 4 hydralisk vines to surround them from the top, bottom, left and right. Swish, swish. Dozens of vines covered with sharp thorns pierced the air, following the movements of the agile zombies and capturing them, placing layer upon layer of cages in an attempt to completely lock them in place. But the zombies in the dusk had their body functions stimulated, and their speed was more than doubled compared to usual. They could dodge extremely quickly, and Lin Xia tried every trick he could but couldn't catch even one. Damn it, everyone, shoot all your arrows, force these beasts to the river, and don't let them get close to the gate. Seeing that the agile zombies were about to reach the apple bomb tree, Lin Xia yelled. Hiss, hiss, hiss. After a round of dense rain of arrows, several agile zombies took a few steps back again to avoid the attack of arrows. It will be ready soon. Lin Xia's eyes were bloodshot as she stared at the agile zombies' movements, predicting their next move. Fortunately, Lin Xia's mental strength was far beyond that of ordinary men, so he could concentrate on controlling 4 death-thorn snake vines without fainting. Even so, Lin Xia still felt dizzy and his mental strength was constantly draining away. He couldn't hold on for much longer. Hold on a little longer. Shoot. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The archers standing on the wooden wall also roared, and their fingers pulling the bowstrings were bleeding from the continuous shooting of arrows. Even so, an agile zombie dodged the attack at various unimaginable angles, jumped under the apple bomb tree, and grabbed it with its sharp claws. Done. Spiral bombing. Explode for me. In a flash, Lin Xia roared and used his skills directly. Bang bang bang. 25 large, bright red apples were swung wildly by the branches, and they did not fall to the ground and were smashed into pieces. Instead, it exploded directly in midair, and the high-density gunpowder energy contained in it gushed out, covering the surrounding space of hundreds of square meters. Everyone get down and don't show your heads. Lin Xia shouted at the top of her voice. Hearing this, everyone's faces were filled with horror and they subconsciously lay down behind the wooden wall, with the loud sound of the explosion ringing in their ears. Crack, crack. The fragments of the apple bomb, under the impact of the air wave, hit the hardwood fence, directly creating hundreds of holes of various sizes. Fortunately, the territory has self-repair capabilities and can slowly repair these potholes. After a few minutes, when they heard no more noise, they looked up in shock and looked at the bloody scene below, not knowing what to say. 25 apple bombs exploded at the same time. Not to mention the agile zombies with weak defenses, even if the giant zombies came, they would be torn into pieces. It's amazing, my lord. Your apple tree is simply the product of the devil. Arthur swallowed and whispered. Shut up, what nonsense are you talking about? How dare you describe the Lord's thing as a demon? Lin Yi glared at Arthur and blamed him. Lin Xia smiled, and found this description quite useful. Devil. Even if a real devil came, he would stay away from this apple bomb tree. After getting rid of the most difficult agile zombies, the remaining ordinary zombies will naturally not be difficult to deal with. Although there are many more ordinary level 2 zombies in this zombie tide, ordinary weapons cannot harm them. But in this battle, for the hydralisk vines and flame stumps that had accumulated enough experience and had already been upgraded to level 3, it was not difficult to pierce their scale armor defenses. Puff puff puff. I saw a large number of flaming shadows flying through the air. They were sharp spikes that shot out violently and poured down on the zombie army. At present, the battle situation has basically stabilized. Without the harassment of agile zombies, the combination of hydralisk vines and flaming stumps, plus the rain of arrows on the wooden wall, is enough to block the attacks of these zombies. Lin Xia breathed a sigh of relief, jumped off the wooden wall, and went to check the construction of the hero's altar. While they were struggling to resist the attack of the zombie tide, the hundreds of construction workers led by Lin Yi did not slack off and quickly completed this sophisticated building. Lord, please look, we have completed the most critical crystal core embedding work. Next, the last step is to place the water of life. Lin Yi held out the blueprint in his hand and showed Lin Xia how to summon the hero altar. The reason why a large number of crystal cores are needed is to provide huge energy, tear the door of space, and build a channel connecting the two worlds. The function of the water of life is to help the summoned heroes and reduce the life force consumed when traveling through space. The more water of life you place, the healthier the summoned hero will be. Otherwise, the hero will become sickly and die soon. Seeing this, Lin Xia finally understood how important the water of life is. In this world, it is simply the most precious strategic resource. After the zombie tide is over, I must immediately eliminate all the zombies in the woods and control the fountain of life. Lin Xia made up his mind and said secretly. Roar. Suddenly, a sharp and piercing wolf howl sounded in the territory, crossing the moat and wooden walls. After hearing this sound, many people covered their ears with their hands, half crouched on the ground, and looked painful. Lin Yi was of course no exception. He was just an ordinary adult man, half kneeling on the ground, his face pale and coughing dryly in his throat. Influenced by the howling of wolves, the rain of arrows from the wooden wall weakened a lot. The zombie army took this opportunity to advance forward hundreds of meters. If they continue to get closer, they will reach the territory's first line of defense, the moat. Lin Xia didn't think that a moat that was only 5 meters wide could stop the charge of thousands of zombies. That many zombies would probably be enough to fill the entire river. At the critical moment, Lin Xia soared out, jumped over the wooden wall, and landed outside the territory. After the apple bomb tree was replenished with energy from the crystal core, it soon produced 25 bright red apples again, growing quietly on the tree. Lin Xia held an apple bomb in each hand, aimed at the area where the zombies were most concentrated, and threw them out with all her strength. Bang! After 2 violent explosions, the zombie tide was reduced by at least 1/3, and the ordinary level 1 zombies that served as cannon fodder had long been wiped out. Only ordinary level 2 zombies with scale armor defense capabilities and agile zombies with extremely fast dodging speed can escape. Haha, just come and die. I have enough apple bombs here. I'm just afraid that you won't rush up. Lin Xia was playing with an apple bomb in his hand with a sneer on his face. But soon, a look of surprise appeared on his face, because in his sight, there was a figure coming at a speed so fast that only a shadow was left. Mutant beast. Lin Xia gritted her teeth and finally saw clearly who the owner of the figure was. It was clearly a mutated zombie wolf. After being transformed by the zombie virus, its body had doubled in size, its eyes were pale, and its claws were filled with green poisonous mist, which was very scary. Bang! The mutant poisonous claw wolf seems to have an extremely bad temper. With just a random claw, it can send away any ordinary zombie that is blocking its way. The scales of a level 2 ordinary zombie that could not be cut by ordinary swords and knives actually cracked into hundreds of irregular pieces in front of its sharp claws. This was just a casual slap. The mutant poisonous claw wolf obviously didn't use its full strength to cause such great damage. Lin Xia frowned and looked at the zombie army that was separated from him by a moat. He decided to retreat temporarily and return to his territory. Of course, before leaving, he threw a few apple bombs, killing a lot of zombies. The reaction speed of the mutated poison-clawed wolf is much faster than that of the agile zombie. It suddenly avoids the attack range of the apple bomb. Seeing the scene in front of him, Lin Xia sighed. As expected, this mutant wolf was definitely the murderer who killed the treacherous goblin before. I didn't expect to encounter it again today when the zombie tide attacked the territory. However, you failed to take my life that day, and it is even more impossible today. Lin Xia took out some water of life and gave it to those who had not yet recovered from the mutant wolf's sonic attack. Soon, their condition improved a lot. Not only did they return to normal, but their energy was also stronger than before. Everyone keep shooting arrows to stop the zombie tide from breaking through the moat. I'll be back soon. Lin Xia continued to order everyone to keep shooting arrows, and he came to the front of the hero altar. Call. Lin Xia took a deep breath of cold air. At this moment, the sky had already darkened. Only the torches in the territory were emitting bright light and swaying in the strong wind. The solemn and dignified hero altar is inlaid with bright crystal cores, emitting faint energy fluctuations. At this moment, the situation outside the territory also took a sharp turn for the worse. Under the pressure of the mutant poisonous claw wolves, a large number of ordinary level 2 zombies that could not swim stepped into the river and sank without any suspense. However, a steady stream of ordinary zombies continued to arrive from the rear and rushed into the moat without hesitation. As time went by, a zombie bridge more than 1 meter wide could be vaguely seen floating in the moat. "My lord, the zombie tide has broken through the moat." Arthur's heavy voice sounded slowly. A large number of soldiers raised their weapons, ready for close combat. They would never retreat and were determined to protect the territory and homes behind them with their lives. "It's time." Lin Xia walked up the black marble steps of the hero's altar and reached the top of the altar. Here, there was a statue of a hideous monster, and it was impossible to tell what species it was. But this is not the point. The heart of the monster statue has been hollowed out into a heart-shaped container, which is where the water of life is placed. Lin Xia carefully poured the water of life in the water bag into the heart-shaped container. Crash, crash. Along with the sound of water, the heart-shaped container was completely filled with the water of life. Buzz buzz buzz. Soon, there seemed to be a slight sound coming from this world. Boom. A milky white beam of light came down from the night sky above and hit the monster statue on the hero's altar. "Congratulations, Lord, you have successfully summoned a hero, a 4th-level dragon knight." Bang bang bang. Finally, the zombies that sank in the moat piled up to form a bridge wide enough for passage. A bloodthirsty light flashed in the eyes of the mutant poisonous claw wolf, and its body suddenly jumped up from the ground, and its feet lightly tapped on the zombie bridge. With the support of the floating bridge, the mutant poisonous claw wolf came to the gate of the territory. In front of it was a hardwood fence several meters high. The 4 hydralis vines attached to it recognized the appearance of the enemy and frantically stabbed out their vines to attack the mutant poison claw wolf. Faced with the thorny vines sweeping in from all directions, the mutated poison-clawed wolf did not dodge or evade, but swung out viciously with its sharp claws filled with poisonous mist. Clap, clap. The 2 thorny vines were immediately corroded by the poisonous fog and lost their lives. They quickly dried up and turned into black ash, floating in the air. The remaining dozens of thorny vines seized the opportunity and suddenly wrapped around the mutant poisonous claw wolf's legs and feet. The sharp thorns on the vines pierced into its flesh. Roar. The mutated poisonous claw wolf finally got angry. Its whole body shook violently and a powerful impact force burst out from its body, which actually shattered all the vines on its body. Magic. Could it be that this zombie wolf was a monster when it was alive? Arthur exclaimed, standing on the wooden wall with a sledgehammer in his hand. His words were heard by many people nearby, and looks of panic immediately appeared on their faces. They were certainly familiar with the World of Warcraft. In their previous world, Warcraft were much more difficult to deal with than ordinary wild beasts. Not only were they extremely intelligent, but they also possessed magic powers and could cast skills. Only those who are strong and have fighting spirit and magic can deal with Warcraft. Ordinary people like them will die if they encounter it. What should we do? What should we do? It's actually a mutant monster. We are going to die, all of us. Shut up. If you dare to disturb the morale of the army again, I will kill you. Where is the Lord? Why doesn't he come to rescue us? Does he want to use us as cannon fodder? The hearts of the subjects of the territory are filled with fear, and their fighting spirit is rapidly declining. Arthur said in a deep voice, "If you dare to talk nonsense and slander the Lord again, I will throw you to the zombies. Everyone, cheer up and prepare to fight the zombies." So what if it's a mutant monster? The hammer in my hand is enough to beat this beast to a pulp. Just as Arthur finished his words, the mutant poisonous claw wolf led a large number of zombies behind it and rammed wildly into the hardwood fence. The entire territory has now been completely surrounded by a tide of zombies. Countless zombies are frantically gnawing at the wooden walls with their sharp claws and fangs. "Shoot, keep shooting, don't stop," Arthur shouted. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A large number of arrows fell into the zombie tide, reaping the lives of a large number of zombies. But this is just a drop in the bucket. Compared with the number of zombies attacking the city, this means of attack is completely ineffective. Boom. The mutant poisonous clawed wolf's sharp claws hit the gate of the territory hundreds of times in a few seconds. Finally, the gate could not hold on and collapsed. Roar, roar, roar. A large number of zombies moved their bodies and rushed into Lin Xia's territory, which was full of living humans. In their eyes, they were the best food. Kill, kill, kill. Arthur immediately led hundreds of elite infantrymen to fight against the zombie horde. As the sledgehammers were swung, the zombies' heads were smashed and they died on the spot. In just a few minutes, Arthur and his casters killed hundreds of ordinary level 1 zombies and 3 ordinary level 2 zombies. Roar! The mutant poison-clawed wolf noticed Arthur and found that he was the most courageous, so it pounced on him and aimed its poisonous claws at his chest. Arthur was fighting with a level 2 ordinary zombie and couldn't free his hands. He was immediately horrified and could only watch the mutant poisonous claw wolf coming towards him. Ah! Suddenly, a caster flashed over and stood in front of Arthur. The sharp claws of the mutant poison-clawed wolf directly penetrated his chest, and the poisonous mist quickly corroded the flesh and blood on his chest. "Brother! You beast, I must kill you!" Arthur shouted violently. The power in his body seemed to be endless, and he directly hammered the second-level ordinary zombie in front of him tens of meters away. The corners of the mutated poison claw wolf grinned, as if making a silent mockery, making fun of Arthur's pitiful resistance. Kang! Arthur was no match for the mutant poison-clawed wolf. The heavy hammer in his hand was broken into 2 pieces and fell to the ground. The palm of the hand holding the heavy hammer was also broken due to the terrible impact, and blood flowed out. The mutant poison-clawed wolf took advantage of the situation and came over, opening its big mouth, intending to bite Arthur's neck off. "Oh my God, has our territory just fallen?" Arthur knelt down weakly, looking at the fighting human soldiers around him. He knelt down and closed his eyes. Get ready for the final moment of death. Boom. At this moment, an aqua-blue silhouette finally walked out of the space light pillar. 4th level Dragonborn Knight, Elena. As a Dragonborn, Elena's most notable feature, besides her beautiful face, are the 2 dragon horns on her head, which are slightly curved inward, looking simple and majestic. Ah! Mutated monster, don't even think about causing trouble in front of me. Elena pursed her lips slightly, pulled out the sharp arrow behind her, and placed it on the magic long bow in her hand. Sudden. An extremely fast magic arrow broke through the space and accurately hit the eyes of the mutated poisonous claw wolf. Ouch! The mutant poisonous claw wolf's body bent into a giant shrimp due to the severe pain and fell to the ground. What are you still standing there for? Kill it immediately. Lin Xia smiled happily and gave the order while firing fiercely to kill the zombie. That's great, it turns out there are magicians in our territory too. We can win this battle. Everyone cheered. Long swords, sledgehammers, arrows, daggers, all kinds of weapons hit the body of the mutant poisonous claw wolf without regard for their lives. Although it was a second-level mutant beast, it begged for mercy and wailed under the hateful attacks of the crowd. Everyone, get out of the way. The ordinary weapons in your hands cannot really kill the mutated monsters. Elena smiled slightly, holding the magic longbow, and walked forward with light lotus steps. Hearing this, everyone quickly made way for Elena with respectful looks on their faces. In their hearts, apart from the Lord, anyone who knows magic is absolutely powerful and worthy of respect. Poor fellow, maybe it's not your intention to become like this, but there's nothing I can do about it. My duty is to protect the territory and eliminate all invading enemies. Elena's delicate fingers made a strange prayer gesture, and the next moment, she bent her bow and drew her arrow, aiming at the mutant poison claw wolf's throat and fired fiercely. Poof! The power of magic arrows naturally cannot be compared with that of ordinary arrows. The power levels of the two are completely not in the same dimension. The wolf's skin, which was tough enough to deflect arrows and sword attacks, was pierced directly by the magic arrow. Black blood gushed out and poured onto the ground. Sizzle! Amid the crowd's exclamations, a hole about half a meter in diameter was seen on the ground, dissolved by the blood of the mutant poisonous wolf. Kill, kill, kill. The most troublesome mutant poisonous claw wolf was taken care of, and the remaining zombies were naturally not difficult to deal with. The morale of the crowd was greatly boosted, and they were killed one after another, and they were defeated and rolled out of the territory. Seeing that the battle was basically over, Arthur finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then, a huge sense of fear surged into his heart, and his gratitude to Elena was beyond words. Fortunately, at the critical moment, this beautiful magician who was as beautiful as an elf saved his life. Otherwise, with his brute force, he would not be able to withstand the fierce attack of the mutant poisonous claw wolf. Master Magician, my name is Arthur. Thank you for saving my life. I cannot repay such a great favor. Hearing this, 2 blushes appeared on Elena's cheeks. She was not a sociable dragon descendant, so she just nodded slightly and then walked in front of Lin Xia. You must be Lord, right? My name is Elena, and I am the descendant of a frost dragon and a human noblewoman. I sensed your call and came to serve you. Elena smiled politely and bowed, demonstrating standard aristocratic etiquette. Although Lin Xia didn't know much about the customs of the other world, he nodded in response. Ms. Elena, welcome. The timing of your appearance is really important. People in the entire territory are very grateful to you. Lin Xia said sincerely. Because he felt Elena's loyalty, it reached 100%. Of course, this is the initial value of each hero. This is to prevent highly intelligent heroes from choosing to leave or even kill the Lord due to their independence. Apart from that, Elena's emotions were completely straightforward and expressed on her face without any disguise. Lin Xia is very willing to deal with people who are very straightforward in their emotions, because he cannot guess and is not willing to guess what is really going on in other people's minds. Lin Xia never makes close friends with those who are cunning and difficult to understand. Therefore, Lin Xia's first impression of Elena was very good, and she even had a certain degree of favorability towards her. Hearing this, Elena's expression became quite shy, and everyone's fiery gazes were filled with gratitude, respect, and envy. Being the center of attention was the scene she least wanted to see. Oh, if she had known earlier, she would have secretly hidden aside and shot an arrow. Elena lowered her head, blushing as she thought secretly. Lin Xia could see that Elena was not good at dealing with this kind of situation, so she quickly said, "Okay, everyone, quickly clean up the remaining battlefield, collect all the crystal cores, and stack them in the Lord's Hall. All the corpses of the zombies must be transported out and burned. Most importantly, all the soil corroded by the zombies' blood must be dug out and transported outside to be dumped." Lin Xia issued several very critical orders, which were related to the survival of the territory and could not be ignored. Someone once said in the World Channel that if the soil contaminated by zombies' blood was not disposed of in time, the subjects would turn into zombies at night. Please come with me, Miss Elena, let's go to the Lord's Hall to discuss in detail. Lin Xia took Elena and walked into the conference hall on the first floor. Elena sat in silence facing Lin Xia, looking around with bright eyes, seeming to find it very novel. Why? Miss Elena, in your original world, you didn't live in a human city. Lin Xia discovered that Elena seemed to be very interested in every piece of furniture, so she asked. Yes, Lord, I once said that my father is a giant dragon from the Frost Dragon clan, and my mother is a noble from the human empire. After I was born, I followed my father to the dragon's nest to learn magic and dragon language. Elena spoke slowly and in a gentle tone. I see. I understand. Ms. Elena, let's get to the point. Before we officially start our cooperation, I have a few words to say to you. Lin Xia crossed her hands and smiled softly. First, as a lord, I will ask you to follow me closely and protect my safety. Are you willing to protect me with your life? Hearing this, Elena pondered for a moment and said, My lord, I can only tell you that my loyalty to you is absolutely not a problem now, but it is hard to say in the future. After all, people will change. Lin Xia was very clear about what Elena meant. The loyalty of hero-level units fluctuated more than that of ordinary subjects. A few small things that make them unhappy may reduce their loyalty by about 20%. Once it is lower than 30%, the heroic units will betray the Lord. In other words, heroic units have distinct personalities, and you must understand their minds in order to live in peace with them. Elena was worried that she didn't know Lin Xia well enough, and who knew what kind of person he was. It was possible that he would do something that would make her extremely unhappy, or even have improper thoughts about her. Miss Elena, I understand your worries. No matter how many words you say, they are all pale. I believe that you can see clearly what kind of person I am in the coming time. I will never let you down. Lin Xia smiled brightly and said confidently. No problem, Lord, I will observe you very carefully. Elena stuck out her pink tongue and said solemnly. Lin Xia touched his nose, coughed twice, and continued, also, no matter what you need, equipment, weapons, food, treasures, etc., you can ask me for it, and I will provide it to you as much as possible. A pleasant smile appeared on Elena's face. My lord, for this, I express my sincerest gratitude to you. Thank you for your generosity. It's okay, Elena. How about this? From now on, I will just call you by your name, and you can call me that too. Let's try to be more casual with each other. How about that? Lin Xia waved her hand and suggested. No, Lord, I am your subject after all. I must know the etiquette. This is my habit since I was a child. No one can change me. Unexpectedly, Elena attached great importance to etiquette and shook her head firmly. Well, whatever makes you happy, Elena, come with me to the second floor and take a look at your room. Lin Xia smiled helplessly and didn't care. Wow. Elena looked at the exquisite decoration style in the room, and her eyes could not help but twinkle with stars. What surprised her most was that there was a dressing room in this room, which was filled with all kinds of cosmetics for nobility. Although she had always lived in the dragon's nest with her father, she occasionally returned to the human kingdom to visit her mother. There, she saw these novel things called cosmetics such as perfumes, lipsticks, etc., but the quality of the cosmetics here was obviously better than those used by her noble mother. Haha, Elena, how is it? Are you satisfied with your room? Lin Xia said, stroking his chin. My lord, thank you for your hospitality. I am very satisfied with my room, and the dressing room inside is really a pleasant surprise. Elena bowed slightly to Lin Xia to show her gratitude. Lin Xia glanced at her and joked, Elena, with your looks, you don't need to use makeup. It would be superfluous. Ah, Lord, I didn't expect you to guess me right. I really don't know how to use these things. When I can return to my hometown in the future, I will give these cosmetics to my mother as gifts. Elena replied seriously. Hearing this, Lin Xia's face choked and she sighed in her heart, alas, it may be difficult to return home. In this cruel world, being able to survive is the greatest luxury. Elena also noticed that Lin Xia's expression was a little heavy, and she seemed to realize something in her heart. Yes, she had clearly come to this world at the call of the gods. How could she possibly go back whenever she wanted? All arrangements had to be subject to the will of the gods. Elena, I don't know what the future will be like, but I promise you that if I have the ability, I will definitely send you back home. But it will take a long time to achieve this goal. Therefore, I need you to help me with all your strength. As long as our territory can become the most powerful in this world, it should be enough. Lin Xia clenched his fists and said in a deep voice. Elena was also touched by the strong will that erupted from Lin Xia, and nodded slightly. No problem, Lord, I am willing to stay by your side forever. Very good, Elena. By the way, I have something I want you to help me look at. As he spoke, Lin Xia took out a few parchment scrolls from his arms. This was a strange item he had seized from Baylor before. It could release wind blades and caused considerable trouble to the 1st Infantry Brigade. Lin Xia placed the parchment scroll on the conference table and asked Elena to take a closer look. This is a magic scroll. It should be of the wind element. Lord, where did you get it from? Elena took a casual glance at it and saw its true appearance, and asked in confusion. Lin Xia did not hide anything and said truthfully, this is the spoils I got from other lords. You said it is a magic scroll, so how do you activate it? Well, about this, Lord, if you want to use the magic scroll, you must have a certain magical talent. Elena said, her red lips slightly parted. Magical talent? Could it be that this idiot Baylor actually possesses the magical talent of the wind element? He is so lucky. Lin Xia cursed inwardly. But then again, when he absorbed Lord Baylor's spirit, he didn't find any magical talent. Elena, can you help me see if I have any talent for magic? Lin Xia rubbed his hands and said expectantly. Upon hearing this, Elena's expression immediately became very strange. Lord, of course you can, but, if you want to test your magic talent, you must use instruments made of mithril. I don't have any mithril on me. I'm sorry, Lord, I can't meet your request. Lin Xia just showed a look of disappointment, but soon his heart moved slightly. Yes, aren't there 3 mineral veins in his territory? In addition to the 2 fine iron veins, there is also an unknown vein, but Lin Xia cannot identify the type of the unknown vein. What if it is a mithril vein? Without further ado, go check it out now. Lin Xia briefly told Elena everything about the mineral vein. After receiving the news, she was also very excited. As a dragon knight, Elena is proficient in magic and dragon language, but what bothers her most is that she has neither a dragon mount nor enough mithril to make sophisticated magic weapons. Relying only on the crude magic bow and arrow that he carried with him, he could not exert even half of his strength. The mithril vein is not only important to Lin Xia, but also an indispensable resource for Elena. A hint of paleness appeared in the sky, and finally, this bloody night came to an end. In this zombie tide, countless lords lost their lives. Similarly, more zombies fell down like weeds and sacrificed their crystal cores. Congratulations to all the surviving lords. You have survived the first wave of zombies and further unlocked game features. Mission function: different types of missions will be randomly refreshed around the world, including forbidden missions, mandatory missions, plot missions, etc. You can get rewards by completing the mission, and you will be punished if the mission fails. Reputation function: after completing the task, you can get reputation points. 1 reputation point equals 1,000 crystal cores. You can exchange items in the exchange store. The top 100 lords in the game reputation will be on the reputation list. Note: reputation points cannot be traded, but can be given to each other. After the lord is killed, the reputation belongs to the killer. All the lords of the entire world heard the mechanical sounds of the game, but when they saw the additional instructions for the new functions, they all started cursing. The mission function is pretty good. It can give everyone an opportunity to quickly improve their strength and obtain equipment, weapons, and resources. But the second reputation function is pure cheating. First of all, reputation points are very valuable, and 1 reputation point can be exchanged for 1,000 crystal cores. Secondly, the information of the top 100 lords on the reputation list will be displayed in detail, which will attract deliberate attacks from many lords. After all, when a lord is killed, the reputation points will go to the killer. Moreover, reputation points cannot be traded and can only be obtained through gifts and killing each other. The problem is that few people are willing to give away reputation points. In this case, the only reliable way to obtain them is to attack each other. Lin Xia turned off the world channel with a sneer on her face. It had begun again. A series of bloody storms were about to take place in this world. Come on, who is afraid of who? In the next period of time, Lin Xia will continue to annex the lands of other lords and expand his strength crazily. After this battle, Lin Xia's level was improved again. Host: Lin Xia. Level: Tier 3, 3070/20,000. Talents: SSS-level plants, A-level tips. Attributes: Strength 18/Agility 17/Constitution 20/Spirit 26. Note: the basic attributes of ordinary adult men are all 10. Skill: Bronze level Whirlwind. Crystal Core: 7569. Achievement: Goblin Slayer. Daily Draw: 2. Although Lin Xia's level has officially entered the 3rd level, the number of daily draws has not changed. It seems that the number of draws will not increase as the level increases. The number of crystal cores harvested exceeded Lin Xia's expectations. He stored most of the crystal cores in the safe in his bedroom and only carried a few hundred crystal cores with him. Let's get on with the lottery draw. Bite. As the piercing sound rang out, Lin Xia hurriedly looked over and saw 2 more lines of small words in the daily lottery column. Silver level Hail Breath. Introduction: according to legend, this longbow was made by the Ice Elves and was given as a gift to the Dark Elves who were fighting against the Skeleton Army. Damage: 69 points of physical damage / 36 points of piercing damage / 5% ice damage. Requirements: level higher than level 3, with water element talent. Ice element is best, which can increase freezing damage by 2%. Lin Xia looked at the extra longbow in his hand and couldn't help but exclaimed, "This luck is too good." He actually drew a silver level weapon. But then again, it feels like this longbow was tailor-made for Elena. 50 tons of barreled explosives, powerful unstable explosives, usually used to attack the enemy's strong walls. The second reward left Lin Xia a little confused. It was actually explosives, and 50 tons of them. What were they used for? Lin Xia looked at the barrels of explosives filled to the brim in the lobby on the first floor and couldn't help but smile bitterly. There were skull patterns painted on them, which looked very scary. Lin Yi, Arthur, come here. Lin Xia shouted. Soon, the two men pushed open the door and walked in, but when they saw hundreds of barrels of explosives in front of them, their expressions suddenly became interesting. This. Lord, please don't be upset. We have repelled the zombies' attack, and now it's daybreak, and they have shown no signs of attacking again. Arthur quickly ran to Lin Xia and tried to dissuade her. My lord, Arthur is right. Nothing can happen to you, otherwise this huge territory will really lose its backbone. Lin Yim said anxiously. Ah, what are you thinking? Why should I be so upset? These explosives are the rewards I received. Hurry up and take people to move them all to an uninhabited place in the territory. Lin Xia coughed a few times and gave the order. These explosives are extremely unstable. When transporting them, you must not drop them on the ground. Otherwise, everyone in the territory will be finished. An evil smile appeared on Lin Xia's face, scaring Lin Yi and Arthur. Understood, Lord, we will be extremely careful and will not make any mistakes. Yes, my lord, as you command. The two men did not suspect anything and left the place carefully. Then, they called all the strong men in the territory to move all the explosives here. Lin Xia shrugged and opened the territory panel. In this zombie wave, he obtained 300 territory fragments, which was enough to continue upgrading the territory. Congratulations, you have successfully upgraded your territory to level 4. Territory status. Type, hardwood camp, black iron. Level, LV4, full level. Function, automatic repair, moat, automatic defense. Material level, rich. Subject loyalty, 98%. Evaluation, a territory with strong defensive capabilities, but it is basically impossible to survive the second wave of zombies. Hardwood camp, as the first type of territory obtained by Lin Xia, was finally upgraded to its limit. The hardwood fence was raised by 2 meters and twice as thick, enough to withstand the collective charge of thousands of zombies without collapsing. The territory has a new function called automatic defense. In fact, there are more than a dozen 3-meter-high arrow towers near the wooden walls of the territory. They do not require human control and can automatically shoot crossbows to kill the enemy. Moreover, when the enemy approaches the wooden wall, rolling stones and hot oil will be automatically released to prevent the enemy from breaking through the wooden wall. In addition, the width of the moat has been increased to 10 meters, and even agile zombies cannot jump over it. Lin Xia couldn't help but sigh. If she had such defensive facilities last night, she wouldn't have to be afraid of the zombie tide at all. The Lord's Hall, warehouses, wells, and housing have all been improved accordingly. Generally speaking, more and more people can be accommodated. This time, even if tens of thousands of people appear in Lin Xia's territory, there is no need to worry about congestion. Alas, the territory is expanding so fast, but the number of my subjects is really small, not even 1,000 people. This cannot go on. Lin Xia paced back and forth in the lobby on the first floor, thinking about the next expansion plan. Da-da-da. At this time, footsteps were heard at the stairs. Lin Xia looked back and saw Elena, wearing aqua-blue body armor that outlined her graceful figure, walking down slowly. Elena, how did you sleep? Was the bed comfortable? Lin Xia asked with a smile. A smile appeared on Elena's fair face. My lord, I had a good rest. Thank you for your greetings. The next moment, Elena snorted softly, her eyes were drawn to an ice longbow on the conference table, and she showed a look of surprise. The longbow, which is made entirely of ice crystals, exudes an extremely cold aura. The bowstring is even more extraordinary, and should be made from the tendons of the 5th-level magical beast, the silver-maned tiger. Lin Xia noticed Elena's fixed gaze, picked up the breath of hail, and walked in front of Elena. Elena, consider this longbow as a gift from me to you. I am not good at using a bow and arrow. You once said that your father was a giant dragon from the Frost Dragon clan. I think this breath of hail is most suitable for you. Elena was stunned for a moment, then she stretched out her hands, solemnly took the longbow, and then bowed deeply to Lin Xia. Thank you, Lord. I have heard of the name of Hail's breath a long time ago. This is also the weapon I have always dreamed of. Hearing this, Lin Xia nodded with satisfaction. Since Elena was satisfied, he felt relieved. Making the best use of things was what he, as a lord, should do. Congratulations, Lord. The loyalty of the 4th-level Dragon Knight Elena to you has reached 102%. Lin Xia was shocked. It turned out that the loyalty of the subjects could exceed 100%. This was the first time he discovered this. After a brief understanding, Lin Xia was secretly happy. It turned out that breaking through 100% loyalty was not as simple as the numbers. Only when the subjects are extremely grateful to the Lord can their loyalty undergo a qualitative change and exceed the numerical limit. It was truly a pleasant surprise that Elena's loyalty improved so much after she received the breath of hail. This shows that unless Lin Xia does something immoral and intolerable to Elena, his loyalty will be reduced and return to the 100% range. Nothing else can shake the unbreakable bond of subordination between the two. Elena, there is no time to lose. Let's set off now and head for the mysterious mineral vein in the territory. If it is really a mithril mineral vein, the strength of our territory will be greatly enhanced. Hearing this, Elena giggled and waved the breath of hail in her hand. My lord, the weapon you gave me is a famous magic longbow, which is enough to bring out 70% of my strength. Oh. Only 70%. How should the remaining 30% be made up? Lin Xia asked curiously. Dragon, only when I get a dragon mount can I be called a true dragon-born knight and can unleash the true power of a 4th-level hero. Elena put the breath of hail behind her and said in a deep voice. Dragon. Lin Xia kept these 2 words in mind and walked out of the Lord's Hall with Elena. The harsh sunlight in the sky shone into the territory without any reservation, and the busy people seemed to be covered with a layer of golden light. This is the day with the brightest sunshine since Lin Xia came into this world. It seems that this is what is meant by sunshine always comes after the rain. It's a pity that many lords had already fallen in the night of yesterday and would never see the sun of the next day. Long live the Lord. Without the leadership of the Lord, we would not be able to win this desperate battle. Salute to the Lord. My Lord, please accept us, your subjects, and express your most loyal gratitude. And Lady Elena, if she hadn't shot the crucial arrow, I would have been bitten to death by the mutant poisonous claw wolf. Eh? Where is Lady Elena? Why can't I see her? As soon as Lin Xia appeared, he was immediately faced with cheers from a large number of subjects. Everyone gathered around him and expressed their gratitude profusely. Seeing this, Lin Xia pursed her lips and said with a smile, My fellow subjects, as a lord, protecting the territory and all the subjects in the territory is my greatest responsibility. Why should I thank you? In my opinion, the greatest credit goes to each of you. In fact, Elena's fatal arrow was the key to turning the tide of the battle. Of course, Lin Xia knew that Elena didn't like the feeling of being the center of attention, so he asked her to quietly avoid the crowd and wait for him outside. My lord, you are flattering us by saying this. We are ordinary civilians. We can't unite without someone to lead us. Arthur took a few steps forward, clasped his fists, and said in a deep voice. Yes, Brother Arthur is right. The Lord's contribution is the greatest. We have only a small contribution at most. Someone on the side said loudly. Seeing this, Lin Xia also smiled bitterly. These guys were endless. They couldn't stop patting the horses. Okay, you are all right. I have made the greatest contribution. Then, to commend everyone for their hard work last night, I will officially announce it. From today until tomorrow morning, everyone can enjoy and celebrate this hard-earned victory. During this period, all fine wines and food are freely available without restrictions. Anyone can enjoy them. Lin Xia put her hands behind her back, smiled and announced the good news to everyone. Boom. The sounds of cheering and rejoicing suddenly resounded throughout the entire territory. Everyone thanked Lin Xia for her generosity and started singing and dancing. Congratulations, Lord. the loyalty of all your peasants has risen to 99%, and their work speed has increased by 10%. Congratulations, Lord. The loyalty of all your foundry workers has risen to 98%, and their work speed has increased by 12%. The obvious change brought about by Lin Xia's generous efforts is the increase in the loyalty of his subjects. Now, it can be said that everyone in the territory is united in supporting Lin Xia's rule. Lin Yi, come here. Lin Xia waved and went to the corner with Lin Yi. How many treasure chests were dropped after killing the zombies last night? Lin Xia asked anxiously. Lin Yi thought for a moment and immediately replied, My lord, there are a total of 600 red treasure chests, 300 orange treasure chests, and 1 yellow treasure chest. Tell me in detail what resources were revealed. 300 red treasure chests, all of which contained resources, including food, seeds, cattle, sheep, wood, stone, etc. 100 orange treasure chests revealed several army and building blueprints that I couldn't quite understand, as well as some iron-level weapons and equipment. The last yellow treasure chest exploded with a parchment scroll, which seemed to contain something related to magic. Specific food includes 10,000 bags of beef instant noodles, 5,000 cans of pork meatballs, 3,000 bottles of juice, and 200,000 kebabs of lamb. Seeing Lin Yi talking incessantly about the exploded food resources, Lin Xia quickly stopped. Okay, distribute all the food and daily resources properly. Don't tell me about them one by one. Today's celebration banquet must be prepared in a rich and abundant way. Don't be stingy. Do you understand? Lin Xia warned. No problem, Your Majesty. Lin Yi nodded heavily. Very good. You can put the blueprints, weapons, and equipment, as well as the parchment scroll in my bedroom. I will deal with them when I come back. After saying this, Lin Xia prepared to leave the territory. Lin Yi asked in confusion, Lord, are you leaving the territory and not celebrating the victory with us? I wanted to do that too, but I have something urgent to do. After I leave, you must be on guard to prevent other lords from launching a sneak attack. Lin Xia said, touching his forehead. As you command, Lord. Just like that, Lin Xia was alone, looked at the territory behind her which was in the midst of carnival, and left. Outside the gate, Elena stood by the moat, looking at the apple bomb tree with interest, as if she was very eager for the bright and plump apples on it. She stretched out her delicate hand, picked a fruit and was about to put it into her mouth. Stop. Lin Xia's eyes almost popped out of her head when she saw the scene in front of her, and she immediately spoke out to stop him. Elena was startled by the sudden noise, and the apple bomb in her hand slipped out of her palm and fell to the ground. Oh no, Elena, get out of the way. Lin Xia was extremely anxious and used her skill whirlwind slash directly. Her speed increased dramatically and she rushed forward to hug Elena's slender waist tightly, rolling with her on the ground for a few rounds. Bang. Just as the two rolled to the side of the moat, the apple bomb fell to the ground, delayed for 3 seconds, and then exploded directly. Phew, fortunately, I almost forgot that the apple bomb will not explode immediately after it hits the ground. Instead, there is a 3-second waiting period. A layer of fine beads of sweat appeared on Lin Xia's forehead. Elena, are you okay? Lin Xia turned to look at Elena, only then did she realize that her face was unusually red. Lin Xia was stunned and was about to ask her what was going on when she suddenly realized that her palm was pressing on something soft and round in Elena's body. Swish. Lin Xia pulled back her claws as if she had been electrocuted. Elena's body trembled and then quickly returned to its original state, just like jelly. This is so chewy and elastic, wow. Well, Elena, I'm sorry. I was really worried about your safety, so I lost my composure. But luckily, nothing happened to you, haha. Lin Xia blinked and quickly changed the subject. Elena was silent for a moment, then said calmly, My lord, I know that the apples on that apple tree are not edible apples, but bombs. Ah, this. 3 black lines immediately appeared on Lin Xia's forehead. After all this time, he was so eager to play the hero and save the beauty, but it turned out that the beauty was not as innocent as he thought. Elena paused and continued, I just want to see what the secret of this apple bomb is. As for the power of the explosion, to be honest, it doesn't pose any threat to me. Well, okay, Elena, I've been thinking too much. Let's go now. Lin Xia got up from the ground, patted the dust off his body, and walked away as if nothing had happened. A mysterious mineral vein is hidden in a mountain forest several thousand meters away from the Lord's Hall. Lin Xia cannot sense the true type of the mineral vein. At this moment, hundreds of zombies were wandering aimlessly inside and outside the mountains and forests. Swish, swish, swish. Several ice crystal arrows suddenly came from the void and accurately pierced the heads of several ordinary level 2 zombies. Roar. The zombies nearby let out low howls, warning the enemies hiding in the dark. Suddenly, fierce gunshots rang out. In just a short moment, the heads of 4 or 5 zombies were blown up, and black blood gushed out. Lin Xia, holding an M1911, appeared behind the group of zombies in a cunning manner, constantly pulling the trigger and firing a series of high-powered high-explosive ammunition. Even the hard scales of the level 2 zombies could not withstand the power of the M1911, and they died with broken limbs and bleeding heads. Is the power of magic really so strong that it can kill much faster than me? Lin Xia just took a breath and found that Elena's fingers were plucking the arrow string quickly. Then, holding the breath of hail, she quickly spun around with her body as the center, and fired a dense rain of arrows that covered all the zombies in all directions. Puff puff puff. This group of unfortunate zombies all had a half-foot wide hole between their eyebrows, and then their bodies fell down weakly. 60 zombies. Elena stopped and looked calm, not feeling tired at all. TSK, so amazing, she is worthy of being a 4th-level hero. Don't be fooled by Elena's weak appearance. In fact, her physical fitness, agility, and strength are far superior to mine. Lin Xia didn't feel anything strange. As a lord, it was not strange that his subjects were stronger than him. After all, they were all for the sake of protecting their own safety. If Lin Xia's personal bodyguard was even weaker than him, that would be something that would make him nervous all the time. Bang. Lin Xia smiled and clapped her hands to show her appreciation for Elena's performance. Elena nodded slightly without saying anything. She followed Lin Xia silently, stepped onto the path, and walked into the depths of the forest. Lin Xia didn't need to take any action on the sporadic zombies he encountered along the way, as they were killed one by Elena's blurry archery speed. Lin Xia was happy with this and looked at the beautiful scenery along the road. It's no wonder that, although this forest is occupied by zombies, the flowers and plants on both sides of the road are actually blooming quite brightly. If it weren't for the smelly zombie corpses lying on the ground, reminding Lin Xia all the time that this was a doomsday game, he actually felt like he was strolling in Blue Star Park. The mysterious mineral vein is ahead, Elena, be careful. After all, none of us knows what's in the mine. Lin Xia turned his head and said in a deep voice. Don't worry, Lord. I will definitely stand in front of you in dangerous moments. Elena blinked her bright eyes and said seriously. Lin Xia raised the corner of his mouth slightly, slowed down his pace, and approached the mine at a more cautious pace. Ding! Lord Lin Xia, please pay attention. World mission detected, rescue the goblin blasting team trapped in the mine. Mission summary, a demolition team consisting of 5 goblins is surrounded in a mine by dozens of zombies controlled by a level 2 intelligent zombie. They are unable to escape. Rescue them. Task time limit, 30 minutes. Mission rewards, 500 crystal cores, 100 reputation points, and 70% favorability with the Goblin Demolition Team. Mission requirements, the Goblin Demolition Team cannot have any casualties. If one person is killed or injured, the crystal core reward will be reduced by half. If more than 2 people are killed or injured, the mission will be considered a failure, the reward will be cancelled, and 300 crystal cores will be deducted. Lin Xia frowned slightly. She didn't expect that the world mission would be triggered by such a coincidence. For world quests, you can choose to accept or reject them, and generally there will be no penalty. Mandatory tasks are tasks that must be accepted. If you refuse or fail to complete them, you will usually be severely punished. Generally speaking, story missions are long and if completed, the rewards will be generous. If failed, there will be no rewards or penalties, but there is a high probability that you will be hunted down or hated by the characters in the story. Lin Xia still had some impression of goblins. They were close relatives of goblins and were both relatively weaker groups among the beastmen. But the difference between the two is that although the goblins are weak, they are not bad by nature. They like to live in mines and underground and are proficient in blasting and mecha manufacturing technology. For this reason, goblins are welcomed and treated well by orcs and many other races. Lin Xia naturally would not miss this opportunity. Taking the opportunity to recruit a few goblins to join the territory would definitely play a huge role. Elena, let's rush in, there are goblins in the mine who need our help. Lin Xia waved her hand and shouted. Goblins. I didn't expect to encounter this race here. Elena raised her eyebrows and muttered in a low voice. The Frost Dragon clan lived on a mountain thousands of meters high. In order to expand the caves where they lived, they hired a number of goblin demolition teams to blast open the hard rocks and build huge caves for them to live in. Therefore, Elena was quite familiar with the goblins, and rescuing them was still acceptable. The two of them quickly came to the entrance of the mine. Under the shade of several towering trees, they could barely see a 3-meter-high cave entrance. It was pitch black inside and the road could not be seen clearly. Bang! Suddenly, 2 gunshots were heard from deep in the mine, accompanied by panicked cries for help. Someone, help us, the zombies are going to eat us. What are you afraid of? At worst, I can fight them to the death. I still have some explosives left. Let's die together. Ha ha. Second brother, you lunatic, I don't want to be buried with these zombies. Lin Xia couldn't help but smile when listening to these rather funny cries for help. These goblins were quite interesting when they spoke. Elena, let's go in now. Do we need a torch for lighting? Lin Xia bent down, picked up 2 thick wooden sticks from the ground, and was about to make a fire. Elena twisted her fingers slightly, and a blue magic flame swayed at her fingertips. My lord, you are responsible for the lighting, and I will deal with those zombies. Elena placed the flame on her fingertips on the thick wooden stick, and a vigorous blue flame immediately burned on the stick. No problem. Lin Xia nodded, holding the torch tightly with 5 fingers, followed Elena into the dark cave. As soon as they entered the mine, gusts of cold wind blew on their faces, as if a knife was scratching them, causing great pain. Fortunately, the thick wooden stick blessed by the magic flame released a bright light, dispelling the darkness and showing the situation around it. It would be fine if you didn't look, but when you did, Lin Xia was shocked to find that there were many headless zombies lying on both sides of the road. They must have died from headshots. Could it be that someone has already gotten there before us? Lin Xia was startled and said to herself. That's not the case, Lord. The muzzles of these zombies are irregular in shape. They must be muskets made by the goblins themselves. Compared with the firearms in your hand, they are far less sophisticated. Elena hesitated for a moment and spoke. Hearing this, Lin Xia took a closer look and found that what Elena said made sense. The heart that had been hanging in her throat finally settled down. It's right in front. Elena took light steps and appeared more than 10 meters away. Lin Xia followed closely, loaded all the bullets into the M1911, and was ready for battle at all times. The 2 men passed through a winding cave, and when they came out, the view suddenly became clear. It was a large flat land with a lot of corpses and bullet fragments piled around it. It can be seen from this that there had been a fierce exchange of fire here, resulting in many casualties among humans and zombies, and leaving a pile of debris. At the end of this open space, there was no road. A huge black rock blocked the way leading to the depths of the mine. If one wanted to move forward, they had to move it away. The goblin demolition team was pressed tightly against the rocks, and in front of them was an encirclement formed by hundreds of zombies. Lin Xia took a quick glance and the expression on her face became a little strange. Among these zombies, in addition to the common level 2 ordinary zombies, there were also 2 types of zombies that had never been seen before. The first type of zombie is covered with hard white bones all over the body, as if wearing a suit of bone armor. Its right arm seemed to have undergone some kind of mutation, and it expanded directly into a bone shield more than 1 meter high, blocking in front of its body. Heavy armored zombies. Lin Xia swallowed. If he remembered correctly, this kind of zombie is famous for its abnormal defense. Someone on the World Channel once told about the horror of this zombie. Its bone shield can withstand hundreds of powerful pistol bullets, and the skeletal armor on the surface of its body cannot be exploded with grenades. The most important thing is that the lowest level of heavy armored zombies is level 3. Elena, we must be careful. That white zombie is a heavy armored zombie and is difficult to deal with. Lin Xia leaned into Elena's ear and whispered. Well, I'll pay attention. Lin Xia continued to focus on the second type of zombie. Its clothes were completely intact, except for the top of its head, which had 4 or 5 raised pustules that were pink in color. What made Lin Xia feel sick the most was that these pustules seemed to be alive, constantly squirming. Apart from this most striking feature, there is no difference between this kind of zombie and ordinary zombies. Lin Xia took a deep breath, opened the world channel, and sent a message. Excuse me, gentlemen, what kind of zombie is it with the pink pustules on its head? Just after Lin Xia's statement, many people seemed to be in a panic, rushing to answer the question below. Oh, isn't this the famous Lord Lin Xia? The last time you made a move, you bought 1,000 bottles of spring water, but you surprised me, haha. Brother, let me remind you, you may encounter intelligent zombies. This thing's IQ is not low. It is equivalent to a 7 or 8-year-old child. It can control hundreds of zombies and launch attacks. You must be careful. Lord Lin Xia, you actually survived last night's zombie wave. It's not easy. It's not easy. TSK. Yeah, I thought Lord Lin Xia felt that he would not live for many more days, so he sold off all his resource stocks. The guy upstairs, shut up and say a few words. Can you suffocate to death? Among the many lords who answered Lin Xia, many of them were more aggressive than before. This showed that the zombie tide last night had changed the mental state of many people. But he still got the most important information: intelligent zombies are indeed not simple. Hey, 2 people over there, how long are you going to watch the show? If you don't take action, I will ignite the explosives and die together. The goblins trapped under the boulder had already discovered the figures of Lin Xia and Elena. But when they found that these 2 humans were slow to take action, they became determined and threatened them directly. In the goblin demolition team, the second one was the simplest and the shortest, only 1 meter tall, but the strongest. He simply held the remaining explosives in his arms. Third brother, let's count to 3. If those 2 humans don't take action, we will just ignite the explosives and die together. Don't be anxious, second brother. I don't want zombies to be buried with me. I won't be at peace even after death. The third brother adjusted his glasses on his nose and smiled bitterly. After hearing the warning from the goblins, Lin Xia immediately showed a sneer on his face. These dwarves were threatening them even when they were about to die. Go to hell with you, I won't save them. I'll teach them a lesson first. Lin Xia knew very well that to deal with an unruly person, he had to make him suffer a little so that he would willingly submit to him. After making up her mind, Lin Xia grabbed Elena's warm hand and left the plane in the latter's slightly surprised gaze. Of course, Lin Xia did not really leave the mine directly. After all, he still had a mission to complete. More than 10 minutes had passed, and he had to wait until the last moment of the mission before rescuing the goblin demolition team. During this period, unless the goblin demolition squad really can't hold on any longer, or intends to self-destruct and die, Lin Xia will immediately take action to stop them. Elena, remember, without my order, you are not allowed to rescue these goblins. I want to kill their fighting spirit. Lin Xia said majestically. Yes, Lord. Elena replied indifferently without any expression, then she distanced herself from Lin Xia, took out a white silk handkerchief, and wiped her hands. Lin Xia's mind was suddenly confused. Is he so dirty in Elena's eyes? Could it be that I forgot to take a shower last night and I stink so badly? Lin Xia quickly sniffed her armpits, but there was clearly no smell. On the contrary, there was a faint scent of soap lingering around. Pretending not to see what Elena did, Lin Xia leaned against the stone wall, closed her eyes, and listened carefully to the sounds made by the goblin blasting team. Damn it, second brother, can you please use your brain? You scared those 2 humans away by threatening them like that. The third brother gritted his teeth in anger and patted the second brother on the back. Cough cough. The second brother was caught off guard and almost fell to his knees. He touched the back of his head with an embarrassed look on his face. Brother, wasn't I too anxious? I just made up a few nonsense words, who knew it would turn out like this? Roar. Just as the goblin demolition squad was arguing, the zombies finally lost their patience. They wanted to immediately eliminate the goblins in front of them, and then catch up with the two humans who broke into the mine. A hint of ferocity flashed in the pale eyes of the intelligent zombie, and the pink pustules on the top of its head made a squirming sound. Click, click, click. The heavily armored zombie shook its body violently, holding a bone shield in its hand, followed by ordinary zombies arranged in a scattered formation, approaching the goblin blasting team step by step. Shoot quickly, blow up this white bone zombie first, I hate the sight of it. The second brother pulled out an old-fashioned musket from his waist, aimed at the head of the heavy-armored zombie, and fired a shot. A large amount of white smoke escaped from the barrel, blocking the goblin's vision. Cough cough. The third brother, who was closest to him, kept coughing and almost cried, "Second brother, can you replace this broken musket? It has such low power and such a strong smell of gunpowder, it's almost choking me to death." I say, third brother, why do you talk so much? Our lives are almost gone, and you are still fussing about these things. The second brother looked at the third brother with his eyes wide open. Okay, shut up, both of you. You're making me upset by your noise. The oldest goblin, with a bushy white beard on his chin, broke the silence and shouted. Seeing this, the second and third brothers lowered their heads. The three of them were brothers, and they had always been accustomed to bickering with each other over the years, even at the critical moment of life and death, they still did so. The gunpowder smoke completely dissipated, and there was not even a trace left on the forehead of the heavily armored zombie. Obviously, the old-fashioned musket in the goblin's hand was too low in power. It might be okay to kill a chicken or a rabbit, but it's basically useless against a zombie with such abnormal defense. It's over, brothers, the three of us are going to lose our lives in this broken mine. The second brother threw the old-fashioned musket in his hand aside with a look of despair on his face. Anyway, the bullet just fired was the last one, and this old-fashioned musket has completely turned into a fire stick, which is good enough to be used to hit zombies. The third brother sighed, took off his square-framed glasses and rubbed them vigorously on his clothes. He was about to die, so he must not let his glasses get dirty. In contrast to his two brothers, the eldest brother had a blank expression on his face, and from time to time he glanced towards the place where Lin Xia and Elena had disappeared, looking very expectant. Roar. Led by the heavily armored zombies, the zombies were only 10 meters away from the goblin blasting team. The goblins can already smell the foul stench coming towards them. Are they really going to detonate the explosives on their bodies and die together with the zombies? Seeing this, the eldest brother finally couldn't help himself and shouted, "Dear friends, please forgive my second brother's rude words. I am willing to use the loyalty of the three brothers in exchange for your help." The second brother looked at the eldest brother in surprise and said, "Brother, what's wrong with you? You are talking to the air. Are you scared and have a mental problem? Shut up. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll tear your stinky mouth apart." The eldest brother slapped the second brother hard on the head, making the latter look painful. However, to the boss's surprise, Lin Xia and Elena did not show up. Could it be that they really left? This shouldn't be the case. Dear adults, please help us. As long as we can escape from the zombies, I am willing to devote all my life's knowledge to you and be loyal to you. The boss gritted his teeth, fell to his knees with a plop, and spoke respectfully in the direction where Lin Xia and Elena disappeared. Roar. A zombie suddenly pounced forward, aimed at the boss' throat and bit it hard. Save me, my lords. The boss's face suddenly changed. He supported himself on the ground with his hands and feet and fled backwards. Swish, swish, swish. I saw several ice crystal arrows coming from the air, piercing the air and suddenly piercing the middle position between the zombie group and the goblin blasting team. Iron level skill, Ice Freeze, shoots several arrows carrying icy energy into the ground, releasing enough icy energy to freeze the enemy for 20 seconds. As soon as Elena made a move, she completely turned the situation around. Soon, her figure flew high into the air, leaping directly over the group of zombies covered in ice, and landed in front of the goblin blasting team. Bang bang bang. Before the goblins had time to take a few more glances at the beautiful elf-like woman in front of them, they felt their butts being kicked hard. Then, they actually flew. They fell to the ground, their mouths full of dirt, and they still didn't react. How did they escape? Lin Xia looked helplessly at the short goblin lying in front of him, covered in dirt, and shook his head. These cunning guys won't cry until they see the coffin. If I hadn't used the threat of zombies to force them to beg for mercy, the goblins would never have thought of surrendering to humans. What are your names? Why are you in a mine and surrounded by zombies? Lin Xia asked with a frown. After a brief exchange, the goblins told Lin Xia the whole story. It turned out that they were also summoned from another world by a lord, but their luck was not very good. The lord mistook the goblins for goblins and directly imprisoned them, preparing to execute them. The three Ackerman brothers, with an overwhelming desire to survive, used the high explosives they carried with them to blast open the door of the dungeon and escaped overnight. Afterwards, the three goblin brothers accidentally discovered this mysterious mine and decided to explore it. However, as soon as they came in, they were surrounded by zombies until Lin Xia and Elena showed up. Lord Lin Xia, you really don't know how dangerous the situation was at that time. The power of the explosives was far greater than we imagined. Not only did it blow up the dungeon, but it also destroyed the foundation of the Lord's castle above. Ackerman laughed and showed off to Lin Xia with a smug smile. Hearing this, Lin Xia responded casually, not taking it seriously, and shifted her attention to Elena. The zombie swarm had not been completely eliminated yet, and now was not the time to chat. Seeing that Lin Xia ignored him, Ackerman too looked embarrassed and stood aside tactfully. The three goblin brothers who survived the disaster have not yet fully recovered from the shock and are sighing. I told you, our Ackerman brothers are lucky. It's impossible for them to die here so easily. Thanks to Lord Lin Xia and that cold magician. Oh no, I see what looks like dragon horns on her head. Could it be a giant dragon? Oh my god, this shouldn't be possible. The lowest level dragons are all 9th level strongmen. With a casual blow, they can turn these zombies into ashes. Lin Xia, holding an M1911, moved to Elena's side to cover her attack. In another 5 seconds, the bodies of these zombies will be completely thawed and regain their ability to move. During this period of time, Elena has eliminated all the small zombies. Only the most difficult heavy-armored zombies and the intelligent zombies protected by 4 level 3 ordinary zombies were left. The mutation limit of ordinary zombies is level 6. Above that, it is basically impossible for new mutations to occur. Compared with the mutation of the level 2 zombies, the focus of the level 3 ordinary zombies is on defense and attack. Not only are the scales covering its body thicker and stronger, able to reduce the power of large-caliber rifle bullets, but its hands are also transformed into sharp claws, which are somewhat toxic. Any creature, once injured by this pair of claws, will immediately mutate and transform into a new level 3 ordinary zombie within 5 minutes at the latest. After obtaining the Breath of Hail, Elena's strength recovered to the 3rd level, but it was still not enough to easily defeat these tough zombies. Bang bang bang. Elena fired arrows frantically, hitting the heavy-armored zombie's head one after another, forcing it to retreat again and again, but without causing any damage to the zombie's body. Seeing this, the pink pustules on the top of the intelligent zombie's head began to wriggle slightly again, controlling the heavily armored zombie, and going completely crazy. A large amount of black filamentous mist lingered around the heavily armored zombie, increasing its agility and attack speed. Boom. The heavily armored zombies were like the heavy-armored infantrymen who led the charge in ancient times. They howled loudly, raised their shields, and rushed forward suddenly, trying to force Elena into a dead end. Although Elena was very powerful, she was, after all, a girl who had not experienced much of the world. Seeing that her attack was ineffective, her pretty face turned pale and she kept backing away. Seeing this, Lin Xia quickly fired several shots. The high-powered ammunition bombarded the zombie's body, and the impact force directly pushed it several meters away. Bang! Elena's foot was accidentally tripped by a protruding stone on the ground, and her buttocks fell heavily on the ground. Elena screamed as waves of pain came from her perky buttocks, but fortunately, the elastic buttocks alleviated the impact of the close contact with the ground to a certain extent. Elena sat on the ground for a while, then immediately jumped up, filled with anger and shame. She was obviously a dragon knight protecting Lord Lin Xia, a descendant of the glorious and great dragon clan, yet she made such a fool of herself in front of these ugly zombies. In just a short moment, she completely destroyed the image of a beautiful warrior that she had established in front of Lin Xia and the Ackerman goblins. "My lord, please hold me back for a while. I'm going to be ruthless," Elena said with a face as cold as ice, without any emotion. Lin Xia nodded quickly, like a chicken pecking at rice, and secretly said, "The tigress is about to get angry, stay away from her. 3 Ackerman brothers, come quickly to help me fight the zombies together." Lin Xia waved and shouted. Hearing this, the 3 goblin brothers hesitated for a moment, but still ran over obediently and stood behind Lin Xia, looking timid. "Master Lin Xia, it's not that we don't want to help, we just don't have any weapons. You should have seen that my old-fashioned musket is out of bullets." Ackerman too blinked, looking helpless. "Nonsense, don't think I don't know that you goblins love to carry explosives with you. Didn't you just threaten me that you would use explosives to kill each other?" Lin Xia snorted coldly and exposed him without any hesitation. Hearing this, Ackerman waved his hands quickly and said, "No, absolutely not, Master Lin Xia, the uncontrollability of using explosives is too great. Killing 1,000 enemies will only cost you 800. Nonsense, if we don't use explosives, we'll all die here. Take them out quickly and let's set one off and see," Lin Xia urged. His M1911 can only temporarily delay the offensive momentum of the heavily armored zombies. Before long, they will continue to rush forward. Apart from using explosives, there is no other way. Boss Ackerman sighed deeply and took out 2 cylindrical tubes of red explosives with thick and long fuses, each 20 centimeters long, from the animal skin backpack behind him. "Master Lin Xia, please step back quickly. I will control the scale and try not to damage the structural strength of the mine." As soon as he finished speaking, Boss Ackerman lit the fuse, looked at the explosives in his hand with fear, and threw it out fiercely. 2 tubes of red explosive sizzled and drew a beautiful parabola in the air before landing at the feet of the heavily armored zombie. Boom. After a while, 2 tubes of red explosives filled with high explosive gunpowder completely shattered, releasing a scorching shock wave that destroyed everything around them. Before this, Lin Xia and others had already evacuated this open space and stood outside the cave, watching what was happening inside. Click, click. In the face of the shock wave of the explosives, the hard rock seemed fragile. Along with a burst of intensive shaking sounds, many irregular fist-sized stones rolled down from the surrounding stone walls. Following closely was a large amount of dust that filled the air in front of everyone, blocking their view and making it impossible to see what was happening inside. Call. Boss Ackerman wiped the sweat from his forehead and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the worst situation did not happen. The structural strength of the mine was stronger than he had imagined, and there was no sign of collapse. Seeing this, Elena's anger subsided a little. Although the mine did not collapse, the rocks that rolled down were enough to bury all the zombies. Things have come to this, there should be no need for her to use her ultimate move to eliminate these disgusting monsters. Not bad, it seems that your goblin's technology in tinkering with gunpowder is indeed not simple, and its power is more powerful than I imagined. Lin Xia clapped his hands and was about to praise the Ackerman brothers. Suddenly, waves of extremely angry zombie howls rang out from the mine ahead. When the dust cleared, only heavily armored zombies were seen, with holes all over their bodies and the bone shields in front of them completely blown to pieces. Even so, its life has not ended yet. It takes heavy steps and approaches Lin Xia and others step by step. The faces of the 3 Ackerman brothers were filled with awkward smiles. They really didn't expect that the defense of this heavy armored zombie was so abnormal. 2 tubes of high explosives thrown at its feet could not kill it. Hee hee, I take back everything I said just now. Lin Xia rolled his eyes at the 3 Ackerman brothers, took out the M1911 from his waist, and aimed it at the zombie's head. Bang bang bang. After 3 gunshots, half of the heavy armored zombie's skull was blown off by the powerful impact, but it was still running forward numbly. As long as these humans in front of them are still alive, the heavy armored zombie's desire to kill will never end. Because this is an intelligent zombie, it will instinctively accept the last command given before it dies and will not refuse. My lord, your guns can't kill it at all. Please stand back and let me deal with this monster. Elena's cold voice slowly sounded from behind Lin Xia. Okay. Lin Xia put away the M1911, shrugged, and stepped aside. Elena was right. This black iron-grade firearm would basically be of little use against zombies above level 3. Only the magical power from another world can destroy these difficult monsters effortlessly. The mine fell into silence. The three Ackerman brothers and Lin Xia held their breath and focused their eyes on Elena, waiting to see what methods she could use to annihilate the heavily armored zombies. Woohoo! The heavily armored zombie's eyes were filled with scarlet blood. Its bony arms were raised high and rushed towards Elena's seemingly petite body. In its view, this female human is the most inconspicuous existence among this group of humans, so why not start with her first? Snort. A somewhat frightening blue light appeared in Elena's beautiful eyes, and her slender jade-like fingers moved quickly in front of her, constantly intertwining and changing into strange gestures that Lin Xia had never seen before. In this regard, he guessed that this should be the forward movement of some kind of magic skill. No wonder it requires time to prepare. Such a complicated gesture must consume a lot of energy to successfully perform it. When the distance between the heavy armored zombies and Elena was only a few meters away, a pocket dragon rune appeared on Elena's white and plump forehead. She was covered in ice blue and was making a leap with 2 wings. Action. Die. Elena's mouth softly spat out these 2 words without any human emotion, as if they were ice elves walking out of the ice and snow. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the ground in front of Elena began to roll wildly, and then 4 ice crystal prisms as thick as thighs suddenly broke out of the ground, tightly locking the movement space of the heavily armored zombies. For a moment, this poor zombie was like a little mouse in a cage. No matter how hard it struggled to move its body, it could not escape the confines of this small space. The 3 Ackerman brothers kept exclaiming, and the look they showed towards Elena was not only admiration as before, but also a bit of fear. Third brother, you see what I said was right, the gesture made by Lady Elena was clearly dragon magic. I have seen it with my own eyes. It's so scary. There are actually descendants of the dragon clan around us. This is simply unbelievable. We'd better stay away from her, lest we make her unhappy and she blows us to pieces. The 3 Ackerman brothers consciously kept a distance from Elena, with expressions of fear on their faces. Seeing this, Lin Xia shook his head with amusement and continued to focus his attention on the heavily armored zombie. Elena's first step was obviously just to trap the heavily armored zombie, but this alone would not be enough to kill it completely. The following development was just as Lin Xia had expected. Elena sneered and raised her hand, condensing dozens of spiral ice spikes in the air. The biting cold air was released completely. Fortunately for Lin Xia, as a level 3 human, his physique was far superior to that of an average adult male. But the 3 goblin brothers couldn't bear it anymore. Their thin bodies kept shaking. Soon, they were so cold that their faces turned pale and they couldn't even speak. Elena, get rid of it as soon as possible, don't delay any longer, the goblins are almost freezing to death. Lin Xia said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Elena hummed lightly, waved her jade hand, and the spiral ice spikes suspended in the air suddenly shot out. The heavily armored zombie had no room to resist at all, and the few bits of intelligence left in its head could only make it make instinctive sounds of fear. Finally, accompanied by the teeth-grinding sound of bones breaking, the heavily armored zombie's body and limbs were pierced with several terrible gaps, and no foul-smelling black blood flowed out. Because the heavily armored zombies are actually real killing machines, their need for food is far less strong than that of ordinary zombies. Their instinct is to eliminate all obstacles in their way and kill all enemies. Congratulations, Lord Lin Xia. Mission: rescue the goblin demolition team trapped in the mine. Completed. Rewards received. Congratulations, you have obtained 500 crystal cores, 100 reputation points, and 70% favorability of the goblin demolition team. Seeing this, Lin Xia sighed softly. It was finally over. Although it was thrilling, the final harvest was still satisfactory. Lin Xia used the skill Whirlwind Chop and grabbed the collar of Boss Ackerman. His figure seemed to be bathed in the wind, light and fluttering. It only took 5 or 6 seconds for him to escape from the mine. The 2 of them shuttled out from the shadows and landed on the ground outside. Elena, Arthur, as well as the foundries and goblins, were all waiting for him to come out nervously. When they saw that Lin Xia was safe and sound, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. As the backbone of the territory, the Lord must not allow any accidents to happen. Otherwise, they, the subjects, would once again become masterless guerrillas, caught in endless internal strife, or be conquered again by another new lord. Obviously, both consequences are very bad. No one would choose a life of fighting and killing after living a good life for a long time. Everyone cover your ears quickly, it's about to explode. Lin Xia said in a deep voice. Hearing this, everyone obediently covered their ears with their hands, waiting for the explosion to sound. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening sound of the explosion, carrying with it the power to destroy everything, released its terrifying aura in the mine, and endless gunpowder smoke and dust erupted from the cave. For a moment, everyone thought that the mine in front of them was an active volcano that was erupting. Lin Xia was shocked. You know, in order to prevent the explosion from failing in one go, Lin Xia filled it with 25 tons of high explosives. Would the mine really collapse? His attention shifted to Ackerman number 2. This guy had guaranteed that the mine would not collapse even if 30 tons of high explosives were stuffed into it. Ah. Lord, please rest assured. I can assure you with my dignity as a goblin that the mine will never collapse. Ackerman number 2 had a flattering smile on his face. Humph, I hope so. Lin Xia sighed and waited for time to pass with peace of mind. An hour later, the dust and smoke in the mine had long since dissipated, and there were no signs of possible collapse. Lin Xia then took the 3 Ackerman brothers and Elena and slowly walked into the depths of the mine. And when they came to the place where the road was previously blocked by the boulder, they couldn't help but show expressions of shock. The huge stone, which was more than 10 meters high, was completely turned into rubble under the destruction of 25 tons of high explosives, and piled up on the ground, more than 3 meters high. Wow, the power of this explosive is really strong. Lin Xia praised casually, and then an evil idea popped up in his mind. By the way, Boss Ackerman, I remember you told me before that the 3 of you destroyed a lord's foundation in order to escape from the dungeon. Lin Xia narrowed her eyes and asked. Boss Ackerman nodded and said, Yes, Lord, it's just that we don't have much explosives on us, otherwise it would be enough to blow up the beastly lord living inside. Oh, then I feel relieved. When things here are finished, we can go visit this friend. Lin Xia showed a mysterious smile. Elena and the 3 Ackerman brothers all gave Lin Xia strange looks. They really couldn't figure out what this lord was thinking. The crowd continued to move forward, and after passing through a very steep passage, the scene ahead suddenly became clear. An abnormal blush of excitement welled up on Elena's fair face, and her hands, which hung casually by her side, began to tremble with excitement. Mithril, it is indeed a mithril mine. Countless metallic mithril veins are piled up in the space in all directions. The ground, stone walls, and even the top of the cave are all covered with mithril veins that have been naturally formed over thousands of years. Not only Elena showed excitement, but also the 3 goblin brothers. Their expressions were even more exaggerated. They knelt directly on the ground and kowtowed to mithril. Elena, could these minerals be the legendary mithril? Lin Xia asked hurriedly, his mouth dry. That's right, Lord, we are so lucky. We must have been blessed by the gods to be able to discover so many pure mithril veins. Elena took a deep breath, closed her eyes, looked solemn, and prayed silently in her heart. Oh my God, it's all mithril. I'm rich. Now I'm going to be rich. Lin Xia suppressed the excitement in his heart, walked forward and observed the mithril closely. It has to be said that this kind of mineral looks very noble, with a silver luster all over and exuding a faint magical atmosphere. Mithril is widely used in carving arrays, runes, making magic weapons, armor, equipment. Elena, can we start testing magical talents? Lin Xia looked at Elena and asked expectantly. You can do it anytime, Lord. Just place your palm on the mithril and wait for a moment, and the magic element will appear. Wind element, fire element, water element, earth element, gold element, thunder element, wood element, dark element, light element. The average person will have at least 2 magical elements, and the strength of the elements is divided into 9 levels. Down, 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 up. Lower middle, middle middle, upper middle. Up and down, up and down, up and down. Lin Xia nodded repeatedly and wiped her palms carefully over and over again with a clean handkerchief. Then, Lin Xia walked to a piece of mithril that was 2 meters high. Just before he was about to start, Lin Xia suddenly had an idea. Wait, Elena, I remember you said before that testing magical talent requires special instruments. Hearing this, Elena smiled slightly and said gently, My lord, it is true. In my hometown, if you want to test your magical talent, you must use special mithril instruments. The higher the mithril content, the better the accuracy of the test. The mithril vein we have discovered now has a purity of over 90% and contains less than 10% impurities. It can be said to be the mithril with the best test accuracy. Hearing this, Lin Xia showed an expression of sudden enlightenment and quickly placed his palm tightly against the cold surface of the mithril. Buzz buzz buzz. Soon, Lin Xia felt as if a faint breath was drawn out of his body and merged into the mithril. After a few minutes, a very light blue dot slowly appeared on the surface of the mithril. It looked lonely and seemed like it would disappear at any time. This. Elena, is it the wind element? Lin Xia asked nervously. It was agreed that most people would possess 2 magical elements, so why did I only have the wind element? Ah. Sorry, Lord, your magic talent seems to be the worst I've ever seen. A drop of cold sweat appeared on Elena's white forehead, and she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I saw a yellow treasure chest appear on the pile of rocks in front. It should be that the intelligent zombie buried inside had died completely, and the treasure chest exploded. Oh, there's an unexpected surprise. Lin Xia quickly ran forward and fired several shots at the pile of stones. A large number of stones were thrown out and landed on the ground under the bombardment of bullets. The intelligent zombie and its 4 guards were lying in there, their bodies full of pits and holes from being smashed by rocks. They looked deader than dead. Lin Xia spat on the ground, cursed in her heart, and then looked at the treasure chest that was flashing yellow light with surprise. Open. Silver-level wind element magic scroll. After use, it can increase the affinity of wind element by 10% to 15%, thereby improving the user's magic talent. It is a rare treasure. It turned out to be another silver-level item. Lin Xia licked her lips, her heart was filled with excitement, and her hands were shaking. Elena walked over and casually glanced at the silver magic scroll in Lin Xia's hand. A look of surprise flashed across her face. How is it? Elena, this magic scroll is of good quality, right? Lin Xia said boastfully. My lord, forgive me for being blunt, but this kind of magic scroll that increases elemental affinity is a rare item even in my hometown. But I think that with your talent, you don't need this magic scroll. Elena's expression was calm, and there was a hint of respect in her words. No use. Elena, do you mean my talent for magic will be outstanding? Lin Xia's heart was pounding. If her talent for magic was outstanding, she could practice magic. At that time, let alone a pistol, even if a howitzer fired at him, he would be able to ignore it. What kind of crappy zombies would be reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye? My lord, I am not sure. I am just guessing. After all, you are chosen as a lord and you should be very good to rule a region. Elena shook her head slightly and praised Lin Xia subtly. Lin Xia was stunned, obviously surprised that Elena could say such flattering words. It seemed that this girl's mind was not as simple as he thought. Haha, I won't say any more. Let's stop here. Next, we will thoroughly uncover the true nature of this mineral vein. Lin Xia rubbed his hands and turned to look at the 3 Ackerman brothers standing beside him. I say, you goblins are very good at gunpowder blasting technology, right? Now help me open up the road to the mine. Lin Xia said in a deep voice. The 3 Ackerman brothers looked at each other. At this point, no matter in terms of strength or actual situation, they fully accepted Lin Xia as the new lord. No problem, your honorable lord. Since we have promised to be loyal to you, we will do everything we can. Boss Ackerman bowed and said. Lin Xia nodded with satisfaction. He opened the territory status and took a look at the loyalty of the 3 goblin brothers, 75%, which was barely acceptable. After all, he and the 3 of them had just formed a subordinate relationship. There was still a long time to come and a lot of room for improvement. But, Lord, we need something vital to blast open a path to the depths of the mineral vein. Ackerman, the second oldest, took over the words from the eldest, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes behind his glasses. Something crucial. What is it? You might as well explain it in more detail. Lin Xia asked with a slight smile on her face. Boss Ackerman quickly explained, it is like this, Lord, I believe you can see that what is blocking our progress is a boulder nearly 10 meters high. It is difficult to move it. So, our method is to dig a hole in the surface of the boulder and fill it with at least 20 tons of high explosives. This way, we can completely crush the boulder without destroying the structure of the mine and causing collapse. Boss Ackerman grinned, revealing his big buck teeth. Hearing this, Lin Xia frowned. What the goblin said was not wrong. The boulder blocking the road was more than 10 meters high, probably about 12 meters. Such a huge creature cannot be moved at all even if a giant zombie is asked to push it. Blowing it up directly is indeed the only feasible strategy. As for explosives, I have plenty. 50 tons in total. You can use them as you like. No problem. Lin Xia pondered for a moment and spoke. The three Ackerman brothers were stunned and shouted, "What the hell? Lord, how come you have so much explosives? Do you have bad intentions?" Halfway through their words, they realized that what they said was too outrageous and stopped quickly. Haha, what do you mean by ill intentions? Everything I do is for the expansion of the territory. What do you little goblins know? Lin Xia's face turned cold. After Lin Xia and others left the mine, they quickly returned to the territory so as not to disturb the joyous atmosphere of everyone celebrating their victory. Lin Xia acted very carefully. He only asked Arthur to bring his strongest and most powerful foundry engineer to load all the explosives onto the cart. In this way, the group carefully carried the explosives and returned to the mine again. Arthur, please help me load all these barrels of high explosives into the holes on the boulder. Lin Xia patted Arthur's strong shoulder and smiled. This. Lord, let me ask you a question, are you going to detonate the boulder? Arthur looked at the dark environment around him and felt a little scared. If anyone dared to light explosives in such a narrow space, it would directly collapse the entire cave and bury everyone inside. Arthur felt that he had an obligation to persuade his beloved lord to avoid danger as much as possible and not try to do anything stupid. For a moment, a sense of responsibility arose spontaneously. Unexpectedly, Lin Xia glanced at Arthur and said, "Yeah, what's wrong? My lord, this is too dangerous. Please listen to me. You must not do this." Arthur spread his hands and said urgently. "Enough, Arthur, just do what I say and don't ask questions that are not yours." Lin Xia glanced at Arthur and turned away. Arthur was petrified on the spot. After a while, he scratched his head and led his men to carry the explosives back and forth with an embarrassed look on his face. Half an hour later, Lin Xia dispersed everyone, leaving only Boss Ackerman and himself standing in front of the boulder. "Okay, light it. Once the fuse catches fire, I will take you out immediately," Lin Xia said, looking at the gray fuse dragging on the ground. Boss Ackerman nodded, tried to keep his hand steady, grabbed a torch, and placed it on the fuse. Crash! Accompanied by the sound of ignition, sparks immediately spread on the fuse and continued to move towards the explosives piled inside. "Let's go." What the hell? Lin Xia's head suddenly started buzzing, as if she had been hit hard by someone, and her thoughts went blank. My talent for magic is the worst. Lin Xia asked, still a little unbelieving. It is like this, Lord. The results of Mithril's test are rarely wrong. Your magical talent is only the lower-level wind element, and your affinity is almost zero. Elena coughed a few times and spoke slowly. The three Ackerman brothers next to them also sighed and shook their heads. Hey, what's going on? The Lord's magic talent is so bad. Obviously, the second-in-command's magic talent is bad enough, 2 low-level fire and earth elementals. Brother, you can't compare me with the Lord. Our goblins' magical talents are just average. Alright, stop talking and don't poke the Lord in the sore spot. Lin Xia didn't hear the gossip of the goblins at all. At this moment, he was stunned for a long while, and then gave a bitter smile. Elena, since my magical talent is so weak, does that mean I won't be able to practice magic in the future? Looking at Lin Xia's hopeful eyes, Elena felt an inexplicable love in her heart, and even had the strange thought of hugging Lin Xia in her arms and comforting her. Dispelling the random thoughts in her mind, Elena blushed and shook her head. Lord, don't be anxious. Nothing is absolute. The solution lies in you. Myself. Elena, are you talking about this? Lin Xia patted his head and took out the silver-level magic scroll he had just obtained from his arms. If he remembered correctly, this magic scroll could increase the user's affinity for the element of wind. As expected, there is always a way out. Lin Xia smiled foolishly, looking quite funny. Seeing this, Elena touched her white forehead and continued, My lord, this magic scroll can increase elemental affinity by 10% to 15%. The worse the talent, the greater the improvement. Just tear off this scroll and feel the magical elements flowing out of it. Don't be distracted. Lin Xia nodded, sat cross-legged on the ground, exerted force with both hands, and tore the magic scroll into two halves. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A large number of green whirlwinds immediately appeared around Lin Xia. These whirlwinds released a strong wind, causing his clothes to rustle. Elena also sat cross-legged right opposite Lin Xia, keeping an eye on Lin Xia's situation to avoid any unexpected situations. The three Ackerman brothers also shut their mouths and stayed quietly aside, silently collecting mithril ore. Lin Xia closed his eyes slightly. He could clearly feel that his body was filled with a large number of green spots, which were several times fuller than the green spots that appeared on the mithril before. Seeing this, Lin Xia immediately seized the opportunity, using the little affinity in his body to desperately fuse these blue light spots and transform them into his own magic elements. The cells in the body opened their arms and devoured these green light spots almost hungrily, slowly increasing Lin Xia's affinity for the wind element. After a while, as the sound of bubbles bursting came from Lin Xia's body, his eyes slowly opened, and a green light flashed in his eyes before disappearing. Lin Xia jumped up, walked quickly to the mithril, and pressed his palm tightly against it. The wind element in his body continued to flow out of the body, and was transmitted into the mithril through his palm. In a moment, a fist-sized green light ball flashed on the smooth surface of the mithril, which was obviously much stronger than the previous green light spot that was so small that it could be ignored. A glimmer flashed in Elena's beautiful eyes. She glanced at Lin Xia and nodded, My lord, it seems that you have successfully absorbed the magic scroll. The wind element level has reached the lower intermediate level. It has been upgraded to a higher level. Although it is not too amazing, it is not the worst magic talent after all. This means that Lin Xia can practice wind element magic. Oh, it's so hard for me. Lin Xia sighed. Reporting to the Lord, after the exploration by the three of us brothers, we found that the mithril ore in this mine is of excellent purity. We must mine enough ore immediately and bring it back to the territory to avoid any more trouble. The three Ackerman brothers came over and told Lin Xia the good news. Well, I will leave this difficult task to you goblins and 300 outstanding miners. Lin Xia smiled slightly and took out a military blueprint from his arms. This is a black iron level miner blueprint that Lin Xia obtained not long ago. It can be used to recruit 300 miners, and now it comes in handy. Hearing this, the three Ackerman brothers were confused. They couldn't figure out what Lin Xia meant. The place was clearly empty and there were no miners. As the sound of the blueprint being torn was heard, a portal formed by white light spots flashed and appeared in front of everyone. 300 tall men wearing steel helmets and holding fine iron or picks in their hands marched out in a line with their heads held high. Dear Lord, I am the leader of the miners, named Lin Tai. I now formally swear allegiance to you. Please give me orders. The men walking in the front of the team, with a full beard and a strong build, said in a deep voice to Lin Xia. Lin Xia nodded with satisfaction. The discipline of these miners was better than that of farmers, construction workers, and foundries. They obeyed orders resolutely and their loyalty rate reached 90%. This is very rare. After all, it was the first time that Lin Xia met them and they had no experience of getting along with each other. Lin Tai, I am really impressed by your performance. Next, you must get along well with the three Ackerman brothers, cooperate with each other, and strive to put this mithril mine into production as soon as possible. Lin Xia pointed at the goblins nearby and encouraged Lin Tai. I understand everything your lordship said, and I will never let you down. Lin Tai saluted, stood up straight and shouted. My lord, we 3 Ackerman brothers will not be lazy either. We will work harder. Seeing that his subjects were so obedient and full of fighting spirit, Lin Xia naturally felt relieved. After giving a few simple instructions, he took Elena and left here, rushing back to the territory. The mithril vein, as the most valuable mineral discovered so far, is definitely the top priority at the moment, and enough soldiers must be sent to guard it. In this regard, Lin Xia had already made up his mind and sent soldiers from the 1st Infantry Brigade, equipped with the best weapons, to guard the mithril vein. In the dark night, Lin Yi led his men holding torches and patrolling back and forth on the wooden wall. Stop, the 2 people down there, who are you? Lin Yi had sharp eyes and saw 2 figures at a glance who actually broke through the moat and suddenly appeared under the wooden wall. It's me, Lin Yi. It seems that during my absence, you have indeed fulfilled your duties and have not neglected the defense of the territory. The reason why Lin Xia did this was to test whether the territory's defense system was functioning properly. Ah, it turns out to be the Lord. Please forgive me for my short-sightedness. I almost had to attack you. Lin Yi was sweating profusely. If Lin Xia did not reveal his identity at the first time, he would have given the order directly and fired thousands of arrows. It's okay, Lin Yi, pass my order down immediately and gather all the soldiers of the 1st Infantry Brigade in the Lord's Hall. I want to hold a meeting. Lin Xia hurriedly walked through the gate and into the territory. Hearing this, Lin Yi did not dare to delay and immediately walked down the city wall to gather the soldiers. When Lin Xia and Elena walked through the center of the territory and headed towards the Lord's Hall, the revelry had already come to an end. Many people were drunk and lay on the ground, snoring. The sumptuous food was also eaten up by everyone. Everyone was full and fell asleep with sweet dreams. Some people were still drunk and shouting loudly. Seeing this, Lin Yi also felt a headache. Such banquets to celebrate victory should not be held too often in the future, otherwise the fighting spirit of the subjects would slowly decline. After all, this world can be extremely cruel and bloody. Surviving the first wave of zombies is nothing. There is still the second wave, the third wave, and the 10th wave. Each wave of zombies will be more dangerous than the last, and you must always be on guard against sneak attacks and assaults from other lords. When Lin Xia thought of this, all the pride and joy in her heart disappeared, and she had to prepare for the second wave of zombies. He must work harder to improve his strength and cannot stop. Elena, you can go upstairs to have a rest. Come out with me tomorrow morning. Lin Xia glanced at Elena and said in a deep voice. Okay, my lord. As a dragon descendant, Elena's physical fitness is actually much stronger than that of ordinary human males, and she will not easily feel tired. But after a day, the consumption of magic power and mental fatigue can only be restored through sleep. Elena yawned, walked lightly up to the 2nd floor, and disappeared at the end of the corridor. Lin Xia lay directly on the lord's seat covered with soft animal fur. The sleepiness in his body was like a tide, rushing over every part of his body. Even though he was promoted to a level 3 survivor and his mental strength was not weak, Lin Xia still felt overwhelmed after a busy day. This is just managing a territory with less than 1,000 people, and there are so many complicated affairs to deal with. It seems that it is time for Lin Xia to find a loyal subordinate to assist him in handling the miscellaneous matters in the territory. Just as Lin Xia was staring at the ceiling with lifeless eyes, she heard a knock on the door, followed by a respectful voice. All the soldiers of the 1st Infantry Brigade request to see the Lord. Please come in. Lin Xia immediately sat up straight and said with a dignified look. Squeak. The heavy iron gate was slowly pushed open, and hundreds of infantrymen wearing fine iron armor and with sharp swords hanging around their waists marched in an orderly manner. Lin Xia looked at the infantrymen in front of him and nodded. The 1st Infantry Brigade, as the first army he formed, performed the best in the first wave of zombies and should be rewarded. By the way, it seems that a lot of good things appeared in last night's zombie wave. Let me take a look. Lin Xia looked at the few things on the conference table and picked them up. Black iron grade red flame long sword. Introduction: the sword is made of high-quality steel and inlaid with fire gems. When attacking the enemy, it can release a flame force that is enough to burn the enemy. Damage: 18 points of physical damage / 10 points of piercing damage / 5% fire damage. Requirements: users whose level is higher than level 2 and have the fire element talent can increase the burning damage by 1%. Yes, it's a good thing. When used as a standard long sword, it can be used to its best advantage. Lin Xia nodded repeatedly and praised. If Elena were next to Lin Xia at this moment, she would probably jump up in shock and ask if she should be so prodigal and equipped with weapons with magic elements as standard weapons for ordinary soldiers. This is something that not even those holy places known for their magic, or powerful empires, dare to do. In terms of value, a low-level fire element gem can be exchanged for thousands of the most common iron weapons, or hundreds of cattle and sheep. In an ordinary country, only the elite palace guards can have a magic weapon in their hands to protect the safety of the king. Small countries with weaker financial resources are extremely poor, and even only great nobles and their families can be proud of owning a magic weapon. Dark iron or warehouse blueprint, a huge warehouse used to store various ores, large enough to hold hundreds of tons of ore, with a solid shell and fireproof and waterproof properties. Note: 5 3-star foundry masters are required to successfully build it. Dark iron or collector blueprint, a giant iron machine used to transport ore and dig for mineral veins. The digging depth is 100 meters. It is made of fine iron and can withstand the impact of a level 6 gale and the erosion of a rainstorm. Note: 10 3-star foundry masters are required to successfully build it. Black iron level nomadic blueprint, recruit 500 nomadic people with superb riding skills, and raise up to 8,000 mutant cattle and sheep. Note: you can train them into cavalry and put them into combat at the Black Iron level cavalry camp. Lin Xia was pleasantly surprised. These iron level building and military blueprints were very effective in improving the economic and military strength of the territory. Needless to say, there are warehouses and ore collection machines. In addition to the most important mithril vein, there are also 2 fine iron veins in the territory, which require large-scale machinery to reduce the digging pressure of the miners. The herder's blueprint allows one to provide a steady supply of meat for the territory by raising a large number of mutant cattle and sheep. Only by supplying sufficient meat can the morale and loyalty of the subjects be guaranteed to the greatest extent possible. However, one thing needs to be noted, that the construction of these large buildings requires more 3-star foundries than Lin Xia imagined. Now in the territory, only Arthur is a 3-star foundry master, and the rest of the foundries are mostly 1-star and 2-star, so these 2 drawings cannot be started for the time being. Lin Xia first suppressed his inner thoughts, smiled, looked at all the soldiers of the 1st Infantry Brigade standing in front of him, and cleared his throat. Everyone, after last night's fierce battle, I have full confidence in your fighting ability. In fact, as the first army I personally formed, you have never let me down. Hearing this, the soldiers of the 1st Infantry Brigade shouted in unison, "Long live the Lord, long live the Lord, long live the Lord." For a moment, the sound echoed in the hall for a long time, and after a few minutes, the lingering sound continued. Lin Xia's ears were numb from the shock. He smiled helplessly and said, "Okay, everyone, there's no need to get so excited. In the next period of time, I have an important task that I need to assign to you." After hearing these words, everyone in the 1st Infantry Brigade felt a little moved and looked at Lin Xia with confusion. Not far from the territory, a valuable mineral vein has recently been discovered. Hundreds of miners are already collecting ore there. For the safety of this mineral vein, I need you to do your best to protect it. Lin Xia didn't keep anyone in suspense and spoke directly. Mithril veins. Everyone was filled with shock. They were all people teleported from another world, so they were naturally familiar with mithril. This is a very rare magic ore that has always been sold at a sky-high price. It is specially used to carve magic circles and create powerful magic weapons and equipment. I believe you all understand the importance of mithril to the territory. I require you to promise me that you will never leak any information about mithril to the outside world. Otherwise, I will not be polite to anyone who leaks confidential information and will punish him severely. Do you hear me? Lin Xia's eyes were cold, releasing the oppressiveness of a superior, and he spoke in a deep voice. Everyone's heart trembled, feeling the pressure coming from all directions, and they responded loudly. Okay, go down and get ready. Come with me to leave the territory tomorrow morning. Lin Xia waved his hand and ordered. The soldiers of the 1st Infantry Brigade turned around and left the Lord's Hall, going back to pack their personal belongings and prepare for tomorrow's outing. In addition, Lin Xia also specifically instructed Lin Yi to prepare at least half a year's worth of food and fresh water to provide sufficient supplies for the hundreds of people going up and down the mithril mine. After doing all this, it was already late at night. Lin Xia strolled casually in the territory. There were blazing torches all around, lighting up the territory like daylight. No movement around can be hidden from the eyes of the territory patrol team. Once an enemy attack occurs, everyone can be mobilized immediately to respond to the attack. Your Excellency. The leader of the patrol team spotted Lin Xia's figure, hurriedly stepped forward and said respectfully. Well, how is it? Is there any situation near the territory? Lin Xia asked casually. Reporting to the Lord, there is no movement in the moat, and there is nothing unusual under the wooden wall. There will be 3 patrol teams taking turns every night to ensure the safety of the territory. The patrol chief explained. Lin Xia hummed and patted the officer on the shoulder. Very good, thank you for your hard work, continue patrolling. After saying that, Lin Xia returned to the Lord's Hall. When passing by Elena's room, she saw that her door was closed, and light could be seen from the gap below the door. I don't know why Elena is still awake so late and is fiddling with something. Lin Xia yawned, walked into the bedroom, sat on the bed, calmed down, and carefully sensed the magical elements in her body. According to Elena, after absorbing the silver-level magic scroll, his wind element talent reached the lower intermediate level and he could practice some low-level magic skills. Oh, I almost forgot one thing. Before he showed up, didn't Lin Yi say that there was a yellow treasure chest among the spoils, and that it contained a magic-related parchment scroll? Could it be a skill? Lin Xia lit the candle and saw a green parchment scroll on her bedside table. Silver-level tornado meditation. Introduction: an advanced wind meditation technique circulated among the imperial family. Damage: absorb wind element speed bonus 30%, increase spirit by 15%, increase agility by 10%, and increase constitution by 15%. Requirements: must have a wind magic talent of level 2 or above. It is indeed a wind skill, but it actually requires talent. I am still 1 level away from meeting the conditions for training. Lin Xia's face was gloomy and he slammed the bed with his fist. My luck today is indeed bad. I have obtained so many useful things, but due to various restrictions, I cannot use them at all. Feeling extremely depressed, Lin Xia sighed and blew out the candle. The next day, just after daybreak, all the soldiers of the 1st Infantry Brigade got up immediately, carrying their personal belongings, and gathered in the square in front of the Lord's Hall. Lin Yi was not idle either. He gathered hundreds of strong farmers, each of them had a cart filled with various foods, drinks, meat, and grains, and followed the 1st Infantry Brigade to transport supplies. After a while, Lin Xia and Elena emerged from the Lord's Hall. Both of them had changed into tight clothes that were convenient for movement, and they looked very heroic. Now that we are ready, let's go. Lin Xia briefly inspected the team, waved his hand, and took the lead to walk in the front. Hundreds of elite infantrymen in neat formations, and the supply convoys following behind, rumbled out of the territory and set foot on the wilderness. Phew! Lin Xia casually fired a shot and blew up the head of a level 2 ordinary zombie. He frowned. He clearly felt that the number of zombies roaming in the wild was more dense than before. In the past, in this wilderness, one would only encounter 2 or 3 zombies after walking hundreds of meters. But today, the zombies that came to attack the team were endless and almost non-stop. Moreover, the level of the zombies is basically level 2, and there are almost no level 1 zombies. This only means one thing, that after each round of zombie tide, the level of zombies may slowly increase, and low-level zombies will gradually no longer become the main force. Of course, this is just Lin Xia's guess, and there is no evidence to prove it. Arms: Infantry. Level: Tier 3, 879/3000. Talent: Fighting Will. Attributes: Strength 15/Agility 13/Constitution 16/Spirit 11. Note: the basic attributes of ordinary adult men are all 10. Skill: / Just when the team arrived at the immigration mine, Lin Xia was pleasantly surprised to find that after all the fighting along the way, all members of the 1st Infantry Brigade had been upgraded and their various attributes had been improved. In addition, they gained a passive talent called Fighting Will, which could increase their fighting will by 6%. Since then, all the soldiers of the 1st Infantry Brigade have once again been ahead of the rest of the soldiers, becoming a well-deserved elite force. However, if they want to go further, the 1st Infantry Brigade must enter a special military training camp to hone their combat skills in order to have hope of breaking through the level limit of Tier 3. Lin Xia brought everyone to the Mithril Mine and made a simple arrangement of the troop deployment, because the Mithril Mine had only one exit and no way out. So he arranged 60 elite infantrymen to guard the entrance to the Mithril Mine to prevent outsiders from breaking in. The remaining 40 infantrymen were divided into 4 teams. 2 were responsible for patrolling near the Mithril Mines, and the remaining 2 were stationed deep in the mines to provide security. Up to now, the defense of this crucial Mithril Mine has been completed, and at the same time, a large number of Lin Xia's elites have gathered here. A team of foundry engineers led by Arthur, miners, the 3 Goblin Ackerman brothers, and the 1st Infantry Brigade. While the supply convoy was transporting supplies deep into the Mithril Mine, Lin Xia found a large rock, sat on it, and opened the attribute panel again. It's a new day, and the daily lottery will be refreshed twice again. Let's try and see what you can win. Bite. As the piercing sound rang out, Lin Xia hurriedly looked over and saw 2 more lines of small words in the daily lottery column. Mutated wheat seeds, genetically mutated food crops that are not only larger in size but also able to produce more food. Note, suitable for planting on plains. Mutated rice seeds, genetically mutated food crops that are not only larger in size but also capable of producing more food. Note, suitable for planting in paddy fields. Seeing this, Lin Xia was stunned. He did not extract plant seeds for attack, but food crops. What would the mutated plant seeds look like? Reporting to the Lord, all the supplies have been transported deep into the mine. They are enough for them to consume for half a year. Lin Yi strode out of the mine with his head held high, came to Lin Xia and clasped his fists. Hearing this, Lin Xia nodded and said in a deep voice, "Very good, Lin Yi, next, I have a more important task for you to complete." Lin Yi, along with the farmers who were responsible for transporting supplies, pushed the carts and quickly left the Mithril Mine and returned to the territory. They wanted to get another batch of very important combat resources. "My lord, are you really planning to do this? Isn't it a bit too risky?" Elena was dressed in black, and her graceful curves were fully displayed in front of Lin Xia with every move she made. Lin Xia looked at Elena a few more times with a lingering look, and nodded slightly. Of course, this opportunity is really a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If we don't seize it quickly, it will be difficult to deal with us in the future. "Well, Lord, I will absolutely support any decision you make, as long as it's not very stupid," Elena said with an affirmative look on her face. "Very good, we will set off after noon. We must move quickly so as not to be discovered." Lin Xia reminded a few more words. Elena looked at Lin Xia with strange eyes, as if to say, "I am at the 4th level, you are only at the 3rd level, lower than me. You should be worried about being discovered." 2 hours later, with the sound of wheels crushing the ground, Lin Yi led a long convoy, transporting high explosives, to the Mithril Vein again. "Lord, we only listen to your order and can quickly send all these high explosives to the enemy's wall at any time." Lin Yi took a few deep breaths and said. After all, he was just an ordinary man with limited physical strength. After struggling between the territory and the Mithril Mine for half a day, he was already exhausted. "Lin Yi, thank you for your hard work. Put on these iron armors and helmets. They can defend against attacks from ordinary bows and arrows. Leave the rest of the battle to Elena and me." Lin Xia waved his hand casually, and a large number of standard armors and helmets bought from the exchange store piled up into a small hill, emitting a bright light under the sunlight. "Understood, Lord." At this moment, Lin Yi was no longer unfamiliar with Lin Xia's methods. He called on the farmers under his command to put on a full set of armor. Looking at everything in front of him, Lin Xia breathed a sigh of relief. The initial plan was relatively successful. Next, it all depended on how he and Elena performed. The sun had just set at noon, and in Pang Hong's territory, everyone who had eaten and drunk their fill looked listless. This territory possesses the best resources nearby: refined iron ore, lush grasslands, several large plains, and a population of several thousand. Lord Pang Hong, with a strong physique, was sitting on his bed with a big belly. Two beautiful women were hugging him, with charming looks on their faces, serving him carefully. "Ah, I never thought that a typical loser like me could get to this point today, haha." Pang Hong had an expression of enjoyment on his face. He opened his mouth and ate a big cherry handed to him by the woman next to him. The sweet taste lingered in his mouth. Just below the Lord's castle was a dark dungeon where no sunlight could be seen, where hundreds of ragged and dejected men and women were imprisoned. They were all prisoners captured by Lord Pang Hong's troops not long ago. They had been detained here for 2 days without food or water. Although they were not starving to death or dying of thirst, their mental state was very weak. One of them was a young man about 20 years old, wearing a thin cloth and with a solemn expression. His hands and feet were tied. He was leaning against the wall with flickering eyes, and it was unknown what he was thinking about. His name is Jin O. 2 days ago, he was the lord of a small territory with high prestige. He led his subjects to resist the attacks of zombies. The crazy attack of the first wave of zombies caused Jin's territory to lose a large number of soldiers, but fortunately, he still used his A-level fiery tiger talent to transform himself into a tiger with unparalleled attack and defense power, and managed to hold on for more than 10 minutes. But just when everyone was celebrating the hard-earned victory, Pang Hong took advantage of the situation and led his army to launch a surprise attack on Jino's territory, killing all the wounded. All the women who were slightly better looking were looted and distributed as spoils to the soldiers, who suffered humiliation. No matter how angry Jino was, it was useless. His physical strength had been completely exhausted. He was just an ordinary person with no ability to resist. He was tied up and thrown into the dungeon. Pang Hong would naturally not let Jin O go. He set a time limit of 3 days and forced Jin O to voluntarily give up the Lord's spirit. Otherwise, Pang Hong would capture all the captives in these dungeons, tie their hands and feet tightly, and throw them into the forest full of zombies to fend for themselves. Jin O did not give up hope. After 2 days of observation, he found the flaw of this dungeon. The wall opposite did not seem to be the original one. Instead, it was roughly sealed and a fragile stone wall was rebuilt. Jin O thought secretly and came up with an idea. Although he did not have any food on him when he was captured by Pang Hong, as a level 2 survivor, Jin O's recovery ability is much stronger than that of ordinary people. Over the past 2 days, my strength has more or less recovered, and I can barely use the A-level Raging Tiger talent, which lasts for 5 minutes. I can directly break down the stone wall and escape from the dungeon. But if he did that, the lives of hundreds of his subjects who were imprisoned in the dungeon with him would be in danger. After all, they were all ordinary people. Jin O tried his best and was able to barely escape, but they could only watch helplessly as the vicious soldiers under Pang Hong put knives on their necks and died. When he thought of this, Jin O's eyes became slightly red. He did not consider himself a compassionate saint, but he thought of his experience of losing his parents when he was young and being raised by kind-hearted people. This meant that he was destined to be unable to bear the heart to abandon these innocent subjects and escape alone. What's more, a lone lord who has lost his territory and has only a few subjects left is destined to not survive in the cruel doomsday, and no other territory will take him in. Hey, do I really have to wait here to die, and offer my lord's spirit to that scumbag Pang Hong tomorrow? Jin O slowly closed his eyes. If this was true, he might as well give it a try and fight Pang Hong's men. He would die, but he would not be able to hand over the Lord's spirit. Kill, kill, kill. Suddenly, everyone in the dungeon heard vague sounds of fighting outside through the stone wall, as if many people were fighting and killing outside. My lord, are Pang Hong's men going to rush in and kill us all? Are we really going to die? Someone shouted in panic. Are you starving? Didn't you hear the fighting outside? In my opinion, someone broke in. Pang Hong is doomed, haha. Old Zhang is right. A shameless villain like Pang Hong must have made too many enemies and suffered retribution. He might be dead now. Everyone seemed to have regained their spirits and started discussing the matter. For a moment, the dungeon was very lively. Gene-O blinked his eyes, feeling confused and surprised. He had no idea what was happening outside, but there were indeed a lot of shouting and screaming. Could it be that Pang Hong's territory was really breached? That shouldn't be the case. Pang Hong's territory is a silver-level boulder castle, and the outermost part is surrounded by a large circle of thick and solid boulder walls, which are 10 meters high and can withstand the charge of tens of thousands of zombies. Just yesterday, a level 3 giant zombie somehow came to attack Pang Hong's territory. No matter how hard it smashed, it couldn't shake the giant stone wall at all. In the end, Pang Hong took direct action and chopped off the head of the giant zombie with one knife, killing it. Damn it, I have to take action. I can't just sit there and wait for death. While the territory is in chaos, I have to break through the city wall and escape. Gene-O finally made up his mind. He vaguely felt that this was a perfect opportunity to escape. If he didn't take action now, he would never have another chance. Everyone, be quiet and listen carefully to what I say. Gene-O said loudly. Hearing this, the noisy dungeon suddenly became quiet, and everyone looked at their lord with respect. Although everyone has been captured now, Jinnu has always been nice to them, so everyone's loyalty remains at around 75%. Wait a minute, I will use my ultimate move to break the stone wall and open an escape route for everyone. But I don't know the specific situation outside. It may be other lords who have attacked us, or it may be that Pang Hong's people are cheating and tricking us. In the shadows deep in the dungeon, Jinnu spoke in a heavy voice. Hearing this, many people lowered their heads and sighed. They all understood what Gene-O said. Staying in the dungeon would definitely mean death. You must do something to escape, take back your home, and start a new life. But Pang Hong has a large number of people and it would be too easy for him to kill these unarmed ordinary people. What should he choose? Gene-O was silent for a moment, looking at the people in front of him. Their faces were already exhausted and they could not bear the torture in the dungeon. What to choose? Everyone had the answer in their hearts. Your Excellency is right. We will all die in this dungeon sooner or later. We might as well give it a try. Perhaps some of us can survive. Yes, are you willing to starve to death in this dungeon and become a withered skeleton worse than a rat? Don't be afraid, there must be other lords attacking Pang Hong. Let's just go out and join forces to eliminate Pang Hong. Soon, people clenched their fists and shouted. Seeing this, Gene-O smiled slightly, stood up suddenly, moved his hands and feet slightly, and the hemp rope tied on it immediately broke into powder. Everyone stand back, I will smash this broken wall. Gene-O smiled coldly, and fierce murderous energy surged out of his body. It only took 2 or 3 breaths. Gene-O's body quickly underwent horrific changes. His body was covered with a thick layer of red hair. His originally delicate face turned into a ferocious tiger head, and his palms turned into tigers with several foot-long sharp blades. Claw. A-level raging tiger talent. The golden gull raised its head and roared, its limbs seemed to be filled with endless power, and it swooped forward and slapped heavily on the stone wall. Boom. The facts turned out to be just as Gene-O had expected. This stone wall was a completely improvised piece of dregs. With just a slight touch, it was shattered into rubble. However, this is not over yet. What shocked Gene-O is that the collapse of the stone wall obviously caused a series of chain reactions. The foundation of the Lord's castle above the dungeon also became loose, and a large amount of gravel fell down. Everyone, don't just stand there stupidly. Follow me and rush out. When you get out, pick up the weapons immediately when you see them. Don't take any extra things with you. Golden-O ignored the loosening of the foundation and rushed out, followed closely by hundreds of male and female subjects who had escaped. And when Gene-O stared at the tragic scenes around him, he was suddenly stunned. He saw only 2 figures, a man and a woman, shaped like flying birds, circling and killing in the territory. The woman was extremely beautiful and had a cold face. She held a long bow in her hand and shot ice crystal arrows continuously. Then you could see a large number of soldiers falling down one after another like autumn crops. The other man was even more exaggerated. He held a high-powered pistol in his hand and fired repeatedly. The armor of the soldiers was directly pierced like tofu, and they fell to the ground covered in blood. It's terrible, it's really terrible, this is simply not a human being, killing people without hesitation, it's simply a true portrayal. Jean-O trembled and said with a dry mouth. Bang. Suddenly, a gunshot hit the ground in front of Jean-O. The man's face was full of suspicion. He pointed the gun barrel at Jean-O and said in a deep voice, Elena, look quickly, what kind of monster is this? Is this the demon beast from your world? The beautiful woman named Elena landed beside Lin Xia and shook her head, my lord, this is really not a monster. In my opinion, it looks like a monster-like talent that can transform into a beast and improve combat effectiveness. Jean-O didn't dare to breathe, and nodded repeatedly, this young lady is right, sir, I am not Pang Hong's man. I am the lord who was plotted against by him. I was imprisoned in this dungeon and finally escaped. Oh. Are you the lord captured by Pang Hong? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, walked around Jean-O's body, looked at the men and women following him, and then slowly put down the M1911 in his hand. In that case, then you should take your people away from here and return to your own territory. Lin Xia said expressionlessly, with his arms folded across his chest. Jean-O's face turned bitter, and he almost shed tears, my lord, even if I want to go back to my territory, there is no way. After Pang Hong broke into my territory, he directly burned down all the buildings and razed the entire place to the ground. All the food, fresh water, weapons and other resources in the warehouse were seized by Pang Hong. I am a lone leader with only hundreds of hungry and tired subjects. It is not easy to start over again. Jean-O sighed and complained to Lin Xia about his miserable situation. Haha, you've been talking in roundabout ways, what is your real purpose? Don't keep me in suspense, just tell me the truth. Lin Xia stared at Jean-O with a scrutinizing look and said. Well, may I ask your name, sir? Jean-O clasped his fists and asked respectfully. Lin Xia, she is my personal bodyguard, Elena. Lord Lin, my name is Jean-O. Could you please lend me some resources temporarily to use as capital to rebuild my territory and help me make a comeback? Jean-O gritted his teeth and said. As soon as these words came out, Lin Xia's face suddenly darkened and became extremely ugly. I promise you that as long as I rebuild my territory and gain a firm foothold, I will repay you 10 times the amount of resources you lent me. Believe me, this deal will definitely not be a loss for you. Jean-O seemed not to notice Lin Xia's expression and continued talking to himself. Bang. Lin Xia suddenly clapped her hands and smiled, Jean-O, Jean-O, you are so humorous when you talk. I want to laugh when I hear you. What? Lord Lin, what do you mean? Jean-O touched the back of his head with a puzzled look on his face and asked tentatively. Wishful thinking. Lin Xia answered bluntly. Humph, you are a leader without any territory, yet you have the nerve to ask me for resources. Don't you know that there will be a zombie wave every 7 days in this world? The next wave of zombies will descend upon every lord in 6 days. Why do you think you can use these 6 days to rise again? If I lend you resources, it would be a waste of effort, and it would also weaken the strength of my own territory and put my subjects in danger. Lin Xia spoke like a string of pearls, and every word she said was brilliant. Jean-O's face turned red and she was very embarrassed. Elena didn't say anything, but there was a hint of a smile on her face. She didn't expect that the Lord could be so funny when he scolded people. At this moment, not only Jean-O, but also the subjects standing behind him felt quite embarrassed. Although Lord Lin Xia's words were impolite, they made sense. In this world full of blood and killing, no one knows whether they can survive until tomorrow. It is normal for psychology to be distorted and changed under extreme pressure. There was really no need for Lin Xia to give precious resources to Jean-O, who was struggling on the brink of death. What was she trying to gain? Did she think she had too many resources? I'm sorry, Lord Lin Xia, I was very confused just now and made unreasonable requests to you. I apologize to you here. Jean-O was silent for a while, bowed, and said in a deep voice. I will leave here immediately with my subjects. Before I leave, I would like to thank you again for conquering Pang Hong's territory at the critical moment. Only then did I have the confidence to break the dungeon and escape. Jean-O clasped his fists, looked lonely, and prepared to leave. Wait. Lin Xia said lightly. Since you know that it was only because of my and Elena's presence that you had the chance to escape, don't you plan to pay us some money to thank us for saving your life? Hearing this, Gino's body froze, and he was speechless. This. Lord Lin Xia, my territory has been looted, and I have nothing on me. How can I pay the reward? Then don't even think about leaving. Just stay here and pay off your debt with yourself. Lin Xia appeared in front of Gino and said. Irina shook her head helplessly. The Lord started acting again. This time he pretended to be a villain and coaxed others into joining the territory. Lord Lin Xia, please don't make things difficult for my subjects. I will never give up on them, or sell them as commodities. Gino sighed, clenched his fists and said. Lin Xia rolled her eyes at Gino and said, who wants these people to pay off their debts? Do you think I'm a human trafficker? I want to give you a chance to survive, understand? Hearing this, Gino's eyes suddenly lit up. He was not a fool, and his brain was very smart. He immediately understood the meaning of Lin Xia's words and asked, Master Lin Xia, do you mean, are you willing to take us in and join your territory to serve? Yes, to tell you the truth, my territory is expanding at an accelerated pace, and I really need people with outstanding abilities and talents to join me. Lin Xia said in a softer tone. If I'm not mistaken, you should have a talent for beast transformation, and your level should be above B. Lin Xia's palm rubbed back and forth on his chin. Gino nodded slightly, my lord, you guessed correctly. I do have the talent of beast transformation, but the level is higher than B level. It is the A-level Raging Tiger talent. Hearing this, Lin Xia smiled. This kid was quite sensible. He immediately changed his words and called him Lord. Very good, A-level talent is not low. Now, enter the Boulder Castle immediately and kill your enemy, Pang Hong, with your own hands. Lin Xia pointed to the gate of the Lord's castle. The 3-meter-high fine iron gate was tightly closed at this moment. Pang Hong. He's still alive. Gino exclaimed. Of course he's not dead. Elena shot an arrow into his chest. Although it didn't hit his heart, it's been so long, he should be close to death. Lin Xia glanced at the Boulder Castle where Pang Hong was. It was dark inside, without any light or movement. Hearing this, Gino clenched his fists, his eyes filled with anger. Pang Hong, this damn beast, took advantage of the situation to attack the territory, and also killed all of his subjects. He must not die, because I have to torture him severely before I can vent my anger and avenge my dead subjects. Gino, with your A-level Raging Tiger talent, it should be no problem for you to deal with Pang Hong, right? Lin Xia asked. Gino pondered for a moment, then slowly said, my lord, Pang Hong's talent seems to be C-level weapon enhancement, which can enhance any weapon in his hand, swords, guns, etc. Lin Xia's eyes flashed with a gleam of brilliance. Oh. This talent sounds good, but it depends on the level of the weapon in Pang Hong's hand. If it's just a random common weapon, it won't be of much use even if it's strengthened. Gino smiled awkwardly and touched his head. My lord, to be honest, Pang Hong may have more than one black iron level weapon in his hands. It is not impossible that he has silver level weapons. As soon as these words were spoken, Lin Xia and Elena's hearts sank. Black iron level weapons were already able to suppress second level survivors, and silver level weapons were even more powerful. Because Elena didn't have a dragon mount, her strength couldn't be restored to the 4th level. She could only rely on the silver level hail breath in her hand to reach the top level of a 3rd level survivor. But this does not mean that Elena is powerful enough to ignore the attacks of silver level weapons. She still needs to be cautious and careful to avoid them if she encounters them. Let me take a look at this kid's attributes before I make a decision. As a lord, Lin Xia can directly view the attribute panel of the Golden Gull. Host, Golden Gull. Level, Tier 2, 2070/5000. Talent, A-level Raging Tiger. Attributes, Strength 13/Agility 11/Constitution 15/Spirit 9. Note, the basic attributes of ordinary adult men are all 10. Skills, Bronze Tiger Roar, Bronze Fire Claw. Crystal Core, 0. Achievements, none. Lin Xia frowned. With Gino's 2nd level strength, he could not defeat Pang Hong. If he really had a silver-level weapon in his hand, Gino's life might be in danger. It seems that only if 3 people rush in together can they ensure that Pang Hong can be completely captured. Okay then, Gino, go eat something first and restore your strength, then come in with us and kill Pang Hong. Lin Xia said in a deep voice. No problem, my lord. Gino's stomach rumbled, and he rushed into the warehouse of the territory with his subjects, stuffing their mouths with high-calorie foods such as bread, dried meat, and chocolate biscuits. Lin Xia turned around and left the territory, walking outside the gate, only to see that the huge stone wall on the left had been blown open with a large hole more than 4 meters high. The edges were burnt black and still emitting wisps of green smoke. Lin Yi, come out, don't hide. Lin Xia looked at the slope in front of her and said loudly. As soon as he finished speaking, hundreds of adult men in armor carefully climbed out from under the slope. My lord, I never thought that these explosives would be so powerful. When we were hiding under the slope, we felt like our hearts were about to be shattered by the explosion. Lin Yi, with a look of shock on his face, walked up to Lin Xia and said. You have completed this mission very well, Lin Yi. Now take your people and transport all the supplies back to our territory. Lin Xia put his hands behind his back with a hint of pride on his face. Ever since he got the information about Pang Hong's territory from the 3 goblin brothers, Lin Xia had made a careful plan. First of all, although Pang Hong's stone castle had strong defenses, the soldiers responsible for guarding the city walls were negligent in defending in the hot noon, which allowed Lin Xia and Elena to sneak in. Then, they simply killed all the soldiers on the city wall. Without any defensive force, Lin Yi and others were able to push a cart full of high explosives and detonate the city wall in one fell swoop. What happened next was very simple. The moment Pang Hong rushed out, he was shot through the chest by Elena, who was prepared. He screamed and retreated back to his castle, refusing to come out. The remaining level 1 minions were no match for Lin Xia and Elena and were killed without any surprise. But Lin Xia was also very surprised that such a huge territory had only such a small defense force, which was indeed very weak. He initially guessed that it was due to Lord Pang Hong's sea-level weapon enhancement talent. Any weapon in his hands could be strengthened. His personal martial power was tyrannical, and the soldiers under his command were just a group of foils. But then again, this approach is indeed stupid. Putting all your eggs in one basket, focusing only on improving your own strength and ignoring the strength of your subjects is not advisable. Lin Xia made up his mind that after annexing Pang Hong's territory, he would intensify the training of soldiers and form an elite army of 1,000 men. The most important point is that Lin Xia must screen out those who may have magical talents and other supernatural powers among the subjects in the territory and train them vigorously. As he thought like this, more than half an hour passed quietly. Only when Lin Yi, along with hundreds of transport vehicles and Jinnu subjects, disappeared at the end of the road in the distance did Lin Xia breathe a sigh of relief. The harvest this time was huge, but now is not the time to take inventory. The last remnants are still hiding in the Lord's castle and have not been eliminated. If Lin Xia cannot obtain the Lord's essence, he cannot be said to have truly occupied this territory, and the battle is not over yet. He tapped the ground with his toes a few times and his body immediately flew out. In a few seconds, he moved dozens of meters and landed in front of the gate of the stone castle. My lord, thank you for accepting my subjects and taking them away from here. Gino clasped his fists, his tone full of gratitude. No way. Since you have pledged allegiance to me, I must be responsible for all my subjects. This is the duty of a lord. Lin Xia waved his hand. All right, without further ado, let's rush in immediately. After we catch Pang Hong, the 3 of us will attack him together and not give him a chance to resist. Lin Xia said in a deep voice. Elena and Gino nodded, looking eager to try and full of fighting spirit. Kill. Lin Xia waved his hand, holding the M1911 tightly in his hand, and rushed towards the castle gate. Gino was even faster. He transformed into a raging tiger and blasted the heavy iron door open with a heavy palm, then rushed in first. Lin Xia and Elena looked at each other, both with a smile on their faces. This boy is sensible and understands the principle of leading the charge for the Lord. The stone castle was brightly lit, but the hall was empty and no one could be seen. Pang Hong, you damn villain, get out here, I'm going to crush your dog head. After Jin-O transformed into a furious tiger, his temper became hot and he shouted. Lin Xia and Elena rushed in soon after. They first glanced around vigilantly, and only breathed a sigh of relief when they found nothing unusual. But where did Pang Hong hide? Was he on a higher floor? This huge stone castle is about 18 meters high and has 6 floors. It is much wider and more magnificent than Lin Xia's Lord Hall. It would be too tiring for the three of them to search for Pang Hong floor by floor, and it would be a completely thankless task. Lin Xia snorted coldly, waved his hand, and deliberately said loudly, "Everyone, don't worry about it. Since the owner of this territory is hiding and doesn't want to see us, let's just use explosives to blow it up." After hearing this, Elena did not hesitate and immediately stepped back. Jin-O was stunned at first, then reacted, opened his mouth and revealed a ferocious smile. This trick was unique and could force out the bastard Pang Hong. Roar! The golden gull roared, stomped the ground hard, and ran out. Lin Xia looked meaningfully at the magnificent castle decorations around him and sighed, "What a pity. Such a beautiful castle is about to be turned into ruins by explosives." All the high explosives had been used up when the city wall was blasted just now. These words were just a pretext for Lin Xia to threaten Pang Hong. Just as Lin Xia suddenly turned around and was about to leave the stone castle for the last time, something strange happened. Bang bang bang. Behind him, there was a burst of gunfire, and a wave of heat suddenly rushed towards Lin Xia's back, about to hit him. "Humph, can't you hold it anymore?" Lin Xia was prepared. He used his skill whirlwind and shot out like a bullet. And just as Lin Xia dodged, 3 spiked shotgun shells hit the spot where he had been standing, directly overturning the marble floor and sending debris flying everywhere. Hearing the noise in the castle, Elena and Jin-O immediately turned back. As soon as they came in, they were faced with shotgun shells fired from the darkness. A corner shrouded in shadow. Pang Hong's face was full of ferocity. His chest was completely pierced by an ice crystal arrow. His blood had already solidified, but he was not unaffected. His pale face was enough to tell everything. At this moment, he was half kneeling on the ground, holding an S-1897 shotgun in both hands. The gun was filled with an iron-gray light. This was a weapon he had strengthened, with improved attack speed and bullet capacity. "This damn woman, it hurts me so much." Pang Hong gritted his teeth and looked at Elena's beautiful face viciously. He rushed out the moment he was attacked, but he didn't expect to be shot through the chest by Elena's full-strength arrow. Fortunately, he immediately hid in the castle and tried his best to stop the injury. Even so, Pang Hong still fainted from the pain. When he woke up again, he heard the loud noise of Jin-O breaking into the door. In horror, Pang Hong, who did not want to die, simply grabbed all his weapons and decided to use the terrain to eliminate the invading enemies. But what he didn't expect was that Lin Xia actually wanted to blow up the castle and kill himself. This was something he couldn't accept. In the end, Pang Hong had no choice but to shoot, determined to take someone with him. He was very confident that with the weapons in his hands and his C-level weapon enhancement talent, he would have no problem dealing with the second-level survivors. He would also be able to fight against the third-level survivors. "Come on, you bunch of villains, you attacked my territory, you will all be buried with me today." Pang Hong roared fiercely, pulling the trigger frantically and firing shotgun shells continuously. The huge impact force after the shooting was transmitted to Pang Hong's chest, making it almost impossible for him to breathe and almost vomiting blood. Jin-O heard Pang Hong's voice and laughed in anger. "Pang Hong, you useless bastard, you are still stubborn even when you are about to die, get out of here." Immediately, a strong murderous energy burst out from Jin-O's body. He used his hands and feet to run for a distance on the ground, and then jumped directly up. Bronze-level skill Tiger Claw. The golden gull's sharp claws suddenly expanded to twice their size, bursting with hot blood light, then pierced through the air and swung towards the source of Pang Hong's voice. Boom. The corner of the corridor where Pang Hong was hiding was directly covered by a strong murderous aura. The unparalleled force caused an entire wall to collapse. "Jin-O, you bastard, you wanted to kill me, even though I spared your life." Pang Hong was seriously injured and moved very slowly, so he quickly ran away roaring. "You talk too much nonsense. Die." Jin-Oh forced Pang Hong out with a palm, laughing loudly. As he ran, his tiger claws flashed with cold light and pounced on Pang Hong's throat cunningly. If this claw hit Pang Hong, it would easily tear his throat and kill him on the spot. However, Pang Hong was obviously not unprepared. In a life-and-death fight, he had to use all his life-saving tricks. A second-level piece of trash, we don't even know who will die. Pang Hong growled and quickly pulled out a long knife from his back. The blade was sharp, with a faint golden airflow flowing on the surface. Swish. The long sword was raised high, then broke through the air and slashed heavily on Jin-Oh's head, with the momentum of breaking gold and stone. Oh no, this is a silver-level weapon, Golden Gull can't block it at all. Lin Xia stared at the fighting movements of the two and suddenly felt nervous. Of course, Jin-Oh is not a person who just sits there and does nothing. After transforming into a raging tiger, his perception of external threats has been enhanced by more than one level, and his dodging ability has become very agile. Jin-Oh stopped abruptly, turned sideways at a strange angle, rolled several times on the ground, and hit the wall. The golden long sword in Pang Hong's hand brushed against the Golden Gull's tail, cutting through the air and making bursts of sonic booms. Pang Hong failed to hit the Golden Gull directly and had wasted so much strength. In the end, he was just fighting a battle of wits and courage with the air. His face became paler and a mouthful of blood was stuck in his throat. Jin-Oh, step back and take a rest. You are no match for him. Leave Pang Hong to me and Elena. Lin Xia shook his head, stepped forward, pulled out the M1911 from his waist, and started shooting. In order to ensure a successful attack this time, he specially replaced the remaining dozens of high-powered high-explosive ammunition. One bullet was enough to smash an entire piece of fine iron into pieces. Faced with Lin Xia's fierce attack, Pang Hong quickly hid behind a nearby shelter and also fought back with the S-1897. Elena's pretty face was expressionless. She jumped directly to the second floor of the castle, looking down from above, aiming the hail breath in her hand at Pang Hong's vital parts. Bo bo bo. Elena's jade hand plucked the jade-colored arrow string of hail's breath, and dozens of ice crystal arrows were shot out, forming a dense formation in the air, aiming at Pang Hong's head, chest, heart and other vital parts of the human body. The previous full-strength arrow clearly hit Pang Hong's chest. It was thought that he would die from excessive blood loss, but now, this guy still has the strength to fight back. The anger rising in Elena's heart was as hot as magma. In her eyes, Pang Hong was like a dying prey that could not jump for long. Lin Xia turned slightly, glanced at Elena's appearance, and smiled bitterly. This woman, who usually seemed to have a gentle personality, was so fierce in a fight and never held back. Whenever he takes action, the aim is either death or disability. But it's better this way. Lin Xia should be happy to have such a guard around her. Lin Xia cleared her mind and focused all her attention on Pang Hong. Although this guy was not injured by Jin-Oh, his sword missed and his injuries worsened a little. Seeing Lin Xia and Elena attack at the same time, Pang Hong's face was filled with deep despair, and he knew that he was doomed. Die, everyone, let's die together. Then, he held up the S-1897 in his hand, loaded it with reinforced shotgun shells, and a faint bloody smell flowed on the surface. Bang bang bang. After a series of gunshots, a hot breath gushed out from the shotgun, and more than a dozen blood-red shotgun shells roared out and met Lin Xia head-on. There's something. Lin Xia was shocked, but he was not unprepared. The M1911 in his hand also fired bullets fiercely, drawing a smooth trajectory in the air and colliding with Pang Hong's shotgun. Each bullet corresponds to a shotgun shell. The two forces collide with each other precisely, causing a self-explosion, and a violent impact force vibrates out. Faint ripples appeared in the air, and transparent air currents surged out in all directions in a spherical shape. Exclamation point. Pang Hong's physical strength was originally weak, and he was blown up by the airflow and slammed hard against the wall behind him. Jin-Oh, who was resting on the side and turned into a normal human form, saw Pang Hong defeated and a gloating expression appeared on his face. Haha, Pang Hong, with your limited ability, you still want to fight with the Lord and his men. You'd better prepare to die. Pang Hong's stomach churned, and then he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. He pointed at Jin-Oh's nose and cursed, "Shut up, you defeated general, How dare you laugh at me? What did you say? You useless dog, I'm going to kill you. Gino's face suddenly turned dark. He gritted his teeth and was about to jump up and fight with Pang Hong again. Okay, Gino, don't make trouble. Leave the rest to Elena. Lin Xia said coldly, standing more than 10 meters away from Pang Hong. Just as he finished speaking, the ice crystal arrows shot by Elena finally formed a neat formation and arrived in front of Pang Hong. Get out of here, all of you. Pang Hong finally panicked. The muscles on his face twisted with fear. He took out the long knife from behind and slashed it in the air. The futile resistance was of no avail. Pang Hong's physical strength was completely exhausted and he was no longer able to unleash even 10% of the power of this silver-level weapon. Hiss, hiss, hiss. As the sharp sound of the arrow penetrating into flesh and blood rang out, Pang Hong's body was completely nailed to the wall behind him. The light in his eyes quickly dimmed, his head tilted, and his life was gone. Seeing this, Lin Xia and Jin-O both breathed a sigh of relief, but their state of mind was completely different. Lin Xia was considering killing Pang Hong so that he could successfully annex this territory and expand his sphere of influence. Jin-O was in a joyful mood as if he had gotten his revenge. Anyone would be extremely happy to see the enemy who had robbed his territory and killed his subjects die tragically. Lin Xia quickly walked to Pang Hong and waved her hand. A milky white ball of light formed by transparent light flew out from Pang Hong's bloody chest and landed in Lin Xia's palm. The Lord's essence is in hand, the overall situation has been decided, and the war here is finally over. Congratulations to Lord Lin Xia for killing the level 3 Lord Pang Hong and absorbing the Lord's spirit. Experience plus 12,000, reputation points plus 500. Congratulations, Lord Lin Xia, for becoming the 360,985th person to achieve the achievement of killing 2 lords and unlocking the title of Lord Killer. Congratulations, Lord Lin Xia, for obtaining the Goblin Slayer and Lord Slayer achievements, reputation points plus 2,000. Congratulations, Lord Lin Xia, your reputation points are ranked 1,000th on the reputation list. Looking at the reward that appeared on the floating light screen, Lin Xia shook his head. He had achieved another achievement. However, before him, 360,984 lords had already achieved this achievement. There is also a reputation list, and only the top 100 lords will be displayed on it, but the World Channel will refresh the information of different lords gaining reputation points in real time. Host, Lin Xia. Level, 4th level, 1260/50,000. Talents, SSS-level plants, A-level tips, C-level weapon enhancement. Attributes, Strength 22/Agility 21/Constitution 25/Spirit 30. Note, the basic attributes of ordinary adult men are all 10. Skill, Bronze level Whirlwind. Crystal Core, 18570. Achievements, Goblin Slayer, Lord Slayer. Daily Draw, 0. Lin Xia officially became a 4th level survivor, with huge improvements in his physique, strength, and agility. Next, Lin Xia opened the Territory panel. Territory status. Category, Stone Castle, Silver. Level, LV3. Function, Automatic Repair, Automatic Defense, Self-Destruction. Material level, General. Subject loyalty, 70%. Evaluation, territories with stronger defense capabilities may be able to survive the second wave of zombies. The boulder castle built by Pang Hong is surrounded by a boulder wall more than 10 meters high. Theoretically, it can withstand the attacks of dozens of level 3 giant zombies. Inside the territory, there are large warehouses, foundry associations, barracks, wells, and housing sufficient to accommodate more than 5,000 people. When Lin Xia and Elena attacked before, they had already killed most of the soldiers inside, and there were no survivors left. But outside the giant stone castle, Pang Hong still has thousands of people responsible for farming the fields and mining ore. These people are also very important to Lin Xia. After annexing Pang Hong's territory, Lin Xia's territory expanded to 300 square kilometers, with 6 fine iron veins, 1 mithril vein, and a large number of plains, paddy fields, and grasslands for grazing. Lin Xia simply waved his hand and moved the location of the territory back to his own position. The original hardwood camp was automatically replaced by a higher-level stone castle, and its level was upgraded to LV4. Category: Stone Castle, Silver. Level: LV4. Function: Automatic Repair, Automatic Defense, Moat, Self-Destruction. Material level: Rich. Subject loyalty: 85%. The megalithic castle and the hardwood camp were integrated with each other, and their level was upgraded again. They were equipped with self-repair functions for the city walls and houses, as well as a 15-meter-wide moat with rippling water surrounding the territory. Even a level 3 agile zombie that can move 10 meters with a single jump cannot cross the moat defense line. At key locations in the stone castle, there are turrets equipped with giant crossbows and boiling oil, which can automatically carry out area-wide damage to invading enemies and zombies. The last self-destruct function is a means of perishing together with the enemy at the critical moment of life and death. As long as Lin Xia has the idea, the entire stone castle will blow up by itself, and all the people and buildings will be reduced to ashes. Naturally, Lin Xia treated the last function with extreme caution and could only pray secretly, hoping that the day would come when she would need it. The subjects, led by Lin Yi, had experienced a major relocation of their territory before, so they were not surprised at all and continued to concentrate on their work. The busiest person in the entire territory is still Lin Yi. He needs to arrange and supervise a lot of work, including sorting resources, training soldiers, and allocating tasks. As an ordinary person, the pressure Lin Yi bears is indeed much greater than he imagined. Lin Xia stood inside the boulder castle, looking at Lin Yi running around outside, and sighed. These days, he had been focused on completing tasks and expanding the territory. It was time to be nicer to his subordinates. At the very least, they need to improve their overall strength by several levels. Otherwise, Lin Yi and the others would be exhausted to death before the zombie tide arrives. Lin Xia first placed all the spoils from Pang Hong on the conference table in front of him. There were more than 10 black iron-grade weapons, 1 silver-grade weapon, and more than 30 orange treasure chests. From this we can see that Pang Hong is definitely a miser. He keeps all these good things to himself and refuses to share them with his subjects to improve their strength. The final result was that when facing the real enemy attack, Pang Hong could only fight alone without any reliable helpers around him. Black iron level weapon, White Dragon Sword. Black iron level weapon, 7-star crossbow. Dark iron level armor, Golden Fish Scale armor. Lin Xia took a casual look at these black iron-grade weapons. Although he didn't think much of them now, the quality was still good and they could be given to Lin Yi and others to improve their own strength. There was only one weapon that Lin Xia was quite satisfied with, so he kept it for himself. Silver-level Thunder Tang Sword. Introduction: the exquisitely crafted 100-forged Tang Sword is endowed with a powerful thunder force that can greatly injure the enemy. Damage: 100 points of physical damage / 56 points of piercing damage / 5% electric damage / 10% critical hit chance / 6% stun chance. Requirements: level higher than level 4, preferably users with lightning element talent, which can increase critical damage by 2%. Lin Xia gripped the Thunder Tang Sword tightly in his hand, and immediately felt a tingling sensation in his palm. The power of thunder and lightning would not backfire on its owner, but instead could strengthen the human body and remove impurities over the years. The so-called 100 forgings refers to the production process, which means that this Tang sword has undergone hundreds of times of grinding and smelting, making it soft yet strong and not easy to be damaged. Lin Xia put the Thunder Tang sword into a special scabbard, put it on his back, and continued to open the remaining 30 or so orange treasure chests. 60 tons of chicken meatballs, 5,000 bottles of mineral water, 5,000 bags of coffee bread, 1,000 strawberry ice creams. Lin Xia frowned. These foods were usually more common in red treasure chests, but now they appeared in large quantities in orange treasure chests. It was indeed strange. More than 10 orange treasure chests were opened in succession, and they were all filled with all kinds of food. Lin Xia had them all transported out and put into the warehouse. There was only ice cream, but because there was no refrigerator, he simply let everyone share it. Black iron level caster experience voucher, applicable to casters of 3 stars and below. Use it to increase proficiency by 1,000. Black Iron Level Caster Experience Voucher, applicable to casters of 3 stars and below. Use it to increase proficiency by 1,000. Lin Xia drew out dozens of such experience coupons in a row, which could be used to upgrade the foundry level of Arthur and others and build more advanced construction facilities. Black Iron Basic Meditation. Introduction, a basic meditation technique circulated in magic academies. Damage, absorb wind element speed bonus 8%, increase spirit by 5%, increase agility by 6%, and increase constitution by 3%. Requirements, you need to have magic talents of lower middle level such as wind, earth, water, fire, thunder, and gold. In addition, there is also a silver level close-fitting armor. Silver grade black gold armor. Introduction, the volcanic dwarves used rare black gold to forge this tough body armor and regarded it as a symbol of dwarven warriors. Defense, 89 defense/15% elemental resistance +plus 10% melee block effectiveness. Requirements, strength greater than 20 points, user of level 4 or above. Lin Xia was very satisfied with this close-fitting armor. It felt cool when she wore it, and its weight was almost negligible. There are only a few treasure chests left, let's open them all. Lin Xia rubbed his hands and said secretly. Black Iron Grade Fire Element Magic Scroll, after use, it can increase the affinity of fire element by 3% to 6%, thereby improving the user's magic talent. Black Iron Grade Water Element Magic Scroll, after use, it can increase the affinity of water element by 3% to 6%, thereby improving the user's magic talent. These orange treasure chests contain some magic scrolls that Lin Xia had used before. Their purpose is to increase the elemental affinity of people with low magical talent. At this point, all the spoils and weapons and equipment obtained from conquering Panghong have been counted. The next focus will be to vigorously develop the army and improve the strength of the confidants so that they can better assist Lin Xia. For him, only when the subjects are stronger and their combat effectiveness is more formidable, can the strength of the territory rise. In this world with constant tides of zombies, it is not a wise move to desperately guard against subordinates. It is very likely that the zombies will attack before the territory is in chaos, and everyone will die, and all the equipment, weapons, and resources will be given to others. Lin Xia walked out of the Lord's castle and saw farmers, construction workers, freight workers, and newly trained infantrymen moving around in the huge territory in front of him. My lord, I have counted all the population and resources of the territory. The newly annexed territory has a total of 700 farmers specializing in planting, and 600 miners, scattered in 3 fine iron mines. Lin Yi held a thick booklet in his hand, which recorded all kinds of information about the territory in detail, and said seriously. Lin Xia glanced at the record book in Lin Yi's hand, smiled with satisfaction, and patted him on the shoulder. Well done, Lin Yi, you remember all the situations in the territory clearly, which shows that you are attentive and deserve a reward. I dare not, Lord. I told you a long time ago that as an ordinary farmer, it is a great honor for me to be valued by you. I am busy every day. Although it is very tiring, it feels worthwhile and very fulfilling. Lin Yi said respectfully with a smile on his face. Seeing this, Lin Xia was inexplicably moved and directly checked Lin Yi's attribute panel to see how he could improve his strength. Host, Lin Yi. Level, first level, 0/100. Talent, second order fire spirit seed. Attributes, strength 11/agility 10/constitution 10/spirit 10. Note, the basic attributes of ordinary adult men are all 10. Skill, / Lin Xia's eyes lit up. She had not had time to check Lin Yi's attribute panel before, but she did not expect that he had the talent to cultivate fighting spirit. Elena, come here quickly, I have something to talk to you about. Lin Xia took Lin Yi directly back to the stone castle and shouted inside. The 6-story stone castle has more than a dozen rooms on each floor, bedrooms, storage rooms, weapon rooms, cloakrooms, training rooms. Lin Xia estimated that there would be no problem for several hundred people to live here, but now that Lin Xia and Elena were living there, it seemed very deserted. His voice echoed in the castle for a long time. Soon, Elena, who lived on the top floor, jumped down. Her clothes fluttered in the wind. She looked like an elf queen, holy and beautiful. Although Lin Xia had never seen an elf, she knew that elves were famous for their handsome men and beautiful women, so this was the only way she could describe Elena in her mind. Lin Yi opened his mouth in surprise, and then quickly lowered his head, not daring to look any further. Miss Elena is now the Lord's personal bodyguard, and she will naturally become the Lord's wife in the future. I have to be careful and not overdo it. If Lin Xia heard Lin Yi's thoughts at this moment, she would definitely scold him severely for what he was thinking about all day long. My lord, why are you calling me so urgently? Is there something urgent? Elena landed steadily in front of Lin Xia, tucked her hair behind her ears, and said in a deep voice. It's not a very urgent matter. Could you please take a look at the Do Qi seed in Lin Yi's body? Does it mean that he can cultivate Do Qi? Lin Xia said, looking at Lin Yi beside him. Hearing this, a hint of curiosity appeared on Elena's face. She twisted a small piece of mithril with her jade fingers and gently tapped it on Lin Yi's forehead. In an instant, a fiery vortex in the shape of a grain of rice appeared between Lin Yi's eyebrows and was slowly rotating. It is indeed a fighting spirit seed. Although it is only at the second level, it is not easy for an ordinary person to have it. Elena's eyes changed when she looked at Lin Yi. She originally thought that Lin Yi was just an ordinary manager in charge of miscellaneous affairs in the territory and did not pay much attention to him. Who could have expected that this person actually had the seed of fighting spirit? What? Lady Elena, Lord, there are seeds of fighting spirit in my body. This, how is it possible? Lin Yiru was hit hard and took 2 steps back unconsciously, muttering. Lin Xia smiled, quickly supported Lin Yi's body, and asked, Elena, does fighting spirit cultivation also depend on talent and aptitude? That's right, Lord. The so-called Do Qi seeds are divided into 9 levels, with level 1 being the lowest and level 9 being the highest, divided according to the initial size of the Do Qi seeds. A first-level Do Qi seed is only as big as a millet grain, while a 9th-level Do Qi seed is as big as an apple. The difference between the two is as huge as heaven and earth. Among 1,000 people, there may not be one person with a first-level Do Qi seed. Among 100 million people, it is difficult to find a person with a 9th-level Do Qi seed. Elena raised her red lips slightly and said calmly. Lin Xia nodded slightly, understanding in her heart. In this case, Lin Yi's qualifications were quite good. He was truly 1 in a million. Elena, I have an idea now. I want to conduct a large-scale investigation in the territory to detect who has magic and fighting spirit talents, pick out those with better talents, and give priority to training. What do you think of this idea? Lin Xia pondered for a moment and spoke. Elena hummed, showing some respect on her face, My lord, you are willing to cultivate elites with potential for cultivation. This idea is very correct. I absolutely agree with it. Besides, there is no shortage of mithril in the territory now, so we can accurately measure fighting spirit and magical talent at any time. Then we have agreed that this elite guard will be handed over to you and Jinnu to train for the time being. How about that? Lin Xia gave a sly smile and said calmly. Hearing this, Elena was stunned for a moment, then she rolled her eyes at Lin Xia and nodded, No problem, Lord, I can still handle this matter, it's not a big deal. Okay then, I'll order someone to fetch the mithril and immediately start testing the magic and fighting spirit talents of all the subjects in the territory. Lin Xia did what he said and turned around and left the stone castle. Arthur and the 3 goblin brothers led hundreds of miners to collect mithril. They had already mined hundreds of kilograms of mithril. Under Lin Xia's arrangement, Arthur escorted the purest piece of mithril back to the territory. The sun was shining brightly in the sky, and the strong sunlight shone on everyone, but no one complained. Because Lin Xia just officially announced that he would test the qualifications of everyone in the territory and extract the lucky ones who are suitable for practicing magic or fighting spirit. This news excited many people. They knew very well that once they were able to practice, they would be able to get rid of their labor status and become the backbone of talents carefully cultivated by Lin Xia. This is a great opportunity to turn things around. It only comes once in a lifetime, so don't miss it. When Arthur and his hundreds of blacksmiths finally returned to the territory escorting the mithril, he was immediately shocked by the scene before him. In the huge square in front of the Lord's castle, there was a large crowd of people, and people from all walks of life had all come. Farmers, builders, foundries, soldiers. Lin Xia was standing on a high platform, with Elena's pretty figure standing beside her. Both of them had indifferent expressions as they looked at everything below. Arthur did not dare to delay and immediately delivered the mithril to the platform. Then he took the casters and gathered with everyone else, waiting for the test conference to officially begin. Seeing that most people had arrived, Lin Xia cleared his throat and pressed his palm into the air. The noise of the crowd stopped immediately and the whole place fell silent. Everyone, I think you are all very nervous at the moment. Excuse me, as a lord, I am more nervous than any of you. Because I am looking forward to it. I hope that the people in my territory can have a talent, which is enough to give you more capital to survive in this cruel world. Magic and fighting spirit are the two major power systems. I don't need to explain the power they can display. You should all be very clear about it. Next, it's time to decide your fate. Everyone line up and take the test one by one. Don't crowd. Remember, people without talent should not give up on themselves. Everyone has their own meaning of existence. No matter who you are or what your job is, as long as you take your job seriously, I, Lin Xia, will never treat you unfairly. After a speech of great principles, Lin Xia also announced to everyone that he would not classify his subjects into different levels just because they had no talent for magic or fighting spirit. It is true that Lin Xia will definitely pour more resources into those who have a talent for cultivation, but don't forget that this world is full of killing and blood. As the saying goes, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. If you have a talent for cultivation, you will face battles, injuries, and even death. Perhaps in the end, it would be better for you to work safely in the territory doing construction, planting, or herding, where at least your life will not be in great danger. When everyone heard this, their hearts, which had been hanging in their throats, finally relaxed. Lin Xia's words could be said to have dispelled the biggest worries in many people's hearts. That is, if they are detected to have no talent for magic and fighting spirit, will they be blamed or punished, or treated as inferior? Now it seems that this young lord is indeed very humane, reasonable, and far-sighted, and not a capricious tyrant. Life will definitely be good following him. Congratulations, Lord Lin Xia. The loyalty of all your peasants to you has risen to 99.97%, and their work efficiency has increased by 10%. Congratulations, Lord Lin Xia. The loyalty of all your foundries has risen to 99.98%, and their work efficiency has increased by 13%. Congratulations, Lord Lin Xia. The loyalty of all your soldiers to you has risen to 99.99%, and their combat efficiency has increased by 12%. Lin Xia really didn't expect that such a casual speech would increase so much loyalty and win the support of everyone. Let's start. After Lin Xia's voice fell, everyone lined up and walked onto the platform, pressing their palms tightly against the cold mithril. First level wind-type fighting spirit seed, passed. The fire magic qualification is very low, unqualified. Lower intermediate gold magic qualification, lower intermediate earth magic qualification, passed. Third level water-type fighting spirit aptitude, excellent. I don't have the talent for cultivation, so I'm not qualified. Not even close, not qualified. Elena stood behind Mithril, her beautiful face expressionless, her mouth slightly open, and she quickly determined everyone's talents and qualifications at an incredibly fast speed. Half an hour later, when the last tester walked down the platform, Elena breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, this job was not as easy as it seemed. When using Mithril to test talents, there will be errors. Once an error occurs, it is necessary to test again, which often wastes a lot of time. Fortunately, the Mithril vein that has been discovered now has a very high purity of Mithril mind, and the test accuracy is over 99%, so there is basically no need for a second test, which saves Elena a lot of energy. The test conference was officially declared over, and all those who were qualified to practice were taken to the Lord's castle to await the next arrangements. Encouraged by Lin Xia, the rest of the people left the square with disappointment or sighs, and returned to their respective jobs to work seriously. Elena, there are thousands of people in the territory, but in the end only 50 of them have the talent for cultivation. Lin Xia looked puzzled and couldn't help but speak. My lord, you are not from our world and you don't know the situation. Fighting spirit and magic have always been said to be exclusive to the nobility, or opportunities for the lucky ones. Even the worst talents are extremely rare. In many villages and towns with a population of tens of thousands, only a few lucky people can enter the Magic Academy or Fighting Academy to study further each year. It is rare to be able to detect 50 elites among the thousands of people in our territory. It can be said to be a gift from the gods. Elena clasped her hands together and prayed solemnly. Hearing this, Lin Xia could only accept this result, stepped into the Lord's castle and spoke to everyone. Everyone, you are lucky to be able to stand here. Compared with other subjects, you can receive the careful training of Miss Elena and the combat training of Lord Jinnu. Lin Xia stood in the center, with Elena and Jin O standing on her left and right. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone showed expectant eyes, their hearts filled with pride and excitement. When they thought about the future in which they could practice magic and fighting spirit and embark on the path of becoming a strongman, they couldn't help but look forward to it. This is my first reward for you, magic scroll, meditation technique, and black iron grade weapon. You can choose one of them to improve your strength. Lin Xia ordered his men to distribute the items and equipment he had taken out of the treasure chest. Long live the Lord. My Lord is so kind to us. I am willing to sacrifice my life for you, my Lord. The talented people who received their coveted rewards were overjoyed and shouted their loyalty to Lin Xia. Okay, stop flattering me. If you can practice well and steadily improve your strength, that will be the best reward for me. It's almost time, everyone can go back and rest. Lin Xia waved her hand and said in a deep voice. Of course, those who are detected to have a talent for cultivation can live in single rooms and enjoy a large amount of delicious meat, fruit, cakes and other foods, all of which are supplied in unlimited quantities. Lin Yi, Arthur, the two of you stay. Lin Xia suddenly spoke up and stopped the two of them. My lord, do you have anything else to tell me? Lin Yi and Arthur walked forward with respect. In addition to Lin Yi's second-level fire-type fighting spirit seed, Arthur also detected a first-level gold-type fighting spirit seed, which was very consistent with his identity as a caster. These things are all specially selected for you by me. Keep them well. Practice hard and don't let me down. Lin Xia took out several relatively excellent black iron-level equipment and weapons and placed them on the table. Oh, and here are these iron-level casting experience vouchers. Arthur, take them back immediately and upgrade your own casting level. If there are any left, distribute them to your casting masters. Make sure to train more than 10 3-star casting masters. Lin Xia took out a stack of black caster experience coupons, handed them to Arthur, and gave instructions. This, Lord, is incredible. For me, this is the most important thing. Arthur held the forger experience voucher in his hands, shaking uncontrollably, and crying with joy. Arthur's excitement was real. As a 3-star forger, he had been working hard to hone his forging skills, but for so many years, he had not made any progress. Ultimately, it was because Arthur's casting proficiency was not enough. If he wanted to improve his proficiency, it was not possible to simply repeatedly cast weapons and equipment. This is a mysterious improvement process that can only be understood but not explained. Only extremely patient casters can realize the inspiration in day-to-day casting and step into the ranks of 4-star casters. Only by understanding the difficulty involved can you understand how difficult it is for Arthur to calm down at this moment. Judging from your reaction, this thing is very useful to you. Lin Xia looked at Arthur with a little surprise. It's more than just big, my lord. I don't know how to explain to you the mystery here, alas. Arthur seemed to be hesitant to speak, not knowing how to tell Lin Xia. Lin Xia quickly waved her hand. Okay, you don't have to tell me this, and I don't need to listen. As long as I can quickly improve your level, that's enough. Okay, go back quickly and concentrate on your cultivation. Don't be proud and complacent just because you have a talent for cultivation that others don't have. Do you understand? Lin Xia put his hands behind his back and said calmly. Hearing this, Lin Yi and Arthur's hearts were slightly shaken. They were not fools, so they could naturally hear the warning in Lin Xia's words. This was to remind the two of them that as the more trusted subjects in the territory, they should not get carried away, otherwise, Lin Xia would definitely not be polite to them. My lord, we will keep your words in mind. Lin Yi and Arthur bowed and said respectfully. Yelena, Jinnu, you should go back and rest. The training mission will officially begin tomorrow. After Elena and Jean-O left, Lin Xia was silent for a long time, then walked into his lord's bedroom, took off his clothes casually, and lay down on the bed. No words were spoken that night. When Lin Xia woke up, she heard various noises outside the castle. The training of the elite guards officially began. However, he did not rush to get up, but first opened the attribute panel and conducted the usual lottery. Bite. As the piercing sound rang out, Lin Xia hurriedly looked over and saw 2 more lines of small words in the daily lottery column. Mutated wheat seeds *100. Genetically mutated crops are not only larger in size, but also can produce more food. Note: suitable for planting on plains. Mutated rice seeds *100. Genetically mutated food crops that are not only larger in size but also capable of producing more food. Note: suitable for paddy field planting. A total of hundreds of grain crop seeds were extracted. Seeing this, Lin Xia was slightly disappointed. They were actually mutant wheat and mutant rice seeds. Could it be that God wanted him to engage in agriculture as soon as possible? But then again, since there is no war in the territory for the time being, we should indeed develop agriculture and animal husbandry to ensure an adequate supply of food and meat. Lin Xia was curious about the 2 mutant seeds and walked out of the Lord's castle quickly. Ho-ha-ha. In the square in front of the castle, 50 elite practitioners were seen exercising hard. Some people were running around the square carrying logs as thick as their thighs on their shoulders, while others were clenching their fists and punching the sandbags in front of them desperately, one punch after another. Jean-O stood in the center of the square, supervising everyone's training progress. If anyone was lazy or complained of being tired, he would scold them severely. Listen carefully: whether you are a fighter or a magician, you need to have a strong body. Don't complain to me about the heavy training tasks. Those who can't persist should go and ask the Lord to withdraw in person. If the Lord agrees, I will kick you out of the training team and will not punish you at all. Jean-O looked at everyone with a cold expression and said in a deep voice. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone began to complain in their hearts. What Jean-O said was simply nonsense. The Lord had just encouraged them yesterday. Who would be so blind as to dare to make such a request to the Lord? I'm afraid Jean-O doesn't need to do anything, the Lord will just teach him a lesson directly. Lin Xia nodded slightly. Jean-O's words made sense. Physical training was extremely beneficial for both fighters and magicians, and they should not relax. Arthur, please step out first. I have something to talk to you about. Lin Xia waved her hand and spoke. Hearing this, Arthur, who was sweating profusely, immediately stepped out and came in front of Lin Xia. Arthur, take this black iron grade red flame long sword blueprint, and study it to see what raw materials are needed and whether it can be mass-produced. Lin Xia took out a blueprint and handed it to Arthur. This. Lord, a black iron level magic weapon needs to be inlaid with fire elemental gems. The source of the gems must be a gem vein. Arthur looked at the contents of the drawing carefully and said in a deep voice. It's similar to what I thought. You can keep the blueprints first. As for the gem veins, we can only do our best to explore them. Lin Xia frowned. Arthur nodded, put the drawings away, and returned to the training team. Elena, come with me. Lin Xia took Elena out of the territory and came to a large plain. There are hundreds of farmers here, busy working on the crops. Because the world's environment is very different, the food here only takes half a month to mature. Your Excellency. The farmers saluted Lin Xia one after another. Well, come here and help me cultivate these 2 seeds. Lin Xia found a farmer at random and took him to a small open space. SSS-level plant talent stimulation, mutant wheat seeds, survival rate, 99%. SSS-level plant talent stimulation, mutant rice seeds, survival rate, 98%. As the seeds in Lin Xia's hand were thrown into the soil, they grew rapidly as if a catalyst had been applied. The farmer looked in amazement at the wheat and rice in front of him that were 3 meters tall, with broad ears and leaves and thick rhizomes. They could definitely produce several times more grain than ordinary wheat and rice. This is incredible, Lord, it's simply a miracle. The farmer knelt on the ground, trembling. Stand up and speak nicely. Don't kneel down in front of me. Do you understand? Lin Xia's eyes narrowed slightly and said in a deep voice. This is Lin Xia's inner subconscious. Although the world today is bloody and cruel, where fists are the only thing and not reason, as a blue star person, he is very resistant to kneeling. Okay, Lord, I understand. Seeing Lin Xia's serious tone, the farmer stood up quickly. Let me ask you, in your previous world, were there any tall crops like this? Lin Xia asked after a moment's hesitation. Hearing this, the farmer waved his hands and said, Your Excellency, I have been farming for so many years, but I have never seen wheat or other crops with such strong roots, stems, branches and leaves. Only gods can create such a miracle. What god? I'm just lucky. Lin Xia thought secretly in his heart. Of course, he would not say this out loud. After all, these humans from other worlds live in a world where magic and fighting spirit are rampant, and they are very devout in their reverence for gods, and it is impossible for them to change their long-established ideas. Well, I still have a few hundred mutant wheat and rice seeds left. You can cultivate them all carefully. When the crops are ripe, collect the seeds and continue planting. Lin Xia handed the bag full of seeds to the farmer and warned him. Compared with offensive plant seeds, mutant wheat and rice seeds, Lin Xia was too lazy to spend the effort to plant them one by one. Anyway, their survival rate was above 70%, and there was no need to stimulate SSS-level plant talent. It would be better to hand it over directly to farmers with many years of planting experience, so that they can study it carefully and gain more knowledge. I understand, Lord. This concerns the agricultural plan of the territory. I will never dare to be careless. The farmer stretched out his rough hands, took the bag handed by Lin Xia with great care, and said. Lin Xia nodded, and she and Elena left the plain and continued to head towards the next grassland. After the two of them left, the farmer rushed to the field with a look of joy on his face, shouting, Everyone, put down your work and follow me to cultivate the Lord's mutant seeds. It's amazing. Is it as rare as you say? TSK, I don't believe it. Oh my. Look over there. That wheat plant is over 3 meters tall. It's almost eating a person. Is this so-called mutant seed really that powerful? Hundreds of farmers gathered around the mature mutant wheat, marveling at it. On the way to the grassland, Lin Xia opened the world channel that he hadn't looked at for a long time to find out about the situation of the other lords. As soon as she opened the chat interface, Lin Xia discovered several private messages that Wang Li had sent her over the past few days. Lin Xia, do you have any spare resources that can be exchanged? Lin Xia, you should have survived the first wave of zombies. If you are still alive, please let me know that you are safe. Lin Xia, your reputation is actually ranked 1000th. That's amazing. Congratulations. Seeing this, Lin Xia felt a little embarrassed. Although they had never met and were not very familiar with each other, the other person was so concerned about his safety. I have been busy for so many days and haven't had time to chat with people. I don't even reply to messages, which seems impolite. Thank you for your concern, Wang Li. I just visited the World Channel today. Everything is normal now. Is everything okay on your end too? Lin Xia sent this message, and soon, Wang Li replied. Great, you finally spoke. I was a little worried. Don't worry, everything is fine here. I am leading my troops to slaughter zombies in the forest. Let's go back and talk. Lin Xia smiled. It seemed that Wang Li was also very powerful. She was busy killing zombies to gain experience. By the way, once her army was officially formed, she should go around looking for zombies to kill. Anyway, as long as they are Lin Xia's subjects, the experience points gained from killing zombies or mutant beasts will be divided into 2 halves, one for Lin Xia and the other for the individual. Both sides have gained experience, which is beneficial to both Lin Xia and his subjects, and this will stimulate their fighting spirit. No problem. I have a lot of idle resources, and they are very rare. It depends on whether you want them or not. Ha ha ha, __intersection. After exiting the private message interface with Wang Li, Lin Xia casually flipped through the world channel. Oh, it's really too difficult. With my level 3 strength and 2 black iron level firearms in my hands, I can't even break the skin of a level 4 giant zombie. Dozens of my archers and infantrymen have died. Which big guy can come and help me? Is there anyone who needs mithril ore and a large amount of refined iron ore? I have several hundred kilograms of it. Anyone who is willing can exchange it with me for black iron armor. By the way, have you ever seen the Abyss? It seems to be a dungeon that can spawn zombies and mutant beasts infinitely. They are usually hidden in mountains and forests. If any big brother is willing to give me the detailed location, I am willing to give out 1,000 crystal cores in exchange. Today I met a lord with SS-level talent. He was so powerful. He had thousands of heavy cavalry under his command. He wiped out hundreds of ordinary level 2 zombies in the blink of an eye and almost killed me as well. After experiencing the first wave of zombies, there were fewer lords speaking, but among those who survived, there were few weak ones and each one was more powerful than the other. Lin Xia had a serious look on his face and moved his gaze to the resource trading column below. Lord Sang Shui sold beef jerky *100, and Lord Li Mo bought it using the black iron level longbow soldier blueprint. Lord Wang Air sells 1,000 bronze standard shields, Lord Zhao Ji buys them with 50 mithril ore. The Lord Zhang Si is selling 1,000 ice cubes. If you are willing to exchange them for 5,000 beef skewers or 5,000 chicken meatballs, please hurry up and don't wait any longer. Regarding this trade request, many people below were laughing at Zhang Si. Ha ha ha, what sand mouth. The zombie tide will come in a few days. Who has the leisure to exchange so much precious meat for Binqualuo with you? You're right. No one can have so much food. Even if they do, they can't exchange it for Binqualuo. Yeah, you can choose not to drink Binqualuo, but you can't choose not to eat. Brother, you are going the wrong way. How about this? I'm kind-hearted. I'll give you 10 pieces of beef jerky in exchange for your ice cream. How about that? Ha ha. Brother Zhang Si, I'm an experienced person too. Listen to my advice. Coke is useless in this world. Why don't you give it to me? I can give you some sausages, ha ha. The vast majority of people were making fun of and mocking Zhang Si. Lin Xia was in the mood. He hadn't had iced cola for a long time. Anyway, he had a lot of resources, he might as well exchange some and enjoy it. Lin Xia directly clicked on the avatar of the owner Zhang Si, and a private message interface appeared in front of him. Hello, I'm Lin Xia. I'm willing to exchange 5,000 cans of chicken meatballs for the 1,000 cans of Binqualuo you have. To Lin Xia's surprise, after she sent the message, Zhang Si did not reply for a long time. This shouldn't happen. So many people were mocking his stupid behavior of exchanging Binqualuo for meat, and his transaction had not yet been completed. This means that no one really bought these ice qualuo. Zhang Si finally met Lin Xia, a buyer. Shouldn't he agree immediately and complete the transaction? After waiting for a while, Lin Xia saw that Zhang Si still hadn't replied, so she suspected that he might have missed her private message, so she decided to send it again. Hello, Lord, I am Lin Xia, I would like to. This time, Lin Xia didn't even finish typing before he saw the message pop up in front of him, which made his face darken. Don't tease me anymore, big brother. If you don't want to buy, then you don't want to buy. We are all adults, there is no need to waste time. If I don't sell these cokes, I will starve to death. I don't have time to chat with you here. Zhang Si seemed a little agitated. Could it be that these ice cubes were the last resource he had, and all other food was gone? Hello, I'm not kidding you. I, Lin Xia, always keep my word. If you don't believe me, I'll send half of the chicken meatballs to you first. Lin Xia typed these words, and then clicked his finger on the virtual button for resource trading. In an instant, the 250 boxes of chicken meatballs in the territory warehouse disappeared from the spot. These precious food resources were naturally transferred into Zhang Si's hands by the mysterious force of space. At this moment, in a castle camp hundreds of kilometers away from Lin Xia, Zhang Si was lying on the bed, staring in shock at a pile of chicken meatballs that appeared out of thin air in front of him. He was completely dumbfounded. His stomach growled and he immediately pounced on a box of chicken meatballs like a starving ghost. He opened the can and stuffed the meatballs into his mouth desperately. The delicious tender chicken, filled with the aroma of oil, exploded in Zhang Si's mouth. Oh my God, he had never eaten such delicious food in his life. He used to eat chicken until he almost vomited every day on Blue Star, but he never thought that one day it would be so delicious. Even dragon liver and phoenix gall could only be as delicious as this, right? Someone, hurry up and take out all these chicken meatballs and distribute them to everyone. Remember to take care of the wounded first. Zhang Si wolfed down a can of chicken meatballs, then seemed to remember something. He immediately opened the door and shouted outside. Upon hearing this, the hungry and pale-faced subjects gathered in the territory rushed into Zhang Si's house as if they had seen a bloody wolves. Everyone line up to receive it, don't rush to grab it, otherwise I will be beheaded. Zhang Si, who had a full stomach, spoke with confidence. He pulled out a Desert Eagle pistol from his waist and slammed it heavily on the table. The black muzzles of guns were pointed at everyone, and they instantly quieted down and lined up. Each person received 3 cans of chicken meatballs, and the wounded could get 5 cans of chicken meatballs. Congratulations, Lord Zhang Si. The loyalty of all your peasants has risen to 70%, and their work efficiency has increased by 5%. Congratulations, Lord Zhang Si. The loyalty of all your builders has risen to 73%, and their work efficiency has increased by 6%. Congratulations, Lord Zhang Si. The loyalty of all your soldiers has risen to 75%, and their combat efficiency has increased by 4%. From this we can see that food is the most important thing for people. Only when one's subjects have enough food can the territory be initially stabilized. Zhang Si sat down on the ground and wiped the sweat from his forehead. A feeling of relief came over him like a tide. Seeing that all his subjects were saved and no longer had to wait for starvation to die, Zhang Si breathed a sigh of relief. His territory was originally running well, but he never expected that just after the zombie tide ended, a zombie would slip through the net, sneak into the warehouse where food was stored, and contaminate all the food. Zhang Si was so angry that he chopped the zombie into pieces, but he was powerless and furious. His food supply was used up in half a day. He could only watch thousands of people in the territory starve, but he was unable to do anything. If there were only a few dozen people, they might be able to hold on and survive for 7 or 8 days by drinking water without eating. However, there were thousands of people in Zhang Si's territory, and the daily food consumption was not a small amount. Zhang Si fumbled around for a long time and found the only remaining 1,000 bottles of Binqualuo. He put them on the World Channel for trading, but naturally no one was interested, and he also attracted a lot of ridicule and mockery. Some people pretended to claim that they were willing to exchange food, but after chatting for a long time, they just cursed and blocked others and ran away. This made Zhang Si very angry. So when faced with Lin Xia's private message, he was too lazy to pay attention to it. Unexpectedly, he actually waited for a noble person. "Boss, brother, uncle, you are really my savior. If you were in front of me now, I would kneel down in front of you." Zhang Si quickly typed out a line of characters to express his immense gratitude to Lin Xia. Seeing this, Lin Xia smiled slightly. "No need for that. Let's make a fair trade. Give me all 1,000 bottles of Binqualuo immediately. I have things to do." While speaking, Lin Xia had already arrived at the endless prairie. "Okay, boss Lin Xia, I'll send all the Binqualuo over right away." Zhang Si pressed the resource exchange button, and all 1,000 bottles of Binqualuo were teleported to Lin Xia's territory warehouse. "Boss, remember to drink it quickly. Unless you have a refrigerator, the temperature will rise," Zhang Si reminded. Lin Xia sent all the remaining chicken meatballs over, and the deal was officially completed. Lord Zhang Si is selling Binqualuo *1000, Lord Lin Xia is exchanging it for chicken meatballs *5000. The moment this transaction information appeared in the transaction information column, everyone was completely shocked. "Oh my god, is there really a wealthy guy who would trade so many chicken meatballs for iced drinks? Poverty is beyond my imagination. This is simply Versailles. Let me see which boss has such a rich family background. It's Lin Xia. I think I've seen this name before. Isn't this the person who exchanged 1,000 bottles of mineral water for the blueprint last time? After being silent for so many days, he shows up again. Haha, I thought he disappeared in the first wave of zombies, but he actually survived. That's not easy, haha. Boss, I have all kinds of drinks on hand. I don't want much. Just give me 1,000 cans of chicken meatballs. Get out of my way. If you want to exchange, you should take my 100% orange juice. Boss Lin Xia doesn't even look down on your pigmented drink. Lin Xia sneered. As expected, his deal attracted a lot of envy, admiration, and of course jealousy. To be honest, Lin Xia didn't have the time to pay attention to what these people said. Of course, he still blacklisted the unfriendly comments one by one. If I have the chance in the future, I will definitely visit these people in person to have tea and chat. Ding ding ding. The sound of private messages kept ringing. Many lords regarded Lin Xia as a wealthy man. They spent a lot of money and brought all kinds of strange and weird things to exchange for resources. Boss Lin Xia, please take a look. I have 30 pieces of purple women's underwear here. I don't want much. Just 1,000 kebabs will do. Boss, are you there? I also have 100 cans of vanilla cola. If you want, I can sell you 300 cans of pork. Boss, I have 20 bottles of cow urine drinks here. Drinking them can improve your sexual performance. Do you want some? Lin Xia glanced at his private message interface. In just a few seconds, at least 60 or 70 lords bombarded him with crazy private messages. All kinds of weird things came out, including underwear, small toys, child seats, etc. Lin Xia never thought that this world could produce so many kinds of items. Most of them were useless. Lin Xia took a look and had no interest. She didn't need the women's underwear, and there was no need to buy so much coke. She simply closed the private message interface and returned to reality. Call. Lin Xia rubbed his eyes, looked at the beautiful scenery of blue sky and green grass in front of him, took a deep breath of fresh air, and felt that a lot of the turbid air in his body seemed to have been discharged. The breeze blew across Elena's long black hair, which fluttered in the air. In the distance, a few snow-white cows and sheep were running on the grass. This scene was truly beautiful to the extreme. It's time. Lin Xia pulled out the black iron-level herdsman blueprint from his arms and tore it apart directly. After a moment, a large number of white light spots gathered into a square portal more than 2 meters high, appearing in front of the two. Elena looked at the portal with great interest, with a sacred light in her eyes. In her opinion, anyone who could perform such a space travel method must be the work of a god. Hiss hiss hiss. Soon, 500-strong herdsmen who were recruited, wearing white felt hats and loose robes, rode tall black horses and rushed out with whips. Dear Lord, we are the grassland herdsmen you have summoned, and we are willing to serve you. The leading herdsman rode his horse to Lin Xia, then jumped off the horse, knelt on one knee, and spoke respectfully. What's your name? Lin Xia asked calmly. My lord, my name is Bainfei, and I am the leader of these herdsmen. If you have any instructions, you can tell me. Lin Xia directly opened Bainfei's attribute panel. Host, Bainfei. Level 3, 0/20,000. Talent, to be tested. Attributes, Strength 17/Agility 19/Constitution 21/Spirit 11. Note, the basic attributes of ordinary adult men are all 10. Skill, Iron Blood Charge. Lin Xia was slightly surprised. This Bainfei was really plain-looking and looked ordinary, but he was actually a level 3 survivor. In terms of physical fitness alone, he was better than Gino. Come here, put your palm on this piece of mithril. Lin Xia took out a small piece of pure mithril from his arms. This was the mithril with the highest purity discovered in the entire mithril mine so far. Lin Xia carries this with her so that she can detect her magic and fighting spirit talents at any time. Bainfei hesitated for a moment, then placed his broad palm tightly on the mithril. The next moment, a ball of green fighting spirit seeds appeared on his forehead. A 4th-level wood-type fighting spirit seed, very powerful. Elena nodded slightly and said with appreciation. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Lin Xia put away the mithril. Bainfei's 4th-level fighting spirit seed should not be able to match Jinu's A-level talent. If the two fight one-on-one, Jinu can easily defeat Bainfei as long as he transforms into a beast. This is the importance of talent. Only a 6th-level Do-Chi seed can barely be equivalent to an A-level talent, and it also depends on the Do-Chi technique that is practiced. It turns out that I can also cultivate fighting spirit. Bainfei was stunned and said in surprise. Of course. Let's put it this way, Bainfei, you take all the herdsmen under your command and test their cultivation talents one by one. Lin Xia thought for a while, took out the mithril from his arms and handed it to Bainfei. Then, he gathered all these herdsmen together, sent mithril to each other, and tested their cultivation talents. Half an hour later, the test results were finally out. Among the 500 herdsmen, 10 had fighting spirit seeds, and none of them had magical talent. This ratio was indeed astonishing. Elena once said that only 1 person in 1,000 has fighting spirit or magical talent. Could it be that these herdsmen's physical constitutions changed when they traveled through time and space? Lin Xia was too lazy to think about these issues because he found that the loyalty of these herdsmen was not very high, only 65%. Compared with soldiers such as farmers and construction workers, herdsmen are more wild, which means they are difficult to manage and not easy to obey Lin Xia. In this regard, Lin Xia must give them a warning and establish his authority as a lord. He can't let these herdsmen look down on him, right? Bainfei, look at the bison behind you. With your physical fitness as a level 3 survivor, can you handle it in one move? Lin Xia crossed his arms across his chest and pouted at the bison in the distance. Of course, my lord, you want to eat grilled steak. I will go hunt this bison and let you enjoy it. A hint of pride flashed in Bainfei's eyes. He immediately jumped on the horse and rushed out without waiting for Lin Xia's order. The rest of the herdsmen also screamed, cheering for Bainfei and whipping their horses frantically, making sonic booms in the air. Lin Xia frowned. These herdsmen, especially Bainfei, respected Lin Xia on the surface, but in fact they were somewhat arrogant and did not think highly of him. Well, now it's time for Lin Xia to show her strength. Swish. Lin Xia leaped out and ran towards another larger bison, pulling out the Thunder Tang sword from behind. Bainfei was riding a very fast horse and had reached the side of the bison very quickly. He shouted angrily, pulled out a prairie knife from his waist, and stabbed it hard into the bison's neck. This bison has a black mane all over its body and is 2 meters long. Its muscles are piled up like rocks. Roar! The bison's eyes spurted blood, and it let out a long moo. The 2 horns on its head were like spears, and it rushed towards Bainfei's lower abdomen. Oh no, we were careless. Bainfei was shocked. The ferocity of this wild buffalo was much stronger than the cattle and sheep he had grazed before. Hiss! The black horse immediately took a few steps back, struggling desperately to escape. Bainfei sat on the horse's back, bouncing back and forth, and couldn't hold the grassland knife at all. The black horse was so scared that it kept retreating. Bainfei couldn't use any strength, and the bison's long sword and horns were about to stab him. Bainfei's reaction speed was quite fast. He shouted loudly and strands of blood-colored mist emerged from his body, completely enveloping him and the black horse under his crotch. Seen from a distance, the men and the horse seemed to be shrouded in a blood-red cocoon, and their figures and appearances could not be seen clearly. I didn't expect that the wild bull from this alien world is so fierce. Will the commander be in danger? Yeah, I thought the commander-in-chief could easily deal with it, but now it seems that it will take some effort. Don't worry, the commander has already used the iron blood charge. It's easy to deal with a stupid cow. The herdsmen who were watching the scene started to discuss the matter at once, with their focus being on Bainfei, leaving the Lord Lin Xia aside. Elena's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, with a dangerous look flashing in them. As Lin Xia's personal bodyguard, her duty was to do her best to protect Lin Xia's personal safety. In addition, Elena will also take action against anyone who dares to disrespect Lin Xia or even talk back to Lin Xia, and teach them a lesson severely and will never tolerate it. But then again, these herdsmen didn't say anything rude to Lin Xia. They just ignored his existence and treated him as an invisible man. Elena couldn't do anything about it. Lin Xia didn't care about this. Instead, he stopped and did not kill the bison that was his target. Instead, he paid attention to Bainfei's every move. Look at his so-called skill, iron-blooded charge, and see how powerful it is. Bang! Along with a muffled sound from Bainfei's body, the blood mist gathered outside him and the black horse's body had become extremely condensed. It looked like living blood mist, forming a solid armor. While Bainfei was using his iron blood charge skill, the bison had actually been continuously using its horns to butt against the outer layer of blood-colored mist, but to no avail. The blood-colored mist was like elastic jelly, constantly pushing the bison away. Even though it was extremely angry, the bison could not do anything to Bainfei. Haha, in order to kill you, an old cow, you actually forced me to use all my skills. This time your death is worth it. Only then did Bainfei realize that his clothes were soaked with sweat. It seemed that the situation just now was indeed very urgent. Fortunately, he reacted quickly enough. Want to test me? Then I will open your eyes and let you know that I, Bainfei, am not a tool that can be manipulated by anyone. Bainfei glanced at Lin Xia unnoticeably and said secretly in his heart. He is a proud man of the grassland and will never be willing to be a subject under a mediocre lord. He will not accept defeat unless Lin Xia uses some tricks. Thinking of this, Bainfei swung the whip and hit the black horse hard on the buttocks. The grassland knife flashed with ferocious murderous aura, which was the blood and energy of the souls who died under the knife over the years, a means of attack that had gradually accumulated. Kill, kill, kill. Bainfei roared and increased his speed dramatically, riding the black horse and arriving in front of the bison like lightning. Naturally, the wild bull sensed the danger posed by Bainfei, and his fear increased to a greater level. He began to feel like retreating and turned around to run away. Where are you going? Leave your life to me. Bainfei had a grim smile on his face, his arms seemed to be filled with infinite power, he squeezed the horse's belly, his speed increased again, and he jumped directly over the bison's body, blocking its escape route. Boom. There was a loud noise on the ground. Bainfei, who was riding a black horse, was surrounded by blood-colored mist. He looked like a vicious thug from hell, staring at the bison coldly. At this moment, the seemingly huge bison looked weak and pitiful in front of Bainfei. The difference in momentum between the two sides was not enough to be compared. Moo. Even a rabbit will bite when it is cornered, let alone the huge and hot-tempered bison, which let out a long roar, swung its hooves, and rushed up with bloodshot eyes, wanting to fight Bainfei to the death. You resist in vain. Just wait to be made into steak. I'll eat a few more pieces. Bainfei did not dodge or evade. He swung the prairie knife in his hand directly at the bison's skull. The skull is the hardest part of the bison's body, and ordinary swords and knives cannot hurt it at all. Phew. But in front of the prairie knife that was blessed with bloody evil spirit, the bison's skull was like tofu and was easily pierced. Bainfei laughed twice, jumped off the horse, stepped directly on the bison's strong back, pulled the grassland knife out of the skull, and stabbed the blade covered with bright red blood into the bison's back again. Oh! 2 consecutive fierce attacks hit the bison's vital parts. The bison howled in pain, and the blood on its skull flowed like a faucet. You are so majestic, Commander. You are indeed a level 3 expert. You deserve to be our leader. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and get ready to carry the cow. We'll have grilled steaks to eat today. The best piece of beef is presented directly to the heroic Commander Bainfei. Only true warriors deserve it. The herdsmen burst into cheers. Bainfei's killing process was simple and clean. He was indeed a grassland warrior with superb riding skills. Hearing what these herdsmen said, Elena's expression became even colder. She had never seen such undisciplined subjects. Lin Xia actually endured it, neither scolding them nor teaching them a lesson. It was simply outrageous. As the bison's blood was almost drained, its huge body fell heavily to the ground. Bainfei took a breath, and the blood-colored mist outside his body gradually dissipated. Once this skill is used, it consumes a lot of physical strength, and is often used to deal with difficult enemies. I didn't expect to use it to slaughter the cow today, what a waste. Bang. Lin Xia clapped his hands, attracting everyone's attention. Many herdsmen looked at him with a little contempt, thinking that Lin Xia was afraid of the huge body of the bison and did not dare to take action at the critical moment. My lord, I am sorry for showing off my petty tricks in front of you. Although Bainfei was very proud, he still clasped his fists with respect because of his loyalty to Lin Xia. Very good, Bainfei, you have proved your strength to me through actual combat. Now go back to the team and prepare to eat roast beef. Lin Xia said lightly. Yes, sir. Bai Infi raised his head, steered the horse, and was about to set off. Boom. The next moment, a sound like a bolt from the blue exploded in everyone's ears, scaring many people so much that they trembled all over. Lin Xia held the Thunder Tang sword in his hand, and his movements were incredibly fast. In an instant he had reached the side of another bison, and without saying a word, he chopped it down head-on. Countless fine electric lights, wrapped in extremely high temperatures, directly roasted the bison into cooked meat, emitting bursts of meaty aroma. Lin Xia said nothing and took back the Thunder Tang sword in his hand. In front of him, the bison, which could not even make a whine, was directly roasted into steaming hot and delicious beef by the powerful electric current. Silence, everyone is silent. Apart from the rustling sound of the breeze blowing through the grassland, everyone was staring blankly at Lin Xia, who was holding the Thunder Tang sword with a calm expression. He looked extremely cool, and there was not even a drop of blood on his body. How could this happen? It's totally unreasonable. Someone swallowed and spoke with difficulty. It was obvious that the wild bull killed by Lin Xia was much larger than the one that died at the hands of Bai Infi, and its ferocity was just as strong. Prairie men only worship the truly strong. In their eyes at this moment, Lin Xia, who was holding a Tang sword, did not have the blood-colored mist and terrifying evil spirit wrapped around his body like Bai Infi. However, the impact brought by this was undoubtedly much more violent than Bai Infi's. Invisibly, these originally unruly herdsmen only had some respect and admiration for Lin Xia from the bottom of their hearts. Their thoughts are not complicated. When they were sent to this world, they just wanted to follow a real strong man. Now, Lin Xia has undoubtedly proved this with his own strength. Long live the Lord! Long live the Lord! Long live the Lord! Suddenly, someone shouted loudly and raised his head, which seemed to trigger a group reaction. The remaining herders no longer hesitated and shouted one after another. Bai Infi sighed deeply, said nothing, and rode the black horse under his crotch to Lin Xia. Then he jumped off the horse, knelt on one knee, and put away the random thoughts in his mind. Long live the Lord! Seeing this, Lin Xia understood very well that Bai Infi was now completely convinced. He was more decisive than he had imagined. He was really a real man. Currently, the loyalty of the 500 herdsmen has risen to 92%. Get up, Bai Infi. Your skills are very powerful, but the impact you can create alone is far from enough. I want you to train your herdsmen and integrate them into a real cavalry unit to fight with me. Lin Xia put his hands behind his back and spoke his thoughts truthfully. A cavalry team. Lord, this is not easy. As we all know, the time and effort required to train a real cavalry is a huge sum of money. What's more, we herdsmen don't have good equipment and weapons. This is our biggest flaw. We can't display our true strength. Bai Infi was straightforward and directly explained the difficulties of forming a cavalry unit. Lin Xia had obviously thought about this and waved his hand. You don't need to worry about these things. I will naturally handle them. All you have to do is follow my orders and work hard to train the herdsmen. Well, my lord, I will not disobey your orders and will do my best. Otherwise, my life will be like the buffalo you roasted. Bai Infi patted his chest generously and swore a solemn oath. Lin Xia smiled and shook her head, saying, Bai Infi, remember this from now on. You don't need to swear an oath in front of me. I don't like it, and you don't have to do it. Okay, Lord, I understand. Bai Infi nodded and said with a slightly embarrassed expression. Then, Lin Xia spoke a few words to the rest of the herdsmen. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, the aroma of roasted beef hooked his appetite. My lord, please come and try this steak. This is the most tender part of the cow's back. None of us dares to eat it, so we have reserved it for you. An extremely enthusiastic herdsman quickly skewered the steak and came up to try to keep Lin Xia. Lin Xia had no reason to refuse this. These bison had been invaded and transformed by energy from another world, and considerable changes had already taken place in their bodies. Not only had their bodies become larger, but their tempers had also become very bad. Or, it would be more appropriate to describe them as mutant bison. Elena, come and try it too. The bison meat is really delicious. Lin Xia glanced at Elena beside her and handed her a piece of beef. Thank you, Lord. Elena looked at the bison skewers. They were full of fat and roasted to the right degree. They looked really good. However, compared to men like Lin Xia, Elena's eating style was much more delicate and petite. She tore the shredded meat in small bites, enjoying the taste of the food. While enjoying the delicious food, Lin Xia suddenly slapped her thigh. She almost forgot something important. How could she forget Binqualuo when eating barbecue? So she quickly summoned hundreds of bottles of Binqualuo from the territory space and distributed them to everyone. Come on, everyone try this drink. Paired with meat skewers, it's definitely a double enjoyment. Lin Xia drank it first as a sign of respect, and directly opened a can of iced Qualuo and drank it down in big gulps. The others followed suit, opening their ice glasses and drinking heartily. It was their first time tasting this herbal drink with dense bubbles, and they were amazed and said it was much better than the cheap malt liquor. In this way, the barbecue party of Lin Xia and a group of herdsmen and subordinates ended, and the two huge mutant bison were eaten up by them. But this amount of food was still far from enough for the 500 herdsmen. Many of them did not have enough to eat. Lin Xia had to continue drawing food from the warehouse to feed these grassland men with their amazing appetites. Okay, Bainfei, I'm about to return to the territory. You guys stay on the grassland and be responsible for herding the mutant bison and regularly providing sufficient meat for the territory. Other than that, you can't relax your daily training. Especially your Do Chi training. You have a 4th level with Do Chi seed. Such training talent is extremely rare and cannot be wasted. As soon as I gather all the conditions necessary to form a cavalry unit, I will come to you immediately. After eating and drinking their fill, Lin Xia and Elena decided to leave the grassland. Before leaving, Lin Xia gave Bainfei some instructions. Don't worry, sir. I have a plan to deal with these mutant bison. It will only take more than 10 days to tame hundreds of them. This is the specialty of us grassland people. Bainfei looked at the mutant bison scattered all over the grassland and licked his lips. The delicious taste of this beef would never be forgotten once you have eaten it. That's good. Once there is any situation, report it to the territory immediately. Lin Xia said in a deep voice. After leaving the grassland, Lin Xia was thinking about the plan of forming a cavalry unit. Cavalry camps, lances, armor, and horse equipment were all indispensable. He didn't have these blueprints for the time being, so he could only try his luck with other lords, or kill zombies to get equipment. After Lin Xia and Elena left the grassland, they did not return to the territory immediately, but went to the mithril vein immediately. After using the blacksmith experience voucher, Arthur's level should have exceeded 3 stars, and at least reached 4 stars. In addition, those casters whose levels are not even 3 stars must have also been improved. In this case, it is time to use the only 2 remaining black iron level building blueprints in Lin Xia's hands. Mithril veins are the most important strategic resources for the current territory and should be given priority. As the remaining 6 fine iron ore veins are not very difficult to mine, Lin Xia temporarily arranged hundreds of miners to use manpower to mine. Once Arthur and his team have mastered the corresponding casting technology, they can naturally follow suit and build new ore warehouses and ore mining machines. The grassland was not too far from the mithril mine. Lin Xia and Elena were both very agile and could run faster than ordinary horses. It didn't take long before they successfully reached the woods where the mithril mine was located. Who are you? Stop. As soon as the 2 of them stood still, they saw several figures in armor, holding long swords and short bows, rushing towards them. These people were part of the patrol team responsible for the outer defense of the mithril mine. They were very alert and suddenly found someone rushing in, so they were naturally very nervous. Ah, it turns out to be the Lord and Miss Elena. Sorry. The patrol captain took a closer look and was immediately frightened and broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, he did not give the order to take action directly. Otherwise, if he hurt the Lord and the noble magician Elena, 9 lives would not be enough to compensate for the loss. It's okay. You are very alert, which means you are patrolling seriously. You can have a chicken leg with your dinner. Lin Xia said this and went deep into the mine with Elena. Thank you, Lord. The patrol captain was stunned for a moment, then smiled and bowed, but he could no longer see Lin Xia. Ding ding dong. The two passed through the heavily guarded mine and entered a mine cave where the ore was densely distributed. Hundreds of miners were sweating profusely, waving their pickaxes, digging for the mithril ore hidden underground. The three goblin brothers were also not idle, constantly researching and making blasting gunpowder. With bursts of low explosions, they broke the huge and difficult-to-decompose mithril ore into small pieces that were easy to mine. Arthur sat cross-legged on a cushion with his eyes closed, absorbing the do-chi energy floating in the air with his breath. For a first-level gold-type fighting spirit seed like him, it would take at least 1 or 2 years to break through the fighter realm and become a fighting master. However, being in an area rich in gold-type fighting spirits such as the mithril mines could shorten the time by half. Lin Xia watched Arthur's fighting spirit cultivation process for a while, and felt a little itchy in her heart, wondering why she didn't have a fighting spirit seed. Otherwise, practicing both magic and martial arts would definitely greatly enhance her combat effectiveness. Well, I can only wait for the right opportunity. It would be great if I could transplant the fighting spirit seeds. Lin Xia thought. Half an hour passed, and Arthur finished his fighting spirit training for the day. He slowly opened his eyes, brushed off the dust on his body, and stood up. A very familiar figure appeared in his sight. Arthur rubbed his eyes and then let out a cry of surprise. "My lord, when did you come? Why didn't you inform me in advance?" Lin Xia shook her head. "It doesn't matter. I have been here for nearly an hour. I have to say that it is really good to leave this mithril vein to you and the 3 Ackerman brothers to manage. Lord, don't worry. The entire mithril mine has now returned to normal. We can mine hundreds of kilograms of high-quality ore every day and transport it back to the territory. However..." Arthur stopped talking, looking as if he was about to say something. "Just what? Tell me quickly, don't hide it," Lin Xia said in a deep voice. "My lord, although the goblins can use gunpowder blasting to discover more mithril ore, this is far from enough. According to our detection, the depth of this vein is at least 500 meters, containing tens of thousands of tons of mithril ore. We urgently need large-scale machinery to help us go deeper underground." Arthur sighed, a look of helplessness on his face. After all, human power is limited and they can only mine minerals on the surface. There is nothing they can do about the mysterious underground. "Ha ha ha, Arthur, do you have the ability to predict the future?" Hearing this, Lin Xia smiled. "My lord, what do you mean?" Arthur saw something and asked quickly. Lin Xia did not keep the secret and directly took out the drawings of the black iron grade ore warehouse and the black iron grade ore mining machine. Dark iron ore warehouse blueprint, a huge warehouse used to store various ores, large enough to hold hundreds of tons of ore, with a solid shell and fireproof and waterproof properties. Note: 5 3-star foundry masters are required to successfully build it. Dark iron ore collector blueprint, a giant iron machine used to transport ore and dig for mineral veins. The digging depth is 100 meters. It is made of fine iron and can withstand the impact of a level 6 gale and the erosion of a rainstorm. Note: 10 3-star foundry masters are required to successfully build it. Arthur took the 2 drawings and immediately showed a look of surprise. It was like someone came to give him a pillow just when he was dozing off. With such giant machinery, although it is impossible to dig through all the ore underground, the difficulty is greatly reduced and it is not an impossible task. "Arthur, how many 3-star casters are there now?" Lin Xia asked. In reply to Lord, "After using the caster experience voucher, I have been promoted to a 5-star caster, with 15 3-star casters and 3 4-star casters," Arthur said without hesitation. "Very good. With so many 3-star foundries, the construction requirements have been met. It's better to do it sooner rather than later. You should start right now." Lin Xia handed 2 drawings to Arthur. At the same time, Lin Xia mobilized 600 construction workers from the territory to assist the foundries in completing the specific construction work. If the foundry engineer is equivalent to the chief engineer of a building, then the construction worker is the person who carries out specific tasks and is equally important. After careful consideration, Lin Xia decided to build the ore warehouse as close to the 6 iron ore mines and mithril mines to facilitate the storage of ore. As for the ore collecting machine, it is placed directly above the mithril vein. Boom. To this end, the three goblin brothers spent several days preparing hundreds of tons of explosives to blast open the dome above the mithril vein, allowing the ore mining machine to go deep into the mine and continue to dig ore. Then, with everyone's hard work, a few days later, the two giant buildings were finally completed. Lin Xia looked at the huge fine iron mining machine in front of him, which was more than 50 meters high, and nodded slightly. Such an engineering miracle could only be completed in such a short time in this magical world. The ore warehouse and ore collection machine were all completed, and the big thing that was hanging in Lin Xia's mind was completely solved. In the following time, Lin Xia also stayed indoors and gathered all the subjects scattered outside back to the territory castle. Because the second wave of zombies is coming. Only 7 days had passed since the last zombie wave, and a new round of tests had once again descended upon the lords. Lin Xia was lying on her big bed, the candlelight beside her swaying, and the sky outside the window once again fell into the deathly dusk, as if time had frozen. World Channel. Hey, brothers, the second wave of zombies is coming soon. Let's talk if you are sure. There is so much nonsense. Whether you are sure or not depends on whether your family is strong or not. Survival is the last word. The damned people have already died. I will never admit defeat. A friendly reminder to you, this zombie wave, there should be many new things that you haven't seen before, haha. Guys above, don't be alarmist here. What new breed is there? Stop scaring people here. Do you think I am a 3-year-old child? No matter how powerful the zombies are, they can't stop the 800 heavily armored cavalry under my command. No matter who comes, they will be dead. Lin Xia casually glanced at the various messy messages and clicked on the private message interface. Wang Li and Zhang Xi sent private messages almost at the same time, not knowing whether they had discussed it beforehand. Lin Xia, how are your preparations going? Do you need me to send some soldiers to help you guard the territory? Boss Lin Xia, thank you for your chicken meatballs. They helped me get through the most difficult times. Now that I have found a sufficient source of food in my territory, would you like me to send you some more food? Lin Xia smiled slightly and replied briefly to their private messages. Thank you, Wang Li. I don't need any reinforcements. We can meet after the zombie wave is over. Okay, I have enough food. You should prepare to defend the territory. Don't die. If you die, there will be no one to repay my 5,000 cans of chicken meatballs. After closing the floating light curtain, Lin Xia took a deep breath, put on the silver-grade black gold armor inside, and then put on a layer of fine iron armor outside, forming 2 lines of defense. Behind him, he was carrying a silver-grade Thunder Tang sword, the cold blade exuding a hint of murderous intent. The killing time is about to begin. Lin Xia walked out of the Lord's castle and saw that the atmosphere was very tense. Everyone had a tense expression on their faces. Regardless of their job type, farmers, builders, foundries, or miners, they all wore fine iron armor and held spears and swords in their hands. If you look closely, you will find that these armors are not ordinary. Because there is no shortage of mithril in the territory, Lin Xia made a very generous decision after getting Elena's advice. That is to order Arthur and others to add an appropriate amount of mithril when casting armor and weapons, which can not only improve the defense of the armor, but also enhance the resistance to magical attacks. My lord, all the adult males in the entire territory, a total of 3,500 people, including 800 light armored infantry, 500 archers, and 1,200 temporarily armed militiamen, have been dispersed to various locations on the city wall, ready to defend against the impact of the zombie tide. Very good, Lin Yi, you don't need to be on the front line. Stay in the territory and be responsible for commanding the militia. If the city wall or gate is breached, lead the militia to plug the gap directly. Lin Xia said in a deep voice. Yes, my lord. Lin, wearing iron armor and with a solemn expression, had a bit of the blood of a soldier. He immediately followed the order and left. Lin Xia came to the center of the territory. Elena and Jean O led the elite guards. Although they had only trained for a few days, some of them with good talents had successfully become fighters or junior magicians. Jean O, your task is to lead the elite guards after the battle begins. You are responsible for patrolling the weak defenses of the city walls, providing assistance, and preventing the zombies from breaking in. Lin Xia said in a loud voice. Yes, Lord, the elite guards shouted in unison. At this moment, they were both excited and nervous. As people with special abilities in the territory, although they enjoyed superior conditions, they were also an indispensable fighting force when facing the enemy. Things like bloodshed and sacrifice will still inevitably happen to them. Under Elena's fiery gaze, Lin Xia also smiled slightly. Elena, don't forget your duty as a personal guard. Protecting my life and safety is your first priority. After the battle begins, stay close to me. I understand, Lord. Elena had no objection and nodded slowly, with a hint of regret in her eyes. Now the entire territory has mobilized all its people and everyone is preparing for battle, but Elena has become the only one who may stand idly by. In her heart, she is still a little unwilling. Buzz buzz buzz. 10 minutes later, low humming sounds were heard in the sky, and the ground began to shake violently. As everyone looked on in shock, they saw an innumerable group of zombies suddenly appear on the distant horizon. Thousands. Not enough. There should be at least 50,000 zombies, including ordinary zombies, agile zombies, heavy armored zombies, and intelligent zombies. These are the types of zombies that Lin Xia is already familiar with. Of course, the levels of this zombie wave are generally above level 3, and there are no longer ordinary level 1 zombies. The most eye-catching ones are the dozens of giant zombies occupying the front of the zombie cluster. They are about 8 meters tall and covered with fat. Lin Xia speculated that their level should be around level 4. It seems that these seeds have to be used. Lin Xia shook his head and took out 20 light golden plant seeds from his arms. They were very large, almost the size of red dates. This can hardly be called the size of a plant seed, but Lin Xia doesn't care. Since he has drawn it, he will use it. There is nothing strange about it. Anyway, the existence of this world itself is unreasonable. Steel nut seeds. Quality, silver. Introduction, a tall nut covered in iron armor, 6 meters long, with the highest level LV10, survival rate, 9%. Attributes, toughness 50/attack power 0/speed 1/enchantment 30. Energy, 30/30. Talent, rock solid. Level, LV0, 0/10. Skill, rooted underground. The so-called steel nut is a tall nut covered with a 60 centimeters thick layer of fine steel on the surface. It is extremely hard and even granite will be shattered if it hits it. The so-called fine steel is 10 times harder than fine iron and requires tens of thousands of times of forging to take shape. SSS-level plant talent stimulation, steel nut seeds, survival rate, 100%. Lin Xia shouted, and continued to place the iron nut seeds at the bottom of the city wall. In an instant, 20 pale golden iron nut seeds fell to the ground, and then slowly sank into the soil. Under the influence of the life energy that can be stimulated by the SSS-level plant talent, these seeds grew rapidly and gradually took on a huge shape. Even a level 1 iron nut can grow to 6 meters, and a full-level iron nut can reach a height of more than 60 meters. Of course, the current level, power, and size of the zombies are not too exaggerated and cannot threaten Lin Xia's city walls. After the low buzzing sound in the sky dissipated, the group of zombies began to move slowly, heading towards Lin Xia's boulder castle step by step. The first line of defense they have to cross is a moat that is tens of meters wide. Even a level 3 agile zombie cannot cross such a long distance and reach the bottom of the city wall in one jump. Of course, Lin Xia would never give the zombie group such an opportunity. The long dormant hydralis vines and flaming stumps had already accumulated enough experience points through day-to-day killings and reached the highest level. A raging purple-red flame burned on the top of the flame tree stump. The temperature of the flame scorched the air, causing waves of huge ripples. The height of the hydralis vines also reached about 10 meters. The ferocious thorny vines were as thick as tree stumps. They climbed on top of the city walls, looking so fierce and ferocious that the subjects in the territory were all frightened when they saw it. Oh my God, this is the first time I've seen this vine come alive. I always thought it was dead. You are new here, and there are many things you don't understand. Watch more and learn more in the future, and you will know how powerful our Lord is. Look, this vine is taking action. It's so exciting. Amid the exclamations of some people, dozens of hydralis vines clinging to the top of the city wall were seen continuously shooting out 3-meter-long spikes, which were extremely sharp and passed through the top of the flaming tree stumps. In the past few days, in addition to drawing the latest steel nut seeds, Lin Xia also drew a large number of existing seeds and planted them all around the territory. Boom, boom, boom. This time, the spikes wrapped in thick flames flew in the air, just like a falling meteorite, and smashed heavily into the dense cluster of zombies. Although the ordinary level 3 zombies have scales to protect their bodies, under the attack of the flame spikes with such terrible impact force, their defenses are almost useless, and they fall down like harvested wheat. Even for a heavily armored zombie with amazing defensive capabilities, long white marks were scratched on the surface of its bone shell, hindering its progress. The giant zombie marching in the front was not affected at all. It moved forward slowly and steadily and would soon reach the moat. Seeing that the first round of attack did not harm the foundation of the zombie cluster, Lin Xia was not in a hurry, but waved his hand. Release the arrows, 3 rounds of stairs, attack in turns. As soon as he finished speaking, the archers standing on the city wall bent their bows and drew their arrows. The strength accumulated in their arms was already ready to be unleashed. With murderous intent towards the zombies in their hearts, they launched a fierce attack. Hiss, hiss, hiss. 500 sharp arrows, all with arrow tips made of fine iron. In order to increase the lethality, Arthur specially made them into a spiral shape with barbs. Once they pierce into the body of a zombie, no matter how hard you try, you can't pull them out, and you can only watch your life slip away, without any way to do anything. I saw a black mass of sharp arrows flying across the sky, and then the powerful arrows pierced into the bodies of the zombies. Ordinary zombies are fine, as their scales can protect them from some damage, but agile zombies are unlucky. In order to avoid being exposed at the forefront of the cluster, they often hide in the zombie cluster and do not show up. The crowded team meant that they were unable to take advantage of their speed when facing the rain of arrows, and their already fragile defensive capabilities were instantly destroyed. In this round of arrow rain, at least hundreds of agile zombies were shot in the throat by arrows and died instantly, or had their legs and feet stabbed and walked with a limp. The agile zombie has lost its speed advantage and is less threatening to the enemy than a level 2 ordinary zombie. The IQ of several level 4 intelligent zombies hiding in the most secretive place of the cluster is no less than that of teenagers. Of course, the thinking of zombies is particularly cruel. Crack, crack. With the secret control of the intelligent zombies, the injured agile zombie was directly grabbed by the strong zombies beside him, put into his mouth and chewed in big mouthfuls to replenish the consumed energy. The agile zombies, unwilling to become food, also desperately used their sharp claws to attack the face of the strong zombies. Of course, the final result was that they were crushed into pieces and exploded into a ball of bloody mist. What the hell is going on? They are killing each other. Lin Xia couldn't help but curse inwardly. Swish, swish, swish. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Lin Xia has collected enough crystal cores to continuously replenish energy for the hydralisk vines and flame stumps and continue the attack. Rounds of arrow rain and overwhelming flaming spikes attack continuously without stopping, causing considerable damage to the zombie cluster. Of course, the number of zombies in the cluster is too large, and if such attacks continue, they will never be able to truly annihilate these zombies. Bang. Finally, the giant zombie marching at the front of the cluster finally stepped into the moat. Its 6-meter-tall body sank halfway and moved slowly under the water. Seeing this, Lin Xia snorted coldly. The opportunity he had been waiting for had finally arrived. The real killer weapon had just appeared. Everyone listen to my orders, prepare the apple bombs. Lin Xia said in a deep voice. In order to deal with the threats of giant strength zombies and heavy armor zombies, Lin Xia used a huge amount of crystal cores to catalyze thousands of apple bombs, which were distributed in advance to the soldiers responsible for defending the city walls. Once the zombies are only a dozen meters away from the city wall, the apple bombs can be poured out and blow the attacking zombies into powder. Just when the giant zombies had created paths wide enough for the zombies behind them to pass, the agile zombies finally came in handy. Using their speed advantage, they jumped quickly and crossed the moat in an instant. At this moment, the hundreds of level 3 agile zombies were no more than 20 meters away from the boulder wall. Lin Xia had a sneer on his face, a silent mockery of the ants. In his eyes, these zombies were no different from dust. Prepare all the apple bombs. I'll count to 3. When the time is up, prepare to throw them immediately. Lin Xia waved his hand, stood on the city wall, and shouted in a deep voice. Just after Lin Xia's shout, hundreds of elite soldiers with agility and amazing arm strength stood up from behind the parapet, holding the huge bright red apple bombs tightly in their hands. Their mood was like a taut bowstring. They did not dare to relax at all. Their eyes were fixed on the hundreds of level 3 agile zombies that were rapidly approaching the boulder wall. As experienced soldiers who have fought in the territory for a long time, they are very afraid of these zombies that move at an incredibly fast speed. Without a formation of 20 or 30 soldiers, they dare not face even one agile zombie. 3, 2, 1. Lin Xia opened his mouth and shouted loudly, loud enough for everyone on the city wall to hear. The moment the number 1 came out, there was a dense whirring sound in the air, and hundreds of apple bombs flew out of the hands, drawing a graceful arc-shaped parabola in the air and landed right in front of the agile zombies. Immediately afterwards, a funny scene appeared in front of everyone. These agile zombies suddenly stopped jumping, as if they were quite surprised by the strange thing in front of them. What's more, they just picked up the apple bomb from the ground, looked at it left and right, and treated it as a toy. Haha, you idiot. Seeing this, Lin Xia couldn't help but smile and said mockingly. As for the other people, they burst into laughter, eager to see these zombies being blown to pieces. Boom boom boom. Once the 3-second delay time expired, hundreds of apple bombs exploded together, bringing everyone a very shocking visual experience. The violent explosion of gunpowder exploded, and a large amount of thick smoke floated in the air. The sand and dust on the ground were suddenly lifted up by the terrible impact, sent tens of meters into the air, and then fell heavily. The agile zombies at the center of the explosion had low defense. Faced with the apple bomb that was powerful enough to shatter granite, they were naturally reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye. Not even ashes were left as they melted directly in the intense heat. After a while, until the smoke and dust in front of the city wall dissipated, everyone continued to stick their heads out and took a closer look. Hundreds of agile zombies that were still alive and kicking just now had already turned into nothingness. All of a sudden, everyone cheered and celebrated this first small victory. Everyone has done a great job, but don't let your guard down. The real enemy has just appeared. After the cheers ended, Lin Xia coughed twice and said in a deep voice. As soon as these words were spoken, many people's faces changed and they turned their heads to look at the dozens of tall figures in the moat. The giant zombies had already crossed 2/3 of the moat. In 5 minutes at most, they would be able to walk out of the moat and would be only a few hundred meters away from the boulder wall. Keep shooting arrows, don't stop. Lin Xia said loudly. Round after round of arrows flew over the head of the giant zombie and hit the cluster of zombies behind it, continuing to kill these ordinary zombies that relied entirely on their numbers. At this moment, ordinary fine iron arrows can no longer hurt the giant zombies. As for the hydralisk vines and flame stumps, after Lin Xia fed them with crystal cores at all costs, they quickly recovered their energy and regained their fighting capabilities. The flaming spikes were aimed at the eyes and heads of the giant zombies and shot out desperately, trying to kill these thick-skinned guys alive. Boom boom boom. But to Lin Xia's disappointment, although the flame spikes continued to attack the giant zombie, they were blocked by its tough skin and flesh, making heavy impact sounds and then falling to the ground weakly. After 2 or 3 rounds of attacks, the giant zombies only suffered very limited damage, and still walked out of the moat with heavy steps and stepped onto the land. There are only a few hundred meters left. Now that things have come to this, we can only prepare for close combat. Lin Xia sighed, turned around and looked at the elite guards standing in the center of the territory. They had been waiting for a long time and were already eager to try. Gino, come to the aid of the giant stone wall immediately and fight with me. Lin Xia drew out the Thunder Tang sword from behind, feeling the fine electric currents spreading throughout his body. Not only will these electric currents not harm Lin Xia's health, but they will also continue to strengthen his physique over time. The most important thing is that under the stimulation of electric current, Lin Xia can also stay conscious and clear-headed, so as not to become mentally confused and do stupid things. Report to the Lord, all members of the elite guard have already prepared for battle and will attack immediately upon your order. Gino, wearing iron armor, jumped directly onto the city wall that was dozens of meters high. At the testing conference, he unexpectedly detected a third-level fire-type fighting spirit seed, becoming the first person in the elite guard to be promoted to a fighter. Elena, you don't have to follow me later. When you go into battle with the elite guard, your most important task is to protect the safety of the team members as much as possible. Of course, apart from that, your goal is to attract the attention of the giant zombies and buy me some time. Lin Xia pondered for a moment and decided to give the most dangerous attack mission to himself. As for the lives of the elite guards and Elena, the most important things were their lives. Their training was inadequate. The most important thing for this battle was to familiarize the elite guards with the battlefield and hone their skills, rather than sending them to die and making unnecessary sacrifices. I understand, Lord, please be careful. Hearing this, Elena's nails slightly pierced into her palm. She knew very well that Lin Xia was going to take a risk and face the giant zombie. This time, she did not persuade Lin Xia. At the critical moment of life and death, no one could stand on their own. The entire territory would be hit by the zombie tide in an instant and completely destroyed. As a lord, Lin Xia certainly has an obligation and cannot shirk his responsibility. Archers, maintain the frequency of attacks, focus on killing the zombie clusters behind the giant zombies, and slow down their movement speed. Elite guards, follow me into battle. Just like that, under the tragic and incomparably admiring gazes of the subjects, more than 50 tall figures jumped directly off the boulder wall and stood in the forefront of the attack of the giant zombies. Roar, roar, roar. The moment they left the protection of the city wall, the ground began to shake slowly, and dozens of powerful zombies finally left the moat and successfully landed on the ground. Everyone's bodies were immediately shrouded by a huge shadow that covered the sky and the sun, and their eyes seemed to be plunged into darkness. Oh my God! Some people who were not so strong-minded swallowed their saliva and their legs and feet trembled. At this moment, not only the elite guards, but also the subjects defending on the giant stone wall were horrified. They did not see clearly that the giant zombie sank into the moat before. At this moment, seeing such huge zombies, dozens of them, walking towards him, the sense of oppression they created was indeed extraordinary. Oh my God, these zombies are so scary. They stand up like iron towers. There's no way we can defeat them. We're done for. It's all over. Yes, it turns out that this giant zombie is so ferocious and evil. It is simply the god of death and the legend of hell. It is here to destroy us. Shut up, this is a battlefield. The Lord is personally leading the team to defend us against zombies, and you are spreading negative comments here. Lin Yi's eyes were wide open with anger, and he held a long iron sword in his hand. He walked quickly up to the city wall, found the few people who were gossiping, pulled them to the center of the territory, and immediately cut off their heads. Help, Master Lin, please spare our lives. We know we were wrong. Give us a chance. These people knelt on the ground and begged Lin Yi humbly. Everyone, watch clearly. These people dare to spread rumors and confuse the people. They are undermining morale. They will be beheaded immediately. No further discussion. Lin Yi was covered in blood, holding a few steaming, hideous human heads in his hands, and roared. The survival of the territory concerns the life and safety of each of you. The Lord is still fighting on the front line, and you are here to make sarcastic remarks. Damn it. He was furious and roared, throwing the head in his hand to the ground. It was the first time that the subjects in the territory saw Lin Yi so angry, and they fell into silence. Seeing this, some people who were frightened quickly shut up and continued to fight, no matter how reluctant they were. Lin Xia and others who were under the city wall were naturally unaware of the series of events happening in the territory because they had already started to act. The giant zombies dispersed and faced the huge stone wall. Their bloody mouths slowly opened, and a fishy and pungent smell immediately escaped as they rushed towards the territory. Vomit. Many people covered their mouths and noses, knelt on the ground, and their faces turned pale. It was obvious that they were poisoned and lost the ability to move. Affected by this, the rain of arrows on the boulder wall weakened a lot. The cluster of zombies following the giant strength zombies got a moment to breathe, crossed the moat and quickly approached the boulder wall. We can't wait any longer, let's act according to the plan. Lin Xia shouted angrily, and all the strength in his body was poured into his limbs. He ran wildly on the ground for a distance, and then leaped up directly. Everyone, follow me and charge forward. Form a group of 6 to fight a giant zombie. Remember, don't fight too long. The Lord doesn't want to see only a bunch of dead people after this battle. Gino said coldly with a blank expression on his face. Upon hearing this, the elite guards also took out their various weapons, spears, broadswords, double swords. These days, Arthur has specially made a lot of mithril weapons for those people with talent for cultivation. As long as they are infused with mana or fighting spirit, the power of the weapons can be greatly enhanced. Kill, kill, kill. I don't know if it was because they looked down on these tiny humans under their feet, but the giant zombies didn't react at all. They just moved on their own and moved towards the city wall. Lin Xia snorted coldly, and stepped heavily on the skin of the giant zombie. Finding the right point of leverage, he rushed towards the huge head of the giant zombie at a very fast speed. This is their real defensive weakness. The eyes, head, and brow area are very easy to be attacked. Lin Xia can only look for a breakthrough point from here. Bang bang bang. Just as Lin Xia was gathering strength and preparing to launch a fatal attack, bursts of hitting sounds came from below. The elite guards burst out with all kinds of brilliant fighting spirit lights, or magic elements, and desperately smashed towards the body parts of the giant zombie. Roar, roar, roar. To Lin Xia's surprise, the giant zombies, whose skin and flesh were tough enough to break even a fine iron sword, actually suffered wounds of varying sizes under the attack of fighting spirit and magic. Thick black blood slowly flowed out of the wound and dripped onto the ground. Thousands of pairs of eyes on the huge stone walls that were watching the battle situation could not help but clap their hands in joy and cheer. Great! After all, they are fighters and magicians. Their strength is much stronger than ordinary people like us. The difference is like heaven and earth. Yeah, hey, why can't I detect the talent for cultivation? Otherwise, I can also go to the battlefield and kill the enemy. Come on, a coward like you will die if you really go to the battlefield. Lin Xia also smiled slightly. It seemed that the powerful destructive power of fighters and magicians was simply a terrifying existence that specifically restrained zombies. In this way, today's wave of zombies should be able to survive and avoid the tragic end of total destruction. After all, he didn't want to end up failing in the early stages of the game. Lin Xia's confidence increased greatly. He waved his arm and the Thunder Tang sword immediately burst out with a large ball of electric light, covering the face of the giant zombie. The power of lightning was extremely painful and had a strong paralyzing effect. It was extremely painful for the zombie's fragile facial defense. It let out an angry roar and slapped its huge blue-black palm directly on its face. In its eyes, Lin Xia was like a mosquito, stuck on its body and constantly sucking its blood. Although it was not fatal, it was really annoying. Lin Xia was extremely fast, and his ability to sense danger behind him was also extraordinary. As a 4th-level survivor, it was basically impossible for him to be attacked by surprise. He flashed and hid to the other side. Bang! The slap did not kill Lin Xia, and the giant zombie ignored him and quickened its pace, gradually approaching the boulder wall. There is only 100 meters left, but if the giant zombie wants to attack the city wall, it must first break the defense formation of the iron nuts. These tough and tenacious nuts will not fall down easily unless the enemy crushes them completely. Lin Xia would not let go of the opportunity. He wielded the Thunder Tang sword and frantically attacked the eyes and brows of the giant zombie. Swish, swish, swish. Visible streaks of lightning and knives shot at the surface of the zombie's skin, immediately creating countless wounds and cracks, and large amounts of black blood flowed out as expected. Lin Xia became more and more courageous as the fight went on. He nimbly dodged the giant zombie's palm attacks, laughed wildly, and urged the Thunder Tang sword to chop at the giant zombie's weak spot. Roar! While Lin Xia was enjoying the killing, the members of the elite guard were cooperating more and more skillfully. They used all kinds of weapons together to fight against the huge and bulky body of the giant zombie. Elena even held the breath of hail in her hand, locking the eyes of a giant zombie tightly, and shot out several ice crystal arrows, blinding it. Having his eyes shot blind is an unbearable injury even for a giant zombie with thick skin and flesh, and a low roar comes from his chest. It was not until this moment that they realized that these humans, who who were no better than ants, could actually unleash such high-intensity damage, which actually delayed their pace. The giant zombie was completely enraged, and madly raised its feet, which were enough to easily collapse a small building, and drop them like raindrops, trying to crush the elite guards directly. "Everyone, get out of the way quickly and don't come near." Seeing this, Gino's pupils constricted and he shouted at the top of his voice. And with his reminder, those people whose heads were filled with murderous intent and who were gradually losing their rationality were shocked and immediately woke up, screaming and dodged to avoid the attack range of the giant zombies. "My lord, let's retreat quickly. These beasts are going crazy. With our strength, it is difficult to kill them immediately." Gino looked at Lin Xia, who was on top of the giant zombie, waved his hands, and shouted with all his strength. "You guys retreat back to your territory first, don't worry about me." Lin Xia tightly grasped the Thunder Tang sword in his hand and thrust it into the zombie's eye socket once again. The fierce and powerful force of thunder penetrated into the zombie's brain firmly, making it a mess. The giant zombie then roared towards the sky. The intense numbness in its mind had completely destroyed its remaining wisdom. Now, it was just a killing machine that was completely out of control. After the attack was successful, Lin Xia breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that his guess was correct. The so-called zombie cluster was not a spontaneous action at all. Behind it, it was completely controlled by intelligent zombies. Theoretically speaking, as long as the intelligent zombies can be killed, the so-called zombie tide will become out of control and will no longer charge forward mindlessly one after another. Having said that, how easy is it to kill a highly protected intelligent zombie when surrounded by tens of thousands of zombies? Lin Xia put this thought aside for the time being, and nimbly jumped off the head of the giant zombie, then moved over the bodies of the other giant zombies and repeated the same trick. The terrifying power of thunder and lightning contained in the Thunder Tang sword was far beyond Lin Xia's imagination. It could not only burn a huge bison into charcoal, but also instantly destroy the consciousness of an organism and make it crazy. When Lin Xia finished all this, she was sweating profusely, and her arms felt weak, as if they were not her own. "Damn it, I've used up too much energy. It's hard for me to even walk, let alone jump such a high distance." Lin Xia put the Thunder Tang sword on his back and smiled bitterly. "Call." At the critical moment, Lin Xia's eyes blurred and she saw a beautiful figure flashing in front of her. Elena's face was slightly pale and she flew directly into the air and landed next to Lin Xia. "Elena, what are you doing?" Lin Xia was stunned. Halfway through his words, the next moment, Elena pulled his body through her arms and hugged him tightly. Amid the terrifying roars of dozens of giant zombies, the two of them floated down, escaped the horrific scene behind them, and landed safely on the boulder wall. Almost in an instant, Elena's face turned extremely pale, and then her whole body tilted and she fell to the ground, losing consciousness. "Hurry up and guard the city wall. If necessary, use the apple bombs. I'll be back soon." Lin Xia's heart sank, and she quickly carried Elena back to the castle, carefully placing her soft body on the bed. Looking at Elena with a painful expression on her face, he was extremely anxious and didn't care about anything else. He quickly took off the robe Elena was wearing outside to find out what was going on. But when he saw the 2-foot-long black scar on Elena's snow-white thigh, his expression suddenly changed. Unexpectedly, Elena was accidentally scratched while restraining the giant zombie, and he didn't even notice it. At this point, they can only use the zombie serum obtained long ago to temporarily suppress the zombie virus in Elena's body. Primary zombie serum formula can cure organisms that have been bitten by zombies below level 3. Above level 3, the efficacy is reduced by 80%. The virus in the body of a 4th-level giant zombie is extremely vicious, and it is difficult to suppress it with primary zombie serum, and the efficacy of the drug is greatly reduced. However, Lin Xia has no choice but to use as much serum as possible for Elena. Rely on the quantity of serum to fight against the zombie virus and buy precious time. At this time, the battle situation outside the Boulder City wall had completely reversed. The giant strength zombies that were supposed to take the lead were completely out of control. Except for 3 of them, they still aimed at humans and marched over to kill them. The remaining few giant zombies actually turned around and took heavy steps, trampling on the thousands of zombies who were struggling to cross the moat. In front of the giant feet that are powerful enough to crush granite, all living beings are equal, whether they are the so-called level 3 ordinary zombies, level 3 heavy armor zombies, or a large number of mutant wild boars, mutant bison, and mutant wild wolves. They all wailed, but they were in the river with nowhere to escape, and could only be crushed into powder under the trampling of the giant zombies. Seeing that the giant strength zombie had lost control, several fourth-order intelligent zombies in the rear also showed a humane solemnity, but no matter how they released electric waves, the giant strength zombie went its own way and rushed directly into the large group of zombies. Roar! The situation immediately became ridiculous. A large number of zombies turned around and fled in all directions to avoid being trampled by the giant zombies. Buzz buzz buzz. This chaotic scene is definitely not what the intelligent zombies want to see. They desperately release radio waves to control the fleeing zombies and rush onto the bodies of the giant zombies. Thousands of mutated wild wolves grasped the thick thighs of the giant zombies tightly and bit them desperately, eating large amounts of flesh and blood into their stomachs. These bloody scenes were seen by everyone on the boulder wall, and their stomachs began to churn again. Damn it, these beasts are so cruel that they actually use this method to stop the giant zombies. Gene-O spat and cursed. Facts have proved that this method of killing 1,000 enemies and injuring 3,000 of your own is still effective. Several giant zombies that rushed into the zombie cluster had their thighs devoured by the mutant wolves. The flesh and blood were hollowed out, and the white bones were quickly exposed. Boom. The ground shook violently, and the thighs of these giant zombies were bitten off, and their bodies fell heavily into the zombie tide. Although a large number of zombies were crushed into pieces of paper again, they successfully blocked the pace of the giant zombies, and the number of surviving zombies was still about 10,000. At this moment, the sky was covered with dark clouds, and everyone's eyes went dark. The only sound in their ears was the whistling wind and the howling of zombies. Unknowingly, time officially entered the second half of the night. With the blessing of the night, the zombies' physical strength and ferocity were greatly enhanced. Although the zombie swarm suffered a backlash from the giant zombies and at least two-thirds of its manpower was crushed, the zombies that were able to survive this disaster were undoubtedly the lucky ones with very strong speed and physique. Buzz buzz buzz. A low humming sound was heard. The intelligent zombies had already lost their patience. If they delayed any further, in 2 hours when the sun shone brightly on the earth, the situation would become extremely unfavorable for them. Therefore, this is their last chance to destroy this human territory and kill all living things. Roar, roar, roar. Under the almost crazy commands of the intelligent zombies, more than 10,000 zombies gathered again, merged into a huge army, and rushed forward frantically. The war had already started on the boulder wall. Although most of the giant strength zombies turned around and started killing their fellow zombies, there were still 3 giant strength zombies that rushed towards the wall. Boom boom boom. The first line of defense formed by the steel nuts completely blocked the giant zombies' way forward, allowing the giant zombies' fists, as big as cars, to slam hard into the surface of the steel nuts. This level of damage only caused steel nuts' body to tremble slightly, but there was no sign of falling down. Seeing this, the giant zombie's already insane mind was filled with endless murderous intent. He raised his huge feet, jumped on the spot, and slammed down on the steel nut. Crash! This attack finally had some effect. Under the huge impact force, a steel nut slid back half a meter. Of course, the soles of this giant zombie's feet were not in a good condition either. The skin on the surface was all torn off, and black blood was dripping. Oh no, these damn idiots have completely disregarded the cost. We must take action. Gene-O glanced at the Lord's castle behind him. Lin Xia did not come out. They had to rely on themselves for everything. Everyone, listen to my orders. Archers continue to kill the zombies. The rest of you, each hold 2 apple bombs and throw them at the giant zombies with all your strength. I don't believe that after thousands of apple bombs, they won't turn into ashes. Gene-O looked grimly, slammed his fist heavily on the huge stone wall in front of him, and said in a deep voice. Yes, Lord Gene-O. All the subjects responded. Since Lin Xia and Elena were not there, Gene-O was the temporary leader of the territory, and everyone would obey his orders. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Hundreds of well-trained archers drew their bows and drew their arrows. Without the stench of the giant zombies, they returned to normal and launched rounds of arrow rain attacks again. Arrows rained down like raindrops among the dense cluster of zombies. Some arrows were powerful enough to break through iron armor. Although they could not directly kill these zombies with strong defenses, they could still penetrate deeply into their flesh and blood, causing them to bleed continuously. Gino and others held the apple bombs tightly in their hands and aimed at the powerful zombies who were struggling to attack the iron nut defense. Boom, boom, boom. A steel nut, under the repeated attacks of 3 giant zombies, the shell remained solid, but it was forcibly pushed 2 meters away. If this continues, the giant zombies will be able to open a small passage and squeeze in from here, directly threatening the safety of the city wall. Prepare the apple bombs, blow them to death. Gino shouted and threw a bomb out first. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. There were sounds of breaking air in the air. Thousands of apple bombs were thrown out without reservation, flying over the head of the steel nut and landing on the heads, feet, and backs of the giant zombies. The strong zombies completely ignored these attacks, which were not even a tickle. Even though they were crushed to pieces by the agile zombies before, with their brain power, they simply could not remember such incomprehensible things. 3, 2, 1. The 3-second delay has expired. Everyone murmured in unison, covering their ears with their hands reflexively as they stared at the brilliant flames rising into the sky before them. Thousands of apple bombs exploded at the same time. This was the first time such a scene had occurred. The gunpowder energy was so huge that it was difficult to describe in words. Its temperature was so hot that it could instantly melt fine iron, and it enveloped the 8-meter-tall bodies of the giant zombies. Purple-red flames tens of meters high bloomed around the giant zombies, completely enveloping them. They were particularly conspicuous in the pitch-black night. Everything in the territory was illuminated by this huge firework, as bright as day, and everything could be seen clearly. Everyone held their breath, not daring to breathe loudly. They stared closely at everything in front of them, afraid that if they blinked, they would miss this magnificent sight. After all, a grand scene like this can only be seen once in a lifetime. At this moment, inside the boulder castle, illuminated by the candlelight, Lin Xia looked at Elena, who was in a stable state and sleeping in front of him, wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, and breathed a sigh of relief. The vicious toxin in the body of the giant zombie was more ferocious than he had imagined. Fortunately, as a dragon descendant, Elena's physique was extremely strong, and he also had invested a huge amount of primary zombie serum at all costs. It took more than half an hour, but the virus in her body was finally suppressed, and the evil impulse that attacked Elena's heart and brain was suppressed. A deafening explosion was heard outside the castle, which frightened Lin Xia so much that his heart sank. He didn't even have time to rest and immediately ran outside. He just hoped that the worst situation had not happened yet, and that the cause of the explosion was not a tragic act in which a wave of zombies invaded the territory and Gino and others were forced to die together. When Lin Xia pushed open the castle door, he was caught off guard and a brilliant white light suddenly flashed before his eyes, causing him to be temporarily blinded, and then gradually return to normal. What followed was cheers one after another. Seeing this, Lin Xia also smiled and flashed to the top of the boulder wall. Under the bombardment of thousands of apple bombs, 3 8-meter-tall giant zombies were reduced to nothing, the ground was charred, and only 3 crystal cores shining with white light were left. "My lord, is Miss Elena okay?" Gino hurried forward and asked. "Well, there's no big problem. It's stabilized for the time being. But if you want to completely expel the zombie virus from the body, it will still take some effort," Lin Xia said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Lin Yi, who was standing nearby, also sighed. "My lord, Miss Elena was actually paying attention to your condition just now. That's why she was careless and got her thigh scratched by the giant zombie." "Alas. I see." Hearing this, Lin Xia showed a bit of self-blame on his face. He was also responsible for this matter. He did not consider Elena's feelings too much and was too reckless, causing the girl to worry about him and ended up being seriously injured. Lin Xia shook his head slightly and cleared the distracting thoughts in his mind. The battle was not over yet, and now was not the time to think about this. Although the giant zombies were killed, the biggest trouble was solved. However, there are still about 8 or 9,000 zombies left, and they're the type of zombies that can withstand rounds of arrow rain attacks and survive to this day. Apart from the largest number of ordinary level 3 zombies, The rest are level 4 heavily armored zombies, as well as mutant beasts such as mutant wild wolves, wild boars, and wild dogs. However, the sharp-eyed Lin Xia still discovered a few zombies that she had never seen before, hiding in the zombie tide and dodging. "Someone come, get a bow and arrow," Lin Xia shouted. Lin Yi immediately picked out a high-quality iron bow and arrow and handed it to Lin Xia with a puzzled look. "I told you to hide." Lin Xia grabbed 3 arrows, put the bowstring on, and shot them out at an extremely fast speed in just 2 or 3 breaths. Phew! As the sound of the arrow entering the body was heard, the strange zombie hiding in the group of lost people was pierced directly through the head and fell to the ground. Lin Xia quickly looked over and was suddenly shocked. These zombies were too weird. They were covered with hard green skin covered with transparent spherical pustules. They had huge heads and bulging eyes, looking like mutant fish. Especially after the mutant fish died, its big mouth full of spikes opened, and green saliva continued to flow out of it, flowing onto the ground. It seemed to be corrosive and made a sizzling sound. "My goodness, what kind of expensive thing is this? It's so disgusting." Gino's Adam's apple twitched suddenly and he whispered. The rest of the people were not feeling well either, their faces were as gloomy as water. They had just sent away such a tough giant zombie, now there was another powerful zombie coming. Lin Xia was the calmest. He said in a deep voice, "Don't be afraid, everyone. The iron nuts are enough to hold off these zombies. All we need to do is keep attacking. Time is on our side. As long as we can wear them down, that'll be all." "Yes, Lord." Everyone nodded, feeling a little relieved. As long as Lord Lin Xia is by their side, there is nothing to be afraid of. Just listen to him and there will be absolutely no problem. "Gino, what's the situation of the elite guard? Are there any casualties?" Lin Xia turned to look at Gino beside him and whispered. "My lord, 2 fighters were killed by the aftermath of the battle, and a magician was accidentally trampled to death by a giant zombie while fleeing. It's my fault for not leading well. Please punish me." Gino knelt down on one knee without saying a word and said with a sorrowful tone. Hearing this, Lin Xia's heart, which had been hanging in his throat, finally relaxed. He had been worried that the elite guards would lose most of their men in the first battle. After all, they were facing level 4 giant strength zombies. Although these guys were huge in size and not very agile, they had brute strength and could easily kill a human with just one blow. The death of 3 team members was an unavoidable tragedy, but it was far below Lin Xia's psychological expectations. "It's okay, Jinu, you've done a good job. After all, this is the first time the elite guards have faced a battle, and it's such a tragic battle. Get up." Lin Xia put her hands behind her back and said with a smile. "Thank you, Lord." Gino clasped his fists, sighed, and stood up from the ground. "The battle here is almost over. You and the elite guards can go and have a rest. The battle will be officially handed over to me for command." Lin Xia patted Gino's shoulder and said gently. Gino nodded silently, with extreme fatigue showing on his face. After all, his level was only level 2, and his physical strength had been almost exhausted long ago. He urgently needed to recover his strength. After Gino and the elite guards left the boulder wall, Lin Xia smiled slightly, stood upright on the top of the city wall, and looked at the approaching lost cluster with a look of disdain. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Swish, swish, swish. A rain of arrows and flaming spikes mixed together, swarming towards the zombie tide, doing everything possible to prevent them from getting close to Iron Nut. A large number of zombies fell down one after another, but they still charged forward fearlessly. As long as the intelligent zombies did not give up control, they would not escape. The heavily armored zombies were very resilient against these combined attacks. Without stopping for a moment, they charged to the Iron Nut defense formation with their skeletal shields raised, waving their sharp claws and grabbing it fiercely. Swish. There was no trace left on the surface of the steel nut, but the sharp claws of the heavily armored zombie were defeated in this heavy fight. The angry heavy armored zombie desperately used the bone shield in his hand to hit the steel nut, but it was of no use. Even a giant zombie would have to use all its strength to kick open the steel nut. The strength of a heavily armored zombie alone is not enough to shake the solid roots of the steel nut. At this moment, the large army of zombies finally arrived. The mutant wolf directly climbed on the surface of the steel nut with its sharp claws, opened its sharp mouth, and began to bite it desperately. As a result, the steel surface of the fangs, which was so hard that it could make the teeth ache, broke into neat pieces and fell all over the ground. Woo woo woo. The rest of the mutant wild boars, wild dogs, and other mutant animals encountered a situation similar to that of the mutant wild wolves. They curled up on the ground and rolled over in pain. Ha ha ha, these beasts are defeated. You're dead. You dared to bite the steel nut with that stinky mouth of yours. You must have died of bloating. I still have a few apple bombs left. Let me give them some color. The dozens of remaining apple bombs were all thrown out, directly killing hundreds of mutant beasts and a small number of heavily armored zombies. Just when everyone felt relieved and thought the battle was about to end, dozens of streams of emerald green venom shot out from all directions and hit the steel nuts with precision. Sizzle, sizzle. The surface of the steel nut was corroded by the venom and white smoke was rising. The thick steel armor was slowly falling at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not only the subjects on the city wall, Lin Xia's face also changed. He immediately picked up the fine iron longbow in his hand, aimed at the place where the venom was emitted, and shot dozens of arrows. Phew! Immediately afterwards, the corpses of the mutated fish rolled to the ground. The highly toxic liquid that flowed out after death could even corrode the exoskeletons of the heavily armored zombies. Lin Xia sneered, jumped off the city wall and came to the front of the apple bomb tree. After so many days of cultivation, the number of apple bomb trees has reached 6, which can produce hundreds of apple bombs at a time. Lin Xia replenished a large number of crystal cores, and the apple bomb tree was immediately filled with new apple bombs. Spiral bombing. 6 tall apple bomb trees, covered with dense apple bombs, the skin is bright red and translucent, looking very delicious. But after seeing the terrifying power of this weapon, no one in the entire territory dared to approach these apple bomb trees at will. No matter how beautiful these apples look, in the eyes of the subjects, they are more terrifying than zombies. After all, if zombies eat you, there will still be some residue left, but once the apple bomb explodes, don't even think about leaving a handful of ashes. Just after Lin Xia's shout rang out, he quickly jumped up and jumped onto the boulder wall, staring closely at the swarm of zombies that were rushing over. The mutant beast's speed and agility were much greater than those of ordinary zombies. Seeing that the iron nut formation could not be broken by force, it simply hooked the skin of the iron nut with its claws and carefully climbed up. Seeing this, Lin Xia's face immediately turned grim. Although the iron nut's defense was terrifying and difficult for the enemy to break through head-on, it could be bypassed using these techniques. These mutant beasts are indeed a considerable threat. But that's all. The 6 apple bomb trees began to spin wildly on the spot, with branches and leaves flying everywhere. Hundreds of apple bombs fell at the right time between the city wall and the mutant beasts. For a moment, everyone on the boulder wall held their breath as if by reflex, not daring to make a sound, as if any breathing would bring the explosion upon themselves. Boom boom boom. Explosions were heard, and another huge fire broke out, engulfing all the mutant beasts in the flames. Even though their skins were extremely hard, they melted under the high temperature, like ice. In the blink of an eye, they turned into water vapor and disappeared into the air. Everyone was obviously not surprised by this result. Even if there was an iron lump inside, it would not leave any trace, let alone these mutant beasts. Archers, get ready, keep shooting. Lin Xia looked at the fire that had not yet been extinguished under the city wall, and felt relieved. Through 2 bombings at all costs, the most difficult giant zombies and mutant beasts had been dealt with. As for the remaining heavily armored zombies, Lin Xia was too lazy to waste crystal cores to create new apple bombs, so he left it to the archers and the territory's automatic defense system to deal with them. Lin Yi, you stay on the city wall and keep a close eye on the battle situation here. If there is any change, remind me immediately. Lin Xia said in a deep voice. If you have nothing else to do, take your men to clean up the battlefield and collect all the spoils back to the territory, especially the zombie serum formula. If you find it, bring it here immediately. Yes, my lord. Lin Yi's face brightened and he said respectfully. Lin Xia nodded slightly, moved his body, and flew down the city wall and returned to the lord's castle. He felt a little anxious. He didn't know what Elena's condition was like. It shouldn't have worsened during the time he was away, right? When Lin Xia walked to the door of Elena's room, he immediately sensed a powerful fluctuation of magical energy, which dissipated in the space around him and pressed on Lin Xia's body. Could it be such a pure energy fluctuation? Lin Xia was shocked and quickly pushed the door open and walked in. Elena looked normal, sitting cross-legged on the bed, with her hands flat on her chest, forming complicated hand gestures, which seemed to be a unique magic practice gesture. And around her body, there were circles of ice blue halos floating, completely enveloping her, making her look sacred and pure. Although Lin Xia didn't understand why, she vaguely guessed something. The energy fluctuations in Elena's body were so strong that there was no other explanation except a breakthrough in strength. TSK, she is indeed a dragonborn. She is truly gifted. Her body was attacked by the zombie virus, but not only is her life not in danger, she was able to recover so quickly. There is no comparison. Lin Xia thought so and was not in a hurry. She sat down next to Elena's bed to recover her strength. After fighting all night, Lin Xia, a 4th-level survivor, couldn't help feeling both physically and mentally tired. It wasn't obvious during the battle, but it showed up immediately once he was free. For him, whether the gains from this battle were rich or not was not the most important thing. What was particularly valuable was the rare combat experience and enemy fighting skills he gained while dealing with the giant zombies. At the very least, before this zombie wave began, Lin Xia did not have the confidence and courage to fight the giant zombies alone. But after this battle, the inexplicable fear in Lin Xia's heart has disappeared completely and no longer exists. Let alone one giant zombie, weren't the more than 10 giant zombies that came to kill him today also driven crazy by Lin Xia one by one, right? Just as Lin Xia closed her eyes to recuperate and slowly recover her strength, Elena finally moved. The eyelashes above her willow-shaped eyebrows trembled slightly, and an invisible icy magic power spread in all directions with her as the center. Crash! The furniture and furnishings in the room were covered with a layer of frost 2 fingers thick at a speed visible to the naked eye, and they were frozen solid. In an instant, the temperature in the whole house dropped by more than 10 degrees. It was as if a world of ice and snow had fallen, and it was extremely cold. Elena finally opened her beautiful eyes, which contained terrifying magical power. As a dragon descendant of the Frost clan, Elena's cultivation talent was no less than that of any of the giant dragons. This time, she was careless and was attacked by a giant zombie, which caused the zombie virus to invade her body. Elena immediately fell into a coma. But somehow, she felt that someone was trying his best to save her. A large amount of zombie serum was injected into her body, suppressing the extremely arrogant zombie virus so that it could not raise its head. The following developments were very dramatic. The dragon blood in Elena's body was obviously stronger than she had imagined. It burst out with unparalleled devouring ability, catching all the zombie serum and zombie virus in one fell swoop, and converting them all into energy that could be absorbed. Level 5 Survivor. Since then, Elena once again surpassed Lord Lin Xia and became the strongest in the territory. Hiss, it's so cold, Elena, what are you doing? The temperature in the house was getting lower and lower, and one could even hear the whistling of the cold wind. Lin Xia blinked her eyes suddenly, feeling cold all over, and ran out of the house quickly. This icy energy penetrated deep into his bones. Even he, a 4th-level survivor, didn't dare to stay there for long. Elena, are you now, level 5? Lin Xia looked at Elena, who was standing in the snow with a relaxed look on her face, and was stunned for a moment, then asked in a deep voice. Bang bang bang. As several thunder-like gunshots rang out, bullets mixed with the powerful force of gunpowder pierced into the hearts of the orc warriors. The powerful impact caused some orc warriors to fly into the air like rags and fall heavily to the ground. A musket. It's actually a musket. How can this human have a dwarf weapon? No, this musket looks too weird, it doesn't look like it was made by the dwarves. Run. I can't withstand the power of the musket. If we don't run, we will all die. There was a lot of noise among the orc warriors. Although their brains were not very bright, they were not stupid. After seeing the power of the dwarf muskets, many orcs began to retreat. Puff. Suddenly, a minotaur holding a huge iron axe roared, raised the axe high above his head, and then chopped it down on an orc who was trying to escape. Ah! This ordinary green-skinned orc was unable to dodge and screamed as he was split in half by the giant axe. His intestines and internal organs were all over the ground, and the stench and strong smell of blood filled the air. The rest of the orcs were so frightened that their hands holding their weapons were shaking constantly. The scene was completely silent and no one dared to say the word escape. You bunch of bastards, you escaped from the battle and you still have the nerve to say it. You are going to ruin all the honor of us orcs. The Tauren was the captain of this orc cavalry, and he shouted angrily with 2 streams of white air coming out of his nose. Although orcs generally have a bad temper, no one dared to refute the Minotaur's scolding, and they all listened silently. Because orcs are a race that is very particular about bloodline, Tauren belonged to a relatively powerful clan. They are strong and have plenty of stamina, and most of them serve as leaders among the orcs. As the captain, the Minotaur orc can kill anyone he wants without taking any responsibility. The strong prey on the weak, this is the iron law among the orcs. What's more, it's wartime now. Even among humans, deserters must be killed to establish authority. The same goes for orcs. The only difference is that they will kill in a more bloody way. What are you standing there for? Pick up your shields and charge forward. Don't be afraid of death. This human doesn't have many bullets. The Minotaur poked the giant iron axe in his hand and said coldly. Hearing this, the orc warriors looked at each other, and after a moment's silence, they burst into shouts of killing, grabbed various rough iron shields, held them in front of them, and surrounded Lin Xia. Human, I advise you to put down the musket in your hand, raise your hands, kneel on the ground and surrender. We orcs still respect warriors. A hint of sarcasm flashed in the bright yellow eyes of the Minotaur orc, and he said in a deep voice. Lin Xia was surrounded by 40 or 50 orc warriors, like a dumpling. He retreated step by step and soon reached the edge of the cliff, with nowhere to retreat. He did not rush to shoot, but looked at the guys in front of him with interest, with a slight smile on his face. I say, you bunch of stupid orcs, where did you come from and how dare you snatch me away? Lin Xia said calmly. Haha, human, don't try to delay time. Do you really think your companions have a chance to save your life again? The Minotaur turned slightly and saw Elena's figure dealing with dozens of bloody bison. You and this so-called elven woman are indeed very strong, but don't be too arrogant and daydream. Do you think you can take down our entire team with just 2 guys? The Minotaur sneered and waved his hand. Come here, capture this human alive. I want to make him into feed to reward the hard-working bloody buffaloes. Yes, Captain. Seeing that Lin Xia had not fired a shot for a long time, the orc warriors relaxed a lot. It seemed that this hateful human really had no bullets left. They removed the iron shields in front of them and slowly pressed forward. There were also a dozen orcs next to them, holding a large fishing net in their hands. If Lin Xia chose to jump off the cliff, they could directly catch him in the net. Lin Xia looked calm, but forgot to glance in the direction of the woods. She found that Elena was still struggling with the bison, and she couldn't help but frowned. This doesn't make sense. Elena is a 5th-level survivor. Let alone killing a few bison, even if hundreds of bison charged at her together, she would still die. Never mind her, let's deal with these orcs in front of us first. Lin Xia focused his attention on the orcs in front of him. Swish. Lin Xia suddenly pulled out the Thunder Tang sword from his back. His arms were filled with power. Electric light as thin as a gossamer spread on the sword, making crackling sounds. What the hell is this? Who is this human? Never mind, just rush up and kill him, otherwise the captain will be angry again. Yeah, why bother with so much? There are so many of us, we can crush him to death. The orc warriors roared and rushed forward. The weapons in their hands were so huge that they could chop pigs and sheep alive. It was definitely no problem for them to deal with a seemingly weak human. Lin Xia rolled on the ground, and in the blink of an eye, his body passed through the gap between the encirclement of the orc warriors and came behind them. Just when these orcs were feeling cold all over and were about to be ambushed by Lin Xia, a familiar cry rang out. Lin Xia's target turned out to be the Minotaur. While he wasn't able to react, he acted decisively and electrocuted him into a charcoal-grilled steak. Many orc warriors stopped running abruptly and paused at the edge of the cliff. A few orcs who rushed too fast fell off the cliff as expected and were turned into meat patties. Oh no! The captain is dead. Killed by that human. Oh my god, the captain smells so good, it smells so good. We have to avenge the captain and kill this human. The orc warriors became a mess and were in endless chaos. This time, Lin Xia did not tease them on purpose. He simply took out his M1911 and fired a round of bullets, killing them all. Most of these orc warriors are at the 3rd level of strength, and only the Minotaur orc is a top fighter among the 3rd level. However, in front of Lin Xia, a 4th level pervert, they are really not enough. Looking at the corpses and blood all over the ground, Lin Xia remained calm and collected all the spoils taken by the orcs, then turned around to meet Elena. Congratulations, Lord Lin Xia, for becoming the 371,952nd person to achieve the achievement of killing a Minotaur and unlocking the title of Minotaur Collector. Lin Xia paused, looking strange. She had received another strange title. Life was really full of surprises. Hearing this, Elena smiled, didn't say anything, just nodded. Elena, who had always had a cold face, suddenly smiled. It was very rare, but in Lin Xia's opinion, this smile made him feel a little chilly. Maybe it was because Elena had just become a 5th level survivor and her influence was still there. Even though this smile is quite sincere and not fake, it still has a kind of aloof temperament that makes it difficult for people to touch it. Haha, that's good. With a 5th level strongman protecting me, I can walk around freely wherever I go. Lin Xia chuckled twice and clapped his hands. Ding ding ding. Outside the Lord's castle, a dull bell sounded. This was a giant bronze bell weighing 1,000 pounds placed on the city gate. It would only be rung when something particularly serious happened in the territory. Something's wrong. The zombie army outside has been almost wiped out. Could there be another change? Lin Xia's expression changed, his figure flashed, and he rushed directly outside. Elena's reaction was faster than his. A white shadow flashed by and appeared on the city wall. What a fast speed! Lin Xia exclaimed. Just as Lin Xia was following closely behind and had just stood firm, he saw Lin Yi, with a look of panic on his face, leading hundreds of elite infantrymen and running back quickly. Lin Xia frowned and ordered the soldiers to open the city gate and welcome the team back. After Lin Yi and others returned to the territory, they immediately sat down on the ground in shock, gasping for breath and muttering to themselves. It's so scary, they are not human at all. What kind of monsters are they? They are not human at all, they are orcs. This aroused Lin Xia's curiosity. He walked straight to Lin Yi and asked, Lin Yi, what are you talking about? Tell me quickly, what kind of enemies did you encounter outside? Reporting to the Lord, when we were collecting spoils, we were suddenly attacked by an orc cavalry. They were very fast and killed more than a dozen of our elite infantrymen in an instant, and stole hundreds of crystal cores. Before Lin Yi could say anything, the brave soldier next to him spoke. Okay, I understand. You guys take a rest first, bandage your wounds, and eat something. Lin Xia glanced and found that many soldiers had wounds on their bodies, and some even had broken swords and shields. From this, it can be seen that the orc cavalry they encountered was absolutely terrifyingly powerful and difficult to deal with. With the combat effectiveness of these 4th-level light-armored infantrymen who had withstood the test of many battles, they were beaten so badly. It seems that it is not only Lin Xia who is growing rapidly, but also the other lords. Of course, maybe this orc cavalry broke away from the lord and worked on its own. Lin Xia was not sure. He could only make a conclusion after seeing it with his own eyes. Elena, please come with me. Lin Xia didn't plan to bring anyone else with him, because the 5th-level survivors were enough to deal with most situations at this stage. Understood, Lord. Elena's eyes were indifferent, and there was a hint of murderous intent on her beautiful face. The two followed the blood trail, left the territory, and chased for nearly 10 minutes before arriving at a cliff. On the edge of the cliff, you can see a number of strong orcs about 2 meters tall with dark green skin. Most of them have bare arms with muscles that are almost about to explode piled up on them. They built a simple camp here, made a lot of bonfires, and divided the loot fiercely. Crackling. A bonfire as tall as a person was burning with blazing flames. Many orcs had happy looks on their faces, grabbing fresh meat such as pork legs and cow legs, and rolling and roasting them around the bonfire. Lin Xia half knelt on the ground and briefly searched the orc camp for a while, and found a small forest not far away. In the woods, there are many huge bison as tall as a person, with bloodshot eyes and spear-shaped horns. They are leisurely eating tender grass. There is also a small river next to the grass. Through these sparse trees, Lin Xia vaguely discovered a rough wooden fence. There seemed to be some people lying inside. It seemed that they were captives captured by the orc cavalry. Lin Xia didn't know if there were any of his soldiers here, but his territory had suffered the impact of the second wave of zombies, and the loss of about 50 subjects needed to be replenished. Elena, let's split up. You are responsible for rescuing the trapped prisoners, and I will go meet the orcs. Without their mounts, their combat effectiveness will be greatly reduced. Lin Xia pondered for a moment, glanced at Elena, and whispered. No, Lord. Your safety is the top priority. I cannot let you put yourself in danger. Believe me, with my strength, I can completely eliminate all the orcs. Elena narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly, and a dangerous aura lingered in the air. Lin Xia opened her mouth, but before she could say anything, she heard a sound of breaking through the air, and Elena's figure actually soared into the air and headed straight for the orc camp. Too crazy. Lin Xia was stunned for a moment, and without caring about anything else, he followed Elena closely, took out the Thunder Tang sword, and killed her. Enemy attack, quickly go and get the bloody buffalo. The orc warrior in charge of vigilance shouted with his pupils constricted as he looked at the two figures that were quickly approaching. Many orc soldiers roared loudly, immediately dropped the barbecue and property in their hands, grabbed the spears and iron machetes beside them, and fought against the enemy. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Elena's brows were cold as she held the breath of hail in her hand. This silver-level weapon was used to its full potential in her hands. The ice crystal arrows drifted in the air a few times and accurately shot up the huge heads of several orc soldiers. Lin Xia roared, tapped the ground with his toes a few times, and came to a bonfire like a ghost. Die, you weak human. Several orc warriors, with hideous grins on their faces, wide mouths full of fangs, and heavy iron weapons in hand, surrounded them. Lin Xia snorted coldly and kicked hard, breaking the bonfire into pieces. A large amount of firewood full of sparks flew into the air and then fell on the orcs. Roar! Faced with Lin Xia's range attack, these simple-minded orcs were burned in pain. They threw away their weapons and started dancing on the spot, looking quite funny. Then, more orc warriors rushed towards Lin Xia with angry faces and weapons raised. Elena was too fast and they could not catch up with her at all, so they could only besiege Lin Xia, their accomplice. You're a bully, aren't you? I don't want to waste my time with you. Lin Xia quickly stepped back a few steps, grabbed his hand at his waist, and saw a silver M1911 in his hand. Of course, for Lin Xia, these titles are better than nothing. It's good to have them. Maybe he can show off in front of other lords in the future. Tauren Collector, kill a Tauren to obtain it. Increases attack power against Tauren by 8%, mental deterrence by 5%, and experience bonus by 6%. Note, this will attract the hatred and pursuit of the Tauren clan. According to the description of the achievement function, the title of Minotaur Collector will continue to evolve as the number of Minotaurs killed. Minotaur Collector, Minotaur Crusher, Minotaur Slayer, Minotaur's Nightmare, Minotaur Totem. He opened the Properties panel. Host, Lin Xia. Level, 4th level, 40806/50,000. Talents, SSS-level plants, A-level tips, C-level weapon enhancement. Attributes, Strength 22/Agility 21/Constitution 25/Spirit 30. Note, the basic attributes of ordinary adult men are all 10. Skill, Bronze level Whirlwind. Crystal Core, 56195. Achievements, Goblin Slayer, Lord Slayer, Minotaur Collector. Daily Draw, 0. This is similar to the way the Goblin Slayer's title evolves. Anyway, for Lin Xia, there are only benefits and no disadvantages, and she can gain bonus experience points. However, if we have to mention the disadvantages, it is that excessive slaughter may attract the hatred of the Tauren clan. These orcs with great strength and bad tempers are not to be trifled with. But then again, in this world, if you don't provoke others, others will provoke you. In any case, there will be a fight sooner or later, so it's better to act early. Lin Xia immediately left the orc camp and ran towards the woods. What puzzled him was that Elena had not yet completely dealt with these dozens of bloody bison, which were at most level 3. Elena, let me help you. Lin Xia held the Thunder Tang sword in his hand and faced several bloody bison. These huge mutant beasts had bloodstains all over their bodies. Elena did not kill them directly, but chose to slowly drain their lives, thus arousing the ferocity of these bison. Lin Xia waved his arm, and the powerful lightning force that erupted from the Thunder Tang sword condensed into balls of lightning in the air, flashing a terrifying light and exploding directly. After the aftermath of the explosion, the bison were seen lying limply on the ground, their bodies charred black. The nerves in their limbs had not yet completely died and were still convulsing. The remaining bloody bison hid directly into the depths of the woods, not daring to provoke Lin Xia again. "My lord, stop immediately, be careful not to hurt the prisoners inside." Elena exclaimed, came to Lin Xia and stopped him from taking any further action. Prisoners. Lin Xia took a look deep into the woods, and just as Elena said, there was a prison surrounded by a simple wooden fence, which held hundreds of men and women looted by the orc cavalry. Lin Xia noticed that there were not only humans among the captives, but also several goblins and short but strong dwarves. Elena, so you were afraid that the aftermath of the battle would hurt these prisoners, so you kept dragging your feet and not taking ruthless action. Lin Xia said, suddenly realizing. Elena pulled her hair, which was a little messy because of the battle, and said helplessly, "My lord, you also know that I am a magician, not a fighter. The real killer moves are all area magic. If they are really used, I am afraid that not only these mutant beasts will die, but also all the captives. The territory is in urgent need of new blood. Population resources can be said to be one of the most valuable strategic resources." Lin Xia nodded slightly, feeling very relieved. "Elena, I'm glad you can consider this. How about this, you take the captives back to the territory first, and I'll follow." "Yes, my lord." Elena had wanted to leave for a long time. She was so constrained here that she felt suffocated. Anyway, with Lin Xia's 4th level strength and a set of silver level equipment, it is not difficult to deal with these bloody bison, so there is no need to worry. Holding the breath of hail in hand, Elena shot an arrow to smash the wooden fence, and brought out all the frightened captives. They were looted from all directions by the orc cavalry, and could only eat wild grass and earthworms every day. They were already dizzy from hunger. Lin Xia directly gave all the roasted meat to the orc cavalry as a reward, in exchange for countless gratitude and praises. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, they left the place under Elena's escort. However, Lin Xia did not plan to leave yet because he received a new mandatory task. Ding! Lord Lin Xia, please pay attention. A mandatory mission has been detected: capture more than 10 bloody wild bulls alive and bring them back to the territory. Mission summary: the powerful mount of the orc cavalry, the 3rd level bloody bison, not only has fierce impact force and can be used as a mount, but also has tender meat, making it a top quality meat. Task time limit, 2 hours. Mission reward, 1,500 crystal cores, 600 reputation points, surrender of the bloody bison. Mission requirements: if all the bloody bison die, the mission will be considered a failure, all rewards will be cancelled, and 3,000 crystal cores and 1,000 reputation points will be deducted. Lin Xia roughly understood the meaning of this mandatory task. The bloody bison could be regarded as an excellent cavalry mount, which could be used to form a cavalry unit. In addition, these bison could be raised in large numbers to provide meat for the territory. Then let's start now. Lin Xia's mind moved, and in a few flashes of his body, he rushed into the woods. This time, he deliberately restrained the power of the Thunder Tang sword and only used 1/10 of the power of thunder and lightning. No matter how these stupid wild buffaloes fled in the woods, they could not escape Lin Xia's speed. They were paralyzed and knocked down one by one. Of course, in order to transport these heavy bloody bison, Lin Xia had to return to the territory again, find dozens of heavy cargo trucks, and bring all the bison back to the territory. Lin Xia followed the convoy and slowly returned to the territory. She saw that the height of the boulder wall had risen to 12 meters again, and the thickness of the wall was twice as much as before. Seeing this, Lin Xia immediately opened the territory panel. Territory status. Category: Stone Castle, Silver. Level: LV5. Functions: automatic repair, automatic defense, moat, self-destruction, reinforced stone wall. Material level: rich. Subject loyalty: 98%. Sure enough, the territory was upgraded to level 5, and the city walls became reinforced to withstand more violent attacks. The Lord is back, long live the Lord. Without the Lord's fighting, we would never have survived this zombie wave. The Lord is our God, the eternal God. Let us praise our Lord. The moment Lin Xia and his convoy entered the territory, they were completely surrounded by thousands of loyal subjects. At this moment, in their eyes, Lin Xia's figure was undoubtedly tall and extraordinary. In response to this, Lin Xia naturally did not feel the slightest bit of arrogance. He clasped his fists and smiled very modestly. Dawn fell upon the earth, and the second wave of zombies finally ended. A total of tens of thousands of zombies fell in front of the boulder wall, including strong zombies, agile zombies, ordinary zombies, venom zombies, heavy armor zombies, and a large number of mutant beasts. Of course, the only thing that made Lin Xia feel regretful was that when the intelligent zombies saw that the battle was lost, they quickly evacuated the place under the tight protection of the zombies around them. These intelligent zombies are actually the actual controllers of the zombie tide. As long as they are all eliminated, the zombie army will naturally fall into chaos and can be defeated one by one. Congratulations to all the surviving lords. You have survived the second wave of zombies. In view of the large number of lords who have died, the zombie wave will be extended from once every 7 days to once every 15 days. Lin Xia recalled the mechanical game voice in her mind, but this time it was not good news. The time was adjusted to 15 days. From this, we can see how many territories were completely destroyed under the impact of a large number of zombies. Lin Xia quickly opened the world channel and contacted Wang Li and Zhang Si. Fortunately, these two guys replied to the private messages quickly, indicating that they were not dead. However, the losses in their territories were not small. Wang Li's territory was breached and half of her subjects died in the zombie tide. Zhang Si suffered even more miserably. Nearly 80% of his subjects died. The remaining people stayed with him in the Lord's Hall and detonated the explosives placed outside, thus avoiding destruction. At the same time, Lin Xia also obtained key information during the conversation with the two. That is, the number, level, and even the attack intensity of the zombie tide are all limited by the Lord's comprehensive strength. A powerful Lord will face a very fierce zombie tide. On the contrary, the zombie tide faced by the Lord is relatively weak. In other words, not every Lord faces exactly the same zombie tide, and dynamic adjustments will be made. This also answered the doubts that had always existed in Lin Xia's mind. After all, the zombie tidal wave he faced was simply too terrifying. It was hard to imagine what kind of response other lords would come up with if they encountered it. Lin Xia sighed. It turned out that in this world, being too strong was also a sin. Now, all he could do was pray that after this zombie wave was over, he could get satisfactory spoils. The convoy responsible for transporting the unconscious bloody wild buffalo was handed over to Bayanfei under Lin Xia's order. After all, a large number of cattle needed to be grazed on the vast grasslands in the territory. The bloody bison is naturally the best choice. Not only can it be used as a cavalry mount, but it can also provide high-quality beef for the subjects to eat, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Bayanfei was also very excited about this. He immediately led the caravan out of the territory and headed for the grassland. He couldn't wait to tame these wild buffaloes and make them completely obey him. My lord, I have ordered people to sort out the spoils after the zombie tide ended and have them sent to your castle. Please take a look. Lin Yi came to Lin Xia and said respectfully. Okay, I understand. Lin Yi, you are responsible for repairing and improving all the facilities in the territory, and you also need to treat the wounded in a timely manner. Please rest assured, Lord. No one in the territory has been bitten by zombies. Only some people have been impacted by the aftermath of the battle and need simple bandaging. Lin Xia pondered for a moment and said, in this case, then for the sake of safety, it is best to give these slightly injured people zombie serum to prevent their wounds from being contaminated by the zombie virus in the air and mutating. Lin nodded with a bit of admiration on his face. He really didn't expect this. He said, "My lord, we found the formula of intermediate zombie serum on the battlefield, but we need a lot of water of life, and the existing stock in the territory is not enough." Hearing this, Lin Xia nodded slightly. "I will solve this matter quickly, don't worry, okay, go down." After Lin Yi left, Lin Xia also walked into the empty first floor of the castle. Elena had just broken through to the 5th level and was recuperating and resting in her room. Looking at the large number of treasure chests placed on the ground, Lin Xia also showed an expectant smile, because in addition to a large number of red and orange treasure chests, there were also a lot of yellow treasure chests. Lin Xia opened these treasure chests one by one. 100 tons of chicken strips, 30,000 bags of rice, 200 tons of high-quality flour, 60,000 bottles of mineral water. Another large pile of food. Lin Xia put it all in the warehouse. There is so much food that even if everyone eats as much as they want, it cannot be consumed in a short time. There are more than 10 warehouses in the territory, piled with various kinds of food, and the daily food distribution for each person is also varied. Black iron level weapon blueprint, poison fire soft ivy spear. The spear shaft is made of flexible and resilient soft vines, and the fine iron spear tip is added with special poison fire, which can effectively kill the enemy. Note: a 5-star caster is required. Black iron level armor blueprint fireproof chainmail. The surface of the armor made of fine iron is covered with thick fireproof paint, which can resist ordinary fire attacks. Note: a 4-star foundry master is required. These are all black iron grade weapons and equipment, which can be used to arm cavalry units and improve their defense capabilities and attack power. Silver level fish scale armor. Introduction: the armor is made of fine iron with dense armor-like fish scales, which has excellent protection ability. Defense: 85 defense/16% physical resistance/+10% ranged blocking effectiveness. Requirements: strength greater than 22 points, user of level 4 or above. This is silver grade armor. Lin Xia decided to give it to Bai Yanfei. As the future commander of the cavalry unit, he naturally cannot use black iron grade equipment like ordinary cavalry. Silver level caster experience voucher, applicable to casters of 4 stars and above. Use it to increase proficiency by 3,000. Silver level alchemist experience voucher, applicable to alchemists of 3 stars and above. Use it to increase alchemy experience by 2,000. Lin Xia once again drew out hundreds of experience coupons, which could be used to upgrade the caster level of Arthur and others and build more advanced construction facilities. In addition, there are new alchemist experience coupons, which, as the name suggests, can increase the alchemist's experience and improve the level of alchemy. However, there are no alchemists in the territory now, so they can only be recruited later. At this moment, the treasure chests in front of Lin Xia have been opened, and there are still a few yellow treasure chests. Black iron level basic fighting chi skills. Introduction: the basic technique circulated in the Do Chi Academy. Damage: absorption of earth-type fighting spirit is increased by 10%, spirit is increased by 6%, agility is increased by 7%, and constitution is increased by 4%. Requirements: you need to have 1st level or above Do Chi seeds of wind, earth, water, fire, thunder, gold, etc. Although this type of fighting chi technique is relatively common, it has a wide range of applications and can be practiced by anyone with a little fighting chi talent. Silver Cavalry Camp can train up to level 5 light armored cavalry, requires level 2 herdsman to enter the barracks, production time, 1 cavalryman/600 seconds. Note: weapons cannot be produced by the Lord needs to cast them by himself. Lin Xia finally obtained the long-desired cavalry camp blueprint, which allowed him to train cavalry in batches. Although the training time was long, with 1 cavalryman taking 10 minutes, Lin Xia could afford to wait. In the first stage, he planned to train 2 battalions of cavalry, with 1 battalion of 1,000 men, for a total of 2,000 cavalrymen. For most enemies, thousands of cavalrymen charging would be an irresistible force. At this point, Lin Xia had collected all the spoils after the end of the zombie tide. Although there was not much, they were very practical. But that's not all, there are still 2 chances in the daily lottery, and this is what he is really looking forward to. Bite. As the piercing sound rang out, Lin Xia hurriedly looked over and saw 2 more lines of small words in the daily lottery column. Qi gathering spiritual grass seeds. Quality, silver. Introduction, a spiritual herb that absorbs energy from heaven and earth, with the highest level being LV8. It can be used to refine up to the 3rd grade elixir, with a survival rate of 2%. Attributes, toughness 15/attack power 0/speed 0/enchantment 5. Energy, 10/10. Talent, / Level, LV1, 0/10. Skill, rapid growth. Silver level enchantment blueprint, can be used to enchant plants of the highest silver level. The enchantment attributes are divided into gold, wood, water, fire, earth, etc., and are assigned at random. Lin Xia was quite satisfied with these 2 rewards. The so-called gathered spiritual herb seeds were spiritual herbs from heaven and earth that could quickly improve one's strength. They could be eaten raw or refined into pills to increase their utilization value. Whether it is a fighter or a magician, they can absorb the energy they need from it to improve their own level. In addition, there were various miscellaneous drawings, which were also collected. Lin Xia called Arthur and Lin Yi into the Lord's castle and gave them instructions on the next territory affairs. Then they came to the boulder wall and used the silver-level enchantment blueprint. Swish. As the enchantment blueprint was torn into pieces, a layer of energy glow merged into the hydralisk vines. The hydralis vines, which were covered with thorns, were quickly covered with a layer of light golden light. This should be the effect of the golden enchantment. Someone, come here and place a row of fine iron shields under the city wall. Lin Xia waved his hand and said loudly. Upon hearing this, the soldiers immediately acted according to the order. Lin Xia controlled the hydralisk vines with her mind and fired out all of its spikes. All that could be heard was a heavy sound of breaking through the air. The enchanted spikes, like gold and iron, fiercely pierced through the fine iron shield. Seeing this, Lin Xia was shocked. The protective power of these fine iron shields was very strong, but in front of the enchanted spikes, they were as fragile as paper. He was certain that if a 3rd-level heavily armored zombie stood in front of the hydralisk vines, its fate would probably be similar to that of the fine iron shield, and it would be directly pierced through. Of course, the energy required for the enchanted and strengthened hydralisk vine to launch an attack is 3 times as much as before, which means that Lin Xia needs to take out more crystal cores to replenish the energy of the hydralisk vine. Fortunately, his crystal core reserves are relatively sufficient now, and can temporarily support daily consumption. My lord, Lin Yi said you have something to talk to me about. At this time, Jin O came to Lin Xia, clasped his fists, and said. Oh, by the way, this is a black iron level basic fighting Qi technique. You are responsible for teaching it to the elite guards. It can speed up the absorption of fighting Qi. Lin Xia turned around, took out a black-covered technique from his arms, and handed it to Jin O. Jin O was a little surprised. He took the technique with both hands and carefully put it into his bag. Lord, you gave me this technique at the right time. The people in the elite guard are worried about the slow speed of cultivation. That's good. I hope this basic fighting technique can help you. Lin Xia nodded, focusing his eyes on Jin O. Host, Golden Gull. Level, 3rd level, 8070/20,000. Talent, A-level Raging Tiger. Attributes, Strength 17/Agility 15/Constitution/24/Spirit 12. Note, the basic attributes of ordinary adult men are all 10. Skills, Bronze Tiger Roar, Bronze Fire Claw. Crystal Core, 2067. Yes, Jin O, it seems that you have improved a lot in this zombie tide. You are already a 3rd-level survivor. Lin Xia patted Jin O on the shoulder and said in a deep voice. My lord, this was an unexpected breakthrough for me. To be honest, it was only after I saw you fighting alone in a group of powerful zombies that I had an epiphany and was able to make a breakthrough. Jin O said with a look of reverence on his face, not without humility. Have you learned to flatter? Haha, that's too exaggerated. You still have some insights. That's too mysterious. The upgrade rules in this world are very simple. Kill zombies, get experience points, don't talk about other things. Lin Xia shook her head. Ah. Lord, you are right. Gino touched the back of his head awkwardly. Gino, you don't have anything urgent to do now, right? Lin Xia said in a deep voice. No, my lord. Lin Xia nodded. Okay, come with me now, let's go to the grassland to see how Bainfei is progressing in taming the bloody wild buffalo. The reason why he was so anxious was that the mandatory mission regarding the bloody wild bull had not been completely completed. According to the mission requirements, the mission would only be considered completed after it was tamed. The time limit is 2 hours, and now 1.5 hours have passed. If Bainfei was slower, he would lose a lot of crystal cores and reputation points. The two men left the territory and galloped across the ground, their speed almost as fast as that of a horse, and soon they arrived at the vast grassland. Boom. The moment they appeared, they felt the ground shaking slowly. Dozens of huge blood-red figures, controlled by tall and nimble herdsmen, approached them quickly. Bloody Bison Cavalry. Congratulations, Lord Lin Xia. Mission, capture more than 10 bloody wild bulls alive. Completed. Reward received. Congratulations, you have obtained 1,500 crystal cores, 600 reputation points, and the surrender of the bloody bison. Lin Xia finally felt relieved. Bainfei was a capable guy and he worked very quickly. He successfully tamed these bloody bison in the last few minutes before the mission deadline. Chi chi chi. The person at the front of the blood bison cavalry was riding the most terrifying blood bison, which was about twice as big as an ordinary one. With every breath he took, 2 streams of white air spewed out of his nostrils. Bainfei is a really capable guy. He can control such a ferocious mutant beast so skillfully so quickly. Lin Xia put his hands behind his back and looked at the bloody bison cavalry, who were circling around him. For a moment, dust was flying, sand and stones were flying. The sight of the cavalry charge made Lin Xia feel excited. Everyone stop and greet the Lord. Under Bainfei's command, the bloody bison cavalry slowly stopped and lined up neatly in front of Lin Xia. Reporting to the Lord, I have completely tamed the bloody wild buffaloes. Please come and inspect them. Bainfei smiled, jumped off the back of the buffalo, half knelt in front of Lin Xia, and said in a deep voice. Greetings, Lord. Soon after, other herdsmen also jumped down, half knelt on the ground, and lowered their heads to show respect. Lin Xia nodded and waved her hand. Very good, Bainfei, I am very satisfied with what you have done on this matter. Get up. Bainfei responded and was about to stand up when he suddenly found that his body was lifted up by an inexplicable force. Magic power. The Lord can actually release magic power. This cultivation speed is too fast. Bainfei said secretly with horror on his face. Although he is a fighter, he has heard about the classification of magicians. Those who can release magic power externally obviously have a certain degree of control over the magical elements in their bodies. Lin Xia did not explain too much about Bainfei's reaction, but smiled slightly and came to a bloody wild buffalo. These ferocious mutant beasts, which had been quite resistant to Lin Xia not long ago, were now extremely obedient. They stretched out their big bright red tongues, licked Lin Xia's arms, and even allowed him to touch their heads. Bainfei, what are your plans for these bloody wild buffaloes? Tell me. Lin Xia found a big rock to sit on and said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Bainfei was not surprised at all. He had already expected Lin Xia to ask this question and was mentally prepared. My lord, these dozen or so bloody bison are all bulls. I plan to breed them with the existing bison. This way, I can continue to breed more bison and reduce their ferocity through breeding. After all, the herdsmen under my command are all experienced in battle, so they can control these big guys. Ordinary people can't control them at all. Bainfei thinks long-term, which is exactly what Lin Xia thinks. You're right, Bainfei, let's do it. As he said that, Lin Xia took out a military blueprint from his arms. Black Iron Level Nomadic Blueprint, recruit 3,000 nomadic people with superb riding skills, and raise up to 50,000 mutant cattle and sheep. Note, you can train them into cavalry and put them into combat at the Black Iron Level Cavalry Camp. Swish. Lin Xia tore up the blueprint directly, and the portal formed by white light spots appeared in front of everyone again. This time, a total of 3,000 herdsmen came from another world, looking at this completely unfamiliar world with curious eyes. Bainfei, there are a total of 3,500 herders. You will be responsible for training 2,000 cavalrymen. For the remaining 1,500 people, arrange for them to herd mutant bison to provide meat for the territory. Lin Xia looked at Bainfei and said in a deep voice. No problem, Lord, I will do my best. Bainfei was extremely excited at this moment. He had longed to lead a cavalry unit of thousands of people and gallop across the grassland. Now, this biggest wish has been fulfilled so easily by Lin Xia. How can I not be excited? After wandering around the grassland, Lin Xia chose a flat ground and directly used the silver-level cavalry camp blueprint. Suddenly, a huge building more than 6 meters high and covering an area of several thousand square meters appeared out of thin air in front of Lin Xia and Jin O. The overall structure of the cavalry camp is very flamboyant. The interior is a dome-shaped roof, and the exterior walls are carved with powerful reliefs of cavalry, some riding giant mammoth war elephants, and others riding ferocious wolves. What's more, he actually rides a huge fire dragon that spreads its wings and flies high. It's really shocking. It's amazing what a powerful cavalry unit can use a giant dragon as a mount. Lin Xia shook his head. No matter how envious he was, it was useless. He should just cultivate his cavalry unit step by step. Gino, let's go back to the territory right now. Lin Xia said calmly. The two men's bodies changed, and they shot out, running towards the territory. Shortly after they left, a large number of carefully selected herdsmen formed 3 teams and entered the cavalry camp one by one to receive arduous training. The Stone Castle. Gino, Elena, the task of collecting the water of life is now left to you. Lin Xia sat upright in the Lord's chair, looking at the men and women standing in front of him, and said slowly. Just as Lin Xia returned to the territory and was about to arrange for Gino to lead the elite guards to go out and collect the water of life, Elena, who had finished her training, happened to leave her room and strolled to the lobby on the first floor. In this regard, Elena volunteered to go, and Lin Xia did not refuse. After all, the location of the water of life was full of zombies and was a very dangerous place. Since Elena is willing to go along, the safety of the elite guards can be guaranteed, and this trip will definitely be much smoother. Yes, Lord. The two men clasped their fists and replied. Lin Xia nodded and watched Jin O and Elena walk out of the Lord's Hall. As the heavy iron door slowly closed, Lin Xia was the only one left in the huge hall. Call. Lin Xia took a breath, stood up and stretched his sore body. He hadn't had a good rest since the zombie tide ended, so he might as well take a nap now that there was nothing to do in the territory. Thinking of this, Lin Xia walked up the stairs, entered her room, lay on the soft bed, closed her eyes and took a nap. In the room, soft light passed through the large transparent floor-to-ceiling windows and shone on Lin Xia's cheeks, making her feel warm and comfortable. Time passed by minute, and soon 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. It was not until bursts of shouting were heard outside the Lord's castle that Lin Xia woke up from her sleepiness, and the tiredness in her body disappeared, showing how comfortable she had slept. He jumped off the bed and walked to the large floor-to-ceiling window. Through the transparent golden-laid glass, he could clearly see everything that was happening outside the territory. Gino and Elena successfully returned to the territory with the elite guards. Of course, they also returned with several large carts of water of life. The round wooden barrels on them were filled with bronze-grade water of life. Lin Xia walked out of the castle with a smile on her face. She saw the porters transporting these valuable strategic resources to a special warehouse for storage. Gino, you have brought back so much water of life. I guess you have almost emptied the source of life. Lin Xia joked. Hearing this, Gino nodded and said, My lord, Miss Elena said that the water of life is too important for the territory. We should take as much as we can, so that we don't run out of stock when it is urgently needed. Lin Xia nodded, walked around the wooden barrel filled with water of life, and then took out a part of it because he planned to use it to do a small experiment. Okay, Jinu, once the water of life has been transported, you can go back to your daily practice. I'll come back to you if there's anything else. Lin Xia patted Jin O on the shoulder, gave him a few words of encouragement, and then turned back to the stone castle. After closing the door tightly, Lin Xia walked up the stairs quickly with a fiery face and came to a floor in the castle which was specially used to store precious items. However, there are not many things on this floor. The silver-level weapons and equipment have been awarded by Lin Xia to several capable subordinates around him. In addition, the black iron-level weapons and equipment have also been rewarded to several practitioners with good talents and outstanding performance. Lin Xia went straight to the most heavily guarded room. It was very special, with many flower pots filled with high-quality soil, which were obviously used to grow plants. Taking into account the special nature of the spirit-gathering grass, Lin Xia does not intend to cultivate it in the outside world, but to keep it in a relatively safe place, and it is best not to let more people know about it. Come on, let me see how extraordinary you are and whether you are worth the price I have to pay. Lin Xia took out the seeds of the qi-gathering spirit grass, dug up the soil, and carefully planted them. This was not the end. Lin Xia was afraid that the qi-gathering spirit grass seeds would require too much nutrients to grow, so she poured an entire bottle of water of life around the seeds. SSS-level plant talent activation, gathering spirit grass seeds, survival rate, 99%. Lin Xia growled, then stared nervously at the gray-brown seeds in the soil. 3 seconds passed and there was no movement in the soil. 10 seconds have passed. 5 minutes have passed. Just as Lin Xia's face changed slightly, thinking that this planting operation had completely failed, it was a critical moment. Squeak. In the large pot of soil in front of me, it was as if a large field of gorgeous flowers were in full bloom. Countless light white, gorgeous little flowers broke through the soil, poked their heads out, and swayed gently. So many qi-gathering spiritual herbs actually grew there. This is such a great profit. Lin Xia couldn't help but clap his hands, unable to suppress the joy in his heart. He gently touched the small flower in front of him with his fingers, and a cool touch came and spread into his body. In an instant, Lin Xia's state of mind seemed to be infected. She became neither arrogant nor impatient, but very clear and transparent, and completely calm. This was beyond his expectations. After all, he had not yet swallowed these spiritual herbs, let alone refined them into pills that could have the effect of calming people's hearts. It seems that this silver-level seed, although not as powerful as the hydralisk vine and apple balm, can provide excellent training resources for the territory. If these qi-gathering spiritual herbs can be transformed into pills through the efforts of alchemists in the future, the medicinal effects they can exert will surely be even higher. Lin Xia sighed with regret. There was a lack of such talents in the current territory. He could only continue to look for them, or use the hero altar again to summon a second hero-level unit. However, the water of life that Lin Xia currently possesses are all of bronze grade. To summon new hero-level units, what is needed is black iron-grade water of life and tens of thousands of crystal cores. The crystal core is easy to deal with, but the black iron-level water of life is the most difficult to deal with. In his perception, there is no trace of a second source of life within the current territory. Forget it. Now, the most important thing is to practice hard. Don't worry about these trivial matters for now. If you can meet him, you are lucky. If you can't meet him, it doesn't matter. You can't force it. Lin Xia took out a jade shovel and a jade basin, inserted the shovel into the soil, trying to avoid damaging the roots, and took it out together with the soil. After carefully picking several qi-gathering spiritual herbs, Lin Xia returned to her room holding the jade basin in both hands. In the quiet room, golden light shines in from the floor-to-ceiling windows, and the dust floating in the air also rolls back and forth in the light source. Lin Xia took a deep breath and sat cross-legged on the bed. On the small wooden table in front of him were placed all the qi-gathering spiritual herbs he had picked. The silver-level tornado meditation technique is an advanced meditation technique circulated among the imperial royal family and is suitable for magicians with wind element. After these days of intermittent practice, Lin Xia has successfully broken through to the level of a low-level magician and can cast some very simple wind magic. Lin Xia took out the wind blade scroll that she had seized from Baylor before, stuck it against the wall, tapped it lightly with her fingers, and injected a trace of wind magic. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The wind blade scroll was immediately covered with a layer of light green light, and several semi-arc wind blades that were powerful enough to split trees were immediately fired out and embedded into the granite wall. So that's how it is. Only a little bit of magic power is needed to activate the wind blade scroll. Lin Xia nodded and muttered to himself, Chi. Suddenly, a graceful figure appeared from the top floor of the castle, and after several flashes, she arrived at Lin Xia's door. "My lord, there is an enemy attack, let me protect you." Elena was always concerned about Lin Xia's absolute safety, and could even detect a few of the most ordinary wind blade attacks. But when she saw Lin Xia sitting calmly on the bed, and then looked at the wind blade scroll attached to the wall, she understood the situation and her face turned slightly red. "Haha, it's okay, Elena. I can sleep better at night with a gold medal guard like you by my side." Lin Xia waved her hand and said with a smile. "Sorry, Lord, I'll leave first." Elena said this, and her figure flashed and disappeared instantly. Thinking of Elena's hurried departure like a frightened rabbit, Lin Xia smiled and said nothing more. She got out of bed and posted all the wind blade scrolls on her bedroom door. And inject a trace of wind magic into it. In this way, once an enemy really sneaks in, the magic scroll will automatically release wind blades to warn Lin Xia. "Okay, let's start." Lin Xia sat cross-legged on the bed again, and formed magic hand seals with his hands in front of him. The silver-level tornado meditation can speed up the absorption of wind elements by 30%. Don't underestimate this bonus. If you fall behind by one step, you will fall behind step by step. This is not just talk. Every time he practiced, he absorbed more magic elements than others. After many years, the final accumulated number was particularly terrifying. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The curtains in the bedroom and the crystal chandelier on the ceiling were shaking slightly. At this moment, Lin Xia's body was like the eye of a storm, with large and small green cyclones surrounding her. These green cyclones were filled with a large amount of wind magic elements. They were not directly infused into Lin Xia's body, but were gradually accumulating. As more and more magic elements entered the cyclones, the size of the cyclones was also slowly expanding. Bang! Suddenly, a muffled sound came from Lin Xia's body, and the green cyclones surrounding her body seemed to be attracted and merged with each other. After 2 or 3 breaths, a miniature green tornado more than 2 meters high directly enveloped Lin Xia's body. This is the unique feature of the so-called tornado meditation technique. It does not directly absorb the mixed wind magic elements from the outside world, but continuously refines and purifies the impurities in the wind magic elements through repeated wind forging. Although this method of practice is much more difficult than ordinary meditation, the magic power absorbed into the body in the end is the real essence. Now, the last step, condensing the tornado, has been completed. Lin Xia no longer hesitated. He opened his eyes suddenly, and quickly grabbed several chi-gathering spiritual herbs placed in front of him. He did not crush them, but threw them directly into his mouth. Crash! The moment the chi-gathering spiritual herbs entered his mouth, Lin Xia immediately cried out in comfort, because he could feel that these spiritual herbs turned into a warm current, flowing down his throat and into his stomach. A cool and sweet breath wafted through Lin Xia's body. She felt as if she was floating in the air. She couldn't even feel her own limbs. They seemed to have turned into nothingness and drifted away in the air. But soon, Lin Xia forced himself to wake up from this extremely comfortable state of mind, sweating profusely. It was too horrible. These spiritual herbs had paralyzed his nerves and almost made him fall into a coma. It seems that this thing can't be eaten too much at one time, otherwise, he will completely lose consciousness, not to mention that there is a green tornado surrounding him. The violent wind element contained in it, if not controlled by human power, will probably attack Lin Xia directly and cut him cleanly. Lin Xia coughed twice, quickly changed his hand gestures, converted into a new magic hand seal, and began to absorb the magic elements in the blue tornado. A large number of green light spots were drawn out from the tornado, merged into Lin Xia's body, and were completely transformed into his own wind magic power. Of course, because Lin Xia is only a low-level magician, the magic elements he can absorb at one time are very limited, so most of the magic elements in the blue tornado will be wasted. This process lasted for about half an hour, and just when Lin Xia was about to finish absorbing and disperse the green tornado, something strange happened suddenly. The heat flow transformed from the chi-gathering spiritual grass directly traveled through Lin Xia's body. His meridians, bones, internal organs, and almost every organ in his body were contaminated with the unique scent of this heat flow. Just when Lin Xia's face was uncertain and she was a little confused about the situation, a violent suction force suddenly penetrated the entire bedroom. The green tornado was actually pressed directly against Lin Xia's skin under this terrible suction force. In an instant, Lin Xia broke out in a cold sweat. The cutting force of the blue tornado was extremely sharp. He once took a piece of fine iron and tried to touch the outer edge of the tornado, but it was directly shattered into pieces. Could it be that this qi-gathering spiritual herb is trying to kill Lin Xia? Then, an unexpected scene appeared. The green tornado was like a tiger with its teeth pulled out, with only its appearance left. The cutting force that was enough to shatter fine iron in the past no longer existed the moment it touched Lin Xia's skin. A numbing and itchy feeling spread across Lin Xia's skin, but there was no pain at all. My body is forcibly absorbing the magic elements in the green tornado. Could it be that the qi-gathering spiritual grass can increase the upper limit of my absorption of magic elements? Lin Xia's face showed surprise as he watched more and more green spots of light fly into his body and then be transformed and absorbed. Since the blue tornado no longer posed a threat, Lin Xia was happy to do nothing and continue absorbing the magical elements. He even lay directly on the bed and let the blue tornado slowly merge with him. And with the infusion of so many magical elements, the green magic cyclone suspended in Lin Xia's body was gradually expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye. It has grown from the size of an egg to the size of an apple. The wind magic element contained within is extremely pure, emitting a faint light and is crystal clear. As time passed, the sound of the wind gradually died down, and the green tornado spinning outside Lin Xia's body was finally completely absorbed by him. Lin Xia sat up from the bed and formed the magic hand seal again. It was already the final moment and she couldn't relax. Call. A stream of dark air was sprayed out of Lin Xia's mouth and shot onto the wall in front of him. The airflow was so sharp that it directly penetrated a cylindrical hole in the wall and flew out. And just as this stream of air formed by impurities left the body, Lin Xia's complexion immediately became rosy and her skin became much whiter. Intermediate magician. Lin Xia waved his hand with a little surprise, and several green wind blades were formed and floated in the air. It had taken him 5 or 6 days to reach the level of a junior magician, but after swallowing the qi-gathering spiritual herb, it took him less than half a day to break through again. Lin Xia walked into the bathroom and simply washed up. Then he left the Lord's castle and came to the territory to briefly inspect the progress of various tasks. Jin O led the elite guards in arduous physical training, while on the Boulder City wall, there were teams of fully armed soldiers patrolling everywhere. After such a long period of military training, the current territory already has 2,000 light armored infantry, that is, the strength of 2 brigades. The cavalry is also being trained intensively. The only thing missing is the archery unit.